From the Classic Chevrolet Studios, turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Two receivers lined up right side, one to the left. Josh looks, gonna throw. Pressured, moves to his right, out of the pocket, looks into the end zone, can't find anybody. Chase to the sideline, fires into the end zone, and it is caught. Gabe Davis makes the catch in the end zone.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have reached the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to Peyton and Ryan in the back. Mike McCarthy with his brand new time of 7:15 this morning. So it feels like the Cowboys have moved things back at this point in time in the season. Some press conferences are later. Locker room stuff seems later. And Mike McCarthy will be a little bit later on as well. So 7:15 from here on out moving forward. We have unlimited time with the coach in the expressway. Woo-hoo. But we start off with Thursday Night Football and the Mavericks losing to the Pistons. Another instance where I was more interested in the basketball because the New England Patriots, to me, are an unwatchable football team. I can't stand it. After Josh Allen did his thing with a couple of amazing throws on the run, Mac Jones had enough, screaming on the sideline, throw the blanking ball. The run game sucks, and Buffalo wins 24-10 at Foxborough.
And that was Buffalo's first AFC East win of the year, which surprised me to see that. But that's a brutal game. It's a brutal game to watch. Poor Al Somnia. Poor Al. Poor Kirk. You know, Kirk's got, according to Paul Feinbaum, he's got an unwatchable game coming up on Saturday. But, these guys got to do. But, I mean, poor Kirk, poor Al, poor everybody. I'll even say this. Poor Bill. Poor Bill made a bad choice with Matt Patricia, and he stuck with it. And he's just, he's loyal. He doesn't hire outside the organization.
He
won't.
He's not too loyal to some players. Ask them.
No, but to his he's, because he won't hire you if you're not he wants to mold his own coaches, and so there's no issues there, and that's become a problem because they had no direction last night. And that crowd was completely out of the game from the start. It was lifeless. The team was lifeless. And Buffalo didn't play particularly a great game either. But they were so much better that they were able to walk this one home.
And Josh Allen's just skills and watching him make superhuman plays, throwing on the right. There was a 60-yard TD to Diggs that was actually called back. But even just watching that throw, it's like, whoa. The stuff that he and Herbert can do with their arm and throwing on the run is absolutely special. And he was just the best player on the field, and Buffalo was going to go ahead and win that game.
About time he was. It's been Davis Mills for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
He's been terrible. It's about time he played well, and he finally did. He had a really good game.
And New England, maybe with a coordinator problem, but they've had a personnel problem, in my opinion, leading to all the speculation that Tom was finished, that he was done. And I kept saying, no, it's the weapons. Look at who he's throwing to. And I still think they're stuck in that rut of not having enough weapons. Their biggest money spent is at the tight end position.
It is. With Aguilar, and then, Jacoby Myers is a player that's not bad. Ramondre Stevenson's not bad. But he's probably their most, I would say he's their most recognizable offensive player, not named Mac Jones.
Yep.
From a fantasy standpoint.
Yes.
But I mean, they spent all that money in Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith, and they had 16 yards last night. They had 16 yards.
16.
Henry and Jonnu Smith combined for 16 yards.
Remember, we were like, oh, here's Bill zagging. When the rest of the league is doing this could be brilliant. He's trying to go ahead and recreate Gronk and Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, but he just needs
Aaron Hernandez putting up more production than some of these guys.
Almost. Almost.
So afterwards, Mac Jones was asked about the little outburst on the sideline.
What I said was about throwing it deeper in the short game.
Yeah.
I got to execute that part better, but it's the short game that we kept going to, which was working. But I felt like we needed chunk plays, and, I shouted that out to kind of get everyone going. And that's emotional. That's football. I'm passionate about this game.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, sure.
Mac Jones, 26 in the league in yards. He's got 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. His QBR is 28th, RJ, with a 35.8.
I don't believe that to be very good. I don't believe being 28th is He's exceptional.
And when do they make a decision on Mac in the twilight of Bill's coaching years?
It is.
Being like, do we stick with this guy and show the patience? I mean,
You go to Bailey Zappi? You want to go to Bailey? You can do that.
another acquisition.
You can make that move, or you get another acquisition. I mean, Mac did lead you to the playoffs in the first year.
Feels like he's been in the league for 4 or 5 years.
I know. He's an older guy. He did take it. He did go to the playoffs year one.
Yeah.
So I don't think that I do think sometimes in football we look at the most recent and we use that to crap on everything else you've done. Like Mac was not the problem last year with this football team. He was at times really, really solid.
I mean, they made the playoffs. They had a good season.
Yeah, and look, they're 500 this year. Like they're still in a good position to make the postseason this year. So I mean, going into last night, the entire AFC East was in the playoffs.
Meanwhile,
No,
in Detroit,
no.
the Dallas Mavericks did this.
131 to 125. Everybody chipping in. How about Killian Hayes? Huge. My goodness.
Hit the panic button. No more patience, no more waiting, no more, let's wait and see. The threes are going to go ahead and drop. I kept trying to say last year they were playing over their heads. They were making me look bad round by round in the postseason. Charles Barkley was all over the Mavs as an overachiever. And last night, they lose in overtime. I thought once we went to overtime and the Mavs got up, I was like, okay, let's go ahead and reestablish some things. The Dallas Mavericks are a better team than the Detroit Pistons. They lose, RJ, as the Pistons get their 6th win of the season. They were one of the 3 worst teams in the NBA, along with Houston, Orlando, and last night they left those two with the win, coming off a humiliating game against Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks. They gave up 140.
They lost by 30.
They lost by 30 to New York, and they put up 131 on the Mavs last night. The rebounding numbers, Mike Bassett rolling in his grave in New York as he's getting ready to go to Knicks Mavs. I don't know why he's going there. Is he going to be tossed for taunting Jalen Brunson or his father for being related to each other? That's the real reason that Jalen left for the Knicks. The rebounding and the free throw numbers are embarrassing.
Dude, they've lost to now 6-win Detroit, 5-win Houston, 5-win Orlando, and 9-win Oklahoma City.
And the Wizards. I don't know what the Wizards' record is, but they're usually not good.
They're 11-11.
Okay.
I mean, they're a 500 team. It's basically the same record we do. And KP is playing well at time when he plays. Yeah, they can't rebound. They can't shoot free throws. At least last night they couldn't. This was not a good performance.
Nobody on the Mavericks had more than 8 rebounds. Christian Wood had 8. The next highest player had 5. Hardaway had 5. Luka had 5. They were out-rebounded by 22, 52 to 30, and from the free throw line, they were 14 of 29.
Man, Devin Harris criticized them more in the postgame than Mark McLemore has in 10 years on the Rangers broadcast.
What'd he say?
Just that they didn't try.
Jason Kidd afterwards said, we're going to have to address effort on Friday. We're going to have to talk about effort.
Yep. I mean, there's no reason to lose.
Dinwiddie had 2 points on 0 of 2?
2 points.
2 points on 0 of 2.
Yeah, there's no reason that you lose to those four basketball teams over the course of not even 2 months. Not even 2 months of schedule. We got 22 games in, 21 games in.
Panic.
There is no reason that you lose to those 4 without there being an issue of when you've got the best player on the floor and one of the 3 or 4 best players in the world outside of what Kendrick Perkins thinks, then there's no reason you lose to those teams without a lack of effort.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. The Mavs fall to 10-11. The Pistons improve to 6-18. A hideous loss against the scrub Pistons last night in overtime. We got all hell breaking loose everywhere. We got the 2 crazies taking over social media. Antonio Brown in a police standoff and Kanye West praising Hitler. The audio, the updates, and Chris Paul maybe sleeping with Kim Kardashian throughout the entire thing. That's all next. Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live at Rally House.
Of Sean and RJ. Things usually get crazier on a Friday. Mike McCarthy with his brand new time at 7:15 this morning. We'll pick the game at 8. Bobby Belt is going to be joining the show in about 15 minutes, but all hell breaking loose yesterday with the two cuckoos, Antonio Brown and Kanye West.
Yeah, I barely had the energy to go down the Antonio Brown rabbit hole after going down the rabbit holes I've gone down this week between Balenciaga and Kanye West of like, what in the hell is going on in the world of high fashion and, hip hop, or in, Kanye's case, he's far branched off beyond just a musician. I don't know what the hell's happening, but we have broached into, are you kidding me times when it comes to Kanye West. Ye.
An arrest warrant was issued in Tampa for Antonio Brown stemming from a domestic battery allegation involving mother of his kids. She said they had a verbal altercation on November 28th. It got physical. He threw a shoe at her. He also attempted to evict the woman from the home by locking her out. So they said, okay, arrest warrant. Let's go and get Kanye. I'm not sure the exact accuracy of the reports after. Oh, sorry, let's go and get AB.
Antonio, yeah.
I'm not sure of the exact accuracy of the reports afterwards, as different outlets started saying there was a police standoff, that the cops went to Antonio's home. He barricaded himself inside with guns believed to be in the house. They're on the megaphone screaming, "Come out, we're not leaving." I'm not seeing like ESPN go that far. I saw Outkick with the police standoff reports initially. So I don't know what is happening. It sounded like it was a hostage situation. That's the way that the internet and Twitter started painting it.
That's the way it's being painted as. Which, I mean, he's
already had one of these. Remember, he did like an IG live or something on his front doorstep.
Yeah, you dive into an entirely different realm when you have the word hostage situation coming at you.
I mean, it wasn't labeled as a hostage situation, but you think of it with the movies, like a negotiator on there, like, come on, AB.
Yeah.
Come on out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The negotiators.
They mentioned like he had guns and stuff inside, and I was like, okay, this is getting really wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you've got guys trying to get you to come out of your house, and they're armed, you're armed. I mean, it is DEFCON 2. You're ready. Everyone is on high alert.
So Fox 13 in Tampa said he has not been arrested yet. So this is
right as of an hour ago.
As of an hour ago, has not been arrested yet. You would think that someone would be filming, like the media would have gone out there. We would have got something's weird about the reporting in this. I don't know whether we're just hyping it up and trying to make it a movie scene, but you would think we'd see visuals of cops outside of the home waiting for him in some type of standoff.
Yeah, unless the neighborhood is so private that they can't get in.
Helicopter.
This
is helicopter worthy.
This is definitely helicopter worthy. I mean, they
send
have
Pat Doney up in the chopper.
Why not? They still have those little Cessna planes you can fly around in. I know they used to do that for traffic.
We should just get Pat Doney to go ahead and talk people out of these situations.
What's he going to play? Switchfoot?
Play a little switchfoot. Talk about, hey, I'll give up I'll give you the aisle seat. You'll never have to sit in the middle seat again.
No.
I'll be next to you on the airplanes. Pat Doney, hostage negotiator on the phone lines. Meanwhile, Kanye West with the full mask on, sitting down with Alex Jones.
You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, all right, stop it. So I think that was Alex. I didn't watch this whole thing. I think that was Alex Jones' attempt to kind of like, hey, man.
Explain why you're being called this from everywhere else.
You're getting unfair treatment.
Yeah.
You're getting unfair treatment. You do this sometimes to butter up in interviews. And I think for the first time in history that I've watched Alex Jones clips, he was left speechless. And even he was like, okay. Okay, yay. We're dealing with something a little cray-cray.
I see good things about Hitler also. I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love, us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography. But this guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone that I use as a musician, you can't say out loud that this person ever did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
The memes then went to work of Kanye's agent, first 3 seconds. Every human being has value. And it's like that, thumbs up. And then it goes, especially Hitler. And it's,
oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the word especially thrown in there. Like, I'm sure everybody has done something nice. I have no idea,
Maybe Hitler bought someone
maybe he was a fast golfer.
Maybe
he was a fast golfer. Like, that's if I can't think of anything nice to say about somebody, I'm like, but they play fast.
That makes you happy, Chop, right?
That makes me happy. They play fast. They're a fast golfer. I'd rather play with a fast golfer than a slow golfer. That's all I'd have to say. If you didn't give me a choice. But I mean, there comes a point in every relationship or everybody's life where either the good outweigh the bad or the bad outweigh the good, and you completely omit the one that gets outweighed because it's no longer relevant to the conversation.
Here's what I want to know. Will Kanye somehow recover from this?
Yeah, of course he will. Of course he will. Somehow.
Like, will this eventually fade and get forgotten? Or is this like all time canceled? With a business, a brand, a company.
I mean, I don't think he'll ever have an endorsement again, but he'll make more music and people will listen to it. You know, if he comes out with some sick beat, sure. You know, people will listen to it, but like he's done being a representative of Adidas or whatever. Yeah.
So then he went to Twitter.
I mean, the dude lost $1 billion in a day. Literally, his net worth went down $1 billion in a day.
Is that a lot?
I think it is.
He then went to Twitter and said, let's break one last window before we get out of here. I called this guy with Kim good night. And he posted a picture of Chris Paul. So when you wake up this morning and you're going through your news cycles, especially Twitter, you are going to see CP3, Kim K, Chris Paul, Kanye. That's what's taking up the right side of your computer screen when you're checking Twitter and social media. CP3 and Kim, according to Kanye.
I wonder how Chris did during the climax of the game.
The climax of it.
I wonder how he did there at the end. You know, he's not known as the best finisher in the world. Kanye also did post a photo, Sean, of, let me see. What would you call this? Oh, this would be the Star of David, which is the Jewish star, with the swastika on the inside of it. So he did go down that road as well.
Okay. A lot of people saying, damn, Chris, props. We didn't know you had that type of game.
Yeah.
Kind of like the props that Shams Charania was given when Kay Adams was trying to get with him live on set, the former Good Morning Football host, when she was just melting with the NBA insider right there in her presence.
That's 140-pound men, huh?
And people are saying, dang, Chris, what do you know you had this type of game? And then you had the other side saying, that ain't game. Kim gets with everybody.
Yeah. He's just an NBA player. That's all it was. He's an NBA player. I could see that. You don't need game when you're in the NBA.
People also saying it was the Kardashians the whole time, and then they list the 6 blown playoff leads that Chris Paul has had. Up 2-0 on the Spurs, up 2-0 on the Grizzlies, led the Rockets 3-1, up on the Warriors 3-2, led the Bucks 2-0, led the Mavs 2-0. All losses in those series. So, man, was it juicy yesterday in the social media world. You got the Good Morning America scandal.
Oh, yeah.
You got Nia Long talking. I don't know these anchors' names on Good Morning America.
Amy Rohrback, and I don't know who the other guy
Choppy
is.
doesn't know their names either.
Yeah.
But apparently, they're co-anchors. They had this long-term affair, both married for 12 years. Apparently, those marriages are over. And, man, I want the name of this PI. I'm willing to do a free ad for this private investigator in New York for the pictures that this cat got on these two. In the bar, at a cabin, holding hands. He's grabbing her rear end when they're packing luggage into the trunk. Yep. 2 trunks.
Oh, yeah.
1 photo.
2 trunks, man.
And they got. So yesterday, everyone's anticipating what's going to happen. Are they going to come out and co-anchor again? Are they going to come out and co-host? And bam, we're waiting to see what ABC does with the cheating scandal that has taken over.
This is weird. It's like, this is kind of where the crossroads between personal and public life come into play. Like
interoffice relationships.
Like they're consenting adults. But what should happen there?
Well, when things go south, right? If they have issues, how's that going to affect your afternoon show on ABC?
Absolutely.
So all the scandals, all the juice, all the drama. It's Sean and RJ, Mike McCarthy at 7:15 this morning. Bobby Belt inside the Cowboys locker room, and Dak Prescott gives his reply to the Jerry Jones photo as the media took it right to number 4 yesterday after what LeBron said the other night. 6 a.m. Club. Shout out. Next on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The spread is now up to 10.5 for Sunday night as the Cowboys are hosting the Colts on this radio station. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bell right here on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. And yesterday on the group text, Bobby immediately sent it over. The reporters went right up to Dak and asked him about the Jerry Jones photo after what LeBron James had to say following the Lakers and their win over Portland.
No, I mean, I don't have much to say. I mean, obviously we can be more empathetic and just and give grace, obviously, to one another, regardless of race. Obviously, from the times that we've come from to where we are now, thinking about the growth that we've had. That's who I am. That's how I think. I mean, optimistic, a guy that is completely biracial, black and white. It's easy for me to speak on race on one side or another, and I don't always. How do I say this? I don't know if I've fully processed it all the way, honestly. I think whether LeBron's talking about the picture, I mean, I think that's on Jerry to address, right? I mean, in the same sense, it's 65 years ago. And how times have changed. I mean, look at the man's resume since then, right? And as I said, I give grace. And I think that's a conversation and a question not only for him, but for you guys and how y'all feel, how accountable y'all have been in covering and discussing the disparities and differences in race. I'm just, as I said, I'm here for growth and giving grace and trying to make this world a better place. And that's who I am at my core and all I believe in. And unfortunate things come up from the past, pictures, and they show how far we've come, but in the same sense, they're a reminder of how wounds or just how short of a time that was ago in the same sense. It wasn't that long ago that we were all sitting on different sides and that we weren't together. But as I said, I wouldn't be here if it was still that way. So I believe in grace and change, and those are questions for Jerry and for y'all, honestly, that I don't have quite the answers for.
What a sellout. What a sellout.
I thought that was a pretty great answer, actually.
I thought he was going to be even more prepared for it.
I don't think you can be fully prepared to answer that question as the quarterback of the Cowboys. Like, I think he gave as good an answer as you can expect.
I mean, to be clear, I don't have a problem with the answer.
All right,
I'm just joking.
You're talking about what you expect the mob to say.
Jay Williams will probably call Dak Prescott disappointing and a possible sellout, or Shannon Sharp this morning, or other people on Twitter. How many other people were asked about this? Two things I was trying to reflect on yesterday. When Stephen A. said every Laker journalist in that room, Stephen A. said, I would have asked the question if I was there. And every Laker journalist, when they go home that night, should look at themselves in the mirror because it's inexcusable. And Jamel Hill saying everyone in that room should have been thinking about that question. Because initially I was like, that wasn't exactly top of mind. That wasn't an obvious question that I thought I would have asked. But he is a former big Cowboy fan. It is a big story. I guess I just kind of faded away from the Cowboy-LeBron association. But I was like, okay, I don't know whether it was screaming as an obvious question. But I did ask myself, how many Cowboys have been asked about this? And shouldn't every single one be asked about the Jerry photo by everyone in the locker room, Bobby? How many days have passed of locker room access until we finally got this topic and issue brought up?
Would have been probably, what, 4?
4 locker room sessions?
When did it come out? Last Tuesday?
It was over the holiday.
Let's just call it Wednesday.
Okay, then if it was Wednesday, then it's just been 2.
Okay.
It was Wednesday and Thursday.
But don't you think that in the first locker room session, everyone should have been asked about it?
No.
Why?
Because I think it's something that, like Dak said, that's for Jerry to address. That's for you guys and your own concerns about coverage to address. I don't think.
You don't think it's a relevant question for Jerry Jones players
I think
to be asked?
I think you can ask it. I think it's reasonable to ask it. I don't think there is an. I don't think
necessity.
There is, yeah, I don't think there's a responsibility for you to definitely ask it. But like if it was David Moore, when David Moore stepped up there yesterday and asked that question, David Moore may have felt like there's a responsibility for me to ask this question. I disagree. If you want to ask it, I understand why. I don't think it's something that you have to ask Dak.
Okay, I think you do, but we can agree to disagree.
I mean, Dak's done media technically twice since this came out, and they asked it the third time because LeBron talked about it.
Yeah.
Which I think is a little bit of, I don't know. I don't want to get into anybody's head, but I think that's just it's a little convenient that yesterday was the time to press him on it.
Yeah.
I think I would have. Look, I don't care about anybody's. Honestly, I don't care about anybody's opinion on this. I need to know. I care about Jerry's explanation. That I still don't think I really.
What would you have asked Jerry? Let's say you're on KMC today. Jerry's on at 10:30. You were out when he was on with us.
I would ask him, do you regret being there?
Yeah.
Was that a mistake? Do you regret being there? Were you there? Like, did you have any feelings on the kids coming to school there? Try to say it like that.
Yeah.
But
those are good questions.
But thank you. Every now and then I'll hit you with one.
Yeah.
It won't be at 7:15 with Mike McCarthy. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But
me either.
To me, it's more important to ask Dak. Like I'm with you. I would not have thought to ask LeBron. But then again, until LeBron speaks on China, I don't think he has a right to speak on anything about it. He's forfeited his right in my eyes.
I mean, if you feel
until he also gets rid of his iPhone advertisement, which is made by the same people that are being enslaved in China.
I mean, if you now feel like LeBron should have been asked that question, do you also feel like then he should be asked about DeShaun Watson this week?
Yes.
So you think that is something? Because
I'm going much harder on the Cowboys media has a responsibility to ask Jerry's players versus I'm not going to chastise the Laker media.
Sure.
I'm not going to go hard on them because I was like, it didn't immediately hit me that it was something obvious to ask him. Because as soon as you ask about another issue like Qatar and the workers, then you get embarrassed with the player or person saying, why are you asking me about this? Like, I don't have a thought on this.
Well, yeah, but he's now opened the door to ask him about anything.
And it has been pretty open for a while.
Sure.
To his credit.
Yeah, I don't think this is, I'm not saying like, well, okay, LeBron, look what you've opened the door to now. I think LeBron has, I can't recall a single issue LeBron's ever been asked about where he said no comment. Like I think he generally will weigh in on anything you ask him.
I guess LeBron, and I'm not trying to get in a fight with you, Bobby, but I think LeBron.
Not with those hands.
I think.
Whoa!
I think LeBron and Stephen A. would hop on TV and be like, "Why hasn't the Cowboys media asked any of the players? It took 3 days to ask Dak Prescott," and their insinuation would be that the Cowboys media doesn't treat this Jerry Jones story like they did the Kyrie Irving story, or the media doesn't treat it like that. That's what a lot of people were trying to get to yesterday on TV.
But I mean, we also didn't, on the flip side, because I know Dak is not LeBron, but Dak is the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, which is considered a pretty substantial position, publicly in sports media. We didn't ask Dak about Kyrie. And I understand it's different because, this is in his direct organization, so the connection is there to ask it. That's why I say it's reasonable to ask it. If you want to ask, you can. I don't think there is a, ethical or journalistic responsibility that you have to ask Dak. I think you have to ask Jerry. Maybe if you talk to Steven, maybe you have to ask Steven.
Jerry needs to be pressed on this.
Yeah, I think you can.
But he was peppered after.
Yes,
he was peppered after
a lot of
the
questions.
Thanksgiving Day game. He was peppered after the Giants game.
He was, but then again, Kyrie was peppered for.
People just aren't satisfied with the answers.
Correct, and they weren't satisfied with Kyrie's answers.
Do you have to ask Mike McCarthy at 7:15?
I think we need to ask Mike.
I don't think so.
Why Dak and not Mike? Mike's the head coach.
Because Dak is the black quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. If you want to double and triple down on this, I'm willing to go into it. Not just Dak. Every player should be asked about it,
but not the coach. Doesn't he?
But not the coach. But
okay.
I mean, the coach.
Who do you think reasonably catches more feelings looking at that photo? The black players in the locker room or Mike McCarthy?
Right. I understand that, but
that's a big difference in my opinion.
What was the article about?
Which article?
What was the crux of the article of, hey, here's this picture, but also like a big part of that article was like the Cowboys have never hired a black coach. So like Mike McCarthy was hired as coach.
Oh, the Washington Post article.
Yeah. And so I'm saying Mike McCarthy was hired as coach in an instance where people thought there was a phony interview to satisfy the Rooney Rule.
Yes.
And in interviewing Marvin Lewis. So I'm saying like that connection, that aspect of it doesn't require. I mean, I don't think it requires. Do you think
it's a requirement to ask McCarthy?
No, but I'm saying I think if you feel like it's a requirement to ask the players, why wouldn't you then feel like it's a requirement to ask McCarthy is all.
Yeah, I mean, like, but you know, Sean's right. I mean, like, you ask the players or Dak because of the perspective they bring. Mike doesn't bring necessarily a perspective to this.
Like, I want to know if Zeke is offended. I want to know if CeeDee Lamb feels a certain. I want to know if Micah Parsons feels a certain type of way about Jerry Jones because of that photo.
Which I don't know that anybody. I don't believe anybody else has been asked except Zach and the player.
Which is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I also think it's like, you know, they know. So if you know somebody, you may find things out about them, but also know other things about them that are counter to what you're hearing or seeing. And, you know, you could say, okay, you know, I know this guy, that this isn't that big of a deal to me. It was X amount of years ago.
Sure, that could be their answer, but I still believe that they have to be asked about it.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all.
Micah Parsons has to be asked about this photo.
Yeah, like if you're going to ask Mike,
as a journalist.
Yeah, if you're going to ask McCarthy about it, I think you ask him about how he's had to deal with it within the locker room as a distraction.
Yes.
Not necessarily his opinion.
That's a great question.
Well, thank you. Again, it's two for the day.
Write that one down.
It's already been written down.
Write that one down so you could ask that.
It's already been written down. It's already been written down.
Yeah.
But like that, I think that's how you act, because, you know.
That's a great question.
I mean, quite frankly, like, you know, I don't necessarily care about Mike's viewpoint on the photo from a perspective that he doesn't hold. I mean, he doesn't have a perspective as a black man.
I agree.
Unless there's something about Mike that I don't know.
Yeah. So we can ask Mike McCarthy at 7:15 this morning. That's what took place inside the locker room with Dak Prescott yesterday. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. Got a phone call yesterday after the Josina Anderson interview where she said, if Odell plays, this is another question from McCarthy at 7:15. Bobby, are they going to work out Odell Beckham? Are they going to watch him run on Monday and before they potentially sign him? Because I got a phone call yesterday after the show from someone inside the Cowboys saying, we're not anticipating seeing this, and that's going to make it extremely, extremely difficult. Because if we saw him work out, we could tell you, is he going to be ready in 2 weeks? Is he going to be ready in a month? Is he not going to be ready for the season? But it would not benefit Odell to go ahead and work out if there's something to cover up physically. What do you think about that?
Yes, I get that. I also think that there's a bit of an expectation from a player like Odell Beckham that, like, I'm not a tryout guy. I'm not going to work out. Like, I wouldn't work out even if I was healthy. Yeah. You would just talk to me. But I think that there should be a reasonable expectation that your doctor should be able to look at him and things like that. I don't know that you're going to be able to get the on-field workout. I doubt you're probably not getting that. This is more you're stopping in and visiting and talking business.
I'm just going to take you for your word and sign you for $20 million a year?
That's the thing. I don't think that this would be without medical check. Like if they were going to do that, he would obviously need to pass a physical to sign and everything else. So, I mean, they would get their answer on the medical. They just wouldn't necessarily be able to see how he looks out there running.
Because there's some whispers that, like, another team in the running, maybe in Western New York, would maybe just more freely sign off on a physical. I don't know how these things go 100% of the time, but it's like, yeah, sure, you're good to go. Let's get you in here, where the Cowboys may want to actually see and actually know before signing up for this type of commitment.
I'll be serious. Like, if I'm not going to see him run or do any of that, like, it's going to change a lot.
Humongous question.
It's a huge, like, I'm just going to take your word that you're going to be okay. I mean, look, if I need you this year, as Jerry said to us, needs him this year, then I'm gonna need to see that you can do it. I don't want to see you just doing single leg pistol squats on a Bosu ball. Okay, that's not gonna do it for me.
I don't even know what you just said. That just made me laugh.
You're the one who tweeted out the the workout videos, the rehab Odell videos.
Yeah, no, I just thought that was interesting. I hadn't heard anybody break down what exactly he was doing and how that factored into the rehabilitation and strengthening of that knee. So I found that interesting. I didn't realize he was working out at Exos. Exos.
What is that?
I don't believe it's a training facility. A lot of players go there in the off season when
it's an old bar in Fort Worth.
they go in there in the off season, and that's where a lot of the guys train. So like when I told you guys I talked to Sauce leading up to the draft, that was out at Exos in Frisco. And so they train a lot of guys leading up to the draft. A lot of veterans go there. Gerald McCoy was there a lot when he was rehabbing. But there are a couple different locations. There's one in Frisco. I don't believe Odell Beckham was at the one in Frisco. I think he was in either the one in California or Arizona, which, by the way, that may have been why he was flying out to LA. I don't know. He may have been going to Exos. That when we were talking about the other day why he was flying Miami to LA, that may have been why he was heading out there.
Look at Newey Scruggs. He's out of radio for a few years, and he calls while we're on the air.
Man.
He calls while we're sitting here doing segments. And he's listening.
He's listening.
Because he's been texting me since 5:30. I'll call you in a second, New Dog.
Newdog.com.
Thursday, is that his website?
Yep. It has been for 20 years.
Yeah.
Newdog.com.
Yep.
Thursday night football. We got a little apology with the Russell Wilson story inside the locker room.
That's right.
Patrick Peterson, is he walking back to Kyler criticism? And DeShaun Watson dodging everybody before his return to the armpit. Around the rest of the NFL on 105.3 The Fan next.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Hey, RJ, I'm at your no-brainer.
license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Josh in the gun, 2nd and goal from the 8. Fakes a handoff, wants to throw, fires one into the end zone, caught. It is a touchdown. Stephon Diggs, touchdown Buffalo. An 8-yard shot from Josh Allen. He threw it on the money for the Buffalo touchdown.
Bills take care of the Patriots last night. Some of the Boo Birds were out in Foxborough as Buffalo ends up winning 24-10. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. That audio from Bills Radio.
That was Bills Radio? That sounded like Patriots Radio being super dejected by that play.
Yeah, they did not seem energetic on that call.
That was a very boring call.
Well, what would it have sounded like with Stephon Diggs scoring on Patriots Radio with Zolak, you think?
Oh, Younger Pants, throw you!
No, he would not have celebrated it. That was Diggs scoring.
Diggs scoring, yeah.
Zolak on Patriot. We would have heard Zolak saying, hold, push off, OPI, Bobby.
Put Devin McCourty on the bench. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Oh, no, he would never question Belichick. He's an ultimate.
Oh, no, he's like, last year he had this hilarious rant about Jonnu Smith, where Jonnu Smith had dropped like a third pass in the game. And he's like, get this bum out of the game.
Really?
What are we doing? What is this guy being paid for? I mean, just like teeing off on the guy. It felt like he just like had some personal issues with Jonnu Smith.
I think Bill's lost his way. Poor guy. I don't think he knows what the hell's going on anymore.
Bill Belichick?
Bill Belichick.
I think he lost his quarterback.
He lost his quarterback. He lost his way.
Bobby, any thoughts on last night's game? I can't watch New England. They're on my can't watch list. They're so boring.
Boy, they've really screwed up the schedule for these primetime games because it's a lot of, even though like Buffalo's a good team, like you put some unwatchable teams on there. And it's not like New England's bad. They're not entertaining to watch at all.
Yeah.
They're absolutely boring. Which, I mean, Chop would argue they've been boring all the way back to winning Super Bowls with Tom Brady throwing 4-yard passes.
Their first 3 Super Bowls were pretty boring.
They were, yes.
Yeah, that's what. Now, eventually, after 6 years in the league, right? As every quarterback, to me, I believe every quarterback doesn't reach their full peak till 6 years in. The game slows down. They're physically at their prime, and then everything clicks. Go look at the quarterbacks who had their best career years, year 6.
Oh, yeah.
Manning, Brady, Elway. It was all like that. Outside of Marino, it was pretty quick with it.
No, we had, it's funny, I did this research during training camp when Dak turned 29. That's the time a lot of quarterbacks start hitting their prime.
Yeah.
But and if you look at from their passer rating through their age 28 season versus 29 and after, the change was ridiculous. Drew Brees' passer rating went up 15 points. Tannehill 13, Brady 11, Stafford 11. Guys, it's an odd benefit. Whereas a lot of other positions in the NFL or other sports, you start getting into your 30s, you slow down. The NFL, that position at quarterback has this odd blend where arm strength doesn't leave you as fast, and you're seeing the game better, and it kind of comes together there.
So New England should stick with Mac Jones.
I don't know. I mean,
you just gave him a 6-year study.
I'll say this: in college, where obviously you don't have 6 years, you got far less than that. Mac went from a real liability / bus driver to a guy that could carry you in one season. Now, he had great players around him. There's no doubt about that. But he played himself from not an NFL quarterback into the first round in 12 games.
Oh, yeah.
So
a quick rise.
Very quick rise. So it can happen. It's just slower at the quarterback position in the NFL than college because, I mean, you're playing against NFL defense.
Not as much anymore, though.
I agree.
Because I think it's we've talked about this. I've talked about this a couple times with different people around the league. There's this thought that because a lot of these college concepts have started getting implemented and when that push really started 4 years ago where they're like, why aren't we doing more college stuff in the NFL?
Yeah.
That really 3-5 defense.
That really reduced the learning curve.
The Eagles are running the Oklahoma offense.
It helped reduce the learning curve for some of these quarterbacks because they were coming in and it wasn't this whole overhaul. It was, I'm familiar with this concept. It just called something different.
DeShaun Watson had to address the media yesterday. Sunday will be his first game in 700 days. And of course, it's the return to Houston to go in front of that fan base and that organization. Here was DeShaun's That's a long opening statement. We'll play it until we feel like we need to cut it off. If we
I'm
do.
excited to be back around my teammates. I also want to thank the Browns organization, the ownership, my teammates in the locker room, all the coaching staff for all the support that they had for me, especially my time away. I also want to thank all my trainers, all my personal trainers outside when I was going away, who helped me stay in shape, grind to put in the work so I'm prepared when I come back. Thank also T3 Performance Trainers.
Okay, that's enough.
Is he accepting an Oscar?
That's enough.
What's he doing?
Basically, he said this is just going to be about football. He took the whole legal advice route in order to have no one ask him about the settlements, but he did say the settlements were about something, and it was about getting back on the football field.
No, I was just trying to whatever I can do to play football in 2022. So, most of the settlement stuff with the NFL was mostly my agency and legal team. I had no control. My main focus was doing everything I need to do so I can play this year.
Yeah, I didn't feel like it did anything actually wrong. It was just about, signing the checks to get back on the field.
I had no control over if we agreed to settle or not. That doesn't sound totally right. I do like, though, Chop, you always love the front offices around the NFL. We were talking about this yesterday, that it's like, they look at the football guy stuff.
Yeah.
There's no more football guy thing than look, I'll accept something I didn't do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that check and come to a settlement just to get back on the field.
Yeah, no,
and
you're
Cleveland's
right.
like, that's a football guy right there.
You are right. That is a I love football move. There's no doubt about that.
This man loves football enough to settle sexual assault lawsuits.
So
I want him on my team.
10 of the women are going to the game with Tony Busby, the
The
attorney.
only way they can watch it.
Was it blacked out?
No, but the NFL's blacking it out, basically. This is one of the smallest coverages that anyone's ever seen.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, let's look at the NFL viewing map for this week.
The coverage map, you go to 506 Sports, okay? They show every coverage map, okay, of the game. Of all the games at that time slot. And this game is literally shown only in Cleveland and only in Houston.
I want to show Sean this. Sean,
here
look at the yellow.
The yellow.
The
They
yellow
are
is
burying
Cleveland and
this football
Houston.
So, this is abnormal?
Very abnormal.
They weren't going to make it the CBS main game.
Yeah, no, this is we don't really want to draw attention to this. So we're basically going to quasi-black this game out for the rest of the country. You may not we may not get a Browns game the rest of the year.
I think this
is at noon?
This is, yes, at noon. I think this is the NFL adjusting. Because at the time it seemed weird. You gave an 11-game suspension. That was such a specific number that they hadn't given out for anything before.
Yeah.
It's like, you didn't want to do 10. Why? Because you didn't want to take away the job of, he came back 1 week, so week 2 is against Houston. It felt very calculated, let's have his return against Houston.
I agree, but why would you bury it?
That's what
then?
I'm saying. I think they got such negative reaction that they've decided now, okay, we're not going to do this.
Pittsburgh, Atlanta has 5 times the coverage this weekend and availability than Cleveland and Houston. The Denver-Baltimore has got 20 times. And then the game that most of the country, including us, will get to see is Jets-Minnesota, which at the start of the year was this is one of those dog butt games that nobody wants to watch.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have NFL Sunday Ticket or Red Zone, you're going to have to drive a little east to maybe Gilmer, Texas to be able to get this game. It kind of slides up into East Texas a little bit, but
you can't even watch this game in Austin.
Wow.
No.
Oh, I can't wait for the highlights. I'm big time interested. I'm relying on Siciliano, channel 703, Red Zone, Sunday. Get me there.
So what's the play though? Red Zone or Sunday Ticket? And watch the whole game.
Always Red Zone. I can't go away from Red Zone. But they're going to get the intro. They're going to get his first pass. They're going to get his first series. They're going to get his first few passes. I think they do a great job of covering it. I hope he gets I've turned on him. I've turned on him as just unlikable. If he would have been a little bit more likable in his answers throughout this entire process, which I'm really surprised by because he was always labeled as charismatic.
Yeah.
What?
It's really... I would have liked the guy accused of sexual assault to be more likable.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
It's just
Yeah, I'm not supporting him. I think he's guilty. But, it's like Kyrie. Kyrie, you want to give all your answers towards the suspension while being a jackass, and then I'm not going to give you any benefit of the doubt. And DeShaun, you want to be a jackass with all your answers, being an arrogant punk? I'm not going to give you any benefit of the doubt, and I'm turning on you too. That's just me.
I will say, if he did it, then he's
Which
not.
one?
I know. I'm saying if he did these things, then he's not a good guy. If he didn't do these things, then he would be probably pretty pissy about it. So either way, I think it explains away why he would be that way.
Patrick Peterson, come on, bro. Just own it. Just own it. The Vikings media asked him about calling out Kyler Murray and saying, Kyler doesn't care about anybody but Kyler Murray. And he said, I don't have any beef with Kyler. He disrespected Kyler and said his comments were based on body language observations that anyone could make. So, man, here I am with all this respect for Patrick Peterson, being an old school dog, calling out this little entitled player. And no, he backtracks and says, the media, we messed it up. Dude, we watched you. We all watched your podcast on video. Own it. Just sit there and own it. As Kyler said, why don't you call me? You're this big bro mentor. Why don't you just call me? So he said, what I meant by my comment was you're a franchise quarterback. You have to carry yourself a certain way. If you're having bad body language, pouting, moping on the sideline, what type of energy do you think feeds to your teammates? That's what I meant about Kyler. He cares about himself because he's not putting the team first. Okay, well, he's kind of like going back into it then with the criticism. When you make a bad throw and you come off to the sideline, you're dropping your shoulders. How do you think the defense feels? If our starting quarterback don't have any energy, no fire, how can we win this game? That's what I meant about Kyler caring about Kyler. So that's the Patrick Peterson follow-up.
Any chance he would have said this before they played Arizona a couple weeks ago? Do you think the only reason he's saying this now is because, all right, we're past that game. I don't have to worry about it now.
Now, your colleague, Tom Pelissero, why don't you set this up if you want to at the NFL Network with what happened?
Is this the full cut, Peyton? Because it's long. It's a good.
Yeah,
like,
this is what you sent the 2 minute.
It's a very lengthy. Yeah, we'll have to. I think we'll have to get into it later.
Yeah.
But basically, he walked back pretty significantly. He was the first one to kind of push that domino over on Russ earlier this week, where he said he's lost some guys in the locker room, and he opened the NFL Insiders podcast with him, Garofalo, and Ian Rappaport, and spent 2 minutes trying to explain away why it's been just a tough year for Russ, and man, he's doing everything he can, and kind of did the Patrick Peterson and said,
that's right.
Kind of got the taken out of context by the media. It's like, Tom, you're in the media. Come on, bud.
He is. I do believe.
So he's backtracking the report that Russ's teammates have turned on him?
Yeah, he tried to say I think that was, look, I'm responsible for it, but I want to clarify, man, it's been a challenge for him. He's done everything he can, blah, blah, blah. And it's just, it was a little, somebody got in his ear.
Guess who on television said that Luka shouldn't even be in the MVP discussion after the humiliation in Detroit last night? We'll bring it to you. Play the audio and see if you can guess on the truckwreck.com text line. Mike McCarthy at 7:15, Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the Fan. But
Come on.
No Mavs return.
Oh, yeah, baby.
We went about 25 seconds without you noticing.
I had no idea. I'm talking to the fellas in the commercial break, and then I hear that promo. Glad that the boss has dipped into the wallet for tomorrow in Arlington at the fan hang. Very conflicted on what my approach is going to be for this, because I was going to bring the 2-year-old, but probably not. He's going to ruin the time for me. It can't just be chill and relax.
My kids will be there. They can hang out with him.
How old are your kids? I don't want my kid vaping it too.
6. The youngest is 6. And you remember I told you, she saw the TikTok and she's like, favorite the one of Oliver. She's like, favorite baby Oliver.
I might drop him off at the in-laws for a couple hours. And then I'm like, man, I think it's a degenerate move to Uber to Arlington. Like, if I really, really want to cut loose, I may have to be putting my dog down on Monday. So damn. I'm not in the best state of mind. So when you're not in that state of mind, you may I might kind of go off the rails and just kind of binge. So I don't know. I'm very conflicted on if I'm just going to try to totally, completely cut loose tomorrow.
Kristen wants us to, and we're bringing the kids, but Kristen wants us to get a hotel. She's like, we're way
Damn!
She's like, we're
From
way
12 to 4, 1 to 4?
No, because I'm hanging out after 4. Cheech and Wolchuk are getting there late because they're doing BetQL, so we're going to keep hanging out and drinking and watching college football.
They're doing BetQL from there?
No, they're doing BetQL till 3, so they're not getting there till like the last half hour, and then they want to hang out after.
Dude, that's a hardcore, respectable move from the wife.
Yeah.
Wants to get a hotel.
Yeah. I told you, you said it yourself. She's like the perfect wife for this type of job. She's very agreeable. Doesn't freak out about.
Doesn't make you wear a wedding ring. Doesn't care.
I forgot it today.
Doesn't care that you still talk to the girl that you tried to hook Walchuk up with.
Well, it's not. Don't make it sound like that. It's not like I'm like texting her like, "Hey, what you doing?" It's not like that.
Yeah, let's meet up in Cali and let's this and that. I mean,
but I'm gonna get
talk about her.
It's gonna be
jeans in school in front of kids.
Yeah, it's gonna be very dicey on Saturday because I'm gonna have 90 minutes to drink, and then I don't have anybody on the round table with me, and so it's gonna be just you. Yeah, so Will's just gonna have to lean on.
What do you mean?
Drunken me. What do you mean?
What do you mean you don't have anyone on the round?
He has Will, but like
it's
no
just
one else.
Will's hosting, but it's just me with Will.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a segment?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like he's gonna have to just drunkenly rely on my answers for 16 minutes instead of if it goes sideways, going, well, let me ask this person, and I won't.
Well, you know the bosses would respond with, "Don't get drunk before you go on the radio."
Some of the bosses might.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
I had a boss once that used to say, go have beers before you get on the air.
Really?
Yeah. He was like...
Who was that?
Oh, I don't want to name names. I don't want to name names. He was at ESPN for a while.
Okay. I know it wasn't Matt Stellar.
It absolutely was.
It was?
It absolutely was.
Scott? Oh,
yeah, he was like,
I thought Scott was old conservative.
Yeah, but he was like, you want to loosen yourself up a little bit, go have a beer before you come on the air. Like that's,
okay.
Not don't get hammied.
Especially after last time what you did when you were on the air at one of these things.
That was the time before where I accidentally started saying the S word.
Peyton, is Ryan coming out? Ask Ryan if he's going out tomorrow.
He said sadly he has plans, can't make it.
Wow, okay. Because I was gonna commit. I will have Peyton and Ryan's drinks tomorrow.
Oh, but yeah, because they're gonna ask about Baby Sharif, and then you'll have to.
But now I'm cutting that down. I'm cutting that down to 1.
You're gonna buy mine?
I got your drinks, Peyton, tomorrow. Are you coming?
Yeah, I got to do BetQL too.
All right, perfect.
So I'll be there after.
Okay. Have we gotten a per diem email about this?
Per diem?
Per diem.
Yeah, we're lucky we have a tab.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say, a tab. So Boomer Jacks tomorrow in Arlington.
Yep. We'll be out there.
This is your spot.
Boomer Jacks, absolutely. 17 DFW locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Any menu suggestions?
Oh,
Pepperoni flatbread.
Okay.
It's good.
Take a spot right here in the segment. Steal it.
Run
down the whole menu.
Boomer Jacks.
You were there the other night.
Boomer Jacks is the Love of the Star sponsor too.
That's right, baby.
So the pepperoni flatbread's good. The
All right,
wings
Toppy,
are
answer
great.
back with 3 menu items.
Drink specials, those $3, $15 beer buckets, wall-to-wall TVs, best patio setup in town.
Bobby,
find yours online.
No. We've got the pepperoni flatbread, which is really good. We've got the wings, which are great. They've got mango habanero, barbecue, Nashville. That we ordered. We were actually Boomer Jacks over the past weekend in Allen, and we got the tableside s'mores, which are cool. They'll bring you like a little like fire pit on the table, and then you can make s'mores, and so the kids love that.
All right, so that's going down tomorrow. Location, exact
It's
address.
Arlington. It's in it's at the Highlands. Arlington Highlands. It's west of 360. Tim. On the email road, it was east of 360. It's on I-20.
Do you read my emails, Choppy?
I do read his emails, and I correct his geography.
If you go see G-Bag today from 2 to 7, which I think they're at Rally House, if you go see them, it's apparently like in that same complex. So the Boomer Jack, if you go see them today, you're in the same complex for Boomer Jacks.
There's a Dave & Buster's and stuff over there as well.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
But they're not a sponsor, so stop talking about that.
Peyton. Mavs with an embarrassing loss last night to the Detroit Pistons. The Pistons, who got humiliated in their previous game by the Knicks, lose them by 30. They gave up 140. Pistons win in overtime to improve to 6-18. The Mavericks have now lost this year to Detroit, Orlando, Houston, OKC, and the Wizards. And because of their record being 10-11, Kendrick Perkins went on ESPN and said this about Luka and the MVP race.
Not only do you have to have great individual numbers, but your team has to be winning. Your team can't be sitting at the number 9th or 10th spot at a 500 record and you expect for him to be in the MVP conversation. It's just not how it works. Now, look, Luka has been doing his thing individually, but last time I checked, your team has to have success and be up in the top tier as well.
Okay. I don't believe that in baseball you need to be on a good team to win the MVP.
Yep.
I do believe in the NBA and in the NFL that you have to be on one of the best teams. I don't believe you could be an MVP candidate from the 11th spot in the NBA.
Unless maybe for the first time in forever, like you're averaging a triple-double. You do maybe something like Westbrook did, or you're averaging 40, maybe. Something crazy.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think what Westbrook's the Thunder record was that year.
They were a playoff team, I think. They weren't great, but they were like a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean,
so you kind of agree with Perk.
Well, I don't agree that he shouldn't be in the top 5.
Well, here's his top 5.
Okay.
They were 47-35. They were 6th in the West. They lost in the first round.
Okay, 47-35. That's almost a 50-win team there in the Western Conference. That's pretty good.
All right, so you got to tell me who you're bumping then. Before we kill Perkins, maybe we're going to end up agreeing with him. You're not bumping Tatum.
Well, I'm going to there's zero argument for you. If you want to say he can't be the MVP, fine. There's zero argument for what he said, which is he's not in the top 5.
Well, if you let me go down the rest of the list, we're going to get to that. He said Tatum.
Yes, sir.
Giannis. Booker, who's been going crazy. Ja, and Tyrese Halliburton. Don't roll your eyes before you look at the numbers. I have not looked at the numbers, but we should look at the numbers. I'm not looking up Tyrese Halliburton stats normally, but
neither are the MVP voters.
As Shaq would say, who he play for? Right. Okay, I think it's Sacramento, right? Is he with Sacramento?
No, he's with the Pacers. He's
Pacers.
averaging 19 points a game.
Wow, whoop-de-doo, Pacers. Now look, they're having a good year,
and so are the Kings.
But I mean, I can't put him. And you can't put him over Luka for the MVP. The
Okay,
issue
who
with
else would you bump up of the previous names? You're not bumping Tatum.
No, not bumping Tatum.
You're not bumping Booker.
Not bumping Ja, I don't think.
I would only have Tatum above Luka.
Have you looked at the other numbers?
Yes, I know they're playing really well. But like Luka,
Which one?
Luka's,
Other dudes.
Luka's having a historic season. Like I don't think you can just blow that off. Tatum's really been great, and Boston's great, and so there's an argument there.
31. Luka's averaging 33. Freak is averaging 31. Halliburton is leading the league in assists at 11 a night.
Ooh,
that's very, very impressive. So I think it might be a little bit of a reach with Halliburton, but I don't think it's an outrageous take, even though Kendrick was trying to be a shock job.
I agree. It's not outrageous. Like, the outrageous aspect is, necessarily not having him in your top 5. But no, if the Mavericks are the...
It all comes down to whether you believe what your record should be in the NBA with the control you have with 10 guys on the floor.
Generally, throughout the history of the NBA, generally, if you have one of the 5 best players in the sport, you're going to have one of the 5 to 7 best records in the sport.
If you took away every team's best player, which the Mavericks is Luka, Dallas is the worst team in the NBA.
I cannot fight you on that whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know.
And so I mean, like, that's like there's a limit to what he can do.
Would Christian would get 32 minutes a night if Luke had never played another game this year?
No, he's still. They can't trust him. Dwight Powell is where he's supposed to be.
Christian Wood was big for them in the second half yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, when is Jason Kidd going to flip the switch and say, now, okay, I tried this. I tried sending a message. I tried being a hard ass, and now I have to give in here. I have to give in.
Yeah. I mean, look, but the individual players, like, in this league, like when Jason Kidd went to the Nets, they went from 26 to 52 wins.
Okay, they had a superior supporting cast.
Yeah, I know, but still, they were a 26-win team, which is not very good.
Wasn't that Richard Jefferson's rookie year too? Like they added. There were some other pieces there that
Kenyon, Kittles, Vince,
Van
at some
Horn,
point.
Van Horn.
Yeah, man.
Vince was later. But yeah, I mean, they had players that he had to get the ball to, but like he went there and they won. He literally doubled their win total.
Yeah, he was the no doubt MVP that year,
and he didn't win it.
And Luka Doncic would have as well, because Luka Doncic is a better player than Jason Kidd.
He's a better player. Is he a better facilitator? I would argue no. But he's a much better player. Yeah, there's no doubt.
All right, let's get to headlines. Mike McCarthy, his brand new time at 7:15. Bobby inside the Cowboys locker room. We got Thursday Night Football, the DeShaun Watson return World Cup, and what's happening on the college football scoreboard. Headlines on DFW Sports Station next. But we want to wish you
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is now time for headlines. Mike McCarthy with his brand new time, 7:15 this morning. Apparently, Coach had his assistant, I don't think he'll mind me sharing the love, had his assistant say, hey, we got to alter the schedule, but I want to make sure it's not 6 or 7 minutes. I want to keep it 15 to 20 minutes for my new best friends in the morning.
Well, we got to talk. We got to talk coffee. You know, we're going to have to talk more coffee.
He don't need coffee with this lazy move.
I know. I mean, not waking up at 4:30 anymore.
I think this is an admission that we have the tougher schedule than him.
That's
do. That's my first question to him.
We absolutely do. You know, but he may not need the coffee that he once did. But he definitely doesn't need the Bobby coffee, which is double it up and half a pot. That's crazy.
I mean, Mike McCarthy and I just have more in common than I realized. We both want to sleep in 30 minutes later, and you know, that's I have newfound respect.
Why did they adjust schedules over there?
So apparently they've done this. They did this last year as well, which I don't remember. But some of the people on the beat were saying no, they did that last year as well. It's just I guess the winter schedule where they're trying to adjust things and give guys more rest and limit practice time and things like that.
And apparently McCarthy kind of went off in practice the other day.
Yeah, so they had apparently and I believe McCarthy sort of referenced it, but Dak went more in depth. Apparently they had a less than stellar practice on Wednesday. And, it wasn't an issue with energy or effort or anything like that. It wasn't like guys were just loafing around. Apparently they just had some focus issues, and Mike McCarthy let him hear about it at the end of the practice on Wednesday. Like, this isn't up to our standard, guys. And it apparently landed with a lot of guys in the locker room, and they came out and had a better practice on Thursday.
We'll ask Coach about it coming up in 10 minutes. A lot of talk about the chemistry between Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb this week. Here's number 4 talking about 88.
Continuing to improve. I mean, just speaking with him today at practice, runs a route, and come back to him and say, hey, don't try to run that route quite like the PowerPoint says. You know what I mean? If you feel that guy and you're ready to make that move, you do that. I'm watching you. I trust you, and I know you're going to run that with speed. So just be convicted in it, and I'm going to make it work. And I just think having that constant communication, as you said, and continuing to get more time on task and reps with one another, the sky's the limit. And that's just an athletic player who's smart and wants to do whatever he can for this team, and it makes it fun for not only me but for everybody.
It's interesting because I know we've talked a lot about the chemistry and the communication between those two, CeeDee and Dak, and how it hasn't looked always on point. I think there's
CeeDee hangs him out to dry. It's never Dak's fault. None of the interceptions, they're all on 88.
I think there's a sense.
That's what the Dak heads say.
All right, okay, and that's what the Dak ass says sarcastically. I think that there's a belief there that their chemistry is actually really, really great. And the communication is actually really great. And the reason why you see these things happen is because Dak is willing to take chances with CeeDee Lamb that he's not going to take with other guys necessarily. And so the type of throws that he's willing to try with CeeDee that he's not necessarily going to try with other guys are naturally going to lead to some riskier throws and naturally going to lead to more turnovers.
Yeah, I am totally cool with more turnovers. I'm okay with that. I would trade a turnover for more aggression on the offense.
There was a play, I think it was the second Schultz touchdown, where you see the effect of that Dak and CeeDee connection and those throws, those option routes that have been so much discussed, that you see the safety just, hauling ass chasing after CeeDee Lamb, and that left open the field and left Dalton Schultz in a position where he was going to be open, and Dak was able to hit him for an easy touchdown. And so it's the connection there, I think, is strong, and I think that communication is improving.
All right, Dak was also asked about that topic. Your response to LeBron James, Jerry Jones, and the photo. Here is the leader of the Cowboys.
No, I mean, I don't have much to say. I mean, obviously we can be more empathetic and just and give grace, obviously, to one another. Regardless of race, obviously from the times that we've come from to where we are now, thinking about the growth that we've had, that's who I am. That's how I think. I mean, optimistic, a guy that is completely biracial, black and white. It's easy for me to speak on race on one side or another, and I don't always. How do I say this? Yeah, I don't know if I've fully processed it all the way, honestly. I think whether LeBron's talking about the picture, I mean, I think that's on Jerry to address, right? I mean, in the same sense, it's 65 years ago. And how times have changed. I mean, look at the man's resume since then, right? And as I said, I give grace. And I think that's a conversation and question not only for him, but for you guys and how y'all feel, how accountable y'all have been in covering and discussing the disparities and differences in race. So, yeah, I'm just, as I said, I'm here for growth and giving grace and trying to make this world a better place. And that's who I am at my core and all I believe in. And yeah, unfortunate things come up from the past, pictures, and they show how far we've come, but in the same sense, they're a reminder of how wounds or or just how short of a time that was ago in the same sense. It wasn't that long ago that we were all sitting on different sides and that we weren't together. But as I said, I wouldn't be here if it was still that way. So I believe in grace and change. And those are questions for Jerry and for y'all, honestly, that I don't have quite the answers for.
I think a very solid answer from Dak personally. You wouldn't expect anything less from him as the face of the franchise. I hope he's not called out too much today for being a sellout and not attacking Jerry Jones, but yes.
Yeah, he will be. Some dopes out there will. And look, I've never felt that it was the responsibility of quarterbacks to be the leaders. If you're not a leader, I don't like when you force it. Not everybody has opinions. Not everybody's an activist. Not everybody likes to talk about uncomfortable conversations. Yep. And I don't think you should force or expect somebody to just because they happen to play for a team or be of a certain gender, race, whatever. They don't have to have an opinion on everything. So I don't really expect much from anybody. If they want to talk about it, great. Change is only impacted and helped out by people willing to speak.
We will ask Mike McCarthy if this has created a distraction in the locker room. Coming up here in about 5 minutes, the Mavs with an embarrassing loss last night against the Detroit Pistons on the road. The road struggles continue. The Stars, my Lord.
Well, Anaheim's good god awful.
I know they're awful, but 5-0, and the point streak, Jason Robertson, latest hat trick, 17-game point streak, up there in the MVP running. So the Stars with a 5-0 shutout victory. What's happening in college?
All right, it is rarely do you have a must-see Friday night game in sports, but you do. USC and Utah, number 4 versus number 11, 7 o'clock tonight on Channel 4. That's going to be from Vegas. All right, so that's with the Pac-12 title game. Tomorrow, Big 12 gets going, 11 a.m. Right here in Arlington. TCU and K-State. It's only a 2.5-point spread. TCU's only a 2.5-point favorite. A lot of purple in that building. Top-ranked Georgia and LSU in Atlanta. That's a 3 o'clock game on CBS. The TCU game will be on Channel 8. UCF Tulane in New Orleans for the American. Purdue, Michigan for the Big Ten at 7 o'clock. And then the unwatchable Clemson, North Carolina game, 7 o'clock on ABC, although Drake may.
And tomorrow at 9 a.m., the United States against the Netherlands. More World Cup.
Let's go!
More World Cup later on in the show. Let's bring on the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, live after this. But get your weekend started with the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth on Boat Club Road. They have the 73 TV, 73 televisions for all that college football. for our buddy. At least we think
We think so.
We think so. We like to think so. He's the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, even though, Chop, I don't even know if Coach needs coffee anymore with this later wake-up time, pushing the schedule back. Is this finally an admission that Sean and RJ have the tougher schedule than an NFL coach?
Might be.
With our 4 a.m. wake-up.
I think it might be.
Since Mike has pushed this back.
We have a couch right here.
He's on the... Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. I didn't think we would start with a filibuster. My goodness. Our time clock hasn't changed, so just call any time if you still want to go earlier.
What do you mean your clock hasn't changed?
I still get up same time every day. I mean, it's coaches. This is actually just now that we've done it for the first week. It's great to have a extra 30, 45 minutes of productive time in the morning. So I've always liked getting up early and because I think you can obviously get some of your best work done in the early hours.
Have you ever been, obviously probably not while being a head coach, have you ever been a big nap guy, or you can just power through to the end of the night laying down for the overnight sleep?
No, yeah, I mean, no, vacation time, I'm right there with you. I'll take a nap with you, but I think
I told you he loved us.
Yeah, so it's I think the biggest thing about this job is, you run on adrenaline so much, and it's obviously not the healthiest thing for you, but it's something you get used to. And I think as long as you have that love and passion for what we do, actually the days really go fast, especially this time of year. Season tends to, fly by, and, here we are, just come out of the Thanksgiving break. And, I don't know how you guys felt. Don't you think the in season goes a lot quicker than the off season?
Oh my gosh, flies by.
Oh, I'm a depressed, what, after football ends, because it's separated itself so much more from the other sports. Like, you ask RJ, when week 14, that's why I'm happy for the 17th game, but when week 14, 15 comes around, I don't even enjoy the end of the season. I'm just thinking about the end. It's misery for me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So you can keep up the weekly segment in the off season with us to help with that.
Well, if that's good for your emotional therapy, I mean, I'm always here to help a friend.
All right, we got him signed up. Get it in the contract, Coach. I've heard you talk about November, December football, like how playoff football changes, the months, the weather. Can you just talk about that a little bit? Do you start kind of adjusting or altering the way your team plays, or you just stick with what's been good throughout the season?
Oh, I think it's more just the normal path and angulation of the curve, particularly that you're always looking at your team. I'm talking about their mental development, their emotional development, and the physical part. You break that down. I mean, the fundamentals and the techniques. I mean, you get to this point in the season, things should really be humming. Where your fundamental grades are at starting to peak. The technique is peaking because that's what every team is. The regulation of training has been in place since August. So, I think this is where you have to play your best football, and this is where the fundamentals really are heightened more than ever. So that's the normal path. So, but in the same breath, I mean, season's gone fast, but it's long, and it takes a lot out of these guys. And I think the thing is, a head coach, you got to find that sweet spot in your training regiment to make sure they're prepared, but you're not breaking them down, because there's nothing worse than seeing it. And I've been there, where you feel like your team's tired, and and it's, and you have to look at your week preparation leading into that. So that's a big part of this job.
In your experience, what's kind of, what's worse going to the postseason? Is it tired, or if you get that bye and you're rusty? Like what is almost worse? Yeah,
see, I don't buy the rusty thing, in the bye, because you have a chance to physically stay sharp. It's just that mental and emotional engagement, and competitive. It's getting back on that bike and going 100 mile an hour again. So I think I would definitely take the bye than not have the bye. Pretty much every year, because the health of your team is so important. In this thing, and I think it's even more prominent with 17 games. So, Yeah, I'm for being the number one seed and getting the bye. I think that's a good place. That's a good spot to be in. So, but I think you can't overreact to the result of what happens after that. I think I think you clearly got to look at your preparation and your performance. Your preparation versus performance is separate entities, because sometimes as a young coach you think you give a great Saturday night speech and you had a phenomenal Thursday practice, and you go out and your team doesn't perform as well, and you're going, well, how the hell did that happen?
Right.
So those are the things you learn through the grind of this profession.
Mike McCarthy, Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Dak told the media yesterday that you kind of had to give it to them a little bit after Wednesday's practice. What happened on Wednesday, Coach?
Well, what happens in the locker room stays in the locker room, I thought. But no, I'm just
go tell it to your quarterback, man. Not us, Coach.
No, I'm with you. No, I just think I think it shows to the accountability of our locker rooms, starting with Dak. So, it just wasn't what it needed to be. Energy was good, but we just didn't have a great practice. So,
would you consider yourself like that? We in the media like to separate coaches, right? It's like a player's coach. I was with Brian Billick in Baltimore with the old vets, and they're like, "Oh, it's Camp Country Club around here," or it's hard ass. Put the pads on. Week 13. Have you evolved? Have you changed? What do you think you are right now?
I think it goes back to what we just talked about. Your training regimen. You have to utilize the science and the tools that are present to you in today's game. There's been such an emphasis since 2011 in player safety. So there's a lot of good that has come out of that, but there's also a lot of overreaction too that I don't agree with. So I think you have to develop filters on what you can use and what you can't, because at the end of the day, our responsibility is to win, and then preparation to win is very important. So I use every padded practice I possibly can. I believe in pads. I think the padded work is critical to the development not only of your veterans to get ready to play the game, but I'm always trying to develop those guys all the way down to player number 69. I mean, we have 69 men in this building, and we got to continue to develop, because I know my history is those guys probably end up playing, and when they play, it's in November and December, so it's very important. So all those things are things you learn over time. So we still practice old school. We still practice the right way. This team practices very fast. It's up tempo, so they do a lot of the things that I would say were evident in the Marty Schottenheimer era. But I think the rest and recovery, the stay program, and there's a lot of things in there that are common sense, and I think we do a really good job in our training room and in our strength conditioning room of getting these guys, in that sweet spot physically.
Mike McCarthy joins us here, 105 through the Fan. You guys play the Colts this weekend. Jeff Saturday, the interim coach. I know you kind of grinded, to get your, shot as a head coach with Green Bay. What was your take when Saturday was named the interim coach, basically just right out of the analyst booth?
I think like a lot of things, especially in this league or just really sports in general. I mean, even in the corporate world, I know you're in the business of expressing opinions. I think I've done this long enough that, unless you're in the meeting or in the room or, part of that process, you really don't know. So I don't know how that all went down. But it's definitely, it's different. I mean, it's something we've never seen before. So, we'll see how it goes.
He was kind of killed this week for some clock management issues. Is that something you can ever truly master?
Well, I think that the biggest thing with clock management, and because I look at clock management and game management as two separate deals, the way I've always treated it, as a head coach, you got an offensive playbook, a defensive playbook, and special teams playbook. But we also have a game management playbook and a clock management playbook. So I mean, you have to, those are things you have to practice all the time. And but I think clearly with statistics and analytics, there's some black and white opinions that I totally don't agree with, and that's just part of being in our business today. So I think there's some black and white thresholds that you have to really adhere to in clock management. But there's other variables that that you're going to have an opinion on based on the flow of the game and things like that, because you're coaching the game. So I mean, that's part of what the head coach has to do on the sidelines. So you may tilt one way or the other from the time thresholds that I think analytics and most head coaches are probably in close agreement on. So that's where I think you get difference of opinion. So in his specific situation, I don't know what was going on sidelines or how they felt about the drive. So I think there's other things that go on, but it's part of the competition of the game. That's the beauty of football.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. We know that you've worked on it. We know that you stress it. We know that you're all over the penalties. Do you run out of tactics or approaches, Coach, after what happened against the Giants or what's happening again this season? Do you just say, I've run out of things to try here in terms of trying to get this corrected?
Yeah, no, I don't view it that way. I think, tactics or short-term answers. I think that the long game is always education, and I think when you have anything you're trying to be, you want to be better at, the emphasis, the education, how much time you put into it. I think that's all part of it, because, a big part of saying, hey, it's no different. You sit in, you're in the room of coaches and you're evaluating things and something goes wrong. And he says, well, I've covered that with the player 10 times. Well, that's the wrong answer. I mean, the right answer is, what are we going to do to, get it right? And it's, so we obviously maybe need to cover it 21 times. So it's that kind of mindset, because that's how you improve as a football team. So, our education process and how we're being a little more creative, a little more video, so we just keep pushing those buttons of education and application to the practice environment. And I feel strongly that ultimately, it'll show up on Sundays. Because, the one thing that it takes a while, and it's really something you have to create every single year because it never carries over, is your play style. And I think, it's not an excuse, but you got to recognize this football team is a fast moving car. I mean, the play style of our football team I feel is our greatest strength. So, when you're going that fast, it takes more discipline to keep this thing between the white lines. And that's kind of where we are. So, there's a lot of positive comes out of our play style, but we're always working to be better, at this particular play style, because this is how you're able to go into the playoffs, playing your best football. So that's the mindset.
Coach, Jerry confirmed with us on Tuesday that Odell is coming into town on Monday. Do you have to see him work out to know he's physically ready to go to help you this year? Do you expect to see Odell run or work out for you on Monday or when he comes?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, it's already started. So there's videos and things that our medical staff they have a process and we'll go through the process and just like anything, you got to get all the information and hopefully an agreement can be worked out. But this is why you go through it all. So there's definitely a number of things we need to work on when he gets here and so forth. But I think it'll be great to get him in the building.
Coach, last one. The Jerry photo that's been discussed. Dak was asked about it yesterday. Have you had to talk about this within the confines of the locker room to the players, or how have you been able to deal with this?
No, I think I think one thing about today's world, especially even here in Dallas, everything's pretty at everybody's fingertips. I'm always a little surprised on how fast even when you do your radio show and then you got quotes out there before I even get downstairs. So I mean it's yeah. So I don't think it's anything out of the norm when you have things talked about, especially when it's about the Dallas Cowboys. That's a huge part of the brand. But really our focus is, especially this time of year with everything going on, we're trying to keep our focus tight and this and that. But yeah, I don't really, those type of articles, that's not something that I participate in.
Coach, we're glad that you're still with us. We're worried. We got the bosses saying, Mike McCarthy, we got the call from the office, but we knew you couldn't leave us because we can't be without you either, man. Good luck on Sunday night.
Thanks for making the new time. Is it working for you?
Well,
That's gonna be all right?
This is like 70% conversion rate so far. We'll aim for 80 next week. Get better.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys aren't the type to complain about anything, so
no, we don't. That's true.
I want to make sure you guys are okay.
Thank you, Coach. We really, really appreciate it. Have fun at your meeting.
All right. Have a great weekend. Take
Mike
care.
McCarthy, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby Belt, back from downstairs doing his Cowboy hit on News Radio 1080 KRLD. He didn't want to talk about, he wasn't going to give us anything on Odell working out or not. That worries me a little bit. Not that I expected Odell to come in his warm-ups and go, all right, what do you need to see? Like Odell Beckham, that's probably beneath him. But how important of a factor is it? He did say, hopefully we get him signed. I thought I heard the term hopefully in there.
Yes, and it sounded again kind of like what we discussed earlier. It sounds like their bigger question, their bigger concern is going to be what do the doctors see? Like they're less concerned about seeing him run and do a workout as much as they are what are the doctors saying? Are they saying that this knee's stable? If it is
Dr. Cooper the most important person in this decision?
I don't know who all gets involved in terms of evaluating this. I think there's probably a couple people that are involved in looking at, like from the Cowboys medical team, that will look at it and have an opinion. And I mean, obviously he has to pass a physical to even be here. And so if the knee's not good, he won't be here.
Do teams pass wink physicals?
I don't believe so. Not that I've ever heard, because that's one of those ones that's not necessarily in their best interest.
Yeah, you're screwing
to do
yourself,
that.
right?
Yeah, you're trying to make sure that whoever this is would be medically cleared to be able to sign. And there have been several times where teams wanted to get a deal done, they couldn't pass a physical, and then it fell through, and it was frustrating to them. So I don't think so, but I think that it's interesting that as soon as you asked about watching him work out, he said, well, there are clips, and it's like, oh, wow, okay, so the social media clips and stuff, that's going to be sounds like the extent of what they're going to see on him working out.
Worked with Jalen.
Well, I mean, it also helped that their doctor was heavily involved in Jalen's surgery.
Do we give the doctor credit for being right on Jalen?
Yeah, look, I've had this argument with several people before. They disagree with that. I think Jalen was a success.
I agree.
I mean, he ultimately, he was not a success as a contract. He was a success as a second-round pick.
Is it?
Yeah, because he got a second contract.
Yeah, but the first contract, he was great for you in 2018. He was a great linebacker in 2018.
Could one make the argument that it's beneficial? Like, why wouldn't Odell work out unless he has something to hide?
I'll say this. Sorry, Bob.
If he comes in here and goes, I'm not working out, and he's very vague about the medicals, he costs himself potentially a chance to be signed by the Dallas Cowboys.
Correct. I would say this. Does working out also give him a chance not to be signed by the Dallas Cowboys? Like,
right?
On the reverse side, the mystery of it. If I'm Odell and the Cowboys say, I have to have you this year, otherwise it's not tenable for us, then I may not want to work out if I don't know that this year is going to be. I can always sign and say, oh, man, it's just not ready. It's just not ready. It's just not ready.
Yeah, I think it's just Odell views this as, this is my off season. Like, this is my free agent. This is what would have happened in the spring. And if I was going around teams in the spring, I would not be working out. I'd be taking business meetings. These are business meetings. These are not workouts. Workouts are for tryout guys that you have 3 or 4 guys in a group and you're trying to figure out what kicker you want to sign. Brett Maher works out. I don't work out. I think that's how he views it. Okay. And he goes, you'll get the medical, you'll understand where it's at, but in terms of what I am as a player, if you have the all clear on my medical, you shouldn't have any questions about me as a player. I'll be fine.
Apparently, someone on First Take was not fine with the Odell plane incident. Oh. RJ's boy.
Wait. How could you possibly be sitting on a flight from LA to Miami and be asleep already at the plane?
RJ's boy, the mad dog, Chris Russo.
He's a football fan, and at 9:30 in the morning, he gets on a plane to go to LA.
You have lost your mind.
Not only that, he doesn't put his seatbelt on,
oh my God.
And he's half asleep. Let me ask you a question. How about the Can I finish?
Oh my God! Go ahead, man. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
You too there, Swag. Don't pay attention. How about the poor slob in the back of the plane? Okay, can I talk about this for a second?
Yeah.
Who's got a connection to Tahiti? All right? And he somehow, somewhere misses his connection because the plane's about to take off, and they got to go back to the gate to drop him off because he won't put his seatbelt on, and the poor slob in the back row can't get his flight to Tahiti because they missed the connection at LAX because he is too adamant.
I can't believe I'm here witnessing this right now.
And this is the guy you want to bring to the Dallas Cowboys?
I can't believe I'm listening to this.
You can have him. Oh my God, both of you. You too, I'm surprised at you. Both of you, you can have him. You don't need all that. It's a guy who was half asleep on a plane, and they put his seatbelt on, and the poor people in the back had to sit around to usher him off the plane. You think that's right? You think that's a fair thing?
Okay.
I mean, the fat guy.
You think that's
in
right?
row 33. I mean, he's got a guy between him, and the guy's a fat guy on the left, and a fat guy on the right, and he's sitting there, and he's sweating. All right, he's just trying. All he wants to do is get to LA. That's all he wants to do.
No, he wants to get to Tahiti.
Tahiti. I didn't know there was a Y.
He gets mad about Tahiti, and then at the very beginning of it, he gets mad. He's like, 9:30. This man's a football fan, and he's going to be on a plane during football games. It's like, settle down, dude.
Good Lord.
That's your hero right there.
Oh my God.
Yes, Choppy's hero. And then McCarthy was not getting into the Jerry photo story whatsoever. No. Not at all.
Which he wouldn't. You knew he wouldn't.
No. He wasn't going to get into it whatsoever. We'll ask Nick Eatman about the reaction inside the locker room, what Dak had to say about it. Let's go around the rest of the NFL here on DFW Sports Station. We have a show bet.
Yes.
We have a show bet we need to announce and clarify and lock in for next week. Game of the week, arguably, is going to be the San Francisco 49ers against the Miami Dolphins.
Featured in the Degenerate
at 9 a.m. to try to win some pigskin money. Bobby, why don't you reset how this got started?
This got started because Choppy put the Miami Dolphins number 2 in his power rankings.
Previously as well.
Number 2 with San Francisco not even in the top 5. And I had San Francisco at number 4, and I don't have the Dolphins in my top 5. So I just thought that was an extreme overranking for the Miami Dolphins. And with them getting a chance to play this weekend, I felt like we needed a bet on that because this is our power rankings going up against each other.
Okay. So, Choppy, you believe in Miami.
I believe in Tua. I believe the team with the guy who's playing the best quarterback in the NFL right now.
Okay, so San Fran is favored by 4.
Mm-hmm.
We're determining the winner or loser off the spread?
No, money line. This is straight.
Yeah, that's money line. I'll do money line.
Okay, money line.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if Bobby wants me to lay 7 for him, I will.
All right, so we're gonna go straight up money line.
Yep.
If Miami wins, Choppy gets to take over Bobby's hours next week. He gets the extra sleep, and he starts the show later on. And Bobby has to come in at 5 o'clock to be on the air at 5:30. Choppy, you can start at 6.
Oh, baby.
That is if the Miami Dolphins win on the road. You're going to be able to handle that?
No, I couldn't handle it Monday and Tuesday this week. That's an extra hour of sleep. It's a half hour there. It's an extra hour in bed.
Do you think it makes a difference?
I mean, I think it makes a difference psychologically for me.
If San Francisco wins the game, then what are we going to do? Bobby gets to keep his sleep-in schedule, and you get some time off in the afternoon because RJ becomes the Cowboys insider daily on the G-Bag Nation. So
yes.
Choppy's got to double up his schedule, and G-Bag has Choppy on every single day to report next week on the Cowboys versus Bobby.
Yeah, he just has to worry about G-Bag because I'm not on KNC ever. But you've just got G-Bag. I mean, look, San Francisco's going to win, so I'll just lay out what you're going to have to expect. You'll just need you wouldn't be on the Comrex. You'll just have the phone. So you'll just text Lucius, tell him you're on the phone, and he'll give you a call around 5:25.
You don't have to tell me the schedule. I don't care. It's not going to matter.
It is going to matter. What's usually happening 5:25 in the Choppy daily schedule? Is that locked into something?
Well, I mean, let's see.
Is that Liver King quad time? Trap time?
No. The gym is right after the show. No, this is, let's see, on Wednesdays. This is with the kids on Wednesdays.
Ooh, I'm cutting into family time.
Yeah. On Tuesday, what's going on there? Look, at 5 o'clock, chances are, because I've already sent my email, chances are I've already cracked a cold one.
Oh, I thought you were supposed to be drinking during the week.
Well, the doctor told me not to.
Yeah, same with my doctor the other day.
Yeah, but the Liver King said it was okay.
He said 2 to 3.
Choppy's now the Liver King.
Right. Fatty Liver King.
The fatty
Liver King.
Same.
The doctor told me 2 to 3 drinks per week.
Yeah.
And I said, bruh, that's by 7 o'clock every day.
Yeah.
Like that's not happening.
Okay,
it's not
so
happening.
that's what happens. Miami versus San Francisco. Who's going to win and who are you rooting for on the show? Choppy, starting that show at 6 a.m. though, that could be sweet.
It's worth it.
Sleeping in.
It's worth having to do a few days of G-bag hits where I could just, come on there and pull a Mike Fisher and just talk about whatever I want to.
And how can you troll? What's the best way for him to troll Dawson if he does the daily hits to tick Gavin
Just
off?
try and make it all about Dak. Make it all about Dak.
Oh yeah, you're a Dak head, you're a Dak lover.
Yes.
That will infuriate Gavin, right?
Yeah, it should.
All right, nation. Is Dak Prescott a top 32 quarterback in this league? Is he a starting quarterback in this league? Let's get into this, nation. I want to hear from you on the text line.
I don't like that impression.
That's
voice.
not the. That's
you
not
gotta
the
drop
voice.
the voice down.
I don't have the voice on.
Slow it
Dawson.
down. How would it sound, Chop?
Nation. Dak could even top 10. If he is, it's cool.
It is cool. Fired up.
Be a lot cooler if you did.
All right, so there it is. That is San Francisco against Miami with Choppy versus Bobby. Patrick Mahomes, how did he get drafted where he did?
Ooh.
This crazy story?
This is a very, very, very cool story. This was on a podcast with the Kelsey brothers. Okay, Travis and Jason. And he was talking about how he, along with Matt Nagy, remember Matt Nagy, the old Bears coach?
Yeah.
The old coordinator in Kansas City?
Mm-hmm.
He tells the story about how him and Nagy basically tricked the Chiefs into trading up for him.
The first day that I met Coach Reed was at the facility. We had like the meetings, like the top 30 visits. So I was in there for like 5 hours. He's just going through plays, and I'm just going to give you all the inside scoop. Matt Nagy, who was the offensive coordinator then, he really liked me, so he gave me the plays they were going to go over the night before. So Coach Reed's finding out here live on New Heights podcast.
Oh my gosh.
Matt!
Nagy! How could you?
Let's go! And yeah, so of course I crushed the meeting. I stayed up all night studying those plays.
It's like, man, this kid is locked in. We got ourselves a winner here.
As the process went on, I got a feeling that I was kind of going up in the draft. I had a couple of teams that said they were going to draft me, and that's true. Like, it's not like these coaches are making that up. I talked to them during the draft process, and they were like, "Hey, if you're there, we're gonna take you." I kind of gave a little inside info to the Chiefs, and I was like, "Hey, if y'all let me go anywhere below," at the time I didn't know about the Saints, but I was like, "If y'all let me go 12 or below, I'm gonna get drafted by someone else."
You drafted yourself?
And so I gave the Chiefs a little bit of info on that because I wanted to be here.
How about that?
So he fed him the playbook.
Matt Nagy fed him the playbook
without Andy Reid knowing.
And he crushed the interview to the point where Andy Reid was like, "We're going to trade up for this guy." In a related story, I want to give you the quarterbacks that were currently rostered on the teams that passed on him.
Okay.
Ugh. Browns had Cody Kessler. Ugh. Bears had Mike Glennon. Niners had Brian Hoyer and C.J. Beathard.
Oh, my.
Jacksonville had Blake Bortles. Tennessee had Marcus Mariota. The Jets had Josh McCown and Bryce Petty. The Chargers had an aging Phillip Rivers. Carolina had Cam Newton. And Cincinnati had Andy Dalton. And they all took other players, including Mitch Trubisky. All right, they all went somewhere else. Also, if Patrick Mahomes throws for 0 yards and 0 TDs over his next 6 games, he would still have the most pass yards and pass TDs through 80 games since 1950.
Man, wow. He's a stud. You know, that was the late Wade Wilson, rest in peace, the former Cowboys quarterback coach. He did the same thing with Dak. he gave Dak the plays that Garrett was going to quiz him on.
Are you joking?
No, I'm dead serious. He gave Dak the plays.
Has that been put out? Has that been?
Yeah,
reported?
Dak talked about it at Wade's funeral. But he gave him the plays, and he also like told him stuff Garrett was going to ask him about his DUI leading up to the draft and everything. And so this goes on. Like you'll have assistant coaches that really like somebody, and they'll go, "Hey, look, this is what we're going to hit you with." And so that same thing happened with Dak.
Well, speaking of the QB coach relationship, in honor of y'all's bet, Peyton pulled a couple of clips. Mike McDaniel and Tua. You know, I love myself some Mike McDaniel. I knew he was going to be the man, the media man, in the offseason. I'm just in love with the dude. So here's a couple of mic'd up clips between the Dolphins head coach and his QB. We'll start off with McDaniel trolling Tua about his college team.
Yeah, Georgia is definitely the best SEC school, without a shadow of a doubt. God, I'm so glad Tua can't hear me.
He's messing with him on the headset. He's just messing with him on the headset. Then they're on the sideline together as he's trashing Tua as a high school prospect.
I woke up like at 3 and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I was thinking about when you randomly hit me up that you're YouTubing me. Yeah. And so then I YouTubed you and saw this Trent Dilfer thing showing all this high school from you. Great. And bro, your technique was trash. You know what I mean? Thank God for Bev.
What are you talking about? No rhythm, no timing? Is that what you're talking about?
It was cool though, because you could see little elements of like your swag. But you were stressed out.
Now, how different do you think this was from the interaction with Brian Flores?
Oh gosh.
Right? This is just a case study in making someone feel comfortable and the approaches of being the tough guy versus cool with the QB.
I can't hear,
and both work, but
I can't hear him talk without
McDaniel?
Yeah, no, not that I just can't hear him talk without thinking of the Hardley Boys from South Park.
The wrestlers?
No, from South Park.
The Hardy Boys.
The Hardy Boys investigator. I've got a clue. Like that's what he sounds like.
Yes. And then finally he goes at Tua not having any swag whatsoever.
Got swag.
Dude, that's you. You hear what Tua just said? Anybody? It's a dangerous indicator that you don't have swag. He just told me, you heard those guys, they think I have swag. That's how you know you don't.
I would have had to layer that
Cool,
one.
cool. Got it. Makes sense. He is such a savant. Just how he talks through stuff, like. Hi. What's up, Austin? Hey, you can hang out by me, Will.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out by you.
Yeah.
I won't pace as much.
I got a clue.
So I just love Mike McDaniel so much.
Why did we all got onto Kellen Moore during Hard Knocks for like how cringy it was when he was talking to DiNucci about like he's got to up his swag. I'm like Mike McDaniel's saying the same. Why isn't it okay for Kellen to say?
Because McDaniel looks like Logic.
Yeah.
McDaniel looks like if Squints grew up from Sandlot is what McDaniel looks like.
Are you a Mike McDaniel hater?
No.
Is that what I'm gathering?
No.
Okay.
I think he was. It was funny watching it, seeing him in Indy. He was at Prime 47 for Combine, and it like he was literally he's a short guy. He's sitting on one of these high top seats right by the entrance, and he was literally while he was talking was like swinging his legs because he couldn't reach him
like Mickey at a pregame show.
Okay.
That was RJ Choppy, Mick, not me. By the way, we have the SEC and Big Ten championship games tomorrow back to back on the Fan. So it's not just all NFL, all Cowboys all the time. SEC and Big Ten championships back to back. SEC starts at 2:30. RJ with the degenerate picks coming up at 9 a.m. here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got to take a trip to RJ's kitchen real quick. I got to get to this before the weekend. You went and finally, you're making me very proud. Finally, it only took a new girl to change you again, but we got a meat thermometer. We're using mustard binding. Yesterday in a commercial break, he breaks out a jalapeno sauce from Trader Joe's that for some reason he is traveling with. And he finally, for the first time in 40, how many years?
I'm 43 years old, Sean.
43 years, sent food back.
Damn, y'all are old.
Take us through the culinary evolution of RJ Choppy?
So we were baking chicken not too long ago.
Okay.
All right, because we have big time taste buds. We were baking chicken, and chicken scares me. Chicken scares everybody.
Scares
her
everybody.
too. And she's like, we really need a meat thermometer. So what do you do when that happens? You go on Amazon, right? And I was like, all right, let's just see what these things are.
She doesn't believe in ever going to the store. She's the new generation.
Amazon. I don't think she's been to a mall in a decade. Everything is on Amazon.
She's not with T.O. at CVS.
No, definitely not.
Thank God.
So I thought these things were like, these things are either super expensive or whatnot. I found one that was like $70 on sale for $11.
Oh,
it comes with an app. It comes with it's got a beer opener, bottle opener on top of it.
Dang.
Oh, so I was like, all right, I'm going to buy two of these things. One for your place, one for mine. I have always been against meat thermometers.
Yes.
Why? Food's a gamble. I accept if I miscook something that if it's bad, it's bad.
Yeah, why, give yourself the tools to make sure it's not bad?
Yeah. So as I grow and evolve into a normal functioning adult, maybe I sometimes see the error my ways or just don't want to, I just want to give in.
Yeah.
I just give in to what she says.
So is it working?
Yeah.
What's the internal temperature of chicken?
165.
Good job.
Is that it?
Yep.
Is that correct? I have no idea what steak is, which I cooked without one for my kid, and I tricked him because he hates mustard. He hates mustard. But I slathered mustard all over it, rubbed it in with my hands, which I washed beforehand.
I would hope.
And I put it on the grill, and he goes, this is the best steak you've ever had. It's like a 9 out of 10. And I was like, you know what's on it? And he goes, what? I go, mustard. And he freaked out.
Was it just normal mustard, or was it like honey
French
mustard?
is yellow.
So
French is yellow.
I was actually hoping we ran out of time in this segment before we talked about this, because I am proud of you in general.
Okay. So good.
This one's not good.
You don't think so?
Well, I asked.
It tasted so good.
I asked Choppy the other day. I said, "Why did you put mustard on the steak?" And he said, "Well, all you wannabe grillers, you pitmasters, you put mustard on your brisket, and your pulled pork, and your Boston butt.
I love mustard.
You love mustard.
I almost said I love butt.
Choppy,
yeah, you do love butt.
Choppy puts it on this little sirloin, and I'm like,
it's big. It's a big sirloin.
Big sirloin.
It was over. It's like 1.5 pounds.
Okay.
Big.
And I was like, you don't really put it on. No one ever puts mustard like on steak. Like, you put it on like these big 20-pound pieces of meat to keep the rub on and everything, and the seasoning.
I put rub on.
Yeah, but you don't. But it'll stick on that steak without mustard. Like something that's small.
Yeah.
But did you taste it at all? Did you taste the mustard?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I thought it was great.
Excellent.
Yeah. And
There
plus,
you go.
I love mustard anyway.
Love mustard.
So I'm a big mustard fan.
Raw mushrooms and mustard.
Raw
Ugh.
mushrooms and mustard.
And then you sent back food. What was this?
So we went to a brunch one day, and I don't send back food ever. Like, I've never sent back food at a restaurant.
Bobby does not either.
Scared to death to send back food.
Yeah.
I order a burger for lunch, and I get the burger. I immediately, the first thing you do is I take the bun off because I'm going to put mustard and ketchup on it, all right? Because I do mustard and ketchup on my burger. And I notice half the burger's gone.
Half the patty?
Half the patty. The patty's the beef, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Half the patty's gone. Like somebody had cut it in half.
No.
Dead serious. Like they had cut it in half. And I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, wait a second. Where's the rest? Where's the rest? And I show this to Sarah. She's like, oh, you gonna send this back? He's gonna eat it.
Did you say, where's the beef?
I did say that.
Did you say that to the server? Did you say, hey, where's the beef?
No, he wishes he
Dang,
did.
you missed an opportunity,
I did
man.
miss an opportunity. And I sheepishly, the most wussy possible way.
Yeah, I'll be the server.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. How is everything going for you guys?
I opened. This is me just opening the burger and be like, I don't think. Can we do something about this? That's basically what I said. I felt so emasculated doing that. But
the food transformation of RJ Choppy.
All downhill from here.
Let's pick this game. Are we all going to have an absolute blowout, or would that be jinxing the Cowboys against the Colts on Sunday night? Truckwreck.com text line, your Cowboys-Colts pick next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Not fist pump time, Bobby Bell.
It is for me.
Looks like a nap day.
Nap day?
With this weather out there.
Yeah, it does. A little bit of a traffic incident. It appears the on-ramp coming off of Blackburn on 75 northbound is closed. So find another way. That's some traffic. All down the 1 or 2 lanes there.
There's your traffic weather on the 8s with RJ Choppy.
3s.
Let's
beat him by 5 minutes.
Let's pick this game. Sunday night, it's a 10.5 point spread. Over under is 44.5. RJ, the 5 things you want to see from this squad.
All right, number 1.
Item.
Mike Fisher, shout out.
Get to the quarterback. Matt Ryan is a statue. Like, he's a smart player, sure, but he is clearly at the end of his rope. He's like a better decision-making but weaker-armed Eli Manning at the same stage of their career, right?
Dear God, that's mean.
No, but like, Eli.
That's a really creative.
That's mean.
That's a really creative.
It's good. It's mean.
Like, Eli had a good arm, but he was just dumb at the end.
Right.
Matt Ryan's got no arm, but he's probably pretty smart still.
Put them together, you have one competent older quarterback.
You have a decent. You got Trent Dilfer at the end if you put those two together.
Matt Ryan is a QBR 44. That's 26 in the league. 10 interceptions in 10 games. Just 1 off of the league's worst total. He's tied for the most fumbles league-wide. He's been sacked 32 times behind an O-line that's given up the most sacks this year.
His fault. A lot of them.
Yes.
They have the 5th worst pass blocking line according to Pro Football Focus. And has allowed
5th worst?
I have him as 8th worst in my BFF grades.
And has allowed their quarterback to be sacked 3 or more times in 8 of their 12 games.
Yeah, but like Bobby said, a lot of those are on him, and sometimes offensive lines catch. Sometimes they're boosted by their quarterback. A lot of times, and then sometimes they're, really dragged down.
The Colts have faced 5 teams this year that have a winning record. In those games, they've given up 24 sacks. So 5 a game. If you have a winning record against Indy, the average is 5 sacks a game. Now, a lot of that got skewed by Ellinger. The Patriots sacked him 9 times.
Yeah, Matt's got all those picks. He's got all those picks. Remember, Ellinger played a couple of games this year.
Just one, I think.
Just one?
Yeah.
Matt Ryan wasn't.
He started 2.
Matt Ryan was not supposed to return.
Right? He was supposed to be done for the year. All right, so that's number 1. Number 2. Please don't play Micah at linebacker. I don't care about Jonathan Taylor, okay? And anyone who thought about voting for him MVP last year should lose their vote, period, forever. But when Micah when they put him at linebacker against Green Bay, they got ran all over. All right? They got ran all over.
Is he average or so-so against as a run stopping linebacker?
I think that he's...
Because I don't recall any, wow, that's Ray Lewis against the run with Micah at linebacker.
He's got good natural instincts. He's obviously a freak athlete. The biggest problem for him is he gets lost in trash. So, like, if there's a big group of blockers, he gets taken out of the play occasionally. I think he can improve and become a better run defender. It's just, a lot of his work has been put in on pass rush. He said it earlier this week. He tries 8 pass rush moves to open every game. He'll go in there, try 8 pass rush moves, and then depending on what worked to open the game, that's what he then goes back to for the rest of the game. So he's so focused on pass rush technique and stuff that you're kind of asking him to play out of position at this point when you want him to defend the run like that.
Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3. Let's get Pollard some touches, man. Who's the most electric player on this offense? It's Tony Pollard.
Zach Martin.
It's Tony Pollard, in my opinion.
Zeke
he was second.
Zeke was the better running back against the Giants. Looked really good too.
Yeah, he did. But when you factor in the passing game, to me, Pollard is, I believe, the most electric player. The only way I see them losing this game is they settle for field goals. So in the red zone, if you settle for field goals, that's the only chance that the Colts have. 4th downs have to be green. They're a go this weekend. No field goals. Just go right for go for a 4th down. And then finally,
why you can beat them,
with field goals?
You can beat, yes.
I think
and not giving them. one of the ways that these sorry teams can win, right? You go for it on your own 35.
Fair.
4th and 2.
But on the flip side,
to put Vanderjack in range.
Right. Vanderjack, absolutely. I do not believe that the Colts can do multiple 90-yard drives. So if you're like inside your own red zone, if you're in their red zone, and it's 4th and 2, man, avoid the field goal. Make them go 90. They ain't going 90 on you multiple times. And that comes to the last one. Early lead, make them a one-dimensional team, pin the ears back, yada, yada, yada.
Score?
Cowboys win. Let's see what I have.
I want to see if one person on the truckwreck.com text line picks Indianapolis, as this is a Detroit Piston trap game.
Cowboys win 38-7.
Woo! Damn. Beat down. I'll beat down with a 10.5-point spread. Bobby Keys.
So this is a game where I think Choppy's right. Look, Jonathan Taylor's really good, but Jonathan Taylor is not a guy that can just beat the Cowboys on his own. Unless it's going to take Jonathan Taylor playing really well and then the Cowboys having a bunch of mistakes. Like, it's going to take the Cowboys turning the ball over. It's going to take the Cowboys, doing some of the stuff like they did last week where it's go for it on 4th down and then you call it an awful run play and then Indianapolis gets the ball at the 40. It's going to take that in addition to Jonathan Taylor playing really well. So
here's some choppy stats on Jonathan Taylor. Last year, he led the league, obviously, in rushing, 1,800 yards, 18 touchdowns, 106 yards per game. This year, here's your nerd stats. DYAR, like last year, he was...
Which is a defense-adjusted yards above replacement.
He was top 5 in DYAR, DVOA, VOA, top 5 in all. This year, he's 27th. He's minus 9% DVOA. He's minus 8% VOA. That ranks 30th via Football Outsider. So it's basically opposite. Basically, to dumb it down, which I need, he screwed me as the number 1 pick in fantasy. That's all you need to know.
And like to explain what they are, DYAR is like basically WAR for football, and DVOA is like per play.
What is it good for?
No, I just thought it was Christian Dior. I thought that's what DYAR was.
And then DVOA is defense adjusted value over average, which is a percent per play that you are better than the middle running back, the average player.
DVOA is a really reliable measure of who's good and who's not.
I agree. I'm not a huge fan of DYAR. I think a lot of that is volume. Like if you play more, you're going to have a higher one. But DVOA, I think, is a really good one.
Yeah, and I think EPA can be effective, but I don't think it's even as reliable as DVOA. But just get out early. Like I understand Stephon Gilmore's across from you, but it's a little bit like a couple weeks ago when we were talking about playing Patrick Peterson. Like, it's a name, but it's not the same guy anymore.
Who are their 3 or 5 best players?
DeForest Buckner, Quentin Nelson, Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman's a good receiver.
Is Gilmore still very good?
He's okay. He's not Anthony Brown, but he's not Trayvon Diggs. And so I think that he's somebody that you can have some success against. Now they've got a really good corner there, actually, a third corner who I wouldn't test, Isaiah Rodgers. He's been really good for them. But I think you get you put pressure on the Colts, score points early, get into a game like Minnesota where you put points on the board and you take the ball out of Dalvin Cook's hands, do the same thing to Jonathan Taylor.
A receiver who's going to be going up against these corners, the breakout of 88, CeeDee Lamb yesterday, talking about his continued chemistry with Dak Prescott.
You think about it in a sense to where, like, I didn't have my guy first 5 games, if you said, and then, it take a couple games for him to get, acclimated in the season, and then now he's hitting it full head of steam. He's starting to finally hit mid-season form after, the next couple games after the injury, and we cooking now.
Bobby, have you seen more development in his game or development in his talking, CeeDee Lamb, recently?
Oh, he's done such a tremendous job in terms of stepping up as a leader. Like we talked about that this offseason. One of the things they really wanted is they wanted more juice out of the receiver room. And they wanted guys to be more vocal and take on a greater leadership role. That's like whenever you were messing with me the other day about how I love the diva receivers. I love the diva receivers because you're on that island. You're isolated outside.
Yeah.
Like you've got to find every mental edge you can. You have to believe in your ability to beat the guy across from you. I think it's really important for corners and receivers to have that swagger. So CD coming out this year talking about, look, I feel like if I don't get going, the offense doesn't get going, taking a stronger leadership role, speaking out, working really closely with Dak. His locker moved right next to his. They've got such a strong relationship, and I think a lot of that is due to that factor of CD is stepping up more as a leader. I think he has played better this year, but I think the bigger growth has been him out front as more of a vocal guy.
And then Lamb on his own mental improvements during the year.
For sure, mental, because physically I wouldn't be here if it was the physical aspects of it. So just understanding that mentally this game it'll take it away from you. You let it get away from you. Everything that you work for up to this point, it could take one pass that'll make you feel like all that you've done is worthless. So everything is just all mental.
We've talked about that too, like how that's a big improvement you've seen from him is in past years. He basically just referenced there. He took himself out of games at times, not literally off the field, but he would get stuck on a problem. He'd get stuck on something he did wrong, and then he'd beat himself up about it. That's honestly as we've talked about with Odell Beckham, that's one of the big things that people tell you is a misnomer about Odell is Odell was not a cancer. Odell gets really intense and emotional about when mistakes are happening. And so CD would tend to take himself out of games. And I think you've seen a lot this year, Dak go over there and go like, hey, come on, when something happens, like stay in this, keep your head on. And he's done really good with that because you look at both the games against the Giants, the game against the Packers, you saw mistakes early, and then you saw him step up and make huge plays down the stretch where he was able to show that mental resolve.
What is your official prediction? Sunday night on the Fan, Cowboys-Colts.
I got Cowboys 31-14, and I hesitate because the last time I felt this confident that they were going to beat a team was Denver last year, and it went really terrible.
I'm going to go 33-13 or 32-10. Either way, beatdown. 20-point win.
Blowout City. Easy money on the spread.
Degenerate
on the
pick?
Degenerate. It's in there.
20-point win for the Cowboys across the board. Peyton, have you decided?
I have. I'm going a little closer game than y'all. I have 31-21. I think Jonathan Taylor feasts, but the Cowboys win with these.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Did one person pick the Colts on there? As I see Brad Sham already writing things down to come on Monday and saying, you guys said you thought it would be a destruction. I told you it would be closer.
Let's see. Cowboys by 20, 32-12.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got Cowboys 28-27. All right. 31-10 Cowboys, 31-17, 31-13.
No Colts.
37-13. There's one that says 13-38. They say nothing else in it. I can only assume.
Is that from Troy Hughes?
No, I know, right? I can only assume that means us as the 13. I mean, why else would you put it like that?
Right.
24-7 Cowboys, 30-17. Bobby is bougie for mentioning Christian Dior.
Kanye says that Kim cheated on him with Chris Paul. He also praises Hitler. And is Antonio Brown still in the police standoff? Plus, do not play Monopoly ever with a member of this morning show. Next on The Fan. But do not screw around ever with another.
injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The United States against the Netherlands tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. There's a lot of people calling this a fantastic World Cup so far. Germany just got put out.
There's talk that there was some speculation of Spain yesterday. So Spain played Japan. And,
Team Tank?
Team Tank, right? We think of tanking in other sports during the regular season, but you wouldn't tank in the World Cup. But as a lot of people pointed out on Twitter, these third group stage matches are ripe for match fixing. Ripe for it.
Why?
Because a lot of times it's already decided of who goes where. So, my neighbor's, he's a big soccer fan, Argentina fan. He's all in on this. And, he was, there are people who are fans of Mexico that were like, Argentina took their foot off the gas. They kept us out on purpose. Well, the talk now is that Spain purposely didn't beat Japan because they didn't want to face Brazil in the round of 8. So as it would sit, if they had won the game, they would face Brazil in the next round. But as it stands now, they avoid Brazil. They knew that Costa Rica wasn't going to beat Germany. They could take the easier road, and now they'll get Morocco and the winner of Portugal-Switzerland as opposed to Croatia.
Hey, wake up over there. You got all this?
Brazil got them.
Yeah, I had a lot of thoughts on this. Like, Choppy was just dominating the segment. I don't know what you want me to do.
Yeah. You just sit there. It's okay. It's the biggest sporting event in the world.
I know. I had a lot of thoughts.
Be like a Lakers media member. Just sit there, be quiet. Let me talk.
I had a ton of thoughts. Yeah. He took them all.
So, it's funny. This is how popular soccer is.
Oh, you don't have to tell me.
1 out of every 16 people in the world follow Cristiano Ronaldo on Instagram.
What?
He's got 506 million Instagram followers. There are 8 billion people in the world. 1 out of every 16 people in the world.
In your face.
I've always
follow
said
him
this.
on Instagram.
But if ESPN follows him, does that count as a person? I feel like some of that might be a little justified.
Sure, but
but it's close.
Think of all the people under 10 that don't have Instagram, or all the people over 50 that don't.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're talking about between the ages of 12 and 50, 1 of every 3 probably follow him. It's crazy.
And the passion of some of the fans, after Mexico got eliminated.
Whew, yeah.
Oh, this was, you're talking about Hercules Gomez on TV. The analyst.
Yeah. Oh, who's an analyst?
The analyst.
Want to be an analyst?
Do you want to be an analyst?
Yeah, he was.
The analyst on TV.
Shut up, Bobby.
Who called for the ouster of their head coach.
Is this the worst World Cup of the modern era for Mexico?
Hands down.
Yeah.
And Tata Martino is the worst coach of the modern era for Mexico. Hands down. I would say Tata Martino is the worst coach in Mexican history because no other coach has had so much at his disposal and done so little.
You think this is the most talented generation of Mexican players?
No. No.
Well, you're saying no other coach has had so much at his disposal.
And done so little. Look, did another coach lose 2 finals in a summer?
To the U.S.? No.
To the U.S.? Was another coach not able to beat the United States, Canada, and Costa Rica in the Azteca?
The black marks on his record are many.
Tata Martino and this Mexican national team are not the kings of CONCACAF. They are the kings of Central America and the Caribbean. That's really what it is for Tata Martino. That is his legacy with the Mexican national team.
And
is that a hot take?
He was let go. He's not coming back. He's gone.
The analyst?
No. The coach. He's out.
Oh.
He's gone.
Okay.
Yeah, keep up, Sean.
This is passion, right? I love that passion. But this is, soccer is everything. National team soccer for a lot of these countries is literally everything.
Did you send the story about sharing the money? The women and the men sharing the money?
Yes. So the U.S. women's national team in their new CBA. Okay, so they got this new CBA, which they've been trying to get more money out of U.S. soccer for years.
Like the WNBA. But is women's soccer, where is that in terms of popularity compared to the men? Obviously, the WNBA doesn't have an argument in popularity at all. But women's soccer?
Well,
it's more popular, but the revenue for men's soccer is way more.
So the U.S. women's national team won the 2019 World Cup, and they got $4 million of the $30 million prize pool. In comparative speaking, the prize money for this World Cup for the men is $440 million, with the winner getting $42 million. So there's not even a comparison. But part of the new CBA is that they split it. So the women, by the men advancing to the knockout round, each player got a couple $100,000 just by the men advancing. Now the men will get a stipend of the women's payout when they advance, but they're splitting everything. They're splitting everything. And it's like, why do the men get some of the women's draw, and why do the women get some of the men's? Like they didn't advance, and the men didn't win the World Cup. Why would the men get any of the women's money if they didn't win the World Cup? And why would the women get any of the men's money if they didn't win the World Cup? I just don't understand that, but I guess they're all on the same. They consider themselves all on the same team.
All right, speaking of coaches, Hugh Freeze hired at Auburn. Controversial hire. Lane Kiffin murdered Hugh Freeze on social media. So apparently because of his past transgressions, escort services, illegally recruiting, Hugh Freeze is not allowed to control his social media account.
Yes.
That's the reports. Now, Hugh at his presser was like, no, I voluntarily gave it up. It's not like I'm restricted. They don't want him DMing people, apparently. And Hugh basically said, I feel like I've outgrown, places like Ole Miss. And it's time for a top 10 job. Auburn's a top 10 job in the country. Well, the head coach at Ole Miss, not someone you really want to go at.
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so.
No.
Lane Kiffin got on social media and said, I would return shot and fire back, but I know you're not allowed to write me. You're not allowed to look at your own social media.
Yeah.
So there's Lane Kiffin going right at Hugh Freeze, who apparently his next fetish is ankles.
Yeah, he's got a scouting technique. Do you remember, have you seen Last Chance U? I haven't seen Last Chance U.
No.
The first one was really good.
Okay, so there's a girl in there named Brittany. Brittany from Last Chance U. This was posted onto the talks of TikTok about how Hugh Freeze determines athleticism from players.
First thing he does when he meets a player in person is he asks them to see their ankles.
Their ankles?
Mm-hmm. He wants to see their ankle, or he wanted, when he was recruiting our players, he wanted to see their ankles. I saw it live and in person multiple times. He says that that has never failed him. A player, you can tell how athletic a player is by how skinny their ankles are. I was standing in the hallway and he was like, hey dude, lift your pants leg up. And I'm standing there thinking like, what the hell's going on? And Christian lifts his pants leg up and he's like, all right, we're good. And I was like, coach, what the heck was that about? And he said, Brittany, it's never failed me. If a player has skinny ankles, they're super athletic, and I need athletic guys on my team.
Wait, he wants skinny ankles.
Skinny ankles, more mobile, faster.
All right, hold him up.
All right.
Maybe
Lift your leg.
Broadus has talked about this.
I don't have.
Lift your pants.
I have jeans on. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Lift your pants. Okay, Chop, yours look solid. They're
Look
not
at that calf, baby. Look at that calf.
When they're looking at ankles. Oh, Bobby.
Oh, Bobby, you're slow.
Oh, yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
That's a thick ankle.
What do you think of mine?
I think you're fine. I think you have athleticism in your, but they're not skinny, but they're not also like Bobby. Bobby is Big Ten.
Bobby would get cut. He wouldn't. He may be not even a walk-on for Hugh.
Yeah.
We would be cut on day one.
We'd be cut on day one. He wouldn't even
None
be
of
able
us
to
have really,
try
really
out.
skinny ankles.
I think that's just what happened with the DMs. They misunderstood him. He was saying lift your pants leg up in DMs, and they didn't realize it was an athleticism test. This is good though. One of the pro performance specialists from Exos had quoted this earlier today, and he said like it's a little weird. He's like, but he's actually not wrong. Like, there's a lot you actually can tell about like an athlete in terms of, ankles are a big part of that. He said that certain performance qualities that can be anticipated based on the length of the Achilles tendon. And so he said, so he's weird, but he isn't necessarily wrong.
Yeah, like this, because Broadus and I have talked, we've joked about this, like the Big Ten players, they play on high grass, they have thick ankles.
Country
right? strong. They're not necessarily the fastest, a little slower. But this is also like one of those old time like scouting things. Like he's got a high butt. Remember that
High
thing?
cut.
High butt, right? And, he walks
High
with
butt
swagger.
or high
It's high cut. When you have long legs and you're high
butt
cut.
sits up high and everything like that. Yeah, kid's got a good, And then, he walks with swagger. He walks into a room. He walks in a room. He's already been there for 10 minutes.
Chest first, right? Or crotch first?
Yeah.
Some of the details coming out on the Kitna story. John Kitna's son leaving jail. $80,000 bond, I believe, was the number. It's Jalen Kitna, University of Florida quarterback, released from jail after he was arrested on 5 child pornography charges. They put him in a different colored jumpsuit out of fear that he may end up hurting himself. They're going to supervise him in Burleson. John was in the courtroom holding the hands with the wife, but they're sitting there talking about, I'm not going to get into the details of the photos and the graphics, but they got details of that. He said, hey, I thought that it was just younger girls, not that there was anything wrong with it, but they got the images saved to a cell phone last December when it was, and they've been tracking and monitoring him to get Kitna's son.
I could not imagine being John Kitna.
Oh gosh, no.
I could not imagine that, man. If one of my kids got into this, oh no.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Choppy had his own scare yesterday. This was terrifying when you sent this on the text message, and maybe other parents went through it right here in the Metroplex. It's also terrifying, apparently, if you play Monopoly against Bobby Belt. Nobody better bring a Monopoly board to Boomer Jackson, Arlington tomorrow. We'll explain why next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live at Rally.
three.
The Mavs lost to the Pistons last night. Cade Cunningham went off. Number 1 overall pick. Blowing up for Detroit.
Oak State.
No, he did not. He did not go off.
No.
No?
No.
He must have.
It wasn't. Wasn't Tayshaun Prince.
No.
Wasn't Rip Hamilton.
No.
Chauncey Billups.
Ben Wallace.
None of them.
Oh.
And the Mavs were able to force this to overtime. Did not matter. Detroit gets their 6th win of the year. Almost want to call Mike Bassick in New York to hear him go off about this. But this is pretty embarrassing. They've now lost to Orlando, Houston, OKC, the Wizards, and the Pistons. Not good. Not good at all. The rebounding differential, embarrassing. The free throws were atrocious. So they get exposed there on both ends. And Nico Harrison was on with KMC earlier in the week. The Mavs GM was asked, I think Jason Kidd is up to his old mind game tricks.
Yeah, well, one, I think Jason's a big-time coach. I think he's a really great coach. He's really a savant. And Jason actually gives the players tons of confidence. I mean, he's an ex-player, so usually ex-players are going to try to help guys be successful and not try to diminish guys. And playing mind games is something that's diminishing, and that's just not who he is as a person or a coach.
Well, he might want to read Giannis's book. May want to talk to some people in Milwaukee. Now, Christian Wood was good in the second half. They needed him to go ahead and keep this game close. Why can't he always finish games at the end, Nico?
Yeah, I get it. Here's the thing. I always tell everybody this is like, when it comes to like who starts the game, to me that's a feel thing. That's really like the feel of the team, and that's more of like how other people play, and I think that's just a feel. To me, it's like getting your minutes. However you get your minutes throughout the game, as long as you're getting your minutes, that's the most important thing. And then really who ends the game is usually who's playing the best at that time. And so that's going to depend. That's going to vary from game to game.
Okay. So add Nico to the list of eye roll interviews. Might be a nice guy, but
Al Bundy. That's his buddy. That's Kid's buddy. Like they were a package deal coming here. He's not going to say anything about him. I mean, it sounded like he was on speakerphone. Jason may have been standing off, like
coaching him.
Yeah.
It really is amazing, though, how quickly people will turn on a coach or something.
I know.
Sure.
Kidd was like the toast of the town last year. Oh, Jason Kidd pushing all the right buttons. Oh, my God, he's got the team play such great defense. We're literally 20 games in.
I know.
And it's
he's gone through 3 roller coasters. One, when he was hired.
Yeah.
This is embarrassment. Look at him off the court. He's got legal issues. This is a joke. Then he was turned into an absolute genius for getting them to the Western Conference Finals, and now he's a bum again. I'm going to choose to believe that Jason Kidd is a basketball savant.
I think
he absolutely is.
I think this Christian Wood thing is a mistake. Obviously trying to do it for a reason. We might be thanking them if Christian Wood goes somewhere else, signs a big deal, and has a ton of issues like he's had throughout his career. And we may say, woo, thank goodness the Mavs dodged that bullet. But I'm a Jason Kidd believer after last year. They had no business being in the Western Conference Finals and going as far as they did. And I'm not going to forget that. I'm not going to say that Jason Kidd needs to go and then he's all of a sudden a moron.
Yeah, I'm not I don't want to fire him or anything, but I do want him to be held to account on this Christian Wood thing. And look, it's as much about Nico himself and Mark Cuban and what they did this offseason to kind of replenish this roster, and as much as it is about whatever Jason's doing right now.
Yeah, it's the front office's fault, in my opinion. It's their fault. The Dallas Stars destroy the Anaheim Ducks 5-0. Jason Robertson with his 3rd career hat trick. He's got a 17-game point streak, and I just wanted to check in Vegas with how much love the Stars are getting. Jason Robertson, 3rd in the MVP race. If you were to bet on it today, 10-1 behind McDavid and Matthews. Jason Robertson was 66-1 mid-September. He's 10-1 today. And how many teams do you think are ahead of the Stars to win it all? I won't ask you the teams, but how many you think roughly?
I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you looking at my email?
No. I'm looking at who has more points than the Stars right now. So I'm gonna say 5.
I'll guess 7.
8.
Okay. So they're 8, or they're 8 teams ahead of them?
Boston and Colorado are tied as the favorites.
Sure.
Then Vegas, Jersey, Toronto, Tampa, Carolina, and Calgary. We're tied with Edmonton and Florida.
I can't argue any of those.
Calgary.
I mean, legitimately, I can't argue them because I don't know.
Yeah. We got that. Now when you see what you're going to have to adjust to with us.
Yeah.
We know the first line is sarcastic.
No, that's not true.
So then you don't have to follow up with explaining it because we know that you're a smartass off the bat.
That's not true. I'm not a smartass off the bat.
You know who Boston's coach is? Monty.
Oh, Monty Williams.
Not Monty Williams.
Oh.
Casey Jones.
No, Monty. Montgomery. The old Stars coach.
Man, did we never get a follow-up to that?
Yeah, I know.
Did that story disappear?
Went away.
Man. All right, Choppy, what happened yesterday? The text message scare.
Oh, man. So I'm sitting, I'm getting some work done, and this is a text message that I get, around, it was something, 2:30, and it was from my son's school. And, periodically that, I'll get a text from them, something's going on at the school, or like an update on school closings. That's how they do the school closings for weather now. And it says, your son's school has been placed in a lockdown.
Oh my God.
So there's like 3 schools that are all right next to each other. Mm-hmm. The high school, the middle school, and the elementary school. All those campuses are like right across the street or next to each other. And that's all it said. And it says we will give you more information as it comes. All it says is your son's school has been placed in a lockdown.
You've never gotten that text before.
No, not for his school. They now other schools in the district, because this is the district thing. Other schools in the district will send text messages out in this text chain that say, this school's been placed in a lockdown, but never my son's school. And 14 minutes later, the lockdown got lifted. So 14.
So what did you do in that 14 minutes?
Well, I called my ex-wife, who's a teacher in the district. I was like, hey, what do we know? She knew nothing. And I went on
you didn't call the school or get in the car to try to go drive up to the school?
No, I mean, I was like 20 minutes away. By the time I got there, I wanted more information. I went on DFW scanners.
Oh yeah, like
Facebook
the police
page
scanners
and web and Twitter handle. There was nothing about it. I called my kid immediately. Luca.
Did he pick up?
No, he texted me back. Goes, Dad, I'm in class, and I'm like, yeah, I know you're in class, bud. What's going on with the lockdown? He goes, what do you mean? Now, full disclosure, my kid kind of operates in his own world. He could be in an actual situation and have absolutely no idea what's going on. His AirPods are probably in. He's do-de-do-de-do, just kind of walking down the hallway.
Yeah.
So I knew that he was going to be no help, but I just wanted to make sure. Well, I finally get the text, the lockdown has been lifted, and I texted you guys immediately, and as soon as I did that, I broke down. I am not a crier at all. Sometimes I will. Usually I cry at funerals because there's a finality of it. But I was like, I don't know how some of these parents do it when this happens. This happens all the time. And I can only imagine what happens when something actually happens.
Wow.
What a parent has to go through.
So what was the reason for it?
So down the street, there's a grocery store, and somebody either was robbing the grocery store or just left it and was trying to get away from cops and ran and started cutting through buildings and found their way into an open, broken, door, because the school doors are all locked. You can't get into a school. But one of the doors was somehow broke. He got in there and was hiding in the gym, the weight room or something like that.
What?
And
at your kid's school or at the high school?
It was at the high school, but they had to lock down all 3 schools because they didn't know where he was.
Jeez.
So finally, they were one of the teachers found him and just said, "Hey, and grabbed him and escorted him out, and the police took him and everything." And I don't know. That was the email. They sent an email like 5 hours later, and I'm like, God, I would like to know what's going on.
Yeah.
But man, it was it was terrible.
Well, thank goodness everything is all
Jeez.
right, which apparently is not the case when you play Monopoly with Bobby Belt.
Yeah, I mean, so there was this story, Newsweek had this story, that a heated dispute over a Monopoly game on Thanksgiving escalated to gunfire.
Oh,
this was in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, of course.
Does that feel fitting?
Yeah, it's probably the most they have to do there, right?
Yeah.
So I've never been to Tulsa. Unfair.
I've been to
shot fire.
Tulsa. It wasn't so bad.
Okay.
A drunken game night ended with suspect John Ronald Dwayne Armstrong allegedly pulling a gun.
Hang on a second.
I know. That says everything. I understand it.
That's what's fitting.
They buried
Say
the
it
lead
again.
on the four names.
Say it
John Ronald Dwayne Armstrong.
There you go.
Allegedly pulling a gun on two family members.
If you got 3 names, there's enough to worry about. You got 4, you might as
It's
well
over.
wear a vest.
It's over. But to me, I look at this and I say, Monopoly is the game that I'm most likely to be involved in an altercation over.
Why?
Like a board game. Because and it's not me usually. It's somebody else gets angry with me. I've got to be the banker.
Oh, it's the people you're defeating.
Yes. Yeah. People
Are you dominating? Are you claiming Monopoly as your number 1
Oh, yeah.
seed?
No, I'll kick anybody's ass at Monopoly, period.
Okay.
And so I...
What'd you say, Peyton?
I said that's a bet.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
Fan hang.
Yeah, anybody bring Monopoly. I'll sit there and play. I'll drunkenly beat you. You'll be bankrupt
That's a 6-hour
after.
game, man. I
No,
don't know if we have time for
not
that.
when I play.
Oh!
Not when I play. Oh, we'll cross go 6 times and you'll be bankrupt. Okay, so and it's, as you can tell, probably this sort of demeanor that I'm taking talking about the game is exactly why they end in fights and people get annoyed and want to fight me. And so typically I feel like Monopoly, there's 2 games that always end in fights, I feel like. Monopoly and Risk. And those 2 are like 6-hour games. And that's probably why. You know,
It's a game of
tension
world domination.
rises.
Builds up.
Yeah, it does. It kind of gets to you. But people just get annoyed because I'll immediately, everything I land on, buy it. And then start like putting properties on it and bankrupt. And everybody's like, this isn't even like, there's no strategy. You're just buying everything you land on. I'm like,
that's what you do.
Yeah, exactly.
You absolutely do that.
And you're looking for a monopoly. That's what you're trying to do.
Buy. You got to buy everything.
Exactly.
I never land on a square. I don't buy it. I buy everything.
Peyton,
if I can.
Does that sound like your strategy, or do you already see holes in his approach?
I try and get a corner. You know, you get one of the 4 corners and stuff. You get the left side, and then they have to kind of make their way around you and stuff, because that's where you get them. You get hotels and stuff on there. That's where you start bankrupting people.
Well, there's actually no properties you can buy on the corners.
No,
there's
like
there's
the
go,
roundabouts,
there's jail, there like you can't
know what
actually
I'm
buy
talking
it.
about.
No, literally the corners are the corners and you can't buy any of those.
I love the arrogance.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. I love the someone tomorrow, Boomer Jackson, Arlington, bring a Monopoly board. Bobby's getting a hotel room with his wife to stay, so he's setting up for the long haul.
Baby.
Monopoly tomorrow. If you think you can take down B squared, Peyton, I would love to see you beat him.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Last 5 minutes. You don't cheer for greatness.
I do.
You don't cheer for like yeah. You're not a dynasty fan. You're one of these guys who's like, I just want to see the underdog win.
I don't know that he's the underdog. You're talking like
Peyton doesn't even know what's in the 4 corners of the board. He's not the underdog. He's not even competent enough to play Monopoly.
I'll still beat you.
Will, get that on a GIF. Get that on a GIF. Get that on Twitter. All right, let's win some money in Arlington. Choppy says there's going to be a close one and a beat down when it comes to football in Arlington this weekend. The Degenerate Football Selection's final hour of the Friday edition is next.
But let's get you over to Q.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Josh in the gun, 2nd and goal from the 8. Fakes a handoff, wants to throw, fires one into the end zone, caught. It is a touchdown. Stephon Diggs, touchdown Buffalo.
It is fist pump time on the Fan Cam, YouTube, and Twitch. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. Happy Friday to all. We will see you tomorrow. Did you pull something right there?
Man, I think I might have. I need to pop my shoulder.
We'll see you tomorrow. Boomer Jacks in Arlington. I got my radio assignment first and out of the way. The bosses. Oh, you talk about.
You've got that poll. I have to go 90 minutes late.
90 minutes late. Hey, better than the final hour when the drinks kick in. And you can really get in trouble.
Where they put me on at the first Twin Peaks one. I was the last hit.
Well, they didn't know you were drunk.
I think I made it very clear I was going to be.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I was very upfront about that.
Oh, yeah. You get that first hour, you get that first segment out of the way, and then
second up.
Wheels off. Second
I'm
up.
on deck. I'm on deck.
Well, we got some seniority around here.
Finally.
Dawson, then us.
Yeah, but we are from a time slot perspective.
Oh, they're going to say
us.
from a status. Okay.
No, from a time slot perspective, it's us.
Or fame.
Yeah. We're the deans.
Is afternoon drive less important than morning drive and the way the radio works now?
No, but we've been in the slot longer.
Oh, okay.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Not with the station longer.
Yeah.
That's Dawson.
Yeah. He was a night show.
He's a night show and a midday and an after. He's been all over the time slots.
And Lucius, too, I believe, was here before we were.
Ah, true. So tomorrow we're going to be partying up Boomer Jacks in Arlington. That was the call of Thursday Night Football. I can't watch the Patriots. They're so boring. 24-10. Buffalo with Josh Allen making special plays. Why Bobby kept them up there in his power rankings on Hump Day.
Hump Day.
On the sideline, Mac Jones was kind of going off, saying, throw the blanking ball. The run game sucks. Well, Mac, we got cameras and we got recorders. Please explain that.
What I said was about throwing it deeper in the short game. You know, I got to execute that part better, but it's the short game that we kept going to, which is working. But I felt like we needed chunk plays, and, you know, I shouted that out to kind of get everyone going. And that's emotional. That's football. I'm passionate about this game.
He sounds like Joey.
Joey.
The Borda.
Oh, okay.
His voice. He said that sounded like Joey talking to me.
He's I don't like him.
Why?
I just don't like him personally. He comes across, he strikes me as a weenie. He just looks like a weenie. He sounds like a weenie.
Wait, Mac or Joey?
Mac.
Oh, okay. I was like, hold on
he's
now.
he's the Cookie Monster.
He's mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. But like that, his girlfriend, when he was trying to put on weight, baked him a dozen cookies every night.
He looks boring. He plays boring. I just can't. I'm out on New England. They're not a draw for me to watch anymore. And last night, they ended up scoring 10 points.
Hasn't that been the case, though, for like 3-4 years? They haven't been a draw.
Before Brady, it
was like the last year of Brady, and since then.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. The last year of Brady, and
there was times last year they were watchable.
I don't know. I think they threw 2 passes against Buffalo in a game or whatever.
I think you're just.
Oh yeah,
the windy game.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, it was a successful season, no doubt about it. It was a good season, but they're boring. Thursday Night Football taking place. Let's get to the degenerate selections from Ralph James Choppy to try to make you some money off the pigskin.
Would you like college or pro first?
Bobo.
Let's go pro, Gene.
All right.
I hope you have Michigan in here, and somehow disappointing or losing as Derek Collin just walked in.
What's up, Dutch?
First one here for his prep, 907, and he's the first one here.
Look at that.
Off these other two.
Look at that. Look at him rocking the Team USA. I do have Michigan in the game.
You need a pen? Coming in here just for a pen? All right, NFL. Stock market? Piece of paper? Tell me what you need.
Just focus. I just want to see your run sheet.
Oh, yeah, good luck.
Copy our run sheet?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, good luck reading that thing.
Good luck. Look at that.
we did not talk about the Blake Corum surgery.
That's true.
What is that?
That's the Michigan running back who's out for the year.
Yeah, he gone.
Oh, did you want to talk about Kanye?
I just want. There was something you brought up earlier. No,
Antonio
I don't want that.
Brown hostage.
Are you trying to get
situation?
me like banned? Get me suspended.
Well, you did the other day with your Biden comment.
Yeah, it's all right. He's always lost.
All right. I tried to intercept that. What were you wondering?
There was something you were talking about earlier as I was driving in.
What time were you driving in? I'll tell you.
It was right around 8:15.
8:15. We were picking the Cowboy game.
Nope, it's after that.
And then World Cup.
After that.
Was it about the women you don't believe should get equal share of the men's money?
Is that it?
It was about the...
Gonna avoid that.
Monopoly.
The Monopoly.
I heard you talking about dominating Monopoly. I don't care about that.
I'll
John
crush it.
Kitna?
No, it was. I'll think about it.
Okay.
I just want to see, but I forgot you. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. That's bad handwriting. Derek Collin.
Derek Collin, here we
the
go.
KNC Masterpiece today.
Okay, NFL.
There was a lot of World Cup talk, 8:15.
There was, as there should be.
Yeah.
Detroit -1 against Jacksonville. Detroit's got they're coming off a mini bye, right? They have the extra little days, a couple days off. They do, and look, I just, quite frankly, I think they're a better team. Washington -1.5 against the Giants on the road.
Ooh, interessante.
I think the Giants.
You think Washington's a better team? I think the Giants are a better team.
I think the Giants may have seen their last win.
What? You were saying when they started, how they started, you're like, well, they'll make the playoffs because they'll.
I know, but we've already seen them lose 2 straight, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it.
That's a quick sell.
Yeah, it's a quick sell. KC Cincy, give me the over 52.5. Over 52.5.
Good call.
Miami +3.5 on the road against San Francisco.
The Bobby Bell RJ Choppy bet straight up on Sunday. If Bobby loses,
I have to come in at 5:30.
Oh, man.
Oh.
And Choppy gets to come in at 6.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll switch roles as Cowboy Insider for G-Bag. So G-Bag may lose as well. I don't know. They reverse lives next week, depending on the Dolphins and 49ers.
They're going to change up that segment while you're on. They're just going to have you talk NBA for the whole segment.
Oh, man, I can't wait. Oh, man. So Miami +3.5 against San Fran. And then the Cowboys -10.5 against Indy.
Ooh. How often do you take a team with double-digit points in the NFL?
Honestly, the only time I would take a team with double-digit points is probably Kansas City. They're probably the only team that I could generally say, yeah, they've got blowout in them today. Buffalo will be another one of those teams, but I think the Cowboys in this game. Cowboys over the last, since Jason got here, and it's carried over, they kind of handle bad teams at home.
In general, yeah. I mean, they've handled bad teams on the road too.
Well, yeah, like Minnesota.
Yeah, they beat down bad teams usually. and I mean,
little shot that I took there. Did you catch that?
I caught it late.
You caught that. All right, good stuff.
You've also got the Matt Ryan, Dan Quinn factor. Dan Quinn's figured him out. Like last year, it was just awful for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was his old coach. It was his old coach. He knows. All right, college. Tulane -3.5 against UCF. This game is in New Orleans, so it's kind of a home game for Tulane. Give me Carolina +7.5 against Clemson. That is in the ACC championship game. Georgia LSU right here on 105 through the fan at 2:30 start time, 3 o'clock kickoff. The under 51.5. I like the under 51.5 in that. Sorry, Derek. Purdue +16.5 against Michigan. That game also on the fan, 7 o'clock.
Oh, 16.5 is the point spread for that game?
16.5 is the point spread. Michigan, I know they beat Ohio State by, 22?
I want you to look Derek in the eyes, in the conference room while you say all this.
16.5. You guys, sometimes you fall asleep. You trailed Rutgers at halftime. You almost lost. You should have lost without a BS call to Illinois. They're a fraud. The only bigger fraud than them is Ohio State.
You're going to say this to Derek Collin right before Christmas?
Right in his face!
When he's usually responsible for getting you all your gifts?
Oh,
I know,
you just cost yourself a PS10.
Is 16.5 the spread, or is that the over-under? It is a Big Ten game.
Well done. Well done. I appreciate that. And then finally, TCU K-State. This is only a 2.5 point spread. I'm taking the under 61.5 here. This is going to be a lower scoring,
it's 61
close game.
and a half.
Yeah, close game.
All right, there it is. At RJ Choppy, how have you been as of late? How's the season record?
I didn't have picks last week, but I've been pretty darn dominant over the since the start of November.
All right, the update on the Cray-crays. I still don't see an Antonio Brown update on him barricading himself in the house. Domestic violence accusation from the mother of one of his children that he threw a shoe, kicked her out of the house. Florida police said, let's go and arrest him. Outkick said that police were outside the home on the megaphone saying, come out. He was refusing to do so with guns inside. I still have not seen an update. As of 3 hours ago, a Florida TV station said he had not been apprehended. He had not given up. I'm not buying that the police are lined up outside of his home. I feel like we'd see that on social media. And then his brother in delusion, Kanye West, said, hey, I got a story for you. My ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, cheated on me with, and then posted a picture of an NBA player. That player was Chris Paul. That was not the craziest thing that Kanye did yesterday as he went on the Alex Jones show.
You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love, us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography. But this guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone that I use as a musician, you can't say out loud that this person ever did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
Especially. Not that. I mean, it would have been a lot to even say, and so does Hitler. That would have been a lot. But to say especially Hitler. My word. It's a little bit odd. I don't know. Maybe we can ask for clarification with Kanye sitting here in the studio right now. How you doing, Sean?
I think this is Kanye's final defense. If I was advising him, I would say, that's not me underneath that mask. That's someone else.
That's it. That's the only thing I can say.
Like when Kanye walks into the studio, does Alex Jones say, man, can you pick up the mask? I need to make sure it's you. It's like when we get surprise call-ins on the hotline, producers have the responsibility of identifying them correctly. If I was Kanye, I'd be like, man, none of that was me. That wasn't me under there. So that's the only way out. Choppy, you're the expert defense attorney. Better call Chop. Do you even want to try to come up with an out for Kanye in this?
At some point in everyone's life, be it a relationship or whatever, there comes a point where the good outweighs the bad, and you basically overlook all the bad, and the bad outweighs the good, and you overlook all the good. I think at some point,
I thought you were going to try to confirm some of Hitler's great characteristics.
No, maybe he was a fast golfer. I don't know. Maybe that's probably the best thing I could say about him. Maybe he was a fast golfer. But I'm sure. But you don't say especially him. It's not especially him. It's that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Especially him. Oh, I mean, you guys are crazy to think that there wasn't good things about him. Oh, my God.
Let's preview Sunday night with Nick Eatman. Dak was asked about the Jerry photo after the LeBron criticism. We asked Mike McCarthy a humongous question about Odell Beckham on Monday, and can the penalties be fixed? We'll replay you some of McCarthy and pick Sunday night with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, after this.
Listen.
special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, we're about to have on Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Mike Fisher has just quoted Troy Aikman as saying, I think Odell to the Cowboys happens. Quote, if I was betting, I would bet virtually everything I have on it. Mike McCarthy was on with us a couple of hours ago. And by the way, I got a latest Vegas odd from bookies.com. Cowboys implied probability 47.5%. They get Odell. The Giants 28.5%. So they're second highest. We're plus 110 for RJ terminology. Giants are plus 250.
Okay.
Buffalo is plus 450. So we got a 47% chance. Giants got a 28%. Bills got an 18%. Will it factor in it all? Von Miller was put on IR. He's now out for 4 weeks. If they wanted to play together, since Josina Anderson told us yesterday they were best friends.
Yeah, I mean, it appears that Odell will be out for 4 weeks anyway.
True.
Like, will he even be back by then?
They can return at the same time. Little Birdie called me yesterday and said, why don't you bring up to McCarthy whether they're going to work Odell out? Is that actually going to happen? Because the feeling is Odell is not going to go out on Monday and run for the trainers and the doctors to show the Cowboys he's ready to play this year after Josina Anderson, maybe a mouthpiece for Beckham, insider, joined us yesterday and said, if Odell plays, and we're like, whoa, what? The alarms, the radars kind of went off. What do you mean if he plays? We asked McCarthy if he's going to see Odell work out Monday.
Well, I think the biggest thing is, and it's already started. So there's videos and things that our medical staff they have a process and we'll go through the process and just like anything, you got to get all the information and hopefully an agreement can be worked out. But this is why you go through it all. So there's definitely a number of things we need to work on when he gets here and so forth. But I think it'll be great to get him in the building.
Okay, so Coach not really answering the question. Hopefully something gets worked out. And then the final piece of audio was Dak Prescott being asked about the Jerry Jones photo and LeBron James' reaction to it.
No, I mean, I don't have much to say. I mean, obviously we can be more empathetic and just and give grace, obviously, to one another. Regardless of race, obviously from the times that we've come from to where we are now, thinking about the growth that we've had, that's who I am. That's how I think. I mean, optimistic, a guy that is completely biracial, black and white. It's easy for me to speak on race on one side or another, and I don't always. How do I say this? Yeah, I don't know if I've fully processed it all the way, honestly. I think whether LeBron's talking about the picture, I mean, I think that's on Jerry to address, right? I mean, in the same sense, it's 65 years ago. And how times have changed. I mean, look at the man's resume since then, right? And as I said, I give grace. And I think that's a conversation and a question not only for him, but for you guys and how y'all feel, how accountable y'all have been in covering and discussing the disparities and differences in race. Yeah, I'm just, as I said, I'm here for growth and giving grace and trying to make this world a better place. And that's who I am at my core and all I believe in. And, unfortunate things come up from the past, pictures, and they show how far we've come, but in the same sense, they're a reminder of how just how short of a time that was ago in the same sense. That wasn't that long ago that we were all sitting on different sides and that we weren't together. But as I said, I wouldn't be here if it was still that way. So I believe in grace and change. And those are questions for Jerry and for y'all, honestly, that I don't have quite the answers for.
Jerry on today with KMC at 10:30. Good morning, Nick Eatman. Where would you like to start?
Not there. That was such a. I don't understand that whole thing from LeBron. Like, maybe I just don't understand what LeBron's press conferences are like, because it felt like he was calling out. At first, he felt like he was calling out Jerry, but he's really sounds like he's calling out the media.
Yes,
I mean, like, what do they ask him? Do they ask him all that kind of stuff, like political things and just what's going on in world events?
Yes.
Because good for him. Because I mean, I'm sure he can handle it. He's the ambassador pretty much of the league, self-appointed at least. And I love LeBron. I definitely root for him. I definitely argue with people all the time about where he ranks all time. All that. I'm a defender of him. But I just thought that was a little odd of like, oh, why haven't you asked me about this? I'm like, well, sure, we didn't ask Jerry about Kyrie. I mean, I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird.
Did you feel like you needed to ask any of the players about the Jerry story in the locker room over the past week?
No. They have a hard time knowing about the history of this team and what happened 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and so 65 years ago. There's so much that changed, and I understand it's different. I mean, it's a different thing. But my point is that, I mean, LeBron said it himself. He's like, "Oh, I get it. It was 65 years ago." Then it is. Then I mean, put it where it is. I understand there's some significance to a lot of it, but you know, the reason why YouTube is what it is because nobody wants photos anymore. They don't tell the story. They want videos. They want to see it. Let's go. What happened? Did Odell get kicked off the plane? Where's the video? Is there a video? Does TMZ have it? And so that's because you can tell, obviously, a lot more with what's going on. My point is it's very hard to tell what the context of a photo and what it means and how much there's been changed. No, I think you would get the same answer from most of the players.
I do agree. It is hard to tell the context of a photo. One question: do you think that there's a chance that this could, without maybe more answers, impact free agents from wanting to come here?
I guess we'll find out on Monday. I mean, I mean, we got the biggest one coming in. I don't. I really don't. I don't think it has. And in the past, I think there's been some things in the last 4 or 5 years that you could say would, maybe, perhaps. I don't think so. I think Jerry, has got out in front of it. He'll say what he needs to say if there's some questions there. I think, his track record for his relationships with players, I think should speak for itself. And I think there are players, some of the greatest players in the history of this team that view Jerry like a father figure. And so I think that obviously will weigh more than anything else.
Nick, do you think they need to see, and will they see, Odell Beckham work out on Monday? Yes, no. I think they need to see him. I don't know if they will. Yeah.
I think I could be wrong here, but I would imagine if you're doing a tour, like he seems like he's doing, what he does for one place is probably what's going to be for the next. So I don't know. Did he work out in the Giants? I don't think he did. I haven't seen that or heard that. And I think this is more of a visit tour. I mean, obviously they're going to look at the knee. I don't know if he'll work out. Would you need to see it? Yeah, you'd make a better decision if you could see what he's able to do on it. This whole thing is fascinating. I don't believe. I mean, I just think there's more to it than this. He is not in any hurry to sign, and I think it's all about the knee. I don't think he's ready to put it all out there of what he can do and what he can't do. So it's going to come down to that. There's a lot of layers to this, and I don't think we've peeled them all just yet.
Nick, we've got the injury statuses seem to be improving across the board. It looks like we're going to get Anthony Barr back this week. J-Ron Kerr seems to be okay coming out of the Thanksgiving game when he had the issue with the shoulder. First 2 days of practice, we've got Trayvon Diggs missing with an illness, Michael Gallup missing with an illness. I know that Terrence Steele was out yesterday. It didn't look like that was illness, though. That was listed as non-injury / personal.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions about those 3 guys heading into this game?
I think not so. I don't know about Steele just yet. I don't know if there'd be a question there that could be anything, the personal thing. But as far as the other 2, I mean, you'd like to think that the cycle of things, I mean, I feel like everybody's got something here in the last, I would say month or so. Somebody's dealt with it. And, it's usually 3-4 days. You get the good stuff that the trainers will give you. And so I would imagine that those guys should be on the uptick there for Sunday night. Now, if somebody popped up today, like illness, did not practice today, then I think that would be a little bit concerning. But because they've been out for 2 days, and then now I would imagine, it's Friday, Saturday, then Sunday night, I would think those two guys should be ready.
Keys to this one and your pick. We have the Cowboys by 20 across the board.
20 across the board. I wrote it down. I did one last night. I feel like I picked 4 different ways, and I got to make sure that it's all the same. I think I had 34-16. So I try to look at this and go, all right, Colts, they get paid too. That whole thing. Sunday Night Football, they're going to come to play their defense. They did beat the Colts. They played the Eagles well. I just don't see it though. I see the Cowboys kind of rolling through them. The keys to me is just don't give them anything. Like if you don't give the Packers interceptions, they're going to win. If you don't give the Eagles interceptions, they might win that game. The Giants game was a lot closer in the first half because you give them stuff. So just don't turn the ball over. And when in doubt, punt. Play conservative because you are already bigger, better, and stronger, and you will just lean on them. And I think they will make the mistakes. Just don't make any critical mistakes. Don't get greedy. Don't throw the ball over the middle right before the half. Don't do that. That play to CD over the middle, just leave that out because that's where all the interceptions are coming from. That should be the key right there.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, right here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thank you, brother. Have a great weekend. We'll talk Monday.
You too. See you guys later.
There he is, Nicky Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline from DallasCowboys.com. Let's pregame for the Boomer Jack Fan Hang. The Tolo Christmas party tomorrow in Arlington. Let's pregame with KMC featuring Derek Holland on today's show. That's next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals is buyersbarricades.com.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, starring Derek Holland. With Mike Bassick. Bassick's in New York.
He is.
And he's going to ruin his family vacation by going to the garden.
He's taking his boys because his daughter is up there looking at colleges, or one specific college.
I can't imagine the cost of going to college in New York City.
She has a scholarship offer as well. Sorry, I probably shouldn't tell too much of her business, but
yeah, Mike would never brag about that.
She's valedictorian, right?
Yeah.
She's first or second.
And athletics, cross country.
She's a cheerleader.
Oh, cheerleader. Okay.
I'm not here. I'm just telling
They're
you.
going to go to a number of art museums also. I did ask Mike, I was like, have you ever been up there?
Is that why
for
he
this
wears
time?
his beret? Because they're going to an art museum?
Yeah.
Wait, would you rather go to the Broadway show that they're going to or go to the Garden? Have you even been to the Garden, actually?
I've been to the garden once. No, I just think that Mike, for his own health and family enjoyment, shouldn't be screaming, "Screw you, Brunson! And your father, too!"
Oh, yeah, he'll go full Spike Lee.
He said he's going to cheer for Brunson and tell his kids to cheer for them.
He said when they call his name, we're going to stand up and we're going to cheer for him.
Okay.
Because he did so much for the Mavericks.
He's going to tell Larry Dolan that he sucks.
Yeah.
That is a good atmosphere. That is a good.
Awesome atmosphere.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to say much there.
I don't think you've met Mike.
No, I've been to plenty of games with Mike.
You think Mike is intimidated by the New York crowd?
No, definitely not. I mean, he won't be saying too much because he has kids with him too.
Have you met Mike? Have you met Mike Bassick?
Yes, but I don't know if would he do that in front of his kids?
Mike's been to some of those baseball games, so.
Hey,
there's a non-zero chance that some psycho Mets fan recognizes him.
Oh, for sure.
They are that. They're like they research. They're like they know. Like I know it's been 20 years, but they're like that's the fan base, right? Like that's like
they're a little goofy. Yeah, they're weird like that.
Or
I love the use
diehards.
of non-zero chance. I like that.
Yeah, there's a non-zero
term.
chance.
That's a good term.
What's coming up on the show?
We have Jerry Jones today at 10:30.
The entire world is listening and waiting.
And Isaiah Stanback.
What are they waiting for?
During the C block.
They're waiting for you to finally be the first media members to hold his feet to the fire, to make LeBron proud, to finally get him.
You know what? I'll tell you what.
That's why Derek's here today.
I'll tell you what.
Question.
We got 43 minutes until that interview happens. If somebody from LeBron's team will tell us that he'll be on the show, if we ask Jerry all about it, I'll be glad to facilitate that. Or hell, I'll get him on the show to ask Jerry Jones that.
You know LeBron?
No, that's what I'm saying.
I
Somebody
know a
from
guy
his
that
team.
knows a guy.
Okay, great.
So,
do you know LeBron?
No, I'm not a fan.
Oh,
of LeBron.
Because he likes Ohio State.
It's better.
No, yes, I do, and I have a reason. Like it was for my
dog.
foundation. No, that kid when before he passed away, the one person he wanted to meet was LeBron. So I got it
Briggs?
set up. Yes, Briggs. So I had it all set up. Me and him were going to the game, and then that day that the game was supposed to be on, he got called in for chemo. They said, we want to start the chemo now. This is starting to spread. We got to take care of this now. So he wasn't able to. So my agent contacted LeBron's agent, said, hey, we're going to come to the game. We're going to bring a jersey. Can you please sign it for Briggs? And then once we got there, game happens, whatever. LeBron comes walking out. I'm standing away from where the fans can get to him underneath the tunnel. And when I'm standing there, I look at him. We literally look at each other. I'm the only guy that's standing there. Clearly, it's probably me. I have a jersey in my hand.
Right.
And I was like, hey, LeBron. And then all of a sudden he pulled his phone out, put it up to his ear, act like he's talking.
Fake call, the fake call.
I was like, okay, that's cool. I didn't know we were like that.
Yeah.
So
bad taste.
He kind of kept going. I was like, all right, man, if that's how it is, I appreciate it. Just remember, it's for a kid, not for me. Just to kind of make sure he understands that I don't care. I don't really want your jersey. I mean, I do, but at that time,
yeah,
whatever. Thank God for Dirk. Dirk was the guy that took care of it, got the jersey signed for him. Of
course, wow.
And that's how before the first moments of. So to give a quick rundown
That's
of it,
a good, yeah.
Briggs was going to pass away. That's when I gave Briggs the jersey. Was on his bed that time. But yeah.
Man,
So how?
Dirk's a freaking legend, dude.
He is.
You know, of course, in that story, Dirk somehow had to end up the hero,
as he always is.
He always
saves the day
in that story. So
thank you, Dirk.
How have you guys approached that topic, and how do you view it for those that are waiting to hear the follow up with Jerry?
So
take us behind the scenes.
I'm really curious. I don't even know if Jerry is aware.
I bet it's not even on his radar.
Yeah.
What?
I bet it's not even. He's like, that has nothing
He's
to
aware.
do with me.
He's aware of pretty much all the media stories.
But I bet he's like, that has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, like
what
They're
does
literally
LeBron
asking him about him.
No, that's LeBron saying bringing him into the conversation.
Yeah,
Not LeBron making a comment about Jerry Jones. LeBron's making a comment about the way the media treats white people and black people.
Yeah, Jerry will feel like he addressed it and like this isn't a development. LeBron saying I should be asked about. It's not a development.
I'm sure Jerry is given a briefing every day of everything that's going on by somebody. I just assume.
Ted.
He's like a president.
Well, and I would be willing to bet after that briefing, he was like, okay, don't care. But so we talked about this yesterday, and it was kind of funny because before Corey's amazing joke, that is the best joke ever, is people were already out on the segment before it began because they were so angry. And my biggest takeaway, and people don't have to agree, I engage in conversation with multiple people, is I think his bigger point is valid about the belief of media discrepancies in terms of the way things get covered by race. I think it's valid. I don't think this was the right springboard topic to use it because I think that his perception of the Jerry Jones story is skewed. And then Kyrie, I was like, yeah, but like you were teammates with him and you played the same sport. I thought he picked the wrong example to springboard, but his broader opinion, I think that is something worth discussing.
All right. Thank you. Jerry Jones at 10:30 today. Boomer Jacks tomorrow.
Woo! Who you got on your round table? Me is Will and Lucius.
I have Reggie and Will. First up, Bobby is planning to get so crunk that the wife wants to get a room in Arlington.
Oh, yeah.
You should get a room.
Dude, Kevin, remember that time I had called in sick?
Yeah, were you not really sick?
It was that night. We were in Arlington. We had a good night. You know what I mean?
Give us the
You
story.
want to get into specifics?
We were at Adrian's company party, and she got a room in Arlington. And
you had a show the next day.
And no, this was
at the newspaper.
Yeah, this was long ago at the newspaper. And yeah.
I just believe people when they're like, oh, I'm sick. I'm like, oh, I hope you get to feel better.
Shower curtain hit me in the head.
Wow. Sean never believes me when I'm sick. Sean thinks I make it up every time.
Well,
placebo effect.
Oh no!
Wow, you went full Hagee there.
My problem with yours are definitely like the most dramatic of the call outs.
It's like
It's not that dramatic. One time it was dramatic. And it wasn't urgent care sounds so much more. It's just the doctor's office is closed. I needed to go to the doctor.
Yeah, or
Care
like,
now.
shock, like it was some type of,
Yeah, you got electroshock treatment.
It was something like Drew Brees getting hit by lightning.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you see that?
He did?
Drew Brees apparently got hit by lightning.
Oh, is that what that video?
No,
Yeah,
it's a myth.
Yeah. It's a fake. It's a fake.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's up.
really, my biggest issue, which I'll never.
No, I don't mean it like that. Like I'm sad he didn't get struck by lightning. It's like, man, it's like a cool story. He survived. He got struck by lightning. He's all fine.
You want to say something about his birthmark next? You just want to go all
that
in?
Oprah tried to wipe off his face?
Oh.
Man, can I just tell you something about that?
You can give us an Oprah insight. Birthmarks or Oprah.
Kind of about
Harry
trying
and
to
Meghan.
wipe things off of somebody's face is at the newspaper. It was Ash Wednesday. And
Hey, you would have thought you guys worked at USA Today or something. The way you talk about this
The
damn
news- like the
damn
Richardson
news.
we need to have a historical record when they're all gone, all right? But like the guy who owned the company, his son was in charge of advertising and his wife was in charge of this or that. She came in with the Ash cross on her forehead on Ash Wednesday, and somebody was like, oh, honey, you've got some stuff on there, and wanted to wipe it up. And I was like, oh, man, it was so cringeworthy. We were all like, oh, my God.
So Bobby's going to be playing Tolos in Monopoly tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
You said not to, though.
What do you mean not to?
I thought like that was the tease is don't play Bobby in Monopoly.
Well, if you don't want to get in a fight, Bobby says he's so dominant that people get so frustrated they want to fight him.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to get imaginary bankrupt, don't play.
What's
your strategy?
Buy all the
just buy
four
everything
corners.
up. It's basically buy everything up. Yeah, buy the four corners like Peyton. Buy up the free parking space and the go and jail.
Can you do that?
Darren, what's your dominant? Peyton did not look amused. Oh, I've never seen.
He looks salty.
Tomorrow, Bobby.
Okay, he scowled at you like a
me outside. How about
1920s
that?
bad guy with that pencil thin mustache.
Derek, what's like your go-to, whether it's a video game or board game, where you just know you're dominant? Like
He's really good at Fortnite. He really is.
You ever play Stratomatic baseball? Have you ever heard of that?
No. I've heard of
That's
it.
another one that we play.
that's a
We
great
play with the
time.
family. I wouldn't say I'm dominant, but it's a good one that we play. I'd probably say if we're talking video games, Rocket League.
Rocket League.
Oh.
That's the one where you're bouncing the
soccer.
balls against each other.
Nice.
Okay,
Good job, bud.
And
Let's change
Mark
the way
that.
we word that. Okay, we're not bouncing
Let's
balls off of
Let's
each
mark
other.
that. Peyton, there's your revenge. Mark that right there. Help us out here.
Top Tolo female in the room, and you got to take it right to the L.
You're the one that said it. Not
She's
me.
laughing harder than anybody.
You did it.
You did it.
Good one, Posse. You really burned him on that one.
Jerry Jones is
You
next.
did
We'll
it.
see you at Boomer
You have
Jackson
Jerry Jones on
tomorrow.
Tuesdays.
Hit the button.
Your mom goes to
Pencil,
college.
lip.
You're listening to Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. We have Corey Majors. Hello. We have Joey the Jet Erickson. And since Mike is in New York, we brought in another Major League pitcher. It is Derek Holland. Welcome to the show.
I made sure my mic was on. Hello.
Man, you're ahead of the game today.
I was here. I was first one here.
I'm a diva, and I expect my mic to get turned on for me.
That is...
I like that.
Okay, good to know. All right, we got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. It is a shout-out Friday. Also, since we're gearing up for an NFL game, do you want to start off with some NFL fact or fiction?
Let's do it!
All right. NFL fact or fiction, and I saved this just because I wanted to get your opinion on this, Derek. We asked this to Mike. I think he was the only one who got to answer, and we moved on to something else. Fact or fiction, you are intrigued to watch DeShaun Watson play football again.
Fact.
Is that just because of the Browns?
Yeah,
if he was playing for
fair.
like the Jets, would you?
I would still probably say fact. I want to see how he would respond after everything that he's done. Is he going to come back and ball out, or is he going to come back and be a straight disappointment? For a guy that got so much money, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. For a guy that got that much money, he really, for me personally, the expectations are low. I'm not expecting him to do very good because he's obviously had, 2 years basically off.
Essentially.
His preseason was not very good to watch, so I'm curious how he responds now.
I am interested in obviously seeing him play. He was really fun to watch beforehand. There's obviously this other thing that goes along with while you're watching him, it sits in your craw. Is that how, like, it's going to sit there with you. The weird thing is the attorney that has a suite that has 10 or 11 of the victims.
The last I heard was 10.
And I know they're not going to be sitting there cheering for him.
Sure.
Absolutely. They shouldn't.
They're probably going to be like have a definitive we're cheering for the other team today kind of thing going on. It is how I'm trying to figure out what they're getting from it other than maybe a little sense of power.
Publicity.
I think
publicity.
See, and that might be the case, but I also wonder if I have no idea the motivations of everyone involved, but I wonder if it's just, we're not going to let this go away.
Yeah.
Like, you might have gotten back into football, but you still assaulted us. And don't forget, that is what the NFL Council ruled, is that there was at least 3 instances of sexual assault, but they were like, but your rules say this is the best I can sustain.
So it's just all weird too that his first game back is Houston, of
right?
all places too. Like,
oh my God, yeah,
it's such a weird thing. And then obviously, like you just said too, he's got all the people coming to the game, or not he, sorry, the
attorney.
They're going to be at the game, yeah.
NFL fact or fiction: Tua, not Jalen Hurts, should be the second favorite for the MVP. Here are a couple numbers for you. The Dolphins are 8-0 when Tua plays the whole game. His passing grade, 91.2, first in the league. Passer rating, 115.7, first in the league. Yards per attempt, 9, first in the league. Should Tua be the second favorite for MVP behind Patrick Mahomes? Or perhaps you think he goes even higher?
I would say fact, just because he's doing it in less time, too. Remember, he's been hurt.
Yeah.
So his numbers are that much better already, and he's been hurt. I would give him number 2.
Well, no, that's nice of you, man, to give him a number 2.
Of course. I knew that was
0, Joey. I'm going to go ahead and say 0, but you know what? I forgot I'm not talking to you at the moment.
Oh, yeah, he has a real battle with you. I mean, I guess, man, I didn't think Joe Burrow. And then I look at Joe Burrow's numbers, too, and he's like similar. Because, again, the injuries, but like he's got 23 touchdowns and 8 picks. Mahomes has 29 and 8.
Are all those 8 picks from earlier in the season? Because remember, he was bad at the beginning.
Bad early.
And now he's been without Jamar Chase for a while.
And I think that, like, I don't know, I sent you that video yesterday, that cartoon video.
Really
it's
funny.
Hilarious. And so, man, there are a lot of guys that are kind of right in that area. Tua, I think, still has a really good shot and opportunity to do it.
Okay, since you guys brought up Joe Burrow, fact or fiction, the Bengals will win the AFC North. That loss to the Jags was really costly for the Ravens.
I would say, I'm going to say fiction.
Okay.
Just because I feel like the Ravens still have the upper hand in that division.
No, I mean, I think that division is a weird place. It is
weird.
Not seeing the Steelers be good is
awesome.
Yeah, I understand that. It's weird though, as a general NFL fan, to look at it and say why, like we're just so used to them being good. I mean, not even great, just good, and they're not that this year. So I think the Bengals, because the division is weak, I think they stand the best chance out of it, and they also know how to win at this point.
Not NFL fact or fiction from the 469. Everyone at the Fan should aspire to be as hot as Eric Chiafalo.
That's a fact.
Agreed.
All right,
Gosh.
fine. Fiction.
Oh, wow.
That
Is that because you think you're hotter than Eric Chiafalo?
I'm better.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing.
And he's not going to be in studio today, so that's why you're going
the
after
safe route.
him.
I did the safe route.
That is a good point. Go see them. Jeez. Go see them at Rally House out in Arlington today. All right. Sticking in that division, since Corey, you set up the intriguing hypothesis, that division is a weird place. The Ravens' inability to hold leads will bounce them from the playoffs quickly.
Fiction. I feel like they're making the adjustment. I mean, it's just like I get it. They hold the lead. There's going to be a point where there's no longer going back on that. They're going to figure it out and go through and continue to win.
Redo that one more time. So somebody texted in and I had to respond to them.
Oh my God.
Are you paying attention?
They said, my wife says Corey has a punchable face. And I said, I dare her.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
listening.
I'm not saying I want to see that happen tomorrow at Boomer Jacks in Arlington. I'm not saying I don't want to see that happen. I feel like you dared her now by the laws of schoolyard bullydom.
Yep.
She is within
has
her
to, yeah.
right to come up and punch you without any assault concerns.
That's true.
Is the Ravens' inability to hold leads will bounce them quickly from the playoffs. I love Lamar Jackson. His fourth quarter stats this year are terrible. He's 41 of 64 for 502 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. They cannot hold a lead. I believe that will bounce them early from the playoffs, which will make me sad.
Do you think that Dak has any shot at MVPing this up?
I do not.
Because Cooper Rush won?
No, because there's too many people. Well, I mean, that doesn't help. Is that they had a winning record without him there, but there's too many people for him to jump over.
Do you know what Patrick Mahomes' rating is right now?
I do not.
Do you?
I don't either.
105.3.
Oh,
he's a big listener.
Yeah.
He lived at my house.
Yeah,
he
that's
told me,
right.
he was like, man, I listen to the Fan every single day.
Awesome.
I
love the KMC Masterpiece show.
You love to hear it.
My favorite. He said it to me.
Okay.
Yes.
So clearly,
He left a note.
That's the best rating.
Yes.
But I will point out, Tua's is 10 points higher than that. I'm just saying, I know it's weird.
But it's less games, so does that play a factor with that, right?
No, I think that Patrick Mahomes is the favorite for the MVP. His turnover to his touchdown to interception ratio is about 3.5. Tua's is 6-1. Tua is having the better season, but he did miss time, and Mahomes is not. I wonder if that will be the deciding factor. That's why I think Tua should be second. All right.
Wait, how much time did he miss, Tua?
2 games. Or 2.5 if you want.
No, yeah.
All right, this one is geared just to you. Jacoby Brissett deserves another shot to start in the NFL. Not with the Browns, but somewhere else.
Fact. I think so. I'd give him the chance. I think he could go to Carolina, compete with Baker and Darnold. He did a lot. I get it. As a Browns fan, the frustration we didn't win as many games, but he still kept us in the game. Most games. So I think he deserves a shot.
Okay.
That was just to me.
I saw that look on your face.
And
it's to me only.
I am a Jacoby Brissett fan. He won me money when we were in Vegas, so I became a fan of his that day. And the dude's played all the games and has 12 touchdowns. Now, I mean, Dak has 10, and he hasn't played all the games.
Sure.
So I say no.
And then the last one for you, I already know Joey's thoughts on this. Nathaniel Hackett will be a one-and-done coach for the Broncos.
Oh, man.
I say fact.
It depends to me
How many
was
people
he the
go
guy
to
that
the next
said?
party?
Was he the guy that stood on the table for Russell Wilson? 'Cause I think he was standing on the table for Aaron Rodgers, and then they said, "Hey, we'll get this other guy." He was like, "Okay, fine." And I think Russell Wilson's the bigger problem than Hackett is. And I think Russell Wilson, I mean, Hackett's doing everything he can, but you have to have that leader that everybody loves, and nobody loves that guy. And so the rest of the team is going to be like, see you later, and they got to figure a way out there.
Is it always the coach's fault?
No, but I just feel like you can't move on from Russell Wilson.
No, I know you're stuck with that contract, but
So I just wonder if that is the outcome to this because of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. Got a couple of shout-outs and maybe a challenge. Corey, Kevin, and Derek Holland. Can I get a shout-out for my freshman son playing for, it says state today to win state at noon for Fort Worth All Saints. His name is Jaden. Good luck.
Jaden.
Win that state championship. And then from the 832.
I didn't even get to say anything.
Well, we got to move
from
fast.
Okay, come on, Jaden. Kick some butt out there.
They need to text in if they want equal time. Just wanted to thank Derek and you guys for my new bat. Glad to be part of Peace-a-thon. And then, Derek, this is the one that you will need to address. Dutch from the 817. I bet my wife I would quit smoking that you would not have lunch or dinner with me. What do you say on air? So basically, for this guy to quit smoking, you have to go have a meal with him. Are you ready to make that kind of commitment?
Wow, this is big.
I mean, hey, we all make our own decisions in life. And, if you choose to continue smoking, that's on you. I have a busy schedule right now.
Wow!
I apologize. I will not be able to.
Looks like you won that bet, buddy. Smoke up.
Smoke away. Smoke them if you got them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Besides Cowboys-Colts, what football game, college or pro, are you most looking forward to this weekend? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The holiday season is here, which means holiday deals.
Diggs pumps to him, throws in the back of the end zone, and the catch is made. Touchdown, Savion Williams. Able to snag that one.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What is the game this weekend, college or pro, that you are most invested in besides Cowboys-Colts?
Well, I do want to say, because Cowboys-Colts is definitely one, and the reason is the exact same as the Michigan-Purdue game. Just because it's a spoiler. These are the teams you can't sit here and slip up on. You really got to put the hammer down on them. And to me, I think this is one for Michigan. That's why, I mean, obviously I'm a diehard fan. They have to go out and win. You cannot have the hangover from beating Ohio State. You have to go in, win this game, because it's to me, I would call it a supposed to game. You're supposed to win this.
Okay.
You better win that. Same thing with the Cowboys. This is a beat-up Colts team. They're not very good. You need to do the exact same thing. You can't lose to these guys.
Should I assume, Corey, for you, it's the
I have 3.
North Texas UTSA game tonight?
That one's hot for tonight. But you said this weekend, all right?
Yeah.
So
it is
the weekend,
I will count this evening as the weekend.
No, it is. Start? Yeah, Sunday's not the weekend. Sunday is the beginning of next week.
What?
No, absolutely. That's true. Yeah, because you have to start thinking about work.
But if you look at a calendar, it starts on Monday and then it ends on Sunday.
Kevin, let me ask you a question. When do you start preparing the run sheet for Monday?
Just say Monday morning.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Derek, and that would help us win the argument.
Saying
but
you
I
do
can't
work on Sunday.
I can't do that.
Right. It's not really. Is that considered work? Like you're just prepping.
The way he does it?
It's a lot of work. It's not.
Okay, you're not
no,
He's
it's a lot of work. I'm sorry. I want to win the argument,
No, you
but that
don't.
is a lot
He
of
is
work.
at the buffet of topics trying to say which one is going to make the perfect plate so I don't have to come back. You know? I have 3
beautiful.
in addition to tomorrow's match against the Netherlands. Like that's huge.
Not that football.
But that's a huge game this weekend.
No, absolutely.
If they win, is this like the Miracle on Ice, but this is the Miracle on Grass?
I don't think so. I see what you're going for. It's not that like drastic in terms of betting odds. Like they're 2 to 2.5 to 1 favorites, but it's not that bad.
Top 3, Kevin.
Okay.
Number 3.
Oh.
Bengals Chiefs.
Yeah.
Chiefs at Bengals, if you will. Listen, this game does not decide anything, but it's a fun rematch of the teams that played in the AFC Championship last year. It's a blast.
Okay.
It's cool.
Okay.
That's number 3, though.
Oh.
Number 2, Jets Vikings.
Yes.
Jets Vikings is fun for me because, Kevin, we got to figure out if the Jets are real. Like if Mike White's real.
You know what? I don't know. I've got a Jets Vikings stat for you, and it kind of includes Giants Commanders. I don't know if that is on your list or not. All of those teams are elite in close games. So the Jets are 3-1 in games decided by 6 points or less. The Vikings are 4-0. The Giants are 5-0, and the Commanders are 5-2. So if you wonder, like, how did they get to those marks? They thrive in close games. Now, the Minnesota Vikings in games decided by 37 points are 0-1. So that's a side point for you right there. But in close games, all 4 of those teams are really good.
Which is interesting, too, because, I mean, the Niners, whenever Saleh was their defensive coordinator, they were comfortable in those games, too. And so now that he's the head coach of this team, they feel comfortable with that part of the process. The number 1 game this weekend, aside from Cowboys-Colts, where, I mean, Matt Ryan may not live. I'm just saying. He may not be standing after this one.
Yeah.
The number 1 game this weekend, Dolphins at Niners.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That is, and this is Mike McDaniel he was unnecessarily fired from the Niners last year. That's not true. He actually just left with lots of goodwill.
Yeah.
They loved him there. But he leaves the Niners, goes and coaches this team now. Tua is, riding his hot streak of being the only undefeated quarterback when he completes a game.
Exactly.
And the Niners are trying to say we're better than our record, as we discussed yesterday, and they are a good football team. This is going to be a tough, fun game. I'm very curious. Does Mike McDaniel know enough about Shanahan's offense to take advantage of them?
Who do you like in that game?
At the moment,
that's a tough one.
I like the Niners.
Okay.
Although, you know how, like, I don't know if I'm being tricked here or what. I love Mike McDaniel. This is like, he is my, I said this morning, Kevin, I tweeted it out. If I could pay for a mic'd up Mike McDaniel channel, I absolutely would.
Sure. And somebody brought this up from the 469. They're in on the Georgia, TCU, and USC games. That Utah-USC game tonight will really shake things up as they're picking Utah to win. And here's the thing.
Wait, that's tonight?
That game is tonight. Because the Pac-12, they like to rock and roll. And I think that game's on Fox, too, and maybe that's how they made that deal. But that and the TCU game, I know people are really keyed in on because, look, if Michigan loses, I think they're probably still in. Georgia can lose by 30 points, and they're still going to be in the top 4. However, not saying it's fair, just telling you how I think it is. If TCU loses, I think Ohio State is back in, and TCU will be out, despite the fact that they both have one loss. They have not been respected a ton this year, and you see on even lost ground, they will take Ohio State. And if USC loses, same idea.
I would say, too, the one thing I want to throw out there, TCU loses, I think they should still stay in.
I can see that. I just don't think they will.
Because it's an undefeated team that deserves that chance. It's your first loss. You can't get punished enough to be taken out of the playoff. USC would be the only one that I think has that they should be, if they lose, they're out. That's how it should work. That's just my opinion.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to be an amazing weekend for games. And by the way, if you want to see a lot of those games, you can hang out with us at Boomer Jacks in Arlington tomorrow. Or you could listen to multiple championship games tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan. So pretty much just plan your entire weekend around the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
with the Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Jerry Jones in just 1 second. Don't forget, Saturday, CA and KG until noon. Plus, we have the SEC championship game, the Big Ten championship game, and wedged in between those times, all of the roundtables from Boomer Jacks in Arlington. So if you want to listen, you can't make it out, that's how you'll be able to listen. But we hope you do come out, because we'll be hanging out there from noon to 4. There's autographed baseballs to be given away. There's the autographed Jabril Cox helmet to be given away. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Plus, there's free swag. So what's not to like?
I love free swag.
I don't think you particularly are eligible.
Why not?
You work for the Fan.
So you're trying to say that I can't get a swag?
I do believe that is what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll try. We'll see what happens.
Right now, on the line, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is the owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, and it's great to see this motley crew upgraded by having Derek on this show this morning. And I'm glad to be rubbing shoulders with you over the air here, Derek.
I appreciate that. Wow, I didn't think you'd know who I was. I appreciate that. You just made my day.
I do. I'm telling you right now, that game, first of all, you need to hear me say baseball is my favorite sport. And I played it. I loved it. I played it every chance I could ever play it, and at every level, and just loved it. Football to me was... I had to call on myself to play football.
Man, can we play catch sometime?
Hit a few grounders.
That'll work. That's perfect.
Well, Jerry, you've just made Derek Holland's day, week, month, year. He might tear up a little bit. So very well done to start. Now,
Derek, I've got one more story. When I was about 14. My father, with the captain of the Chicago Blackhawks, a guy named Ed Litzenberger, took me in the dressing room of the Chicago Cubs. And they took me over, and they had a great shortstop playing from Dallas. His name was Ernie Banks, and boy, was he a great one. And he signed a baseball for me. Well, after I'd bought the Cowboys, about 10 years into it, I had a guy walk up to me one night here in Dallas after a speech and said, "Mr. Jones, I'm Ernie Banks. I just wanted to meet you." I said, "Well, Ernie, what a pleasure." I said, "We've met." And he said, "Oh, no, we haven't." I said, "Yes, we have. We met. You signed a baseball for me when I was 15. It has never even been on a carpet. It's never been off my shelf. I still have it where I dress today. Ernie Banks, Chicago Cubs."
Man, that's incredible. I love that. I love stories like that.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of, I'm hoping you can help us out here. How much do we need to be worried about the illness of Trayvon Diggs and Michael Gallup, and can we get this stupid flu to just go away already?
Well, of course, I'll probably choke from coughing on the next sentence I give today. I apologize for this voice, and I will cut it off this time if I start coughing. I did it the other day, but I'm not concerned. I think they'll be ready to go.
Jerry, I'm fascinated at this tight end group that you have, and we've nicknamed them Fergashot.
Fergashot.
We've combined those two tight ends, but also what Schultz has done, with that group. He even seems to be, as G-Bag was talking yesterday, he seems to be playing tougher because of them. What are your thoughts on what you have in that position right now?
Well, you'll have to get in line behind me, or I'll get in line behind you. Mm-hmm. They are very positive in my eyes, and I think of them, if you will, as a group. You'd appreciate this before the game against, I think it was against Minnesota. Well, Henderson was there in the locker room, and I asked him, I said, "How you feeling today?" I said, "Are you ready to go?" He didn't blink. He looked over and said, "I'm dangerous.
Oh,
turn me loose." And I said, "Well, I'm dangerous too. Let's go."
Yeah.
But they tickle me, and they bring a smile to my face. And boy, I'll tell you what, watching, of course, Schultz is playing outstanding, every bit to the level that we thought he would. but it's really a pleasure to see these rookies step in here and play at that level. I think Schultz has a lot to do with that. He's got the experience there with them. But it's a great group, and they can catch the ball, they can make plays, and they block doing it. And so it's what you want, and that's impressive to be able to put those 3 tight end sets out there and operate out of that.
I know you're not like actively negotiating these contracts during the season or anything like that, but I've always been curious about how this process works. Do you watch Ferguson and Hendershot like in their development, and that helps maybe make it so you can let Schultz walk out the door and save some money on that group?
Do you know that I don't equate when I'm the agreements or the contracts. I go more to a fan mode or go more to a coaching mode. I'm watching the players play or practice. That idea about what that's doing to their agreement, I don't get that. And I can get to the money pretty quick, and I don't have to sit around and practice on it all year long. I'm sitting there looking, evaluating, if you will, but really just watching somebody do some good work. All of that kicks in later when you get to thinking about the money.
Well, with that in mind, from a fan perspective, and I know you're probably beaten down by these questions, but from a fan perspective, from a you can get to the money pretty quick perspective, we're not going to let Odell Beckham Jr. leave the facility on Monday without signing up, right?
Well, I wish it were as easy as me saying yes or no, and you say, why isn't it? And we all understand the reality of what you have to go through. But I'm excited. They'll be coming in. We'll be coming in Monday, and we. In the meantime, we're doing a lot of evaluation, a lot of work, a lot of things regarding physical condition, things like that, information. So all of that's working.
I'm glad Kevin brought this up because we were kind of discussing yesterday the approach and bring him in. It's courtship. I mean, you're courting a player at this point too, in weirdly in the middle of a season. And we were discussing, do you have a goodie bag for him to leave with? Do you have Dak come say hi to him? How does that part go? Does he say hi to the other players while he's around?
Well, when you're as visible as we are, and you have the track record we have, it's pretty hard to put a smile on and do something in an hour of visiting or over a dinner, or if you will, just a meeting. It's pretty hard to do something that materially impacts your record before you as how you've been. I'm talking about the Cowboys as an organization, the Cowboys as a place for a player to play, or if that matter, does what I say, is it just said for that moment and not followed up on? One of the things that I almost insist, and I do this everywhere, is if I'm talking to somebody for the first time, I'll find people that know me and ask them to call ahead and that know who I'm talking to. Now, this has nothing to do with just football players. And I'll say, would you share with them some stories so that they know who they're talking to when I'm visiting with them. And so that's something that I appreciate because I have it happen to me. I have people call me and say, you're going to be meeting somebody, and they wanted me to call you, or I wanted to call you and tell you this about them. And all of that helps make it work.
Does Jerry Jones have a closing line whenever trying to seal a deal?
Well, I don't have time to have a bad time.
Okay, all right.
It's not on my schedule.
Let's go have a good time right now. Yeah.
What have you thought about the team's run defense over the past 2 games, and how big of a challenge does Jonathan Taylor present on Sunday night?
Well, he's really challenged. He goes right to the heart of where it should be, and that is the running game. And He's an outstanding player. He's a difference maker, and we got to not only be ready for him, we've got to be ready for what happens if we load up too much and what we give up to load up against him. And they're anticipating that. And they'll have it figured out. Won't be a lot of secrets out there when we meet Sunday.
I'm curious about the Colts. They've had a kind of a rough season, and this is one of those games where if they can be a tough team. What do these guys have to do? What does this team have to do to stay focused enough to know we can't let this one be a hiccup for us?
Just to understand that they are a good team. They are a tough team. But more important, the guy in front of you is a tough guy. And the guy that you've so really these players are focused on their matchups. That's the nature of the game. And make no mistake about it, you can go down through their roster, and they really do have some outstanding players. And unfortunately, when you just like the running game, when you get a weak spot in your running game or you get a vulnerable spot, they know how to wear it out, and that's how it happens. You bet. There is. I don't know of anybody that I hadn't rather be playing than them. They're dangerous. Dangerous is not the word for it. They can win the football game.
Jeff Saturday becomes the Colts interim head coach, and a lot of people have had questions about that and the process that it went through and everything. And he also is kind of a confidant for Jim Irsay up there, and that he can give him that perspective from a former player's eyes. Do you have players that you had in the past? I know Michael Irvin, obviously you have a great communication with him, but that you talk about your team with and you ask questions and kind of pick at their brain a little bit?
All over the place. All over the place. I have guys that aren't former players that I talk to a lot. It would not be doing my job if I weren't constantly in conversation about our team with people who really are focused on our team and understand it. They should have different perspective, each one of them. But you mentioned Jeff Saturday. I had great experience of actually negotiating with him on our long-term players agreement for several years ago. And he was outstanding. And I mean outstanding whether you were talking to him about being a senator or about being a head coach. And I'm a big believer that some of that crosses over. As center and as a very intelligent center, make no mistake about it, he's familiar with every nuance of playing football. That's almost ridiculous to think not. But when it comes to standing up in front of a group of players, or when it comes to standing up in front of just a fan base, he's one of the top people I've met. And I spent a lot of time with him. As a matter of fact, I had the pleasure of riding. We were going in kind of the same direction, and he rode with me for several hours on the plane, just the two of us, and we spent a lot of time talking about a lot of things. I can see why Irsay thinks as much of him as he does.
Since Corey brought up Michael Irvin, I was curious your thoughts about Deion Sanders might be about to take another step up in the coaching world. Have you been surprised at all to see all of his college coaching success? Not in the least. Not in the least. Deion has such a positive enthusiasm about him, and a real genuine 1 and 1 is 3. It's a positiveness about him, and he has a real understanding of what a player is, what a player's mentality can and should be. And of course, he's actually been around and gotten the benefit of some of the greatest people in sport. And look what he brings to the table. But Derek, I'll never forget, he hit an inside the park home run at Cincinnati
and came over and made a key interception against us opening day with Pittsburgh. And I think he did it within a 24-hour period, baseball, football. And we beat Pittsburgh opening day, and we played them later in the Super Bowl and won. And Deion also called probably the most or as meaningful a play as there was. While he was playing corner, he was playing a receiver and caught a big pass down the middle in the Super Bowl.
Jerry, speaking about the old teams,
Deion Sanders has a little bit of going for him when it comes to being able to be a coach. He can be an outstanding. He is an outstanding. But I'm just going to say he's a great communicator and he's a real leader of men.
Jerry, speaking about the old teams, like how do you compare your Super Bowl teams to the team that we have right now here in Dallas?
Well, I wouldn't dare try to compare because there's such a difference in the game and such a difference in, frankly, just the game to make that comparison. I would say that talent-wise, on both sides of the ball, and that's saying a lot because of the talent that we had during those Super Bowl years. Now, I don't think we've got Deion Sanders over there, but we've got some very good single and pluses in terms of defensive players. Now, over on the offensive of the ball, of course, Deion was also magical over on the special teams and the offensive side of the ball. But then you can go on down the road. So this team has it to do relative to the identity of being involved in teams that can compete at that level and go to the Super Bowl. Is it possible? Yes. Does this team have the talent to think about playing in the game like the Super Bowl? I think so. You have to do that, mainly hindsight, in my view, of evaluating and comparing teams, because a big part of it is how they played in the Super Bowl.
I know you have a head coach right now. If Deion wanted to, would you hire him to be the head coach of the Cowboys at some point?
Well, again, we're speculating, and you know what that would be or what have you. Deion's very capable of being a head coach in the National Football League.
Now, obviously, football teams are always trying to evolve. And
you couldn't be talking to anybody that knows him any better than I do.
Guarantee that.
That is true. That is very true. As the team looks to improve and evolve, I'm curious, do you see overcoming penalties and the accountability for that as the biggest thing that this team still needs to work on? Because there's been a lot of talk of accountability this week.
Well, I don't know that it's the biggest, but I can't think of anything that's any bigger that it needs to work on.
Okay. How is Terrence Steele doing, Jerry?
Terrence is having Terrence Steele.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, of course. Well, he's having a great year, not a good year, a really great year, and he's and the other thing is he's improving every game. Now, if you're asking him about the fact that he's got the bug right now, then like I said, I don't believe we'll miss anybody because of the bug.
Gotcha.
I was curious. I know you've talked to us so much about, obviously your focus is this football team, but monitoring across the rest of the sports landscape. I was curious if you heard about what LeBron James said about media disparity. And not that long ago, he had said he's not particularly a Cowboys fan anymore. Did you hear what LeBron said? And would you have any interest in meeting with him and chatting with him?
Well, first of all, you have to hear me say how much I think of LeBron. And I couldn't, I don't know of anybody I respect anymore. I don't know of anybody that has taken every opportunity he's had and maximized it. He not only is an absolute great ambassador for sport, he has taken sports, he's taken his venues and used those platforms. I want to be sure that you know where I'm coming from. And it was made buttons pop off my vest, so to speak, when he would talk about how much of a Cowboy fan he was. And he would have made a great tight end. So, and that doesn't change. There's nothing about any of that changes. And I did hear what he had to say.
Did you have any, I guess, general thoughts about, I mean, I know all the praise. Did you have any general thoughts about what?
I'm just giving them to you.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'm just giving them to you there. I just, certainly he has influence and just because of all of the above, his accomplishments, how he's utilized his sport, how he's utilized his platform, how we have done it. He has enhanced basketball. He's made a lot of people a lot of money. I hope I have too.
Well, we appreciate the time as always. Looking forward to Sunday night and stringing another win up on the board.
Great, guys. Well, I'll tell you, it is fun. It is fun to be a part of this thing when you win a football game.
Yeah, it is.
No doubt about that.
Thanks, Jerry.
Bye, Dad.
And Derek, good to be on with you. I'm sorry that I've done all the talking, which our fans probably wish we'd had you jump in here a little more, Derek.
No, I appreciate it. I'm just happy I got to talk to you, and you even gave the love that you did to me. So thank you, Dad.
Well, all right, guys.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you call him Dad?
Yes.
I did.
Twice?
Yep. I wanted to make sure he heard it.
Yeah, because the first time it seemed like he didn't hear it. The second time, he definitely
did, 'cause he
chuckled.
He locked me up. I had a question for him earlier, and I couldn't remember what it was. I was telling is it Twolos?
Yes.
I was telling them, and he locked me up. He got me good. Hit me in the emotional spot, the heart.
Nice. Joey, send him that audio.
That
We'll
was-
make
that
sure.
was
We'll make sure.
We'll make it an NFT.
That he always, the fascinating thing about that, and I know some people want to hear all about it. Some people think it's the dumbest topic in the world, but it was interesting to hear all of the praise that he had for LeBron and that he was well aware of all of the comments that LeBron had made, and that's just going to be that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't hold him to, I can't put him under fire and go, hey, answer these questions that everybody wants.
Sure.
He made a statement, and then, Kevin, you followed up. Well, I thought it was a pretty good follow-up.
Yeah.
And he was like, I just told you.
Okay.
I said what I'm going to say, and that's as far as we're going to go. Do y'all want to talk about something else?
Sure.
But he loves Derek, man. And he loves Derek Holland.
Man.
He wants to play. He wants to hit some grounders with you.
I know. I thought we were going to get to play catch.
You still could. You still could.
He's got me more into the Cowboy love now. I mean, obviously Browns my number one team. That's where I'm from. So I got to give that. But I would love to see a Browns-Cowboys game with him.
So basically what we set up is if you'll stop smoking, if you can hang out with Derek, no dice.
No dice.
But if you're Jerry Jones, no problem.
Wow.
Which, I do kind of see how the hierarchy of that works. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus the stars. All of it next right here on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Derek Holland rocking with us in studio today. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola in just 1 second. But, Derek, you brought something up earlier, is you would love to talk more about the Commanders and Giants game, which does feel like a hugely important game in terms of playoffs, because I know right now they're all 4 in from the NFC East. I just don't know if that's going to stand. Your mic's off.
Yeah, that's my turn.
You made fun of me earlier, Derek.
Gosh. No, I was curious about this game. I feel like that's a big game. Looking at the two, who would you rather see the Cowboys play? Because it could be a meaningful game at the end of the season. Obviously, I think we're done with the Giants, so we don't have to worry about them. But if we had to have that matchup again, because I feel like the Commanders have.
I think I would rather play the Giants because the Commanders are playing better right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say they have momentum, so that's why I felt like this game was a intriguing game.
Is that
to see.
So? Is that your answer as well?
Yeah, I would definitely go with the Giants. I feel like we've got their number. I don't think Daniel Jones can handle the Cowboys defense.
Yeah, Daniel Jones stinks.
But you love his coach.
I do love his coach. They're still far away from being a good team. We've already knocked them off twice now.
Yep.
So we just got Washington ahead of us. Man, I think we're going to destroy Washington whenever we play them. We saw what happened with Heineke last year. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
It's fun. But yeah, no, it's two teams that I'm happy that they're good and that the rest of the division is kind of in its way right now because it's a lot of fun.
I still think the Cowboys will walk away with this division.
Okay, do you have a predicted Philly loss? Because, like, realistically, I know people are like, oh, they're 2 games back, but not really. Is there 1 game back? Because they would have to beat Philly, but if you beat Philly, you're going to take the tiebreak off of Philly. So you just need them to lose 1 more to be back in control of your own divisional destiny. I said the other day, we got asked, I was at 29% that they can win the division. So is there any particular game that stands out? You're like, I think this is the one they're going to drop.
This week, for sure. Obviously, I think the Cowboys game is going to be big, but I think Titans win.
Okay.
I would take the Titans in this game.
Wow.
Just because I feel just like how the Cowboys were since they're progressing, they can't stop the run. So I feel like the Titans with Derrick Henry, that they're not going to be able to stop that.
Okay. Hopefully we avoid similar fates. All right. Right now, we're going to talk to Mickey in a minute, but let's go ahead and fire off cut number 2 and talk about the Dallas Stars.
Handoff for Heiskanen, and Robertson gets it back. Shot, score! And here come the Hats. 3rd career hat trick for Jason Robertson. 4-0 Dallas.
So Jason Robertson made the NHL look really smart in a really short period of time. For the month of November, the NHL named Jason Robertson their number 1 star. And then what happens on December 1st? He is like, go ahead and clear off the mantle for December as well. He puts the hat trick together. The Dallas Stars win 5-0 as my boy Ottinger gets his Vezina campaign going once more. 31 stops, shutout. Love to see it.
Kevin, the question that Avery asked me when Derek kindly gave me the tickets to the Rangers and Stars match, is Robertson the greatest hockey player ever? And I said no, but he's on his way. And last night just solidifies it even more that this kid, we're lucky to have this kid like at this age, and he could be here forever.
Is he like the Luka?
He's our Luka.
Or yeah, that's what I meant. He's our Luka.
I don't know.
Not of the NHL. I meant of.
Oh, shit.
He's DFW's hockey Luka.
But unlike the Mavericks, the Stars found people to roll along with him, whether it's Rupe, whether it's Ottinger, whether it's
having Pavelski around, a good player.
They have a crew that can ride with it, and I do believe if I saw,
so good too, man.
I'm glad we locked him up. I do believe I saw that Joey the Jet has already declared that the Hart Trophy winner for your MVP will in fact be Jason Robertson. It's over, right?
Oh, it should be. It was a shame that in the Hart Trophy tracker, he was 4th in points behind McDavid, Pasternak, and Nathan MacKinnon. So.
You know what? we've had
That's what he gets.
We've had this problem before.
Mm-hmm.
A couple years ago, when he got jobbed out of Rookie of the Year, we mounted our campaign for him to win Rookie of the Year, and they gave it to somebody who's 35. No, I'm just kidding. I know he's not that old,
hey,
but
KHL, man.
Yeah,
The Russia.
he'd already been playing Essential Pro hockey for like 6 years or something. So our awards campaign usually don't go that great.
I do have some questions about this team. This is an exciting brand of hockey. Like this, we're not used to this in regular season, a lot.
Sure.
I think, man, when Provenzano was on with us when we were on nights, they kind of had a little more of this kind of a vibe to them. But this is a very exciting brand that they're playing right now. And I don't want to get ahead of myself because we're only, 24 games in or something like that. Is this brand going to carry over in playoffs? And because that a lot of these guys did play the old brand, will that come out of them in playoffs because they still have that in them?
My concern, I do believe this brand of hockey carries because it's not like you have a mid goalie. Like, I mean, maybe he doesn't win the Vezina, but Ottinger is awesome. So, and I know it goes beyond, your defense goes beyond just your goalie, but you do have a great goalie. I think they've scored the most goals in the league. And my concern when it comes to playoff hockey is when it comes to close games, they're terrible. Just terrible.
Yeah, they haven't played that well, but a part of that is they are just dominating teams. There's some close games that they score a couple empty netters that end up 3-goal, margins and things like that I think kind of you got to factor in. They are destroying teams. So that's.
I definitely hear you. My counter argument would be they're winless in 1-goal games. Winless.
Yeah, and they haven't been good in OT
exactly
in shootouts, but it's 3-on-3 totally different when it comes to playoff time.
They are winless in those scenarios as well. Now, there was at least one of them where you got kind of a miracle goal to even get there. So you're huzzah for the point. Look, if you're going to tell me right now they're going to dominate every chump team in the playoffs, I'm fantastic. But I also feel like when it tightens up, the style can carry for the Stars. But inability to close out close games, I am worried about that. Now, again, like I said, if you tell me, well, there won't be close games, so don't worry about it. Great. I just would not guess that to be the case. So that is something that I would definitely like the Stars to get better at.
All right, so who are we trying to get in the first round?
Oh, of the play? Do I have to jump that far ahead already?
If you want me to slow my roll here, I can. I mean, if you want me to just kind of back off of this and be like, look, guys, there's still 60 games left in the season, and I can do that.
I feel like that's really early.
I get excited about playoffs.
Look, you know what I'm going to say. I'm clearly going to say the Minnesota Wild because we took your hockey team and now we took your season.
Sorry,
that is
Joey,
always
you
my
went to Minnesota
answer.
For a little while.
I despise the Wild.
Yeah.
Well, you lived there. I didn't know if you liked the state or anything like that.
It is the state of hockey.
No, clearly.
Isn't that where Robertson's from?
No, he's from California.
Norfolk, MI? That's Michigan.
You better watch out.
Maybe he was just born there.
Now, clearly, Joey wants us to play the Jets, and he'll be cheering for the Jets because he played on a hockey team called the Jets.
Ever.
That's why he's Joey the Jet.
Joey the Jet.
Can we rename you Joey the Star? Will you accept that?
I accept.
What about Joey the Fan?
I gladly wear it.
He works at the Fan now.
Or the star of Joey.
Okay, we got some work to do over there.
Right,
that was not
we'll
our
let
best
Mike do
work
the
right there.
From now on.
Yeah, it's not mine.
Mike's really good at that.
Okay, all right.
I am not.
Okay, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Nicknames, we still need some work. All right.
Snap.
Whoa, my God, stop doing that. You asked about this a little bit earlier. What is your excitement level for tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., round of 16 for the United States, and do you believe that they can win?
I do. If there is a draw that turns into PKs, right? That's the
after the extra time. We'll do 30 minutes of extra time, 15, and they need a break again, and then they go to PKs.
The purest form of soccer.
No, I feel like you're trying to antagonize
defining soccer. I think all soccerists know that's the purest form. I do think they can. They've had an interesting strategy for each team, and I've kind of liked the fact that they've kind of done it a little different each time. I saw this morning, Kevin, that potential that Pulisic is looking like he will play, looking good that he will play. So that gives you at least, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes of Pulisic before he gets hurt. And then,
dude, what are you doing?
Dude, come on. We know how this guy does. But you got potential. If they go out the way they did in the last match, they're going out there just attacking with Pulisic. And so that's something that you can have a lot of fun with. Man, do you love Way? Tim Way?
Oh my God, yes.
That dude, I love watching this guy play, man. His speed, the way he gets out in front.
And if it weren't for that, we might not have advanced because we would have lost to Wales on a stupid PK. Did you see, by the way, that Christian Pulisic
thank you.
went out of his way to, again,
lots of way here,
make sure people knew what actually happened to him? He said, it's a pelvic contusion. I didn't get hit in the balls. That was an actual quote that he actually said. He said, I'm all right. It was very painful. The bone is there for a reason to protect you, I think. Now, that sentence falls apart really quickly. The bone is there for a reason to protect you, I think. I hit it well. It was sore. But like I said, I'm getting better. So he really wanted to make sure that everybody knew that he did not get hit in the balls.
Okay. All right. Let's do soccer players wear cups? Do they wear... it seems like that could hurt a lot.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
do they wear jock straps?
Honestly, I don't know.
Just their sliders. They wear their sliders probably.
They just wear tights.
Tights. Yeah. Baseball players already wearing tights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because your pants are tight.
Yeah.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
They also wear sliders underneath.
Okay.
So that's.
No, I just wanted to give you the freedom.
Yeah. Can you believe Beltray played third base without a cup though?
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
It's insane. Why would you
I
even
pitched
do that?
and I wore a cup.
All right, it is a shout out.
You have lots of questions now, don't you?
Curious.
No.
Gotta protect myself.
No, I have no questions. It is a shout out Friday right here on The Fan, and we've encouraged the high school football folks from the 903. Kevin, shout out to Carthage High School going for their 9th Class 4A state championship in 12 years. They're playing against Texarkana Pleasant Grove. And then it's at CU Boys in Arlington tomorrow. So they're going to catch the game and then still make it out to Boomer Jacks. You can also go to Arlington today at Rally House if you want to go see those boys from the G-Bag Nation.
This is a busy station, dude.
It is.
This is cool.
You can also listen to the SEC and Big Ten championship games here tomorrow after our roundtables are done.
I just want to kind of capsulize this real quick, Kevin. Sean and RJ had Mike McCarthy, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, on this morning. We start our show with Derek Holland.
Right.
And then he gets a compliment from Jerry Jones when we talk with Jerry Jones.
That was amazing.
We ask a hard-hitting question to Jerry Jones as well. The G-Bag Nation is out and about today doing their thing, so you can go see their faces. Tomorrow, we have college football action here on the station. And then we're also doing you got the Get Right going on tonight as well. And then tomorrow, you can see the entire station. This is amazing.
It is.
And Mike's not even here.
Yes.
All this going on, and Mike's not even around. Just imagine when Mike's here, how much we add to this thing.
Mike will be at Madison. Mike will be at Madison Square Garden watching the Mavericks, and this is an important shout out, but also probably an important note. I've always been curious about this as well. From the 469, they said shout out to FedEx. They don't love the way FedEx runs some of their scheduling, but also customers, please don't come out to talk to us. We just want to move on quickly. Unless they
Oh, really? Because they got stuff to do.
Yes.
The faster they get done with their route, they're done for the day.
I was occasionally giving the FedEx guy that came by my house Gatorade or water if he needed it.
Yeah?
It was like he was delivering a lot of packages for a while, so I made sure hey man, you're out here delivering boxes everywhere, so you need something to drink.
Yeah. Were these large packages?
These were some of them, yes.
Okay.
That is very nice of you. Otherwise, the only time I remember it is my son answered the door for somebody who's delivering a package, and he goes, hey, the guy at the door wants to talk to you. And I was like, oh, is everything okay? And he was like, no, yeah, he's a fan, and he wanted to meet you. And I was like, oh, okay, great. Otherwise, I'm not looking to slow anybody down. If you got to move, you got to move.
Shout out to all the great fathers who are out there doing their best and involved in their children's lives.
Man, I'll tell you, I do love that. Sometimes I don't love the implied idea that dads don't participate. because I would always be there for my kids' stuff in elementary school. And man, so many of the moms are like, you're here and that's great. And I'm like, yeah, because it's my kid too. So, of course I'm here.
And the 214, shout out to my girlfriend who got us floor seats for the Royal Wrestling match.
The Royal Rumble. Come on.
Oh, that's what it's called?
Yes, that is a great event. Yes, I know, Derek. I still regret not going back in 17.
I don't know, because, if you were a real friend, you would have came.
Oh, my God. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, prior to the winter meetings, are you convinced the Rangers will make another big splash in free agency? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where we get this question most of the time Derek is on for the 817. When is Derek Holland going to be a permanent part of the show? He is gearing up for one more run at the show. And perhaps if that doesn't work out, we'll go from there. But he is gearing up for another year in big league baseball.
Yeah, that's the plan. It would be, I might as well just throw it out there, but it'd be cool to just get the opportunity, just have a tryout with the Rangers. I know where I'm at in my career, so get a tryout. I don't make the team, cool. Then I can say I retired as a Ranger where I want to be. That's where I spent most of my time. But if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it's all right.
What is it about the Rangers? I know we got to get to Mickey. What is it about the Rangers like that a lot of other organizations don't do? Because it seems like the Rangers, like a lot of former players, love being around them.
It's a great city. First off, everybody loves coming to Dallas. I can promise you that. You hear it from a lot of the guys who played on other teams. Yeah, sorry, Arlington
and Fort Worth.
And Fort Worth, we love the whole thing.
Las Colinas.
Yes, Irving, Frisco, Grand Prairie. Everybody loves coming here. And the thing, too, is it's a pitcher's park, too. And as a pitcher, we love that. Obviously coming here, you don't have to worry so much as, man, if they just pop it up, it's a home run like Yankee Stadium. But at the same time, it's a great place to play. They've got something going on here. It's very, I don't know how you want to put it, intriguing for guys that are looking for a place to play. You see what the Rangers are doing, the moves that they're making. I mean, it's making Texas very noticeable with the new hires.
We will have to revisit that. I have questions about the moves they're making.
That's fine.
But soon.
You tell me, Kevin.
Right now,
Hi,
brought
Mickey.
to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I don't mind talking baseball. That's all right.
Okay.
Let 'em go.
Okay. Then what do you think? Because I am not in agreement with Derek right now about the Rangers are making moves. The Rangers have been unfortunately, one of the worst organizations in baseball in terms of winning percentage for a few years. And I want to know more about your level of optimism. I hope you're right, but this last year was a dud too.
You're asking me that, or
either
Derek?
one of you guys?
You know what? You have to give him credit for changing. Right? And you could have kept going, same GM, same, pitching coach, same manager, and they decided it was time to change. And I think that's, that's a good thing. You can't keep going down the same road. And so I think you got to give them credit for that. And I know what you're talking about. You want players, right? Well, they got players last year, but you have to have a lot of players, not just two new ones, right?
You're right. I guess the main part of the system that I thought they should have changed out was at the head of scouting and development. I feel like we've done a very poor job here, and they're staying on the same track there. And I thought that was the number one area they needed to improve. So I hope you're right.
Don't you think what you've seen in Double-A, you're encouraged by some of those guys?
Some
pitchers?
Some of them, but then like Jack Leiter did not have a standout season. Cole Winn regressed this year. So
yeah, but it's 1 year.
Yeah, it is true.
Derek, how long were you in the minors before you got up here?
He was a phenom.
I was in the minor leagues for a year, almost and a half.
I told you he was a phenom.
So it was a year and a half. You just put those guys there. That was their first year, right?
Right, but the thing is too that Jack Leiter has not really had to deal with any adversity. If you look at his college career, he was dominated. So he finally got to face top of the line hitters. You're talking about competing against guys from all over the world, whereas he was just facing the college guys that are mainly from, in the States.
And I believe in the talent. Like,
100%.
I do believe in the talent. I'm just nervous about who's in their ear. You know what I'm saying, Mickey? Like, I believe in the talent. I'm nervous about who's teaching them and developing them.
Well, they just changed a lot on
They
who's
did.
in people's ears, right?
So basically, if we can just combine all the sports.
Speaking of that.
Yeah, what I'm hearing Mickey say is it's okay to change GMs if you don't have success for a while.
What are you doing right now?
I'm just kidding.
What are you doing over here?
I'm just kidding.
Well, there has been success. It just hasn't been the ultimate success, right?
That is true. Now, we talk about penalties. I'm curious because we did ask Jerry about this. I get, like, obviously your football team, you always want to get better. I understand all that. Do you view penalties as, like, the biggest step that the Cowboys still have to work on because they have clearly been playing very well?
Well, I mean, if you're looking for what needs to improve going forward, yeah, you know, it's hard to win when you commit 13 penalties in one game. Now, no one goes out there like they don't know what to do. That's why they get called for holding, right? Sometimes you just get beat and you're just grabbing on to, hold on for dear life.
Right.
It's not that they don't know what to do. There's other times when, you get a crew that just, last night, did you get tired of seeing flags throw?
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the same crew that was here last year on Thanksgiving that had 14 flags, right?
They're the worst.
Gosh, they are. Get rid of
and it
those.
was 14 on both teams.
Mm-hmm.
So, sometimes, it's not that you're not teaching them right. It's like you get out there and if you're getting beat and you grab a guy for interference because you didn't want to give up a touchdown. I mean, okay, so now you got to teach them not to get beat, on a deep pass. Well, those things happen in this league. So some of it, the false starts is what they've got to fix, right? And he mentioned that, of the 83 penalties, 36 are false starts. And a lot of them are at home, go figure, right? So the false starts in the offense are the things that I think they have to concentrate on.
I asked Jerry and I probably worded it wrong this morning.
No, come on.
I do want to ask you, how is Terrence Steele? How's he doing?
He had a family issue.
Okay.
I don't know how that got misconstrued that he had an illness.
Yeah.
He had a family issue. And so I'm not sure if somebody was, gravely ill or, what exactly happened. But, yeah, it was a personal family issue.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, like, we're good. Oh, my gosh, here it comes.
Oh, no, don't start coughing on me.
We're all good at right tackle on Sunday.
Hold on, are you trying to illness up this show like the Cowboys?
That was it just went down the wrong way. Sorry. It happens sometimes.
Mickey, we might
Did
be
you guys
in trouble.
just spray him down? Is that what I just heard?
It's like if you've ever seen Monsters, Inc., it's like he just came through the door and we had to get the contamination unit out there. Now, I was reading something that you had written. It might have been yesterday. It might have been 2 days ago. And I don't know if we've talked about this a lot, is kind of the evolution of Trayvon Diggs. What has been your breakdown of him this season? Because it feels like, even though the numbers aren't as gaudy, he remains at an elite level.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, we all look at the cornerbacks, right? How many interceptions did you get? I mean, that's kind of the bottom line. And so his interceptions are down. So I'm sure, in some circles, then the perception is he's not playing as well.
Right.
Well, number one, the 11 interceptions put quarterbacks on notice coming into this year. right? It's like, oh, I can't make a mistake going that way. But number two, I think his coverage has improved, and improved to the point where he's got 13 passes broken up. And I think it's one short of the league high. So to me, if you're breaking up passes, that means that you're covering a heck of a lot better because you're right where the receiver is. Normally, when you get interceptions, a lot of times it's a bad throw, or it's more the quarterback's mistake. But if you're covering a guy and he's trying to fit a ball in there and you've got that many pass breakups, I think you're doing a really good job. And as you've seen, there's been a few games where they've had him follow somebody, right?
Yeah.
And he's done a really good job. He may not have got the interceptions, but he's either shut that guy down or he's influenced the quarterback to go elsewhere. And so, I think he's playing at a high level. Unfortunately, probably when it comes to Pro Bowl voting, what guys do is they pick up the sheet and go, oh, 3 interceptions. Well, that's not all that good. I'm going to vote for the guy that's got 6 interceptions. So I think that a lot of times, especially sometimes with the player voting, you know the guys you played against. You really don't know the other guys because unlike what we might think, I guarantee you these guys aren't glued to the TV watching a whole bunch of games, right? Maybe they watch one maybe on Monday, maybe on Thursday, but I bet that's it.
Last night, there was an ejection in the game, and I don't know if you saw the play where it was in the end zone. The guy got hit helmet to helmet.
Yeah.
And I saw Jaron Curse this morning quote tweet the picture, and he was like, seriously, what's he supposed to do? And I don't know. Like, do the players, do they get trained on that's a difficult thing. The guy's coming down as he catches, and the guy has already started to go in for the hit. He can't stop himself. This is a difficult rule to deal with here.
Yeah, it always has been. And especially in college, right?
Mm-hmm.
When guys got to sit out a half.
Yeah.
It's so bang bang is one of the reasons why they review it, but it was a vicious hit to the head with a helmet, didn't you think?
Yes, I did agree with that. I also feel like when he started his hit, when he started in that direction, he was aiming at the middle of the guy's body.
Well,
and then the guy comes down, and then their heads collide.
I'm thinking what they saw was, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, he was the second guy in, though, wasn't he? Wasn't somebody already there?
Yeah, he was kind of
tackle?
behind him tackling, yes.
Yeah, and then he came in and leveled the guy.
Okay.
And I think that's what they saw.
But
it is a hard one. And I think at some point the officials are scared to miss one because they'll get criticized for it, probably more so than being overly cautious. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think you're probably
It's
right.
like, oh, I better throw the flag, right?
Yeah.
And somebody else can correct me if it's really wrong. But if you don't throw it and nothing is reviewed, then it's like, well, what are you doing out there?
Yeah.
And I think they get put in a difficult, and here I am, the biggest critic of the officials, and kind of sticking up.
Yeah, what a turn of events.
Yeah.
You started by bashing the crew, and now you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe they did the right thing.
Because I've got when they have the officials meetings here in the summer, and they come into Dallas and they go through their different things, and they had a room set aside to buy product, right? And so I bought myself one of those white head official hats.
Nice.
Awesome.
And so when we do our podcast and I see something that's really wrong, I'll put my hat on, right?
Man.
And if the hat's on, they know what's coming, right?
I enjoy that. That's a good bit.
As a matter of fact, I've left it in at my desk now, so it's always there in case I need it.
All right, Mickey, you know how this works.
Yes.
It's time for, not is it?
Are you
it
gonna ask
is.
him?
No, it is time for a prediction. Where are we going?
I'm I just think the Cowboys have a better team than the Colts, and I think their talent will prevail. At least they're saying all the right things about not taking this game for granted, knowing that they haven't accomplished anything. And, you know, this seems to be always keeps coming up. And I remember after the Green Bay loss, McCarthy told them to take a picture of it and remember this, that this was a game that this is why you lost it. You shouldn't have lost it. And I think that is stuck with them. So I don't think they overlooked the Colts just because they're 4-7-1 and lost, 4 of their last 5 and 2 straight. So I think somewhere like 30-16.
Okay, I like it. 2 touchdown victory.
And you know, and you're at a point now in the season where style points don't count.
Yeah.
Point differential don't count. It's just wins. You win, and if it's by 1, put it on the board and move on to the next one.
All right, love to hear it. Thank you very much, good sir.
Yeah, sorry we were a little late, but our off-the-record session with Mike McCarthy went a little bit long, and it was really good. So
which I'll talk about.
Wish I could tell you all about it, but
just funnel it all to us discreetly.
Yeah, right.
And we'll be good to
I
go.
heard that.
Yeah. All right, no worries, Mick. Thank you very much.
All right, see ya.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Josh Allen gets back on track. Next on The Fan.
Hey, we know.
Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish, Byers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rentals. That's ByersBarricades.com.
Josh in the gun, 2nd and goal from the 8. Fakes the handoff, wants to throw, fires one into the end zone, caught! It is a touchdown. Stephon Diggs, touchdown Buffalo. An 8-yard shot from Josh Allen. He threw it on the money for the Buffalo touchdown.
Man, you can just feel the excitement coming from that call.
It didn't sound super excited.
Yeah, he caught the pass. Who cares? All right,
touchdown.
Right now, I guess. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Weekend biscuits.
Ooh, man, I feel like Joey extended that one out. That's good. We're moving in the right direction. All right, let's start with that Monday Night Football game where the Bills continue to own the Patriots. Josh Allen, 22 of 33 for 223 yards, but perhaps more importantly, 2 touchdowns and no interceptions. Because holding on to the football has been maybe more problematic, and it probably didn't help when he was warming up in an autographed Ryan Fitzpatrick jersey.
I'm sorry, what?
He was warming up in a Ryan Fitzpatrick jersey. Actually, it might not have been autographed. I thought it was. And I assumed that he was a lock for at least 1 interception after that. He's been turning over the ball.
What?
He's wearing a Fitzpatrick jersey.
It's Fitzmagic.
That's true. Everywhere he goes for like 4 games. And then reality sets in. I thought you could probably count on him. I thought you could count on him for a pick, but didn't happen. But is the most notable thing about this game Mac Jones on the sideline saying, "Throw the effing ball"? He said he just needed to fire the team up.
Well, and he was saying something about how like the short passing game wasn't very good and the running game stinks.
He essentially said the game plan was stupid.
Whoops.
He really wants out.
The last time they played against the Bills, or last year, one time last year, he threw 2 passes and they won the game. It was like, what just happened?
I think that was the Blizzard game or the wind game.
Still, and he's like, I want to prove that I can throw the football as a quarterback. Stop running the ball.
Belichick's like, you know what we proved? I don't need you to ever throw the ball.
And I think there may be a little frustration with just the simple fact that he's not having a great season. And I mean, Belichick wants team, at every level, not individual. And I don't know if that's working if Mac Jones is calling his team out like that, if he's going to be okay with that.
I mean, look, their most effective offensive play was a pass to a cornerback. Like, it was their cornerback. They just repurposed him. But still, that's probably not the best sign. Now, the Bills, they won the game, but they did get hit with something yesterday as they put Von Miller on injured reserve.
Uh-oh.
So he'll be out for the next 4 games. I remember we had this conversation, and Mike's like, why would you try to rush him back? He said he wanted to play not this weekend, but next weekend. Well, he won't play in that game or the one after that or the one after that. And then obviously he did not play last night. So he'll be out for the next 4 weeks. That is not what you want to hear if you're a Bills fan, I imagine.
Absolutely not, man. They already have. I mean, they've had their ups and downs, but
Yes.
they're going to be okay, man. They're going to be just fine. Dude.
Are they?
Yeah, yes.
I just pulled a Reggie. That's what Reggie likes to do.
Yeah,
He's
you
like,
really confused me.
no.
Hold on, crap. Is there something I don't know that you know?
No, that's what Reggie's favorite go-to is if you make a statement, he'll be like, is it?
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of put your value system to the test. I want to know if this bet comes through.
BetQL.
That's right. Justin Reed was talking about the upcoming game against the Bengals. He said, to be honest, I meant Hayden Hurst for the man matchups, but nonetheless, any and everybody is still getting locked up because there's been rumblings like Jamar Chase is coming back and all of that. And he goes, let's put some money on it big time.
Did you hear what he said, though, about 88? Did you hear that? He was like, and 88, what, Higbee.
Oh.
And they were like, Higgins. And he was like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter his name. He's getting locked up, too.
See, I needed him
Is
to
that
be
the right
like,
guy to call out, though? I mean, Higgins is really good.
But then he needed to go full rock, right? And he needed to be like, Higbee. It doesn't matter what your name is. And like something like that. That would have been amazing.
Snap.
I had no, don't.
We haven't heard it yet. It's getting texted in a lot. That's the only reason I said it. Because a lot of people are. If you want more snap, text in snap to the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053.
Oh my God, these are different people texting this in.
That's the only reason I did it.
I thought for sure these were the same. This was the same person. Here, and by the way, here's a friendly thing. If you need to text something in, we very much appreciate it. You can text it in once or twice, maybe 3 times if it's spread out. If you text it in 8 times in a row,
I will ignore it on purpose.
Yes, I am well aware of that. All right, let's move on from that to, let's talk about Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. Now, are you ready for a statistic that's going to sound great, and that's going to take a hard turn?
I absolutely am.
All right, here's the great part. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles are 15-3 straight up in games in which they were favored. That is the 3rd best record among quarterbacks with at least 15 starts since 1985. So, like, any quarterback, like, worth their salt, that is the 3rd best record. Seems like a really great stat, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. You said 3rd best.
3rd best. The people he's behind are Steve Bono and Jim McMahon.
Wow. Jim McMahon won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but you wouldn't really consider those two.
He was a great quarterback who wore a headband and sunglasses, and that's why we knew who he was.
He was a quarterback who existed, and we knew who he was because of his personality adjacent to an amazing defense.
And you didn't, like, come on, your love for Steve Bono? Come on.
Bono?
Yeah.
Bono?
Yeah.
Oh.
But so it's a great stat, but probably doesn't mean a whole lot of good things are going to happen the rest of his career. Are you looking up his stats from 1985? I bet they suck.
How many teams do you think Steve Bono played for?
6.
7.
Okay.
But guess what, Kevin?
What?
Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, not because of him.
What are you saying? He was on the team in 1989.
Okay.
They won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
without him on scout team. How are they getting their practice done?
You know what? That's a fair point. All right, I have brought this up multiple times, but now the immovable force is. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm very interested.
I'm sorry.
In the immovable.
It's the irresistible force is meeting the immovable object.
It's immovable, right?
The Packers against the Bears. I know on the surface, you're like, who gives a crap? It's 4-8 versus 3-9. Now, you have to go way back, way back. You remember I've told you that the Chicago Bears since 1921 have never trailed for most victories all time in NFL history. Both teams.
To the Packers? The Bears have never trailed to the Packers?
No, they've never trailed anybody.
Okay, gotcha.
Anybody. The Bears and Packers both have 786 wins. Now, on one hand, you're probably just thinking this is a football game. On the other hand, this is for all-time NFL supremacy. It will be settled at Soldier Field, probably about 3 o'clock on Sunday.
Wow. This is a big one then. I'm sure that Justin Fields and Aaron Rodgers are thinking about that. They're like, this is for history, is what they're.
That laugh leads me to believe that you do not think that they are actually thinking that.
Well, all I think about is Aaron Rodgers when he basically told Chicago, "This is my town.
I still own you.
I still own you." So that's all I think about for this game.
I'm telling you,
is he even going to play
every single year?
But he has. What'd you say? Somebody told me, or
it's like a severed thumb.
His thumb's messed up. His ribs broken. Who knows what else is going on?
He said he's going to play.
He's playing for his legacy.
With what?
With and history, obviously.
Yes.
As Kevin just pointed out.
You know what? Actually, yes, I agree. I would love it if Aaron Rodgers is like, you think I'm going to miss the chance to overthrow the Bears as the all-time wins leader? And people are going to be like, what the hell is he talking about? And I'm going to be like, yes. All right. You brought up Cincinnati and Kansas City earlier. Andy Reid is looking to become the 3rd head coach in NFL history to have at least 10 regular season wins in 8 consecutive seasons. Can you name the other ones?
Repeat that one more time. 10 wins in 8 consecutive
seasons.
Tom Landry.
Correct.
Bill Belichick.
Correct. George Seifert also had 8, so he would tie George Seifert.
Was that it?
Yeah, this would be the third.
I thought the Steelers coach did something too. He's been doing for a while. Like
he just didn't have a losing season.
He hasn't had a losing season yet.
I knew it was something crazy.
Unfortunately, it looks like that's going to come to an end.
Oh no.
Okay, we'll see. He's excited.
Yeah.
All right, so Aiden Hutchinson is still salty about the Jags not taking him first. And so the Jags are playing the Detroit Lions this week. And supposedly the thought was maybe he was too short. Well, the guy they took, Trayvon Walker, who people were like, are you sure? He has 2.5 sacks this year. Hutchinson has 5.5 as well as 2 interceptions. But his arm length wasn't, his arms weren't lengthy enough? Is that what I want to go with?
Long enough?
Long enough. Thank you. His arms weren't long enough, and Aiden Hutchinson was talking about it, and he said, well, we'll see in the game if that makes a difference. Maybe an inch, couple inches, if that'll make the difference.
Yeah,
I don't know if he was trying to get on Masterpiece of the Week or not,
probably
but
so.
He is salty going into this game.
On Masterpiece of the Week.
I like that, but at the same time, it's like, why worry about that? You're already having an unbelievable year in Detroit. You're doing great things. Why try to stir the pot now? Of like, it looks like you're not happy because Detroit got you.
Do you think that's just how certain folks have to motivate themselves? I hear what you're saying.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that, but at the same time, like, aren't you happy you even got selected the way it was? Like,
Sure.
there's a lot of people that are ungrateful for that. You know, you got to look at it that way and just turn the page. You can use it as motivation, but don't put it out into the public like that, because then now people are going to be like, oh, does he really like it in Detroit? He seems upset because he didn't get picked by Jacksonville.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Give us the scenarios going into Sunday night. We'll discuss next on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Derek Holland rocking with us all show long, and we're asking the question, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because? I know this always breaks your heart, Corey, but I do need you to make sure you have an answer about how they could lose that game.
I don't think it's going to happen, dude.
Okay, but still.
I mean, it's Indianapolis, bro.
Hey, that's the thing. It's a trap game. You cannot sit here and just think you're going to walk all over a team like that.
Now, this is an example from the 817. Cowboys lose because 11 of the 22 starters are out sick. That is what I think it would take for the Colts to win. So that is the energy that some people are bringing to the table. From the 972, Cowboys win because all you have to do is breathe on Matt Ryan and he goes down.
Listen, and our defensive linemen don't just breathe on guys.
Oh, my God.
Bro.
Like, they hit. They hit hard, and they are going to be in attack mode. This is one of those games, Derek, and I think if I can compare it to baseball like Mike would, where you're like, that pitcher over there, miserable. We're about to hit 16 bombs today. That offensive line can't block that great for Matt Ryan, and Matt Ryan can't move. When you know he can't move, you know you don't have to worry about where the pocket is going to go. And so you're, as a defensive lineman, you're like, meet there. And so you know you can pin your ears back and go. Now, if they do make some passes downfield, that could be a problem where they have to say, okay, we got to do this first. And Jonathan Taylor's a good running back. They have to stop the run first. But once they do that, once they start that process, third down, bam, it's time to go. And that's where this defense is going to be this weekend.
I mean, I feel like they're going to shut down the run. They've been trying to hold themselves accountable. Micah said that on there too. You've heard him talk about we got to hold ourselves more accountable.
They are going to destroy the Colts if they shut down the run.
That's what I'm saying. If you stop that changes everything. Your pass coverage is too good. There's no, and I mean, like you said before, you're going against Matt Ryan. He is not in a good place.
He can't throw the ball down the field. No. That is actually my Cowboys win because Matt Ryan doesn't really throw the ball down the field much anymore, and the Colts. Let's try that again. Matt Ryan doesn't really throw the ball down the field much anymore, and the Colts offensive line looks shaky. So the Cowboys will harass the aging quarterback all day long. Like, I think they are going to be knocking him to the ground again and again and again.
They're going to put way too much pressure on him. He's not going to have time to think. They're going to be in there so quick. It's unbelievable.
And that's problematic for them because, I mean, they can attack with the short passes, but one of the things I am concerned, we've talked about this with Anthony Brown, maybe being susceptible on the long passes. Well, the Colts don't really do that a ton. So I'm thinking that will be one advantage. Is that your Cowboys win because then they just thrash Matt Ryan all day?
Yeah, I think it's that, and the offense is just going to have a day. I mean, we've already seen Gallup has continued to keep progressing, and he's looking really good now too. CeeDee Lamb, so you don't really have to worry about that, and I think both running backs, Zeke and Pollard, are going to have a day.
And somebody asked, who's the backup quarterback for the Colts? Well, Sam Ehlinger, but he got destroyed in his starts. Like,
why?
They have
because their offensive line is poor at pass.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, can you argue that both of their quarterbacks hold on to the ball too long? I would certainly listen to that argument. I'm sure some of the Colts offensive linemen like, not all of those are on us.
Is it them really holding the ball too long, or they just don't have enough time to get the ball off?
Combo.
Yeah.
Because you got to think, the defensive line, they're going to be in there so quick. There's no chance he has time to process and look at targets.
Yeah, it's hand in hand, man. Those two things go right there together.
And as long as the quarterback goes down to the turf, preferably with the ball in his hand, and then it falls out of his hand, then I don't really care why it happened.
Let's say it falls out first and then he hits the ground.
Yes.
But
absolutely.
No throwing motion.
Absolutely. Or no BS throwing motion. Come on.
At what point do you think that
Cooper Rush gets in the game?
No, yes, that was a question I had, but that Matt Ryan looks up, sees Micah on top of him again, and says, I don't want to come back out here today. Please send somebody else out there. What do you think, it's third quarter?
Yeah, but I can see Ehlinger being like, and I do?
I don't want to go out there either, dude.
I just want to let you know from the person who texted in from the 214, your text is hilarious. I 100% cannot read that on air.
Oh, no.
From the,
I got to go find it.
It is hilarious, though. From the 254, Cowboys win because Michael Gallup simply can't be guarded. From the 682, Cowboys win because they're better. Cowboys lose because, well, S happens. And that is, like, as much as we talk about the loss to the Packers, I think when we reflect on the end of this season, you'll look at that Colts beat the Chiefs game and be like, what the hell? How?
You can't let that happen.
Yeah, because this was a Colts team that tied against the Texans. We all thought were going to be terrible to start. And then they got smoked by the crappy Jags. And then they were like, well, we beat the Chiefs. It perplexes me. And then I think they were a couple weeks out from setting the game of football back like 50 years with that stupid game against the Broncos. That if somebody was in a coma for somehow they survived from the 1930s, like they Captain America did, they'd wake up and be like, that's my football.
I also, Kevin, would like to say that text from the 214 is absolutely hilarious. We absolutely cannot read it on the video.
I need to read it.
Yeah, we'll make sure you see it in just a minute. Yes. Cowboys win because we've discussed it. The pressure is insane. Like the Cowboys' defensive front goes nuts this weekend. What is the record for most sacks by a team in a single game? Do we have that number, Kevin?
I don't. I'll see if I can.
We're going to break it this weekend.
Do you think it'll be more sacks than it was against Minnesota?
Well, that was 7.
Yeah.
And I don't know that broke the record. So I do.
Right, but I'm saying, do you think that they'll beat that?
I think that they might get 8.
Oh, my God.
Is it like 15, 20?
It's going to be tough. The Philadelphia Eagles, back on October 26, 1952, had 14 sacks against the Giants. I am not willing to go that far. I am willing to say perhaps you can get in the neighborhood of half of those sacks.
That's a lot, like a lot of yellow that Derek was wearing the other day.
It is. Okay, did we tell that story on air?
No.
So Mike, I love Mike. He definitely is the most focused and distracted person I know, all wrapped up into one. We're in the middle of having a conversation. Mike is in the middle of this conversation. He just looks at Derek in his Michigan gear and he goes, man, that's a lot of yellow you have on. We're like actively talking about something. He didn't just say it when everyone's quiet, and he just goes, that's a lot of yellow you have on.
It was mid-sentence. We were literally having a full-on conversation.
Oh, I don't know if I agree. That's a lot of yellow you have on. And you're like, we were talking about.
You say most focused and most distracted. He's most focused on things that he wants to be focused on.
That is the most true
He
thing.
lives in Mike's world, all right? And it is what is on Mike's mind. That's what it is all the time.
It's a lefty thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Corey. What do you think is the team record? I decided to look this up since you brought it up. I told you the NFL record is 14 sacks. What do you think is the team record for the Cowboys? Most sacks in a game?
10.
9.
It is 12, of which the Cowboys have done twice.
In your face.
So I don't think we're going to be in that territory.
Maybe.
So where would you set the bar over-under on?
I set over-under sacks for 5.5.
I'm going to say 7.
Okay.
Because I think I agree with Corey. I think they're definitely going to have a field day out there.
The Cowboys lose because, and I can't believe this even came out of my mouth. All right.
I was going to say outcoached.
Dak and Kellen Moore try to get too tricky, too cute.
Okay.
And so that would be the outcoaching part. And I think it can happen. Like you're like, okay, we can do all these different things, and then, like you said, Derek, the team shows up, or they're right in the right spot at the right time. And I think that what Dak's been doing lately, man, they've been attacking downfield with confidence. And I know he's thrown a couple interceptions. That happens sometimes. But I think that they try to get a little too cute, knowing that this isn't an opponent they're going to see often, and they're just like, hey, this is one of these kind of games that we think we can win, and they're going to add some elements that they don't need to, and that would be a failure on game plan.
From the 9-7-2, this would be a lot to go wrong, but I appreciate you playing the game. From the 9-7-2, Cowboys win because they're just a better team. They play their game. They win 45-16. Cowboys lose because Jonathan Taylor goes for 250 yards, 3 touchdowns. We have multiple turnovers. I will agree. Under that scenario, I would be surprised if you win that game. And Derek, this person always texts in on Fridays. From the 469, it's that time, fellas. Shout out to Dutch for holding it down on the mic. Cowboys win because we will simply outswag the Colts. and crush Matt Ryan like a Texas-sized flying cockroach.
I still don't know what outswag. How do you outswag somebody to a victory?
You ever?
But yet here every Monday, Kevin, I say the same thing every Friday, and then every Monday when we come in after a victory, the person texts in, and that's how you outswag somebody. And I'm like, I didn't see it. I didn't see the swag.
I feel like part of it's in the pregame. Whenever you see like Joey B show up in this outfit, and you're like, Bengals are going to win by 30 points.
Oh,
like I think that's how it starts, and then like force fumble or a pick six. That's
look
your,
good, feel good, play good. All right, I got you.
That's your swag right there. Also, how many people knew that some roaches can fly?
Let me finish this egg before you.
I did not. I did not know that.
Yeah. Check
A
it out.
flying
people.
roach.
Crap.
It's a thing.
What happened?
You have a story, or are you going to throw
I've
up?
seen.
Did you spill something again?
Oh, we shouldn't have brought
Don't
that
cough
up.
again.
It is the lunch hour. All right, I'll let you ponder that on your own for a minute. Cowboys lose because Jonathan Taylor surpasses 100 yards rushing. He's only done that twice this season. But on those two occasions, he went way past 100. He had 147, 161. The Colts are 1-0-1 in those games. The games where he doesn't reach 100 yards, 1-6. It is pretty clear he does not rush for 100 yards a lot, but when he does, they win, or at least they don't lose. When he doesn't,
Like
they
keeping
lose.
the game close. And that's got to be the game plan for them, is to run first and second down. You know, like their game plan's got to be run first and second down, shorten this game as much as we possibly can. The amount of possessions should be very, very few. That's what they're hoping. And I think the Cowboys will try to do their best to ensure that they score quickly and do those things that say, you got to catch up to us so that you have to start passing. That's where the Cowboys want to go with that, if that's the game plan on the Colts' part.
Now, we get the text, the Cowboys win because Micah Parsons breaks the individual sack record for a game. What do you think that is?
5.
9.
Well, it's more than 5 because if you recall, 5 years ago, Adrian Claiborne had 6 sacks by himself against the Cowboys. However,
The more you know.
that's right. It's Derek Thomas. Now think about this.
One of my favorite players of all time.
And this is how good he was. Derek Thomas is tied for second. In 1998, he had 6 sacks in a game. 8 years earlier, he set the record by having 7 sacks in a game.
I remember last year we were trying to come up with a comp for Micah, and Derek's like physically different player also, but that's about as close as you can get. And Derek's career obviously cut short there, but not you, Derek Holland.
Yeah, I know. I was like sitting there like, man.
This is like when I talk about Carter. Not my Carter. And he was a different player. And then we asked Broadus, and Broadus was like, man, that is an interesting comparison there. He said that's interesting because Broadus got to watch him and scout him and see that guy play up close. So that's interesting that we would be, even thinking about the opportunity for that to be the case.
The team record, Jim Jeffcoat, 5 in 1985 against the Washingtons. I believe.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, is this the week it gets broken?
I don't think so, because Corey brought up this weird stat, and I've been looking at it, is in every game this season, Micah has 0 sacks or 2 sacks. There is no other number.
This is
it goes to 6.
Yeah, this is the time where you just whatever multiplies by 2 is what we're gonna do. Hold on.
Okay.
How many sacks does he have right now? 12?
12.
All right, and that's 2. That's 6. So that would be 6 games of 2 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be 12 sacks in this game.
I thought you were going to say, so now he'll have 2 games of 6 sacks.
He'll have his season total in one. What's he doing, dude? What do you even?
So
there's a commercial on the television, and Kevin's like, "Hey, look at this commercial while we're doing live radio."
And you look,
and I did look, and it's on the other TV right in front of me.
Exactly how I wanted it to work is. Y'all brought up a lot of points. I did see some people were like, they're worried that the Cowboys will lose because the Eagles play them close, and the Eagles probably should have won that game. I think Jonathan Taylor is the key. When we talked with Jerry earlier, he says he does not believe that illness will keep any of their players out. So that would be a huge positive for the Cowboys. Coming up next, We jump into the lunch rush and the expressway. We start things off with the Mavs, what you've learned throughout the first quarter of the NBA season, and then move on to Forgiveness Friday. We'll do it all commercial free next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
this for three. It's through. The decision's in. This is the Killian Hayes game of his career. And there'll be more to come. He has 8 in overtime.
And indeed, it was the Killian Hayes show as the Mavericks lose yet another game that they have no business losing. Now, do you automatically qualify this as yet another game that the Mavericks have lost in which the best player from the opposing team was missing, i.e. Cade Cunningham? I will let you decide that for yourself. But
I like to call the Mavericks the future All-Stars, because if you have never played in an All-Star game before, you're probably going to look like an All-Star when you play against the Mavericks.
Wow.
They used to be called the season highs.
Holy cow.
Because if you were some person
That
or career
deserves a snap.
Yeah. Thank you. Or the career highs, you'd have your career high against them if you were some no-name player back in the day. Well, you're basically going to look like an All-Star if you show up and then never played an All-Star game against the Mavericks.
This game, and we could talk about other NBA stuff if it makes us feel any better. This game was a catastrophe across all possible landscapes. Is no Cade Cunningham for the Pistons, but you still lost.
Mm-hmm.
The Pistons were 5-18 going into this game, but you still lost. Tim Hardaway Jr. made 6 of his 14 3-pointers, but you still lost. It was a failure on so many levels.
It was a pleasure to watch Tim Hardaway heat up like that, you know, and have that kind of offensive output. But I mean, you could get a stop to save your life, and that's the payoff that Mike's always talking about. And you know, Mike says a lot of things.
That is true.
He's on radio. He talks about a lot of things. That thing he's dead on about. And Hardaway's defense is not just below poor, it's below poor.
And when they do make a stop, what really kills them is they don't get the rebound. So we talked about how they were one of the worst rebounding teams in the NBA. Last night, they got out-rebounded by 22. Just to put that in perspective, they had 30 rebounds. So they were getting dangerously close to getting doubled up. And Jason Kidd said, when you look at the defense with the way we're playing right now, it's getting a lot of smalls on the bigs. Our team has to be better rebounding. It comes down to effort. And the thing about that is it comes down to effort. He's straight up saying, I need more effort.
All right, so
I've got another embarrassing part if you want to dive into it.
Question to you guys. They played a lot of basketball last year, and it's been in that playoff run. And the starting 5 played a lot of basketball because they were, pretty much playing. How many? Bullock played like 42 minutes one night. You know.
Oh, we saw that. Yeah.
There were so I am kind of concerned about maybe their legs. You know, this early and after that kind of a run. And I'm also kind of concerned about a team that played something that was that important because they showed up for Golden State, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was an important series. You get an adrenaline high from that. And maybe these other regular season games this early just aren't that there for the effort part that you're talking about.
If that's the case, you have a losing record. Pull your head out of your ass. Like, if that's the case, if they were 11-5 going into this game, I'd be like, well, what can you do? You have a losing record. You cannot afford to take any of these games for granted.
Well, they're also 1-8 on the road too, so that doesn't help.
My God, let's talk about that.
But wait, before because I do want to get back or stay on this. You talked about the rebounds too. Dwight Powell, one of your centers, he had 1 rebound.
It's terrible.
He's a bad rebound.
Christian Wood got in there. He had 8, which the one thing I do want to say, because Mike talks about this all the time, Christian Wood was in there at the end of the game for defense.
Yep.
So, and he did good. I thought he was fine. The one thing that kind of also upsets me too is you got Bertans in there. He only played 3 minutes. Why not give those 3 minutes to Hardy then? Why not give him a chance to go out there? If this is a game that this is your bigger test, I would let him, as you would always do in baseball, when you're playing against a team that's, not so hot, that's when you want your guy to make his debut. So why not let Hardy get in there and just be able to have that feeling?
All right. You hit on a lot of things that I think are relevant. I want to start with the road part. And don't worry, we'll get to the free throws. Because that was
mention that too.
Awful.
Atrocious.
Last night. You brought up the 1-8 record on the road. Do you know how many other teams in the NBA have one road win?
I'm going to say 15 or 20.
1.
Oh, crap.
It's the Orlando Magic. And guess what? The Orlando Magic have the worst record in the NBA. The only team with a worse road record than the Mavs or fewer road wins than the Mavs is the Orlando Magic. And they are the worst team in the NBA. And here's one of the reasons. Like, you brought up the rebounding, and Jaden Hardy is the free throws. Last night, the Dallas Mavericks were 14 of 29 from the line. Christian Wood came out and said that's inexcusable. Tim Hardaway Jr., I mean, if we make more than half of that, we wouldn't be in here feeling down. They missed more than half of their free throws.
He's right.
This is a game that should have never gone to overtime.
Your best player is a poor free throw shooter.
He is.
I mean,
he was
only
bad
got
last
to the line 6 times.
He started off hot though earlier. I feel like this is probably one of his worst ones.
How many of those did he make?
The
2 of 6.
2 of 6. And like this, listen, I'm not going to try and compare the Dirk thing because he's a far different player than Dirk. But that was when, Dirk held free throws to a premium. Nash was too. Jason Terry was a great we were spoiled by that for a long time. But your best player was a really good free throw shooter.
Yeah.
And so there was an accountability that I think that went along with it. And Luka gets frustrated with himself. He definitely gets he wants to be a better free throw shooter. And there are some nights when he's awesome at it. He's really good. But I think sometimes, Kevin, that has a big factor in it. Also, him only getting to the line 6 times is weird to me. It just feels like, shouldn't a guy that has the ball that much maybe it's just because he doesn't attack the basket that much.
I was going to say, he was shooting a lot of three-pointers. He was shooting.
He had 14 of them.
He was shooting from distance very well last night. And I know it didn't impact the end of the game, but I think it was Maxey at the very end of the game missed a layup.
Yep, that was bad.
Yeah, and by that point,
it doesn't mean anything.
The game was over. But if you're
still
looking for a flashpoint of frustration, is you got destroyed on the boards, you're awful at the free throw line, and then you had that missed layup. Those are all things that I know frustrate people. The bottom line is, and we talked with Nico about this with JaVale McGee, some of the moves that they made to address the rebounding disparity that you brought up is Christian Wood and JaVale McGee. Well, JaVale McGee was going to be a guy that was going to peel away some of those Powell minutes because, like you said, 18 minutes, 1 rebound. He was the guy that we thought were going to peel away some of those minutes. And now JaVale McGee, he's a DMP. And I know Nico said, he's getting it together. We're just waiting for him to show us some stuff. The further out you get, the further you wonder, is that ever going to happen? Because if not, you're obviously leaning on Kleba and Powell, who are not there. Really poor rebounders for their size. And so that deficiency was supposed to be made up by JaVale McGee. That ain't happening.
From the 903, is Kemba a good free throw shooter?
Yeah, I think he is.
When's he going to be ready?
So they actually asked about that, and Jason Kidd, they were like, before the game, he was like, everyone's ready to go. And they go, oh, so Kemba's going to play? And he's like, well, no. And he said, we're going to work him out. I think they're practicing either today or probably not before the game because it's so early tomorrow. They said they're going to run Kemba through a workout. I wouldn't anticipate him playing tomorrow, but I think that will give you a better timeline. Once they go through the motions, then we'll get a better idea if it would be, next week at some point or not.
He's not going to be a hero.
Yeah.
No. We can't expect much. If we get something good, that's going to be the plus. If it's bad, it's like, okay, we tried.
Like Nico the other day, what was he telling us, Kevin? He's a good shooter.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are expecting him to come in and handle the ball, but Luka handles the ball. You just got to be a good shooter. And he's been a high. Maybe that is the thing. Maybe he does provide. Kevin, we talk about trades.
Yeah.
You can move on from, maybe you can move on from Tim Hardaway because you have Kemba to replace some of the offensive output. I don't know.
I think that's a matter of dollars and cents. If you can get away from Tim Hardaway Jr. and that contract, the Mavericks would do that in a heartbeat. They tried in the offseason, but it didn't really work out for them. I view Kemba Walker as maybe he gets 12 to 15 minutes a game, and that might be on the high side. It's just you need people who can run the point, or at least be adjacent to running the point when Luke is out there. They can also handle the ball if you want to do something a little bit different. Now, I got a couple of things for you across the NBA. We can bounce past these.
Stay here for 1 second. Because the other thing, too, that was kind of frustrating as well is obviously Luka's our main ball carrier. We need somebody that can dribble. Dinwiddie's the other guy, too.
Sure.
He didn't have a game yesterday either. I mean, he had 2 points in 28 minutes. So that sucks to see because he is an important piece to this team, too, right now.
And it goes to the point where we've talked about it is you would think this would be a game that the Mavericks would win because Hardaway was hot, or especially for him, he was red hot compared to what he's been the rest of the year last night, and it wasn't, despite your regular stats from Luka. It's absurd to say 35, 10, and 5, even in an overtime game. It's absurd to say that's normal. But for Luka, it's not far off. So you got that person to step up in Tim Hardaway Jr. that you would hope for, and it didn't matter. Christian Wood also, didn't he score 20 some odd points? Yeah. So
you had a pretty good game too.
Yeah, you would think, how many teams lose games where they have 3 25-point scorers? It probably doesn't happen a lot.
But you also need somebody the other things to happen. But you also shouldn't lose a game by
make a free throw, get a rebound.
How often are you going to have 130 something points in a game and everything? I am curious, Kevin, to you. I'm not as upset about the Mavericks yet. All right, I have a lot of time for this thing to work out.
That is true.
And I know Mike lives and dies with each possession of the Mavericks during the regular season. There are fans that are calling for Jason Kidd to quit. And quit the mind games, I get that. But there are also fans out there, and maybe it's just Mavs Twitter, they're like, this dude is a bum. When he was the guy. He was a master last year.
I'm not ready. Yeah, I think that's unfair. I'm frustrated about this loss more than a usual loss because you couldn't make free throws. That alone wins you the game.
Yeah.
Make a even low-level amount of free throws. You win this game. But you can't shoot free throws and you can't rebound. And Jason Kidd legit said, that's an effort thing.
Yep.
That's why I'm frustrated about this loss. Plus, it was to a terrible team. More than a usual loss. But to the other point, we're a fourth of the way through the season, and they came off a Western Conference final run. I think that the beginning of this season has been terrible, but I'm not pulling that big of a move, or I'm not even close to that. Unless Luka legitimately came out and said, he goes or I go, then I'm well, see ya. But short of that, I'm not even close to that.
I forgot about this too. So I talked about the Mavs last night. Usually it's me and Mike doing it on my stream. But it got brought up. Is this season a failure if they don't get back to the Western Conference Finals? And that's to me, no, it's not a failure. Because you got to look at it as we got to the Western Conference Finals last year. Nobody expected us to be there at all. So to me, I think if anything, if we missed the playoffs, it would be a failed season.
I think if you lose in the first round too, and the reason why I say that is because then you negate all of your progression. Because nobody thought, to your point, especially in the second round, there's no chance in hell you were going to beat Phoenix. Right. And then you did. If you get back to the second round, especially with the tough start, I think it's fine. It's not the best, but it's fine. I think what people get caught up on, and as a sports fan, I do this all the time, is what if you wouldn't have lost Brunson? What if you would have added Christian Wood and maybe even Hardy, depending if he's got something, and maybe even Walker and McGee to this team that already made it to the Western Conference Finals? Now I realize money-wise, not all of that could have worked out, but what if you could have done those things and added? I think people keep looking at what Brunson is doing and what Kidd is not doing, and they're like, man.
Oh, Kevin, hold on. Dadgummit, never mind. Back to you.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought I was trying to count the schedule from last year because somebody said what was their record at this time last year.
Okay.
And I went to look and I counted this year's record. I was like, it's the exact same. And then I was like, oh crap, I'm wrong.
And so, but that's the thing. I think that's a fair question because they have started to splinter off from where they were last year because this came up maybe a week or so ago. Because
they were 11-9 at this point last year.
And the thing is, you were wondering if they were going to start to turn in the right direction.
It was
and
January when they did.
Exactly. Yeah. And they sat in this garbage for a while. And so that could be exactly what we're looking at, which is why I am definitely not saying get rid of Jason Kidd. But I do like when Jason Kidd said, rebounding is an effort thing. And then Tim Hardaway and Christian Wood both come out and say, that's inexcusable. That's never going to work. Like, that's what I want to hear. I would have rather just seen the free throws get made or the rebounds get picked up. But I appreciate the forthright to which they're talking about.
Dude, are we going to be able to talk about stuff like this at Boomer Jacks tomorrow? Like, do you think we're going to have some conversations like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus, maybe other things we wouldn't talk about on air.
Like what?
Yeah, we do talk about everything on air. We can curse.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a big selling point, but if you ever wanted to like hear me say the F word, then
I was surprised.
let's do it.
They didn't ask me to do a commercial. You did a spot for Boomer Jacks. I thought that was really cool. You didn't do a spot for. I heard it.
Oh,
do you have the spot, Joey? Play it for me real quick.
So, I don't know. Cholos, how is you today? You know, we're going to be at Boomer Jacks in Arlington Highlands, I-20, from noon to 4 on Saturday. I don't drink. I'm Hagee. I don't drink, but I will buy you a water if you come and say that Sean Sharif has small hands. I'll be in my Duke sweatshirt, my Duke hoodie, and my pants because only kids wear shorts.
Oh.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Special. That was special.
That was incredible.
Your best work.
Oh, it was glorious.
That hurts because a lot of that is very true. Very, very, very true. Yeah.
Kevin?
Man,
I think I've won the war yet again.
You really got me on that because I was thinking back. I was like, no, I don't think so. Crap, was I supposed to do that? That's what I was thinking of. Is I didn't want to get in trouble with the bosses or the ad reps, and instead I get a crazy RJ takedown.
Oh, that was absolutely you, bro. That was absolutely. Well, it was RJ.
He nailed
you pretty good.
Yeah, which I bet he would not be against. In different confines is, obviously the way I would say it is, so winning a championship doesn't really matter. No, I would be like, I'm RJ. I don't think winning championships matter.
Yep,
what are we
yep.
even paying attention to these games for?
Oh, you need to go do an RJ spot.
Yeah.
Man.
Hold on. You think you know what you saw. Let me get to my keyboard. I'll tell you what my keyboard saw.
From the 469, can we discuss which Star Wars is better at Boomer Jacks
100%.
on Saturday?
And I won't just say Empire Strikes Back is the best. I will give you an exact breakdown of all of them, from why Empire's the best to why Attack of the Clones is worse. And if you're like, oh, what about Phantom Menace? Yeah, I have lots of thoughts about all of that, and I'm prepared to engage on all of that. One of the things
You're married, sir.
we'll not like just discuss.
Oh.
We'll talk about this at a different time, but one of the things that is frustrating is when we were talking about like being tired or whatever, the Celtics look like they're out to destroy the world. And what's amazing is, and we'll probably get to this article later, NBA.com's 10 things we learned through the first quarter of the season, the Celtics are distraction proof. Now, Nia Long brought back up that they're not trustworthy.
Yeah.
Because did you see, she was like, hey, they made this a way bigger deal than it needed to be. But the Celtics lost their coach to some like partially known, partially mystery scandal, but he's out and they're still out there destroying everyone. I will say, we've got Forgiveness Friday. No need for forgiveness from RJ. I thought that was spot on almost all the way across the board. So bravo, RJ, you've done well. Now, 877-881-1053. Let's do some Forgiveness Friday. Guys, I want to get this out of the way so we can have some fun. But we're going to start Forgiveness Friday in the no joke zone. All right?
What's that?
Don't tell a joke.
Oh. Okay.
Remember we talked the other day about Florida quarterback Jalen Kitna.
Yes.
And he was released on $80,000 bond, which that's cool. Like, we definitely didn't want him sitting in prison for looking at child porn. Anyways, now to go along with that, God forbid you kept that person in jail, is his attorneys, and I get it, they're attorneys and they got to do what they got to do, but I think his attorney is a scumbag. The report did not estimate the ages of the girls, although he made there's a note on one of the girls' pictures that says So Young Jr. That is an actual note that is written on one of the pictures. But his attorney argued that he should have to face no bond to get out of jail and await trial because 3 of the images should be considered child erotica instead of child porn.
What? I'm sorry. What?
That is a real
That's
thing.
not a thing. No, it's not.
That happened in court.
Yeah, but that's not a thing.
No.
And
No.
I understand lawyers like are hired to do a job.
Yeah. That's
scumbaggery.
I agree.
Come on.
I do not grant. That's why I want to get this one out of the way. I thought you needed to know. I know it's a tough story, but he said, "Oh yeah, no, he should have no bond." And he said child erotica, not child porn.
No.
And
Sorry.
I think that is just awful, awful, awful. Do you want to break the tension again by telling Derek your award-winning joke from yesterday?
Derek, I was hospitalized for a peekaboo accident.
I know. I heard this. You were placed in the ICU.
Mm-hmm.
That was good.
I want you to know, Corey.
From the 903, I would like to forgive and estimate Corey for that horrible joke yesterday.
I want you to know.
It was a good joke.
My wife thought that joke was incredible. And you would be so proud of the way I set it up.
Oh, yeah, nice.
So as soon as I get home, the first thing I want to do, assuming he's not taking a nap, is scoop up baby Noah.
Of course.
And so I'm holding baby Noah, and I start to play peekaboo with him with the sole intent of setting up that joke.
I am proud of you.
And
That's good.
And so I looked at Jess, and I was like, oh, yeah, did I ever tell you? Like, I had a friend who got hurt in a peekaboo accident once, and she just looked at me, and I go, yeah, they had to send him to the ICU. And she thought it was hilarious. Like, she had to stop what she was doing.
Did she snort?
She did snort.
Awesome.
At which point, Brandon, who's doing homework at the table, looks at her with disgust that she enjoyed this joke so much because he hated it with every being in him, with every fiber of his being.
Is he
hated
against
it.
those jokes too? Or because I thought he loved when he would bring those up and send them along to Reggie.
I feel like he has evolved since
okay.
then. I
Now
thought it
he's-
was an amazing joke. So did my wife. I do not believe you need forgiveness for that. Can I ask you, Derek, will you grant forgiveness to the Ohio State football team?
Absolutely not.
They have requested not to be in the Rose Bowl.
Why?
So,
you're representing the Big Ten. What are you doing?
There are various thoughts about that. Is that there will be Rose Bowl fatigue, and they won't be able to draw people the same way they have in the past, especially if they rematch with Utah in the Rose Bowl, which, you know, depending on how things shake out this weekend, that could be, or even tonight, that could be the possible matchup. Supposedly they went to the Rose Bowl selection committee and said, please don't pick us to be in that game. Even outside
So where do they go then if they don't
playoff.
go there?
That's a good question. I'm not sure about that. And I don't just mean because they're like, we're going to be in the playoff. I mean, they're like, if we don't make the playoff, please don't pick us.
So what do they just want to go home?
Who cares? They're Ohio State. They're
I know.
dumb.
That's what I'm just
You know
asking.
What I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you.
They would play in another bowl game. I don't know what it is. From the 806, Kevin needs to ask for forgiveness for hating on Mike's snap, but they spelled it with so many A's. I'm not replicating that.
Can we get that clip? Does he have it back
No.
there?
Yeah, Joey hit it whenever.
It doesn't exist.
Oh, did you tell? Did Kevin get to you? Did he rattle you?
What clip?
The snap.
Oh.
Nope.
Just
Wow.
a little tease for 130.
Oh, okay, all right, cool.
Yes.
Awesome. Dude, this is so great. Joey's on our team.
Joey, I thought you had
we always
made
had
the smart
Reggie.
decision.
Reggie was as much of an instigator as me and Mike in
Yeah,
those situations.
and look what happened to him. He's not here anymore.
He's got his own show at night.
Well, he's gonna come back,
well,
right?
you know, that's a good point. Well, the person before him who ran afoul of me,
Parker?
yeah,
He's program director
gone.
in Houston. Yeah.
What?
He runs a radio station in Houston.
Well, you know what, Joey? Your path to the top might be by pissing me
Oh,
off.
hold on. Actually, there wasn't a guy but between them. He's no longer
that's a good
with us.
point. That is a very good point.
But he just didn't show up to work. So,
All right, Derek, is there anybody who needs to ask you for forgiveness, or is there anybody that you need to ask for forgiveness?
Maybe my brother, just because I was just so pumped and screaming this whole weekend in his face.
Yeah.
After that outstanding beatdown for the second year in a row. God, it felt so good. But yeah.
I got one. Go, where are you on?
Oh, no.
That was it.
Yeah.
You're good.
All right. So last night, first band practice went very well.
Oh my God. This is definitely not the first time I've heard this story.
Actually, you don't know this yet.
So this is the first time.
Yeah.
I've heard part of this story.
First
My
band
apologies.
practice went better
Please
than we
forgive
thought.
me.
So forgive me for thinking we'd suck, and then we turned into pretty good. We're actually planning new songs to play next time. Get home about 2 minutes before midnight, which is way past my bedtime. I go to bed at like 10 at least.
Right.
All right. I walk in the door. My son is finishing his workout at 2 minutes before midnight and about to hop in the shower. And I looking for some food because needed to, have a snack before bed. And
interesting.
Then
a snack, not a snap. I know what's happening back there.
I didn't see the elves on a shelf anywhere in the house. All right. And they weren't in the spot where they were the day before.
That's what happens.
Day one arrival.
They moved.
The elf moves.
So they moved while I was out of the house. I thought they only moved if I was asleep. This morning, when I got up, made coffee, got the kids' breakfast ready and all that stuff, still don't see it. Lucy wakes up. She can't find them. So I tell Lucy, well, you must have done something bad and they left.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Because if they're not around, it's because you touched them or you did something bad and they had to leave for the night, I think. Isn't that how the rules are?
Yes. There's a whole book that kind of strong arms you into not. It was make sure not to name your elf in the shelf, but don't ever disturb them.
So I told Lucy this morning, you must have done something bad because I wasn't there last night around the family because I was at band practice.
You have to disband the band so we don't run into this again.
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
I'll never
man.
give this up. Moments later, I turned a light on in the living room, and they're sitting on the piano, and I felt really bad because I told Lucy, and she started to cry. She was like,
Oh
I
my
didn't do
God.
anything bad. I
Are
was
you laughing about that right now?
Yes, he is.
Oh my gosh, he can't talk because he's laughing.
I feel really bad about this.
Clearly.
I felt
This
really
is a bad dad.
Jeez.
Oh,
You're
man.
funny. That's why I'm laughing.
Sure.
You're funny. Anyway, so there they were. She was super happy after that, but there was a moment where I was like, I screwed up really bad just because I wasn't aware what happened. So
Was he there?
Yeah.
He was just on the piano.
we have 3
You
elves.
do?
Yeah, because we have
Busy
3
household.
kids. We have Buddy, Elfie, and Pixie.
Oh, Buddy the elf.
Yeah, and yep, exactly. And that's my oldest was very creative. And they were playing Jingle Bells because the sheet paper was open on the piano to Jingle Bells. So
Thanksgiving is over, but I'll allow it.
I would like that's not a Thanksgiving
It
song.
is 100%.
Nobody ever sings it at Thanksgiving.
Wait, Jingle Bells is
Jingle
a
Bells is a Thanksgiving song.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
So I'd like to
Look it up.
ask Lucy for forgiveness for telling her she must have done something bad. I feel like such a jerk.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
should.
obviously.
You really should.
You really should.
And she's also the best kid. Out of all the kids, I don't know why I was just like, well, you must have done something wrong. The other ones I could totally see. Carter, for sure. Carter's always that kid.
From the 806.
My Carter.
Excuse me, the 972. Tom Brady needs to ask for forgiveness for not caring about his family. Wow. Hey, there you go. I did that just for this person. From the 469, Kevin needs to ask for forgiveness because he uses and over dramatizes the word wow. Isn't that what the word wow is there for?
Wow.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow.
hey, did you have a good day? Wow. Like I'm Owen Wilson.
Wow. Dude, who's the comedian that's really funny?
There's a lot of them.
Jim Gaffigan.
Nah, he's witty and he's kind of nerdy.
Stephen Wright. I
I can't
spilled
think of his
spot
name.
remover on my dog.
I saw his
And
bit
now
where he
he's
was
gone.
talking
Bill
about
Burr.
if we didn't use okay and we used okie dokie instead. And I think he was like, you're about to get in a fight. And it's like, okie dokie, let's go. And then they're like, okie dokie. And I just thought it was hilarious.
That's a good
and that
point.
fits with your you use the word wow appropriately.
Would you shorten it to Okie if you were passively aggressively angry?
Dimitri?
Dimitri Martin?
Yes,
I
that's
do
him.
like him a lot. Is whenever you get the okay, it might be fine. But if you ever just get the K, You're like, oh no,
crap, what just happened?
Something has very much gone wrong. Now, Corey, this is just for you. Why did the Scarecrow win the Nobel Peace Prize?
Why?
Because he was outstanding in his field.
Hey. That's impressive.
It was good.
If you think that needs forgiveness, I will try to redeem myself. I will warn you, this is not a free appearance, but Tuesday at the Galleria, CeeDee Lamb will be signing autographs at 6, Leighton Vander Esch at 6:30, and Micah at 7. So if you're interested, bring your
Where they have the ice skating?
Yes!
What are you more interested in, getting the autographs or ice skating?
Autographs. I only went ice skating one time.
What?
And it was when I was a teacher at a daycare and I'd never been ice skating before. And so like the little like 6 and 7-year-olds are like, it's okay, Mr. Kevin, we'll help you. This is a really humbling moment in my life. And you would have thought like I would become a great skater after that because of that moment.
The challenge.
Yeah, instead I retreated. I was like, no more ice for me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
Talk with Isaiah Stanbeck next on The Fan.
Hey, we know you work hard, Tolo, and we also realize you have to force a smile as you walk into your work holiday party. That's why we want it to be the opposite for you. So as a way to say thank you to our Turn It On, Leave It On fan teammates, we're throwing a Tolo holiday party tomorrow from noon to 4 at Boomer Jack's at their Arlington Highlands location. Party with all of our fan hosts, plus win some amazing stocking stuffers. Fan hang with us as we say thank you for an amazing year, Tolos. We'll see you at Boomer Jack's tomorrow with The Fan.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ding dong, the witch is dead. The Bills went into Foxborough and throttled the Pats again with ease. Yeah, terrible singing by me, but remember when winning in New England was a tall task? The Ravens, Bears, and now Bills have treated Foxborough like it's an all-inclusive resort for a fun weekend. The luster is long gone. Enjoy your relevance, New England. I'm Sean Morash.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you with Inflation Buster. That's more road trips, more front row seats. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you'll get exclusive savings when you refinance with Rate Drop Advantage. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Call 833-7-ROCKET today or visit inflationbuster.com to start saving.
For fees covered rate like date requirements and other terms and conditions, visit inflationbuster.com or call 1-833-7-ROCKET. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
On Saturday, December 10th. What in the world? Ring of Honor Wrestling presents Final Battle live on pay-per-view.
I'm changing what Ring of Honor is. I'm going to desecrate its legacy.
At College Park Center in Arlington, Texas. Then on Wednesday, December 14th.
AEW coming to you live from Dallas, Texas.
AEW Winter is coming. And AEW Rampage invade the Curtis Colwell Center in Garland. Don't miss Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, MJF.
I'm a generational talent.
Soraya, John Moxley.
Get in the ring with me. It's dangerous as all hell.
Bryan Danielson, Claudio Castagnoli.
joint pain from the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
But did you know that you can encourage your body to actually heal itself with the help of QC Kinetics?
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies that are natural, restorative, and long-lasting.
The body is an amazing thing. Trust me, I put mine through a lot.
Exciting new relief is here for pain from arthritis, knee pain, lower back pain, pain in your hips and shoulders.
I'm that guy. When you Google shoulder pain, my face pops up.
But you don't have to be sidelined by pain anymore. Call QC Kinetics to learn more about biologic therapies.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing the things you love. There's a new natural solution that patients are raving about.
QC Kinetics.
Let QC Kinetics help you improve your quality of life.
Call QC Kinetics 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget on Tuesday, if you're interested, because a bunch of people were asking, at the Galleria, CeeDee Lamb signing at 6, Leighton Vander Esch is at 6:30, and Micah Parsons is at 7 o'clock. This is not a free signing, but if you're interested and want to get some of those autographs done, that will be happening. Then, of course, Saturday, that's tomorrow, 12 to 4, out at Boomer Jackson, Arlington. We'll be partying it up. And now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
By the way, Kevin, while the guys are out at Rally House today at 4 o'clock, they're going to have Rick Venturi, the Colts color commentator, going to be on with them at 4 o'clock today. So if you want to get a really good breakdown from them on what their Colts are. I know when Sean and RJ had their guy yesterday, that dude was he took a torch to everything, man. He was just like, no.
This team sucks.
They stink. Yeah, it was crazy. So I'm very interested to see that. But right now, joining us from DallasCowboys.com, it is Isaiah Stanback. How's it going today, man?
Man, all is well, man. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Better than the Colts.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see.
Are they that bad of a team? From what you've watched?
They are not that bad of a team. Are they playing well? Absolutely not. But on paper, these guys have a heck of a roster offensively and defensively. I think they have one of the best offensive lines that could have been assembled in terms of finances and being underneath the cap. But to your point, these guys have had injuries up front. Matt Ryan is not what they thought he was going to be. They're not getting as much production from Jonathan Taylor as he would like. And it's just not. It hasn't clicked to date. But I think these guys are still capable. Obviously, these guys are in the league, and I think it just takes one confidence game for them to really put it together, and then these guys would be probably one of the most dangerous teams in the league. We just hope it's not this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quarterback then that can help them be confident is kind of the key then, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no secret that these guys are a run-first team, and if Jonathan Taylor isn't getting the yards that he's accustomed to getting, being, that top 3 dominant running back in the league, then that's really the end game for what they're trying to do. They want to initiate the run game, and then off the run game, they want to obviously utilize Matt Ryan to get the ball into the hands of Pittman and guys of that nature.
You said something that really intrigued me just a second ago. You said they're still in the league. Now, I know exactly what you mean. How much does that phrase come up when you're trying to avoid, the dreaded trap game or whatever it might be?
You know what? I mean, you respect every opponent that you face. And that's really what it comes down to. Everybody that you step on the field against is going to be capable of putting together a heck of a game. Now, you got teams like the Giants that are obviously having a good year, but just in my opinion, haven't necessarily clicked all the way yet. So they're still capable, still dangerous. So you still better approach the game like you're ready to take care of business. I think the Colts are really in that same vibe. Obviously, they just don't have that record. You have to make sure that you address and identify what are the threats, what do they do really well, and how can we take that out of their game plan so that we can do what we do best. And I think as long as you go into every game identifying what can actually hurt you and you eliminate that aspect, then obviously you're putting yourself in a position to be successful.
To go along with that, I mean, you can make a really strong argument. The last 2 weeks, the Cowboys have gone up against 2 of the top, let's just say 8 running backs in the league.
Yeah.
I think Jonathan Taylor would fit that bill as well. And the first 2 tests, they have done well. I know teams are always evolving and looking to improve, but if they're able to contain Jonathan Taylor, how confident will you be in this run defense now?
You'd be very confident. I mean, these guys that's what they do, right? And they have really good offensive linemen when healthy. And if these guys can initiate the run game, now obviously with their now interim head coach, Jeff Saturday, you can best believe that they're definitely going to try to get back to the ground game and establishing that as a cornerstone of their team. But if you can shut down Jonathan Taylor, then we know you're not fearing Matt Ryan. This is not like some of the more explosive offenses around the league where, okay, let's go ahead and fear the Philadelphia Eagles, right? The Philadelphia Eagles can kill you on the ground. And, by the way, guess what? You can't load the boxes up because you still have to respect these weapons that are sitting around on the outside. This is not that team. These guys have a handful of receivers that are very capable and that can play well when given the opportunity. But you can play your base defense and load the box up against these guys and shut down that one aspect that is a threat.
You giggled when you were talking about Jeff Saturday. Would you like to elaborate on your laugh?
Not at all, man. Hey, I'm not going to hate on a man that's given an opportunity and he's trying to take full advantage. So, hey, all kudos to him.
Yeah, out of nowhere, if Jerry just called you up and was like, I need you, Isaiah, I need you to step in and take care of this team. You're doing that, right?
Absolutely. I'm hopping in, man, both feet in.
Yeah. No, I could see that. How many more times do you think the Colts will change their mind about their quarterback strategy before the season's out?
Oh, man, I don't foresee that happening anymore. I think that they gave him, a substantial amount of money to come in here and do a job. I think they're going to give him every opportunity to do so. I think now with the leadership of a Jeff Saturday and understanding what he came from and who he played with, he understands how important it is to have one person at that position versus, a carousel of quarterbacks. So I don't foresee them really changing up anymore.
All right, this offensive side of the ball has been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, I know the first half of the Thanksgiving game was kind of weird, but when Dak is at his best, it seems as though like he's attacking downfield. Can you talk about tell me a little bit of what you're seeing from this offense right now?
They're running the ball. I've always kind of stood on a mountain by myself when it comes in regards to Dak and said Dak is a very capable quarterback, but let's not get it misconstrued that he's a play action quarterback.
Yes.
And that's not bad. That's not a bad thing. Whenever I've said it, people come at me, oh, how dare you? I'm like, okay, hey, you're entitled to your opinion, but Dak Prescott you don't fear Dak Prescott when he has to throw the ball 40 plus times a game, because he's going to provide you opportunity to get a turnover. You fear Dak Prescott when his running game is carrying out 125 yards on the ground, because now all of a sudden you're coming up to stop Zeke, you're coming up to stop Tony Pollard, and now you have to worry about the play action game, all four tight ends that they're presenting in the game now and utilizing because of Linda Wells. And you also have to worry about CeeDee Lamb running over routes. You got to worry about Michael Gallup, being a possession guy now and still respecting the fact that he can beat you down the field. He just hasn't remembered how to do so yet, but that's going to click by the end of the season. And then all the other weapons that they have. So this team in Dak Prescott is going to go as far as his running game is going, and I think Kellen Moore has matured this season enough to say, hey, guess what? This is what's working for us. This is what our identity is. I'm going to go ahead and commit to that. And then off of that, now I can do all the throwing that I love to do.
Do you feel like the judgment about, and this might just be like the nature of fandom, do you feel like the judgment of Kellen Moore kind of changes for this fan base from game to game? Because I feel like one good game, now everyone loves or a couple, everybody loves Kellen Moore. But if this one goes poorly, everyone's like, see, I told you, he was trash all along.
Yeah, fans are going to be fans, right? People are entitled to their opinions. I've always been pretty tough on Kellen Moore because I think that he is one of the more creative minds in the league, and I think that he's still really young whenever you look at offensive coordinators in this league and how long guys really stick around. He's very talented. He's very capable. I think the maturity, that the development that he's had over the past few years has been leaps and bounds every single year. And I think this year, the lesson he's learning, last year, the lesson he learned was he emptied the bag too early. He came in starting the year off hot with a lot of different cool concepts and plays and formations and changes, and he emptied it out too early, and then he didn't realize that, oh, crap, these defensive coordinators are really smart, and they're going to figure it out by the end of the year, and that's what happened. This year, he's been slow rolling that. It's been like an IV bag. He's been trickling it out a little bit at a time. And every week, it seems like something else is hurting you. Somebody else is hurting you. And you're not seeing the same exact things over and over again. You don't see him taking the big, high risk, saying how big reward plays down the field. You saw that a little bit when Dak first came back, right? And you saw some of those almost turnovers, and then the following weeks you saw it turn into turnovers. But since then, that's scaled back because he's established that running game. So I think that his maturity level has come leaps and bounds, and I'm excited for him to continue this development. And I'm looking forward to what he's going to present towards the end of the year as guys continue to get more healthy, because his offense is going to become more dangerous.
But you're not going to recommend he goes the Mac Jones route and just throws the effing ball. Please tell me you saw Mac Jones on the sideline yelling, "Throw the effing ball."
No, I want him to say, run the effing ball. That's what I need Kellen Moore to say.
Good.
All right, you mentioned Lunda Wells, and there are a lot of interesting people that are responsible for this. The scouting that got the Hendershot and Ferguson in here.
Fergushot.
Yeah, Fergushot's what we've nicknamed them. Talk about what Wells is doing well, because, and I don't know, is it having a conversation with Kellen Moore and saying all of these guys are capable, so let's figure out ways to get them on the field? What's he doing so well with this group?
He's developing them, and he's been doing so for the last few years. I mean, you think about a Dalton Schultz. What about Dalton Schultz fears you as an individual prior to this season?
A lot.
Not one thing that fears you. So when you have somebody that you're not feared by, but yet they develop themselves into being a franchise tight end, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. He's not the fastest guy. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the quickest guy. He has good hands. Cool, right? There's a lot of tight ends that have good hands, but Lunda Wells has taught these guys how to play. He's utilized what they are capable of doing, their assets, their attributes, and he's put them on display. You know, you got Dalton Schultz out there. You got Ferguson. You have Hendershot. You have, who else is out there? McEwen. All right? All these guys are making huge contributions, doing what they do best. And collectively, when you're able to utilize that, and you have an offensive coordinator who is willing to apply those assets to the scheme, now all of a sudden you're a threat, and you could do a whole lot. You can come out and run 4 tight end sets when usually most teams are using 2 tight ends. The third tight end is a field goal wingman, right? So most of the fourth tight end is probably, inactive for the game, or if even on the roster. So these guys have 4 legitimate resources at the tight end position, plus a man that's getting development on the practice squad. So I can't say enough about what he's done with that unit, and people don't value, nor does he get enough credit for the actual development of all those guys.
Yeah, man. A lot of people just forget about coaching and development and that aspect part of it that comes along with what success you do see on the field and where that goes. Correct. What's the football's being run very well. Where is it? The offensive line, is that the thing? Because we're also looking at Zeke, and Zeke looks like he's running differently right now.
He's got some
man. This offensive line they're doing a good job. They have continuity. The one thing that you have seen this year versus what happened last year was a doggone, it was a crapshoot who was going to be starting on the offensive line. This year, you had the continuity. You know who's going to be out there. You brought Peters in to challenge for the left guard position, and he's pushed McGovern to being that guy, to be that consistent player, right? Nobody thinks about McGovern, but he's out there playing his butt off, right? Then you have a young, Tyler Smith that's doing his job, and Tyler Biadic, and Steele, and obviously Martin's going to do what he does. These guys are playing as a unit, and then they're getting the contributions from the tight end group as well. So you take all of that, and you take Coach Fielding's coaching, and then you put it back there with a Zeke who can still run the doggone ball. He's going to put his foot in the ground. He's going to come downhill and bust you in your mouth. And then when you get accustomed to his pace, now you bring in Tony Pollard, who is just freaking exploding because he's benefiting from not only the continuity up front, but he's also benefiting from the change of pace that him and Zeke have. So that's why there's such a great two-headed monster. And, whenever you ask, Skip Pete about, which one should be, you should play more. He's like, dude, these guys are a tandem. These guys are a pair. They're like peanut butter and jelly. They go together.
And I know Tyron Smith has had an incredible career, but when you were talking about that continuity, I'm really curious, is there any concern about how shuffling that up when he comes back will impact the group?
There's definitely a concern there. But I think he has earned the respect, and he's earned the opportunity to come back and allow for that slight disruption to take place because of how dominant of a player Tyron is. And we saw their game plan, really, they kind of showed their hand as to what they're planning on doing and intending on doing when he does come back healthy by when they brought in sorry, I'm blanking out, what's Big Man? Big Peterson. All right. When they brought in Big Peterson, they put him at left tackle and they slid Tyler Smith down to the guard position. Well, that was kind of giving the heads off, like, hey, this is what's going to take place. Tyron's going to come back to left tackle position, and we're going to slide Tyler Smith into the guard. So you're already starting to see hands and see them preparing for that resurgence. But the whole conversation of, does he get his spot back? Like, people just need to stop with that.
Isaiah, I always appreciate you coming on, man, because I think you deliver every single time.
Agreed.
We always get a bunch of texts and tweets about it as well. And from the 806, Stanback is incredible, needs to become a weekly guest. I always say that. And then immediately they said, never mind. He said teams don't fear Dak when he throws a lot. I'm out on him. So I just wanted to point out, it happens very quickly. But no, man, really, they did ha, ha, ha. So there's a lot of love coming your way on our fan text every time you hop on, man.
No, I appreciate you guys having me on. It's always fun.
All right, man. Have a great day.
All right, y'all as well.
There you go, Isaiah Stanback. He is good. He talks at the pace that I wish all people would talk.
Like even me?
Yes.
And Derek?
Yes.
And Jerry? I guess you said all people, so
Yes.
I don't know why I'm asking every person's name.
For Jerry,
and Joey?
For Jerry, clearly the thing that still gets me is the pauses. And
I got Derek today,
I was gonna
too.
say, I think it gets everybody.
I mean, it does. It really, really does. But he also has amazing insight. With a KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a couple more keys to the Cowboys game on Sunday night, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It'll all happen next. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Like I said, good for you. It's next here on The Fan.
Sunday night. The Cowboys take on the Colts. Tailgate with the Fan beginning at 4 p.m. with the Specs kickoff at 7:20. It's Sunday Night Football right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Prescott's going to be under center. He's going to hand the ball to Elliott. Up the middle. Smashing and dashing and walking the dog. Touchdown, Ezekiel Elliott.
Because Isaiah Stanback said we need to be running the ball. Had to play that clip. Couple more keys for Cowboys victory in just 1 second. But don't forget, tomorrow, or actually today, you can go see the G-Bag Nation at Rally House in Arlington. We will be in Arlington tomorrow at Boomer Jacks from 12 to 4. Have roundtables going right here live on 105.3 The Fan from 12 to 2:30. After that, SEC championship game on The Fan. After that, Big Ten championship game right here on The Fan. And then tomorrow, pregame will technically kind of get going at 4, but realistically, it'll get going at 3:15. They will have Rodney Harrison from NBC as part of the broadcast, and CA's player profile is with Peyton Hendershot. And obviously, the game will be right here on The Fan, and then a postgame immediately after. Amazing.
Peyton Hendershot, huh?
That's right.
I think I just saw Machota quote us when we asked about the tight ends this morning, and Jerry told the Peyton Hendershot story about, I'm dangerous, I'm ready to go, and Jerry said, well, I'm dangerous too, let's go. So that's interesting that he's going to pop up with CA tomorrow. And Kevin, you were so excited about tomorrow, you did that promo. I was really excited and happy for you on that.
Yeah.
Man. That was really awesome promo.
It's an odd feeling in terms of the promo kind of hurts my feelings, and I think it's really spot on. So I have really complex feelings about it, but
I'm proud of you, buddy.
No, I thought he absolutely did a good job. Now, we were talking about the Cowboys, a couple more keys to victory, especially this. I was curious what you thought. We've talked about how good the offense has been, but they have also been elite at moving the ball down the field. Is just this last week, Dak was averaging 12.1 air yards per pass and completed 70% of his passes, which, if you want to nerd out with the next-gen stats, that's 18% higher than his expected completion percentage, and led the league in that particular stat. So they're doing better on completions because they're despite the fact that they're going downfield. Like, you know, the further downfield you go, the more likely it is to probably not work out for you per the numbers. But not only are they going downfield, they are successful downfield, which adds another dangerous element to this, like Stanback was talking about, beat him down with run. But if you can also hit the big play in the passing game, that's a lot of trouble for your opponent.
Sorry, Kevin, I am distracted.
Oh no, what are you distracted by?
I was just
Is
tweeting.
it the Brazil-Cameroon game?
What'd you say, Derek?
Sorry about that.
No, it's not you.
Oh, dang it.
Somebody just tweeted us a link to the airplane that Odell Beckham will be using this weekend for his tour.
Tell me about it.
And so it shows the flight schedule of when when he's estimated to land and when he's estimated to leave, so we can keep track over the weekend of when he leaves what places.
Never mind. I'm back out. I thought you were telling me it was
this is amazing.
His personal tricked out Odell plane.
No, we can keep up with how quickly did he land in Buffalo and leave.
Ouch.
How quickly did he stay in Dallas longer than anticipated?
I'm not doing that.
What? Let's do that.
I get it
as a team.
If that is what you're locked in on, but I'm out on just all of that.
Do you want me to text you updates?
No, I will be with you for a big chunk of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, but he's going to be here Monday. So we weren't actually, we're doing the show together.
Well, you know what? Then there's probably nothing I can do to stop you.
It's fact.
Because you're going to be like, hey, hold on. It's 10:37. He's still in the air. And I'm going to be like, oh my God, I don't care.
So
and
you're
like,
saying
it's 11:25.
You're saying you're not interested in this.
I am not.
877-881-1053. Would you like me to give you updates on Monday?
Please say
throughout the show.
No.
Even though Kevin does not want it, because Joey, I just want to see how things are going.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hear updates about this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right.
I think the majority of fans would. This is a big deal.
It's interesting.
I think so too.
There's
I
appreciate this.
Definitely do it. I know I won't be here, but I think we
really
should
appreciate
definitely
people
do it.
not being here writing checks that they have no business getting involved with or cashing.
Who's in on Monday, by the way?
That's a great question.
Okay, all right.
By the way, I have one more quick tread back in to the no joke zone since we were talking about this. Is Florida had previously suspended Jalen Kitna. They have now dismissed him from the team.
Wow.
And
rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Go ahead, Kevin.
I was just going to say, I get it. The legal process will play out, but the evidence in front of him, despite saying, I thought it was on the internet, so it's fine. You can't have that person on your team. You just can't.
Hey, if the Cowboys happen to lose one of these two games, which one would hurt worse? The Texans or the Colts? Because that's their next two games.
The Texans. The Texans are the worst team in football.
I know. Just throwing it out there.
And then plus they'll be like, do you remember when our team started and we beat you? And I'm like, yes, of course I remember. I have lived in the Metroplex my entire life. I am aware.
There are lots of people texting Kevin
Please say
saying
no.
that they don't care. They don't want to know. The majority of them, though, say they want to be updated simply because they want to see if you will throw your headphones.
You know what? And that makes me sad from the 972. Sure, whatever way we can piss Kevin off. From the 940, don't talk about it at all. Just directly send the updates to Kevin and only him. And then you're going to be, I know what you're going to do. You're going to be like, hey, I texted you. Did you see the text I sent? And then I'm going to break my headphones. Somebody was legitimately sad that we didn't have a pair of my broken headphones. I was like, that didn't happen as a bit. It happened because I was furious and smashed them.
What would frustrate you more, the snap or the Odell alerts?
What if every
Because that's
time,
what they're talking about in here. It's
what
like
if every
in the
time
12.
we were going to do an Odell alert, we did a snap? Yeah, we did
Combine
a
the
snap.
two.
And
No.
then that was the alert.
He's
this
leaving the
time.
terminal.
No, because I know what's going to happen.
Odell's
It's going to
here.
be Mike or it's going to be you going, oh, Dale. Like, that's what it's going to turn into.
Oh,
and
you just did it, dude.
Do
I
not
like it.
save that.
You are
and
too creative to be
you
this
know what?
grumpy.
That was
next
amazing.
Next year's Peace-a-thon, I feel very confident we will have another broken pair of headphones. I feel like the snap bothers me more because I don't see an end in sight. Like, I'm hopeful on Monday or Tuesday we'll be like, we're done with this. But the snap can continue until the end of time and drive me insane. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Stop texting in fake updates about what he is doing.
OBJ's smart toilet, he said.
No to
His and hers toilets.
No to all of it. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
This is the part where you
Joey,
talk,
you gotta-
Joey.
I was going to say howdy.
It's too late.
Howdy, fellas.
He sounds like Parker.
Maybe he will become the king
You
of
do.
radio.
You really do kind of sound like Parker. That's impressive.
Very nice. Alrighty. Well, it's
Parker's
time.
wife would bring us
And
pizza.
Parker would say, alrighty, also.
You ask your girlfriend to bring us pizza.
I will.
Okay, great.
I bet you will.
Great.
It's time for Masterpiece of the Week, so let's go ahead and play some of the funny things that have happened throughout the course of the week. This was a late submission, and it comes from Corey and Kevin.
He nailed you pretty good.
Yeah, which I bet he would not be against in different confines. That was in response to RJ's epic takedown of me on the promo for Boomer Jacks, which I will admit, it's tremendous. From the 817, you're too creative to be this grumpy. May be my favorite thing Corey has ever said.
It's true. Kevin's
is.
very creative, man.
It's true. Is it because of the pool table thing I said to Derek?
That was hilarious, too. Can we say that on air?
I don't know.
I think you can. It was getting felt up.
Yeah,
pool
they
table.
were getting it refelted, and so I was like, "Oh, can you say then your pool table got felt up?"
That's really funny.
That's another good one.
That's see, you're hilarious.
Bazinga.
Why do you always have to be so grumpy?
It's a great question. You know, that's a terrible question from you. You've known me for a long time.
Valid.
I'll tell you this, Joey. We will never get to the point where they're like, man, that crotchety old man is grumpy because he's 80. People who know me were like, nope. I knew him when he was 15. I knew him when he was 27. He was always like this. Back to you.
Yeah. Well, let's. How about Derek Holland? He even has an injury today. He had an interesting way of, kind of describing about how he would attack Mike Trout.
But yeah, he just didn't like when I would come into him on that.
Oh, God. When you were pitching inside.
Yeah.
You don't want to have a baby. I get you.
Yeah. No, he was talking about pitching inside on a hitter.
Oh, the context to that did not lead me to that conclusion.
Backdoor baby?
That's the name of your band. That's your band.
Is that what you say when you strike somebody out?
Backdoor baby.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Gotcha. Right. You're going.
My grandma's sign is still hilarious to me.
Her sign is backdoor friends are the best friends.
Okay.
Because when we were kids, actually, I mean, still to this day, we go into the house through the backyard and the back door.
Oh, okay.
Ah, that's what that is.
I don't think I've ever gone through the front door at my grandma's house. Grandma and grandpa.
Well, speaking of babies, at least.
What?
Shout out Bobby Belt. He wanted this one to be a nominee for Masterpiece of the Week. Here we go.
This stupid flu hasn't passed all the way through there. What
McCarthy.
are they, my baby?
Oh, man. When you said that, we did fly past that pretty quickly. That was really funny because Noah had the flu forever.
I know. And it was just like every time you thought we were done with it, it was like, nope, guess what? Fever again. And now he's angry. And that is.
I'm glad Bobby grabbed on that one. That was good.
Let's go ahead and mark what he just said. You know how this game is played. And
trust me, I know.
Also, I think I'm agitated because now I see people are like, oh, yeah, I'm going to send Kevin every alert about Odell Beckham. Oh, Odell Beckham here. When I sign, do I get my own segment with you guys? You know what? Probably.
Dude, how awesome would that be if he requested to be on with us?
That would be amazing.
The people know us in the world. We're TMZ famous now.
Yeah. You know what I liked about the TMZ article is they mentioned the show by name. It's unlike
the morning news.
Wed Erder, and he is always like, yes, on a radio show. And everyone is like, I know it's Ed Werder. It's just weird. He's like, on a radio show. And you know what I love about that is people blow his comments up now with oh, you mean The Fan? Oh, is the radio show you're talking about The Fan? So thank you guys very, very much for always doing that.
Tolo's battle for us, and we appreciate that.
I wanted to get to this one about Mickey. This is something I heard. I think it was from the interview yesterday with Mickey. But he was talking about OBJ since we're big on the OBJ hype train.
It's like, I'm not sitting here with bated breath waiting for, is he going to come here? And if he comes, fine. If not, just carry on.
Gonna need a towel.
Mickey is brilliant, dude. Because he doesn't, Kevin, that was with Odell.
Mm-hmm.
He either comes or he doesn't.
Yeah. Because he can go to different places.
Mm-hmm.
Always can.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of options.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll just move on, I guess.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Well, just to keep the blank stare on Kevin's face, we'll go to a compilation.
What am I supposed to say to that?
The
The Bills would make more sense than the Giants, at least, because I was like, hey, do you want to go back where you were with the worst quarterback and not a real Super Bowl team? Great call.
Snap!
That should be his biggest selling point right
Snap!
there.
Snap! I think I may have beat a little. That was funny.
I hate my life.
It was even better the second
go,
time.
Mike.
Fight again.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll get the snaps for you.
Snap!
That should be his biggest selling point right there.
Snap!
You know what's the worst part about that entire run right there
is then Mike was staring at me like a kid on Christmas morning, and then he was like, "No, you got to insult him too." And I was like, "I'm not going to do that, Mike. I'm done with it." He's like, "Oh shit!" Like right after that, and it was just driving me insane.
Oh man.
Well, Mike has another one here. I can't remember what he was talking about, but I think it was Mavericks. But this was pretty funny.
DeShaun Stevenson is going to play the last 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And that's where you get off.
What? That was the end of it?
That's the end.
DeShaun Stevenson is going to play the last 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And that's where you get off.
It was weird that he did have that long pause between like the next time he was going to say something because we were all kind of waiting with bated breath.
He fumbled his way through the next couple of sentences.
And that's the tough thing about radio is you have no idea how many like weird sentences that you say if they're interpreted a certain way. You know what I like is I've corrupted my wife's mind now is because now she'll be like, "Oh, mark that," or "That's what she said."
Oh,
and
really?
I'm like, yes.
Well, that's what she says.
We
not
say
ours.
that in real life.
Yeah.
If somebody says something, you're like, "Oh, mark that."
Yeah.
And you're like,
wow.
To who? Who's gonna record that?
The
cloud.
Was it the journal? It's the life log. You know, is it Bill Burr that's like, I don't want to put that on my life log?
Like from
or something
St.
like that?
Peter? I don't know what we're doing here.
One day you'll be able to go back and pull up the file of all those moments that you marked because you said it. If you didn't say it, Kevin, then you can't life mark it.
Yeah. You know what? We worked together too long. That makes 100% sense.
You're welcome.
We have one last nominee, and I think this was from a week ago, but Mike was talking about some of his early dates with his wife.
Because they're like, "Well, did you kiss?" You know,
yes,
like
that
in front of your
great
grandma. I was like,
follow-up
I don't
question.
remember doing. Like, I don't remember being like, "Hey, it's time to make out with you. Here's my grandma in the car." Like, that didn't happen.
The chuckle at the end.
Mike.
Love Mike.
Mike is a
That
treasure.
didn't happen.
That was an amazing story that he told about going on dates with his future wife.
That
and
was
his
a very
grandma.
interesting story.
It
He loves his grandma.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't?
I told you about how much we love my grandma.
The most is
She has
look,
ducks everywhere, and that duck was holding a sign that said that.
Yeah, get your ducks in a row.
I don't even know if I could count the ducks that she has in that house, by the way.
Did you try and then you just didn't give a duck?
Right, let's vote.
All right. Let's start with you, Derek.
Man, I really like Mike's.
Easy.
No, I was watching that. Yeah. Oh God, about setting myself up there. I'm gonna go with Mickey on this one.
Okay.
Odell coming everywhere.
When
he's traveling
Buffalo,
and
New
stuff.
York. Yeah, there could be
Yeah.
lots of different places.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Snap. I gotta go with Mike Snap.
I should have.
Alrighty.
Come on, Kevin. You know.
It's
You
really
know.
funny.
You know what?
It's your favorite thing.
It's really funny.
It might be time to, of course, not give in to that stupid garbage. I am going to vote for Mickey's hilariousness.
Wait,
you
you
didn't
can tie
really
it, right?
think I was going to do that.
All right,
You
Joseph.
tie it.
It is your
I
opportunity.
could tie it.
Does anybody
You should
call
do
you
it.
Joseph
Yes, my sisters do. Yeah. My parents sometimes.
when you're in
I
trouble?
call
Yeah.
Reggie Reginald.
Yeah.
Okay.
I call Mike Michael.
I'll answer if you call me Joseph.
See? There you go.
Okay.
I won't ignore you. Alrighty.
I like to be proper.
You know what? I really got a kick out of Mickey, so that's going to be our masterpiece of the week.
It's like I'm not sitting here with bated breath waiting for, oh, is he going to come here? And if he comes, fine. If not, just carry on.
Don't worry about it.
I'm still not 100% sure we should have replayed that.
Probably not.
Well, he didn't dump it, so it's okay.
No. That was.
He
didn't dump it.
We absolutely had a producer. We asked, should that have played? And he goes, well, I didn't dump it, so it's fine.
Too late.
And I'm like, I don't think that's how that works at all.
What?
To
Well,
be
you
fair,
missed
I
your
don't have
chance.
your job.
Yeah.
So, you know what? You might be right. All right. Matt is how you do Masterpiece of the Week.
You know what, Joey? You've gotten a lot better at Masterpiece of the Week.
Oh,
so
thank you.
Bravo,
really good.
sir.
The guidance from Kevin has helped out
We're
a
still
lot.
enemies, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Coming up next, we will introduce our new producer that's not Joey and talk with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Men's Tea Clinic can help.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size from start to finish, Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority Barricade Rental. That's buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We haven't got as many shout-outs in today as we usually do. I apologize for that. From the 806, can I please get a shout-out for finishing 9 months of chemotherapy for cancer? It's a marathon, not a race, but you guys are with me through it all, and Derek Holland is awesome. So
I love that, first off, just hearing that.
Yeah, incredible shout-out right there. And from the 682, shout-out to my brother for securing Metallica tickets at AT&T next year. Right now, let's take you to the G-Bag Nation. The Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is ya and where is ya?
We're at Rally House in Arlington down here off 20, and it's time to come get your gear. You know, maybe some TCU gear. Maybe you want to do a little cowboy shopping for the holidays. But they got all the teams here that you'd want to buy stuff for. So we'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock. And it made me wonder when I was listening to Jerry Jones interact with Derek Holland earlier, would Ranger fans want Jerry to buy the baseball team?
Yeah, we'd asked him that in the past, and he just said he wasn't interested.
But would you, as a Rangers fan, want him to have them in like his way of doing business?
Yeah, because we'd win like 3 World Series in the first 6 years. I've already lived through. We've already lived through all these years of us winning no World Series. Why the hell not?
Yeah,
not because of you.
Derek, you played.
I don't know. Ray Davis is throwing around money these days. Seems like we might be ready to enter like the Ray golden era.
Maybe so.
The golden Ray era.
I'd like to come back.
Did you hear how crafty that was? The golden array?
Yes.
That was nice. Good job,
Absolutely,
Gavin.
I do.
Very creative. I have a question for you
I
guys.
stumbled upon it.
But wait, why does it look like they're in clothing racks? Like, look where they are.
Well, they're in
we
are.
We are.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, it looks.
Everybody
like
but
Gavin looks like he's
Wolchuk.
right
Wolchuk
in
is just out on the Yeah. We're on the hangers actually. As you come by,
modeling gear.
You can move. Move along, and you.
Who
can,
would you pay the most for?
Ooh, this is interesting.
As you look at the backdrop, I think Gavin's got the best backdrop. As far as where he is. He's right in the middle of all the cowboy gear.
I have a football here.
Yeah,
he's
right.
got the pig skin.
Yeah.
I got the football foam fingers.
Yeah, I got a couple of toboggans behind me.
Yeah.
I requested to be in the North Texas rack, but we didn't put our table over
Wolchuk
there.
looks like he's calling the game for the basketball team.
I got a bunch of cowboy koozies behind me, though. That's got to give me some.
Pretty good. You're in second.
Big bleeping game tonight, okay? We're trying to win the Conference USA Championship.
Okay.
Wow, I like that.
What is more likely, UNT wins the conference championship tonight or the United States advances to the quarterfinals tomorrow morning?
Wooly bully?
I think it has. I mean, it has to.
You might be the most qualified to answer that question.
I think both teams are going to win, so
I believe.
think both very likely.
I believe we both will win.
The more likely is probably the U.S. wins. UTSA is pretty good.
So you sound like me with LSU and Georgia tomorrow.
Yeah. UNT usually finds a way to spit the bit here in these big games.
Yeah.
So I'm accustomed to defeat in the big moment under Seth Luttrell. So I'm optimistic, but look, the Netherlands is dealing with a flu issue right now.
Thank God.
I think we're in a good spot maybe to pull this upset tomorrow.
Unless they all have their flu game.
I would food poison them if they let me.
What?
I would too.
Oh my goodness!
I want to know
like
your
the eye
plan.
drops in the coffee.
I didn't say kill them. I said food poison them.
I like it.
Big difference.
Make them very weak. You know, they come out on the pitch. They're they're chumming all over the place. They can't play. They don't have enough substitutes. Hey, I'm all about that. Whatever it takes to win these things, I'm all in.
I want to know
food
the
of choice
plan.
in the Netherlands.
We're talking countries here. You know,
Yeah.
we do worse things to each other.
Anything for your country.
Yeah, not in country.
Is this one of those? Are you slipping into the hotel and you're putting Visine in their food? Like, what's
Yeah.
your plan?
Just crush their continental breakfast. You know they're all eating breakfast at the same time. They're eating out of the same place.
I could be a waiter that pushing in food trays. I could doctor those things up.
Just crap in their
good.
Belgian waffle, baby.
Yeah, whatever. I just got to get an itinerary of what's going on when these meals are being served.
Facts.
I might even get them during snack time. Don't you think Dutch get them during snack time when they're all getting ready to go to bed and they don't sleep worth a damn?
That might be a good plan
in there. Yeah,
do it like Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, I like it.
Just both ends on the pitch.
Yeah.
I'm all about that.
It's a bad time.
We just got to get to Qatar.
It does not feel like
We
Broadus
can do it. I've been there. I know my way around that airport.
And it does not sound like you just came up with all of that
No,
stuff
he's
off
been
the top of
thinking
your
about this,
head.
yeah.
I'm just thinking about winning, guys. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Appreciate that.
This happens every 4 years. You know?
I believe.
How long could they throw me in jail for? What, a few months for doing this, maybe? I mean, what the heck?
Well, speaking
couple
of winning,
weeks in the clink.
Yeah.
Speaking of winning, brought us. You ready to take that bet, or what do we got?
Yeah, what's the line? I got Purdue and how many?
Ooh, what's it down to? Let me check.
16.5.
Is that what it is? You got it, Dutch.
All right, let's go.
I'll take the Makers. I'll take the Makers in 16.5 tomorrow.
I will give you that.
You guys should just throw me the $100 for
one.
whoever loses.
I'll take some
No,
Makers.
I mean, it's okay. I got to have something to yell for other than that big drum they move around the field at halftime. They brag about that more than their football team. But hey, you never know. You might catch Michigan in a little bit of the emotional
trap game.
Emotional trap game.
We should all take Boilermaker shots tomorrow at Boomer Jacks together.
Yes, I am way down.
Yeah,
I'd have to get there.
Well, tell everybody.
I'll be down by.
You're going to get there, aren't you?
Point. It's a night game, right, Dutch? Is that what we got? We
Yes,
got
sir.
the night game tomorrow night.
Right here on the Fan.
So, yeah, you and I've got it. We've got it lined up. Yeah,
Let's do it.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? And remind everybody where you are if they want to see you.
We're at Rally House in Arlington. Come on by 2 to 7. Okay, we've already had multiple Tolos, including a preacher and a guy deliver gifts. More details on that to start off the show. We have Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock.
So
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Nice, Kevin.
I was
Thank you. What I
there
really
you
want
go.
though is I want them to do the jingle from the commercial and name all the teams that are at Rally House at some point. Yeah, but the rest of it, name all the teams.
Yeah, at the very end where it's like somebody whispered in that guy's
do
ear,
it?
hey, you only have 5 seconds. And they're like, oh my God, Rangers, Mavericks, Cowboys, TCU, SMU, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. And he like just lists off 10,000 names at the very end.
Yeah.
So go see.
No, I can't, Dawson. I cannot. But I want to hear y'all
It's that
try.
Johnny Cash song, where he's been to all those towns. I've
been everywhere, man.
I've been everywhere. Snap.
Mississippi or
Roll home. I heard that. I heard that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Have a good
or
weekend,
go
guys.
see them out at
Thanks,
Rally
man.
House.
Go
And then come and
Cowboys.
see all of us tomorrow, 12 to 4 at Boomer Jacks in Arlington. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Odell's plane has not moved, Kevin.
Snap!
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G. from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live from the Rally House. Come get your gear down here. We're in Arlington off of 20. And we got some fun going on here. We got some holiday vibes going with multiple Tolos bringing us gifts already. Michael just brought us some Wingstop chicken sandwiches. Okay.
What a beast
So
he
salute
is.
to Michael. I was video chatting with his wife, as a matter of fact. She's a big soccer fan. And we were talking World Cup there. So that's what you got going. Then this Tolo Anthony from Massachusetts, he brought us gifts. He brought a gift card to a restaurant. He brought me a case of a Diet Coke. He brought something for you guys as well, right?
He brought dollar bills.
Okay, that's right.
For baby dolls.
He made it rain on Walchuk.
Yeah.
And Walchuk gave him his patented truffle shuffle. It was kick-ass. The people in Rally House were losing it a little bit, but it was all
They
good.
tried to sell him a shirt is what they tried to do.
That's right. That's exactly right.
You know, and we have – what'd you get? Eric?
I got a nice Walmart gift card. Walmart
let's
gift
go.
card, Wally
Oh,
World,
for the
baby.
babies.
For the babies.
I love it, man. Very thoughtful, that Tolo Anthony.
What a beast.
So here we go. It is a Football Friday, and we're going to get to the predictions, but I also got to let you know we brought presents for you in the form of 5 G-Bag Nation flags.
Hello.
And there's a contest, okay? In the history of this show, which goes back 12 years, there have been 13 different people that have worked on it in one capacity or another. So we're talking producers, sidekicks, hosts, board ops, founding fathers, and everybody between then and now. If you can name double digits of them, I got a G-Bag Nation flag for you. Okay, can you hit 10 of the 13? Is that high enough? Do you think that's a high enough threshold? I mean, you guys have been Tolos for a long time.
Well, they get a 4 built-in 4 guarantee. Correct?
Do I need to make it 11?
Or 5? They get a built-in 5 guarantee.
10's enough.
10's enough.
10's enough.
10 is good.
That would stand the test of time.
Yes. I like where your head's at here.
All
this
right.
is good.
10. So come on in, Tolos, wherever you might be, and join us at Rally House. And if you can name 10, we got a G-Bag Nation flag for you. And that contest will be good until they're gone.
And this is a pregame because we're right next door to where we're going to be tomorrow.
That's right.
At Boomer Jacks. This complex over here at Arlington Highlands is outstanding. And if you're going to the TCU game tomorrow, they've got Big 12 championship gear, K-State and TCU, right when you walk in the door. Plus, if you're North Texas Mean Green like myself, they have an outstanding North Texas section
Oh,
here.
they got some LSU gear in the back, too. I've already checked it out, for sure.
Are you going to buy something?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to buy something.
Yeah, it's a great place to do some holiday shopping here. Maybe pick something up for your weekend if you're a big TCU. Maybe you're, a little late to the party. You got to refresh your Cowboys gear. You got to be looking fresh for the holidays and the big playoff run in January and stuff.
No question about that. And Broadus is always due to re-up on some of those LSU Tiger undies that he loves so much.
No, they've got him in the back. I just got to get him my size. That's important.
Is there a Cowboys thong here?
I don't know if they have the Cowboys thong. You patented that years ago.
You need a new one?
Maybe.
The old one's a little frayed.
It's getting a little rusty.
That one is getting more crusty.
It's not fitting as well.
It's his own personal crusty
Well,
corner.
now it's a little loose. I dropped some inches.
Yeah, it's way loose.
Okay, we open with predictions every single Football Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. We want to hear from you at 877-881-1053. That's our text line, so just go ahead and get them text messages coming in here. How do you think this game is going to go? The Cowboys are a 10.5-point favorite, gentlemen.
Dude, are we not all feeling like this is in incredible times right now? We're rocking and rolling. We're sitting here on extra rest. We got a short week for the for the Colts coming in. They have a broken offense that's been disgusting basically all year. They got a solid defense, but the offense that we are bringing to the table right now since Dak came back is best in the sport in a lot of different metrics and categories. So I'm coming here at home Sunday night. This is not a noon game where you sleepwalk a little bit. It's the Colts. We're going to crush them. This is Sunday night prime time. We're going to go smack them in the lips. I think this is 31-13.
Ooh, that's a good one. The palindrome prediction.
The palindrome prediction, man. It was about time I busted one of those out.
I do feel good about the Cowboys. I guess for me, I remember last year and how they would have a horrible couple games, and then they'd go on a stretch where they were great. We're like, okay, they fixed it, and then a game was lurking that could make you question everything again about this team. And I hope those kind of afternoons or evenings aren't in the cards for this season, but I'm not quite that sure because how the Colts stopped the run. I know that when the Cowboys offense is balanced it's one of the best 5 in the NFL, maybe the best. But when it doesn't have balance, it seems to grind to a freaking halt. So I'm going to go like Cowboys 23-17. That's what I'm feeling.
Okay.
I think they'll struggle early and then find a way to get in the end zone a couple of times in the second half.
Cowboys should really suffocate Matt Ryan in this game. He's been sacked 32 times in 10 games this year. Cowboys lead the league with 43 sacks. Now, this is pretty impressive. Cowboys have only given up 14 sacks this year, and we've talked about how they struggle in pass protection, which is true. They're 31st in the NFL according to Next Gen Stats in pass protection, but credit to Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott. They get the ball out quick. And Dak Prescott's done a good job of avoiding sacks and fighting out of those, which is why they're not getting sacked a lot. Colts also don't score a lot of points, right? They're averaging just 15.8 points per game. That's second to worst in the league. Cowboys are second best in points allowed at 17 points per game. And the turnover margin is specifically where I think this game is going to tilt in the Cowboys' favor. Colts turn the ball over a lot. Cowboys are +5 in turnover margin. That's fourth best in the league. I think the Cowboys are going to force turnovers. Why? Because they're going to pressure Matt Ryan. I'm going to go 30-16. Technically I got to say Colts win because I got to keep this good juju, but that's technically a Cowboys victory.
Appreciate you doing that, Wolchuk. That's good awareness. Brian.
Yeah, it's going to be Cowboys 28, Colts 16. I think everything you guys have talked about in this game. I think the thing that the Cowboys can't suffer through in this game, though, is a slow start. I know with Gavin talking about it, maybe some second half points and stuff like that. I'm not going to do anything to keep the Colts in this game. I'm not going to go for it on fourth down on my side of the field. I'm not going to give up any cheap points. I'm not going to let them try and stay around. If you could find a way to make this game like 7-0, 7-3, 14-3, 14-6, 21-9, you got to keep making the game where they can't ever feel like that they're in connect with the game right here. Because, like I say, we've seen them against Philadelphia, play Philadelphia tight. They lost the game really at the end because of what Gavin was talking about. They gave up second half points. I kind of feel like this team is a good team. I think their numbers are a little mirage-y, if that's a word I'm making up here for you.
I like that. No.
They're kind of like teams don't throw the ball or run the ball or throw the ball on them in the second half because they're never ahead. We talked about this yesterday. They've only had 50 snaps this season where they've been ahead in the second half. Mm-hmm. So I think teams, when they say, man, they play great pass defense. Well, teams don't throw the ball on them. Dallas 28, Colts 16. It might be. I don't think Dallas gets into the 30s, but you got to keep pressure on the Colts to have to kind of stay with you.
So a TD win for me. You guys all say covering. Either way, Cowboys get the dub and keep this train rolling. I think that's got to be the expectation, and it could get ugly for the Colts. I mean, if those turnovers become a factor, as the stats say they will. 908, feeling good, 12-point win. Turpin TD return. Oh, yeah, I've been still waiting for that.
Yep.
Ed from Denton, Matt Ryan better have his insurance paid up. I know, at that age, it could get bad. Maybe collarbone. Hopefully nothing too bad.
Can you imagine being however old he is, as slow and as seemingly like rusty his parts are, like he needs WD-40 on himself a little bit, and deciding for yourself that you're going to go in a world where Micah Parsons is just allowed to tee off on you? Can you imagine making that mental decision to say, yeah, that makes sense to me. Micah Parsons is going to ruin this guy's his entire night is going to be a disaster.
Well, has he even recovered from the beatdown Dan Quinn gave him last year? When the Falcons came to town, what was it, like a 43-3 pass
45-3,
yeah, my gosh.
I think it gets to a point where the money is just so dang good that you're like, all right, honey, it's $40 million. I guess I'm going to go do this.
Yeah.
And she's like, good luck, honey.
Yeah.
I know you can't play that well anymore, but damn, that contract is nice. You're like, yep, I'd retire if I was only making $2 million, but this money's too good. So at 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text. Dawson, that Cowboys football behind you looks freaking sweet. Okay, it is a full-size football. You can see it on the webcam. See if we got a sticker price on here. $28 for this Cowboys football.
That's a no-brainer
got
there.
Got the NFC logo right there,
I
NFC East Division.
Smell that fresh leather. That's beautiful.
It's a nice-looking football, isn't it?
The jerseys they have are awesome, too. They got like a Staubach and a Deion Sanders up there. Oh, that Emmitt Smith one is tantalizing.
Dude, that throwback Deion. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, that throwback Deion right now is doing something.
And the Thanksgiving Tony Dorsett. man, my grandmother, may she rest in peace, she would be going ape bleep for that right now.
Which one of us right now do you feel like could take that football, that Cowboys' beautiful $28 football at Rally House in Arlington, and throw it the furthest?
Throw it over the mountains?
Which one do you
I
think
can throw that
right
football over the
now?
mountain.
Like, how far
Coach
do you
would
feel
have
like
put
you
me
could,
in.
if you could throw
very Matt Ryan like
Broadus.
Very Matt Ryan.
money's
like
on-
it.
my
20
money's on
yards?
No, maybe not even that. Maybe 12, 13. I got shoulder damage from lifting
crawfish,
pots.
yeah. All those
so,
crawfish
so the
boils.
crawfish pots. I'm gonna go to my grave with a right shoulder problem.
You were a defensive player.
Correct. I'm not a quarterback.
You're not a skill guy?
Okay? I'm not a skill guy.
Well,
Now,
Chuck, can you chunk it?
but don't forget, I'm a football guy.
You are a football
chunk
guy.
it, no. The arm strength was not there for me.
Yeah.
He always had the accuracy. Put it wherever he wants to.
Within a 20-yard box.
I was about to say, unless where he wants to is 21 yards or more.
Yeah.
When I was a kid and I played baseball, played third base, had an accurate arm, not a very strong arm though, or they would have let me pitch. And back then, I loved being an all-time quarterback, like running around back there and wheeling and dealing. But now, whenever I try to go throw a football, I'm like, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
You know, that's like the Japanese man crying last night after the game. Like you don't that chicks don't think that's cool. You
For
know,
sure, for sure.
Your buddies are kind of like, oh, like I played a flag football game maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and at the beginning of the game, they're all getting warmed up and throwing bombs like 40, like 40 yards would be a bomb to me, but they're really letting it go. These are a couple of guys that played high, and I'm like, no, I'm good, man. I don't need to warm up because I knew I was going to catch one, and they'd be like, throw it back, and I'd be like, no, I'll just kind of jog it over to you. Because it's just not like after not throwing for years, it's like I don't know what happened in there.
We
man,
would all
but
be
it
like
is-
Smalls in the sand line.
bad,
Just run
yeah.
over and hand the
Yeah.
ball to each other.
I'll throw it underhand. I will. I'll roll the ball back.
I think I could still throw a baseball. But
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to the football toss there. It's bad.
I guess spinning
Ugly.
that pigskin, man, is not like riding a bike. You can lose that.
Were you surprised at the answers you got for your question?
I thought there was going to be somebody with some arm strength.
Hell no.
Yeah, just a little bit of self-respect.
You're looking at this crew and going, no.
All right. I feel like back in like '79, though, Broadus was a prime candidate for a pump pass and
I'll tell you
kick
what,
domination.
That's right.
I used to play catch. I just played it upside down. With the deep snapping part. I could snap a ball further than I could throw it. That's how. Yeah.
That's nuts.
It's crazy.
Did you? Okay, so what's the farthest you ever deep snapped?
Well, we used to have to do it at 14 yards. Ooh. So, I could accurately put the ball like at waist high at 14
Could
yards.
you still do it?
If I had to do it, I think I could. Now, my right wrist would probably explode.
Is that from the crawfish boils as
no,
well?
because what happens, it's because of how much
a little something else.
Snap that you have to.
It's the bad toe.
It's the gout and no.
It's an upward trajectory.
It's something else. Left-handed, sir.
Ambidextrous over there, bro.
What are you doing?
That's it. I knew exactly what he was doing.
No, you didn't. It took you about 30
No,
seconds.
it didn't. I knew what you were doing over there.
817 Dawson sounds like the kid from San Luis. Hey, I was not. I was good at all the sports. Okay, I
believe it.
I wasn't great at any one thing. Right. I wasn't great at any one thing. Maybe playing third base. Okay, I had a pretty good glove over there, but I could do it.
What's the longest did you go like a 12-year stretch without like throwing a football until you just lost it kind of thing? Like, could you imagine Walchuk going any longer than like weeks at a time without a pigskin in your hands?
No, I would go to sleep with one in my hands.
And there's plenty of opportunity.
I had to pretend that I was good.
Every night at practice, the dads are throwing around the football. I think I could get it stretched back out again, but I don't know. I think I'd just become so weak. I think that's probably the right answer. That's why we do those men's T ads. Like after 35 years old, if you're a dude, you start losing muscle, and if you didn't have much to begin with, you end up not being able to throw football very well by the time you're
dang it,
in your mid-40s.
The hazards, bro.
Keep working out.
We got to keep it going.
Mavericks, they did it again. Okay, they lost to a last place team who was shorthanded. This time in overtime, incredible finish. To be down 6 in the final minute, you get the 2 threes there, and it gets them to OT. But the Mavs allow the Pistons to shoot 54% from the floor for the game. The Mavs go 14 of 29 from the free throw line. How's this even happen?
It happens every night.
Not that bad.
I mean, it's like Eric acting like we're surprised that none of us could throw a football.
Yeah, that was on me. Honestly, that was on me, fellas. I need to know my teammates better.
Well, at least the Dallas Stars got a win over Anaheim. They're 14-6-4 and host Minnesota Sunday at 2. USA Soccer has confirmed Pulisic's cleared to play. He's good to go. They needed to see him how he handled practice today over there in Qatar, and he did well. G-Bag Survivor is coming up. We all have to pick a game to try to avoid a bet payoff. Are the Cowboys the best bet to get a dub of this entire NFL weekend? That's coming up next. It is the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Rally House in Arlington off 20, and we'd love to see you come by, maybe pick up one of these G-Bag Nation flags right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Friday morning.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation live from Rally House in Arlington. It's time to make our G-Bag Survivor picks. Can we be right and avoid a bet payoff? Let's see. This is a tough week. It really is. You know, maybe other than the Cowboys game, I'm having a really hard time. So I'm feeling pretty nervous, maybe more nervous than at any point this season. I've only had to do one payoff.
Yeah, bleep
and
you.
my goal is to make it the next 6 weeks, running the slate.
Obviously.
And go 16-1. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333, or go online to truckwreck.com. The two biggest favorites, Cleveland and Seattle, are on the road to Houston and L.A. I don't want to mess with the DeShaun Watson rust or the emotional factor. I don't know what's going on in that game. I guess Cleveland's supposed to beat Houston because Houston's terrible, but this is just a weird game. And then with Seattle at the Rams have their number for some reason. Like, even when the Seahawks were dominant with Russell Wilson and the Rams were bad, the Rams would still beat them at least once a year. And I think they've beaten the Seahawks 4 out of the last 5. And the Rams are decimated, obviously, but there's just something weird in that history. So I don't know where to go. I'm just going to come on back to the Cowboys. So many people are confident. I'm not quite as confident, but I do believe in the power of crowdsourcing. So I'm kind of crowdsourcing my confidence here in the Cowboys. I'm taking them.
Kudos to you for still having the Cowboys available and right there at your fingertips, man. I think I burned them against the Bears, so I'm kind of regretful of that. This is definitely a difficult one. This is a heck of a slate of football games this weekend. I mean, big matchups between.
Great weekend.
I mean, whether it's Mahomes and Burrow, Tua versus the Niners, McDaniels goes back to San Francisco. You have Titans and Eagles. I mean, Wolchuk, I think you're inches away from going with the Titans in your Survivor picks.
I think the Titans
are
going to upset them this week.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of good and fun games, but that does not make the Survivor situation very fun. So I have settled in on the 0-5 on the road Broncos going to Baltimore. I just feel like Lamar Jackson, these dudes, it's weird to trust them, but at the same time, I'm like, the Broncos have just been so bad. They score 14 points a game. That I feel like it'll probably be ugly and disgusting, but they'll find a way. Baltimore will win by like a Justin Tucker field goal.
I like that pick. I've used Baltimore. I've used the Cowboys to beat the Lions earlier this year. So for me, I thought about the Browns over the Texans, but that could be a weird one with DeShaun Watson. Maybe the Texans play some inspired football. I thought about the Chargers and the Raiders, but division games, I don't know. So I'm going to go with the Vikings at home against the Jets. That's also a good game, and maybe Mike White comes out and the Jets continue to play good football.
It's a good pick.
But I like the Vikings at home to find a way to get that win. I'll take Kirk Cousins in a noon game. I'll rock with the Skull and the Vikes there.
You know what? Being the last pick here, Gavin said a lot of interesting things about Seattle and the Rams. This Ram team ain't the same, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just not the same. They're not the same at quarterback. They're not the same at with the Aaron Donald being out and all that. Give me the Seahawks this week to take care of the Rams on the road.
Okay, yeah, that's probably a pretty good pick. Seattle, I feel like a very solid and well-coached football team, and they're playing for something, and the Rams aren't, but they have had a knack for playing spoiler. Troy Aikman on his weekly radio show, as soon as I heard that Jerry was interested, this was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, whenever it was, I told people if Jerry wants him, I'm telling you, he's going to be a Cowboy. Yesterday, I'd fallen back to 50% here on Odell Beckham Jr. I think that kind of moves me up to about 62 right now.
Nice.
It's not an open and shut case, but if Troy Aikman's pretty confident, I just don't know how much has changed since Troy would have a great gauge of Jerry wanting something. Back in the day, if Troy could get Jerry to want it, it was as good as done.
Right.
Is that still the case?
It doesn't seem to be, right? I don't know that the Stephen Buffer was quite as prevalent then in the Aikman time of doing things as it is now. I mean, Broadus, you certainly would have a good perspective on that. I
kind of feel like, though, that to me, this is all going to come down, and I keep bringing up that physical part. And actually, Sean and RJ and Bobby asked the question to Mike McCarthy about that. And Mike McCarthy, was talking about the process that they have to go through. You have to get all the information. Hopefully an agreement can be worked out, but this is why you go through all this. So there's definitely a number of things that they need to work on, he says, when he gets here and so forth. So, I feel like that the medical staff would have the best opportunity to make an evaluation of how quickly Odell Beckham can get on the field if, in fact, that they can work him out. We've talked about this for the last couple of days. And, will Odell Beckham agree to that? I don't think he will. So I think this staff is going to be flying a little blind on this one. And, but I think they're also waiting to talk about what kind of offer are you going to make? Are you going to make an offer for long term? Jerry's about right now. Odell's kind of thinking, okay, right now, but how about some security in the future? But if you don't get the physical that you need in order to make this happen, man, I think there's still a lot of questions. It's going to have to be Jerry stepping up and saying, listen, I don't give a damn about the physical. I don't care about long term. I'm 80 years old. Let's try and get this thing done, Stephen.
And to me this morning with KNC, he didn't sound like he wants to do that because I think Kevin kind of gave him a leading question like, there's no way you're going to let OBJ out of the building on Monday, right? And he says, well, it's not as easy as me saying yes or no to that, which makes me think that maybe he is going to be, I don't know if beholden to a physical or an evaluation of a workout, but maybe he's agreeing with, oh, yeah, if we can't be sure he's going to help us this year, then we don't want a contract. And I don't know. We'll have to see what the other teams are willing to do.
I think there's some people around the league that believe that the Cowboys will be the ones that are the most stringent about the medical and what that leads to. Because the other teams that I was talking to, they're like, listen, Buffalo, they don't give a damn. They just want the player. That's all they care about. And, but if Buffalo has to, look at things long term, maybe they're willing to do that. I just don't think the Cowboys are interested with all the players that they have contracts coming up, that they're interested in moving on and just giving money away.
We are live from Rally House in Arlington. Come win a G-Bag Nation flag if you can name 10 of the 13 all-time members of the G-Bag Nation. Okay, can you do it? There's a G-Bag. There's 5 remaining under the table right now. And if you can show up and pull that off, you'll be going home with the G-Bag Nation flag for the holidays. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Yeah, fellas. Come in. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We got you, Mad Dog.
All right, I'm just trying to check that out. All right, we're good. We'll see.
Did we pass the check?
I'm just trying to check the delay in the situation to see how much the delay is, to see how I need to, move around with you fellas right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Now to maneuver myself out here in these streets.
Okay. Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Our winner from yesterday is play-by-play voice of Jackson State, Rob J. He found a way to ask Coach Prime about that Colorado job. A little funny way right here. Check this out.
But you know my favorite team is the Kansas City Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Next week they play the Denver Broncos in Colorado. I'm going with you, and we gonna ride together. Let's go. Let's go. Now that's a go. I gotta admit, now that's a go. Come on, sit back down here.
Got him.
So why you gonna do your boy like that? No. I never been there. And but I'm going.
there.
Well, I'm going next week when the Chiefs play Bronco in Colorado.
What you trying to say?
I just want to know. Can we ride together?
Where am I going?
What do you think?
That's good stuff, though. Is the Chiefs playing at the real?
Yes. We go together, Cole.
No, you got to stop, man.
Okay,
this is good though. I got to admit, this is your best one up. This is your best one up. You thought that thing got dog. You thought that thing got.
Pretty good. Man, it sounds like a lot more fun to cover Jackson State right now than about any other team I've thought of. Now your mic is not good, Lucius.
Now it's not good?
No, now it's good.
Okay.
Now I got you.
I
heard somebody else talking in the background.
Okay. I like what my man said, Colorado.
Yeah.
Colorado.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Your windows.
Yeah, your
Colorados.
windows, Colorado, cereals.
Your tacos.
Yeah, all of that. Reefers. We talked about reefers.
Reefers, yeah.
All right, let's see here. We got a lady that got her wisdom tooth pulled and went on a rant about the Cincinnati Bengals. It's a long rant, maybe like 2 or more minutes. I only got a minute, maybe or so of it here for you. Well, listen to her, man. She's going through it, bro.
What's wrong, sis? I know he's got a girlfriend.
And I'm happy for him. But I'm not happy for me in that situation.
You love Joe Burrow, don't you?
He's pretty, but dang it, he's talented. And let's be honest, I go for ambition, not look. We played the Titans on Sunday. Jamar Chase isn't even a sure thing, and I miss him. But then, even if we get past that one, well, then we got the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, and he's so good, and everyone knows it.
Everyone knows it. That's great, man.
Oh,
that is
good.
great.
That is
What is it about those wisdom teeth videos, man? Is it the laughing gas?
It's
Yep.
getting knocked out. Yeah.
Is it something different than other surgeries? Because I've had a number of surgeries. I don't remember waking up being goofy like that.
I'd recently had the colonoscopy thing, and
Okay.
I woke up, and matter of fact, there was a doctor that I knew that listened to the program all the time.
Oh,
and,
that's comforting.
And him and I were talking, and he just started laughing because some of the things that I was saying. And I go, am I not making sense? He goes, absolutely none. So, yeah, it's just coming out of that, I think, is the problem.
I don't know if it's that laughing gas, because I remember a dentist using laughing gas on me, and it never worked. And he looked at me in my eyes and said, hey, man, why is this not working on you, bro? What's going on with you?
Oh, no.
But
different. It's that military training you have.
I don't know what it is. Maybe I've done built up a tolerance, but coming out of that, whatever they give you for falling asleep, whatever, when they put you in the surgeries, like when they put you under for the surgeries, that coming out of that right there will get you telling the truth real fast.
It will absolutely do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see what we got right here. Oh, RJ Choppy does a Gavin Dawson promo. How about that?
Tolos, Gavin Dawson, General at your service. Salute. We'll be at Boomer Jacks tomorrow, noon to 4. It's going to be cool. All 10 members of the G-Bag Nation will be there. Crack a coldie. See me, beer me. Shoot Jet.
I love it.
All 10 members of the G-Bag.
That's amazing.
I love Choppy. I can't wait to hang out with him tomorrow.
NA. Shoot J-Bo.
Let's see. We have a man that rage quits his video game while watching the Ravens lose to the Jags. I was going to play this earlier this week, but I didn't get around to it. You know, you got the dual screens up and you're going around and, like, you know, you're doing what you want to do and keeping up with your game. Yeah, they lost.
Yep.
Why? We lost to the Jags! The Jags! The Jags!
Wow. Well, what's going on? Ultra? Hold on. Wow. I mean, to me, you'd think if you cared that much, you would have actually stopped playing video games and watched.
That is fair. That
Check out
is
everybody.
graphic.
What was last
I'll
month?
play video games during the Rangers.
What was last month? November, right?
November?
Now, what's the thing that goes down on the internet during November?
The old no nut.
Yeah, right?
Beard November?
No Fap November.
Yeah. So he was.
This is the man
That's
on
right, yeah.
December 1st right here.
Wow. The video of that must have been insane.
So what he is, he's punching a pumpkin. He's beating a pumpkin up with his fist because it was sitting right next to him. It's like decoration a little bit.
I've never heard beating up my pumpkin as a euphemism, but I do like it.
Yeah, maybe that's one of those cuts you guys need to play for our interview guests. Like, what do you think this guy's doing here?
Oh, my goodness.
That's a good call. Any other nominees on this Friday, Lucius?
No, I don't have any more nominees, but I do have this Michigan Wolverines fan leaving the game, the Ohio Buckeyes versus Wolverines situation. And he was just getting trolled by the Ohio Buckeyes fans. Just getting trolled. It's weird.
Shut the f*** up. They were so...
Oh, you're blind like the rest.
Yeah, you.
Kill yourself.
Hey, whoa, good game. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
You're like the size of my. Shut the up.
What? Whoa!
Man, be cordial out here,
Wow.
sports fans. You got a man punching a pumpkin to death. You got this other guy getting trolled. Look yourself in the mirror.
Man.
It's like 2020 all over again or something. Pure insanity happening.
Good thing they won when I went there.
Michigan Wolverines fan. Is it rage quitting video gamer? They lost to the Jags. RJ Choppy as Gavin Dawson. Lady got wisdom tooth pulled. Has a Bengals rant. And Rob J, play-by-play man, Jackson State, our one-time champ. And I'll go ahead and vote for my guy RJ Choppy. Giafalo, how about you?
Man, that's pretty dang good right there. Okay, let's I'm going to settle in with the Jags. Not the Jags fan, the upset at the Jags.
Okay, lost to the Jags?
Lost to the Jags.
The rage
guy,
quit.
Yeah.
Okay, Lucius in the Pimp Cup. Who you voting for?
Rob J in prime time.
What's up, G-Bag Nation?
Rob J in
You're
prime
tied at
time.
one.
Excuse me. Yeah.
We have a three-way tie at 1 as the vote swings to Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with the Bengals' wisdom teeth.
We're still tied at 1. Brian casting the deciding vote.
It was a good bunch.
Was a great bunch. How about RJ impersonation? That would be
Thank
a
you.
good
By
one.
a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's RJ Choppy. Come party with him and us tomorrow. We'll be right down the way, actually, right here in Arlington at Boomer Jacks. It's
Heck
literally
yes.
like 40 paces away. So we're having a big Arlington weekend. It's great to be here in Barlington to celebrate and kick off the holidays. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yes, we've got the sports mix on a Friday. I got some good questions from our guys. We'll do that next.
But it's time to dial up the Miller Lite right here in the DF.
knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started, y'all. Chevrolet, find new roads on a Friday.
All righty, thank you, Lucius, and thanks to all the Tolos that have already come to see us here. As we're not even done with the first hour of the G-Bag Nation, we'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock at Rally House in Arlington. Great place to come by and pick up some, TCU gear for the big weekend or Cowboys gear. They have more gear than anybody. It's time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It's super nice to meet everybody out who's come out and already said hello and stuff. Thank you guys so much. And I want to draw your attention to something as well. Richie Witt, used to be on the program, had a really good story out that you need to kind of take a look at. It's called Witt's End. He's got some really some good insight to some things that are going along. I always enjoy reading Richie's stuff. So if you
embrace your age,
just kind of check him out. He's got some good insight for you. So make sure you take a look at that if you want to.
Would you like to share your favorite takeaways or give us the subject?
Yeah, that's what I'm always about. Just kind of, it's about the tease. Just go, if you want Witt's End, go check it out. He's got some really, really good insight on what's going on, and not only in college football, the Rangers, radio business, stuff like that. Richie's always got some really, really, really good insights.
Any takes about sagging?
Oh, no.
Who's against Romo out here? Is any takes about that out there?
No, none of that. But maybe there might be something. I know, Lucius. I know there's some things that he probably is not very good at, but this one there might be something you could pull from this one. So just make sure you go and check that one out.
I'll co-sign, Broaddus. It was a fun read.
It was a fun read.
It was a really fun read. Stress the fun there.
Yeah, it was that. That's the thing about it. It's a fun read. So anyway, okay, let me go for it here on these on the sports mix if I could. And as we know, every Friday I try and come up with some questions and some. Maybe some sports things that we could talk about, maybe some other things that maybe not sports related, and so we'll see if we could get through this one. Chief, I'll start with you on this one.
Oh no.
Could the Eagles win 4 of 5 games if Gardner Minshew was their quarterback?
Hey, go ahead, say something stupid.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. And I don't know, are we just assuming, like, hypothetically 4 or 5 games? Because I don't know their exact schedule in front of me right now, but I would think no. I don't think they go 4 out of 5 with Gardner Minshew as their quarterback. And I understand now, as I've thought this out, how you're tying this back to the Cowboys and Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
And this is pretty special by you. No, I don't believe so. I think Jalen Hurts is the engine to that offense that allows all these other parts to work for themselves, and his ability to use his legs. How many times is the passing game not working? It's fine. Jalen Hurts will just run for 160 yards and win the game. Gardner Minshew's not doing that.
How about you there, Eric? I already asked Eric. How about you, Zach?
You do that every bleeping time.
I know
that I'm just as attractive as Eric is now because I've slimmed down, and I appreciate it, Brian. It's very flattering.
I can't.
Right?
I look right past you now. I used to just look right at you. I look right past you. How about it, Zach?
I don't believe they could. But let me look at their team schedule just to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think they would beat the Titans with him. I don't think they would be able to beat the Giants twice, and I don't think they'd be able to beat the Cowboys with Gardner Minshew starting. So the answer is absolutely not. I do think Cooper Rush had the benefit of an overall favorable schedule, which helped the Cowboys out there. I think that Bengals win is very impressive looking back at it. I think the Bengals are playing much better than they were then. But no, overall, I do think Jalen Hurts and what Eric was saying with his ability to run certainly is an aspect that they lose without him, that Gardner Minshew's not able to bring to the table. And there's a reason why Gardner Minshew's a backup, right? So to me, absolutely not.
Gavin?
I would say they could, but it would have to be the perfect 5 games in their schedule, not the remaining 5 games, but the schedule that they opened up with that, they were off to an undefeated start. Minnesota week 2 was tough, but everybody else was fairly manageable there in those first 5 games. So you'd have to let me pick the perfect 5 games out of a schedule, and then I'd be like, sure, he could do it.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that we're seeing something with the Cowboys that not a lot of teams could have survived. The more you go back and look at it, in the way you're in a spot to potentially be in the playoffs, to potentially win the division. I think
it's going to come down to a good defense.
It is.
And I feel like the Eagles do have one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, again, can this, I think that Rush made some plays along the way for you to kind of help you win some of these games. So I think it would be hard. I do. I think the Cowboys, I give them a lot of credit for that happening. All right, Zach, I'll go back to you on this one.
Okay.
There's been some questions about Terrence Steele not practicing this week, and he is actually dealing with an illness in his family. But the word is that he is going to come back and play for this game. But let me ask you this question. Has Terrence Steele now become a major loss in your lineup if he doesn't play?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who's going to play right tackle for you? That's a big question, because now do you just slide Tyler Smith over? They don't seem like they want to play Jason Peters at right tackle. That doesn't seem like an option. So could Tyler Smith kick over to the right side? Do you feel good about that? He has not played that at all, and then you play Jason. There's a lot of question marks, and I do think Terrence Steele, specifically in the run game, has proven that he is one of the best run-blocking right tackles in football right now. That tandem of him and Martin on the right side has been dominant for you at times this year. So I do think Terrence Steele's playing good football. Is he the best right tackle in the league? No. But he certainly would be a loss.
How about you, Chief?
Yeah, Walchuk said it. He's been a road rager in the run game, and that's been special. And seeing his trajectory to this whole point has been pretty fun, because we were beating him up early on because there was no business for him to be starting.
Bad, yeah.
Well, and we all were, and a lot of it was just on the coaching of how are you going to allow this guy who is supposed to be a developmental dude, and you're going to throw him in starting and at one point go one-on-one with Myles Garrett and ruin a first quarter of a game for you. Wasn't fair to him, but the work that he's put in, my gosh, to get to where he is now is pretty dang special. And it's in particular the run game. I think he's solid in pass protection as well. Anytime you lose any one of these linemen, I don't know if there's any one of these linemen on there right now that I would say that would be an okay loss. I guess Jason Peters makes up for a couple of these, but for the most part, any one of these linemen you lose, you're feeling pretty bad about it. And Terrence Steele probably second behind Zach Martin in that running right now. Maybe Biotis just because the importance of the position at center, but yeah, losing Steele would suck, and it would be a big blow to your run game.
Gavin?
Yeah, I think they hit it. You don't have a good replacement for him. I still think Terrence Steele is around just average, or maybe slightly even below average when you take everything into account, but he's huge for how you want to attack in the run game.
As we're getting close to time here, I know we got Stephen Jones coming up here. My final question for you guys. Gavin, I'll ask you this question to start back with you. Has someone ever given you a great holiday gift, but you're embarrassed because you got them a bad one?
I don't think so. I think right around the time I became conscious of giving good gifts, the good gifts to me stopped coming, Yeah. I got too old, and it's like Christmas isn't about you anymore. Here's some pajama pants.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Not much thought to it.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Although about 6 weeks ago, you gave me the beer can chicken holder.
Yeah.
And I've been meaning to return the gift, so expect something.
No,
soon.
you know, I was just because you were talking about cooking with it. So no, it's from one cook to another. That's all that was. Okay. How about you, Chief?
I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess the whole time growing up, where my parents are gifting me things and I'm writing them like cards, and that's all they're. I'm not really gifting them anything other than just a card that way. But otherwise, I feel for the most part, I may have half-assed a Mother's Day gift for my mother-in-law one time, and then she hooked me up nicely for the birthday, and I was like, oof, okay, might need to make Mother's Day a little bit more important for mother-in-law. But other than that, I guess not.
Wolchuk?
Eric's always treated me very well around the holidays, so I don't have any complaints for him.
I always give back.
Now, I definitely was feeling that when I would go over to my ex's for Christmas. And I think I've told you guys this, in the stocking stuffers every year, it was like this is more than I'd ever gotten over 1 year of Hanukkah. So I was just feeling very overwhelmed. I brought each of them maybe one gift, maybe two, and they have really outdone themselves for me. So I was feeling way out of my comfort zone here. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was like a lost puppy. I didn't know what to do. And they were very kind about it, but they treated me very, very well, and I certainly had that feeling.
Gentlemen, thank you much for playing the Sports Mix.
There it is. Brian brought us in Krusty's Corner every afternoon at about 2:40. That's 1 hour down, 4 to go. G-Bag Nation here live from Rally House in Arlington. And you can win a G-Bag Nation flag if you can. You got to name 10 of the all-time G-Bag Nation members. That includes everybody that's worked on the show. There's 13 in total. Who can get 10? All right, when we come back, I do believe Stephen Jones is going to be on the line with us. We'll talk with him about the Cowboys-Colts, Odell Beckham Jr., and more right here on 105.3 The Fan.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for Stephen Jones right here on your home of the Cowboys. He joins us every Friday around 3 o'clock. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA, of course. We did have a Tolo, Anthony from Massachusetts, bring a 24-pack of Diet Coke by. So if you're in the area and you're feeling about 12 ounces short, you know, a little caffeine jolt, I can hook you up right now. There's Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus. They're at the broadcast table with us here at Rally House in Arlington. Great place to come by, get some Cowboys gear for the holidays. TCU, UT, I mean, every team here in Texas.
Yeah.
And some other ones as well. You know, I see a little bit of USA gear.
Yeah, they got, like, if you're into, like myself, the LSU situation, and no Wolchuk, you like to imitate me and wearing the clothes. We got stuff for you in the back.
Perfect.
Over here.
I might have to go get that.
They got a lot of Oklahoma State, Oklahoma, LSU. They've got all this taken care of for you. So you,
hell yeah.
Hey, you would never be embarrassed about buying a gift from here and giving it to somebody.
Nope.
You're gonna get somebody a great gift.
An unbeatable assortment of TCU gear to get ready for that Big 12 championship game this weekend. They got everything you want, everything you need, and everything you didn't know that you even bleeping needed.
Lucius Alexander is back in the Pimp Cup. You do have Carter Freeman coordinating some video for you. You can watch us at 105thefan.com on Twitch or YouTube, Brian.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Stephen, yeah.
As Stephen Jones joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, guys. How you doing?
We're doing good. How would you describe your goals for the rest of the season here with 6 games to go? Do you have like the number 1 seed with a big bullseye on it, or how would you describe your goals for the rest of the year?
Well, I think anytime you get into a season, your goal is to win NFC East with the Cowboys, and that's just your first goal, first and foremost, and followed up by you want to win games in the playoffs, and ultimately get to the Super Bowl and win it. And that's kind of the situation.
Stephen, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it sounds like we have a bad connection, and we're going to just go ahead and give you a quick call back here. Maybe he's up in the air working in that, plane office that Jerry Jones was describing the other day. It sounded like that might be possible, right?
Jerry talked about how much you can get done inside that office.
Yeah. So, we'll try to give him a buzz back and maybe get a little bit better of a connection. I could hear what he was saying. Okay, he's ready again. All right, and Stephen Jones is back with us here on The Fan. And, sir, do we got you now?
Hey, technology. I was just trying to use earbuds, and I guess mine don't work.
Okay.
Well, you're coming across crystal clear now.
Yeah, this is great. So you got everything in mind, right? You're looking for the Super Bowl if I picked you up right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing here is anytime you go into a season, you're the Dallas Cowboys, your first goal is to win the NFC East, which still is our goal. I know we got to make up some ground here, but we do get to play the Eagles. And then your next goal is to go to the playoffs and have success and ultimately make it to a Super Bowl and win it. I mean, that's, I'm sure everybody's got similar goals in the league, but that's certainly still our goal.
Stephen, I know that you've talked about this quite a bit, but we got to get it out of the way, asking about Odell Beckham Jr.'s coming in on Monday. But I think what we want to focus on is how important is this medical going to be for you and the team to make sure that he clears that before this signing or you move forward with adding him to the team?
Yeah, I think any time a player's coming off an injury, their medical's important. If they're on your team, it's when they're going to get back. Michael Gallup went through that ACL last year, and he did his earlier. So Odell wasn't until the Super Bowl, and we had our hands on him the whole time with Britt Brown, who I think is one of the best in the business with rehab, and got him up and going. And as we all know, Michael's just keeps getting better each week, and that's a typical situation with an ACL. So obviously we want to have him in here and see where he is, and the medical will be important. But certainly he's been working, and from everything we can tell, and hopefully he'll be in great shape.
And is it a deal breaker if he's not necessarily available for this year, and it might just be a move for next year moving forward?
Yeah, it doesn't do us. It's not really productive to get into any of these details just yet until we get him in here and see where we are.
Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen, does the goal of the Super Bowl seem more realistic this December than even last year when you guys were putting together a great record?
I think I've mentioned, I feel like this team's there is up. I mean, Dak's gotten back, and we've all seen some of the statistics from scoring offense to yards to, production on percentage of scores on drives, red zone. We're right there at the top and feel like we're climbing versus last year where we, started off strong and, for, several reasons. I think we were just not playing as well offensively down the home stretch as we would have liked. But and then at the same time, this defense, I think, is taking another step. And I think they're certainly playing at a high level. Obviously, some things we need to work on there, continue to improve against the run. Certainly, we need to, as a football team, clean up the penalties. And then, at the end of the day, we all know what wins football games. If you win that turnover margin, then you got a great chance to win the game. So we've got to protect the ball, and then certainly, hopefully, make plays on the ball and turn the ball over from a defensive standpoint.
It's really interesting hearing you talking about that. This is a team that hasn't had Tyron Smith, and Lyle Collins is gone, and Amari Cooper is gone. Why do you think the offense is better than last year's at this time?
Well, I just think, some young guys have really stepped up. I think Terrence Steele's done a great job at that right tackle position that Lyle used to man and did a great job for so many years. Certainly Tyler Smith is a rookie who didn't even practice it in the offseason or most of training camp, stepped in at left tackle where he played in college and has really done a great job for us. And, of course, Connor McGovern stepping in there at left guard for Connor Williams. I just think that group's really played well. And then, it certainly makes you feel good that we got, one of the best left tackles to play the game over the last 10, 12 years coming back. And he's really doing great in his rehab and should be right around the corner there. And that should just add to what already is, I think, a strong offensive line when you got a guy like Jason Peters and you got Farniok, and obviously one of these guys is going to, be depth as well. So we've just got a good group in the offensive line front. We're running the ball, I think, better and better each week, and certainly doing a great job of protecting Dak. So that offensive line group, hats off to them. They're doing a great job.
We were just talking about this like 10 minutes ago. How would you guys handle it if Terrence Steele couldn't go because of illness or something? How would you move him around?
Well, we know Ball right now is our backup right tackle, and he got in the game the other day and really did a nice job. So, that's just something if something happened like that, we would, as Mike likes to say, get our best five out there. But we also, they got to be the best five at, doing that particular spot. Some guys are very versatile and can play across the line. Some guys, they're just better on the left side or the right side. So all that'll go into the equation. If, if something were to happen to Steele or he were to have, come down with a flu or something where he couldn't play the game.
Steven, it's probably an unfair question for a guy that sits on the competition committee, but how do the penalties, as you mentioned, are a problem, but how about the inconsistencies of officials in the league? Do you worry about you saying, yeah, we need to improve on penalties, but it seems like from official to official, game to game, you're getting maybe some inconsistencies there that might hurt you getting back to taking care of those penalties? Is that something that you think about, you worry about, as you're trying to correct these things?
Well, every team has that issue, Brian. At the end of the day, no one's getting the same crew week in and week out. So, and there are, each crew has things that they tend to be more focused on. And, I think that's just, that's part of it. You have to be aware of it. You have to coach it up with your team in terms of knowing what that crew looks at. Some are more apt to be into the holding calls. Some are more apt to be into DPI and OPI. Some of them are more into the, keeping control of the game and, we'll call a tight game when it comes to personal fouls and things of that nature. So, you just got to coach your team up to that. And Mike is very aware of that, and we've just got to continue to put discipline into it and clean these things up, especially the pre-snap penalties, which we've gotten into that a little bit the last few games. So that is what it is. I mean, most officials are very consistent when it comes to pre-snap penalties, and we just got to be better at it.
Steven, we are inside the greatness of Rally House right now in Arlington, surrounded by all sorts of great Cowboys gear. I can't help but be fixated on the Tony Dorsett Thanksgiving throwback kind of jersey. You just wore those uniforms. I know you got to jump through a lot of hoops in order to pull something like this off, like switching the uniform. But can even you acknowledge that those throwback Thanksgiving Cowboy uniforms are the top dogs?
I really like them. I do like them. And it's certainly I think our fans do as well, and I think it's great that the league allows us to, have these alternative uniforms. I just think people enjoy it. Obviously, we've got, our number one thing is our tradition and our traditional jerseys, but it's great to be able to go out there and have your throwbacks and wear them on a holiday week there, like we do at Thanksgiving a lot of times.
It's Stephen Jones here with you on The Fan. Last time it was Cowboys and Colts. They threw a surprise shutout on us. It was pretty surprising. How confident are you that you can take care of business and keep this success going?
Well, the last thing you want to be is overconfident in this league. You'll be humbled immediately. And they pay their guys, too. They've got great players that play for the Colts over there. We're going to have our work cut out for us. They got a veteran quarterback in Matt Ryan, who knows how to play this game, and great running back over there. And, of course, that's been what most people feel like is our Achilles heel, is stopping the run. So we'll get a good dose of that, I'm sure. And, we'll just have our work cut out for us. They're strong on defense, and we've got to come in there and be prepared to play our best game, or in this league, you'll end up losing it.
We are also surrounded by a ton of TCU gear. You got that Big 12 championship game happening at AT&T Stadium with K-State and TCU. Also, college football expansion going to 12 teams. You got the Cotton Bowl as one of the semifinal hosts. What do you think about that college football expansion?
Well, I'm actually think it's going to be exciting. I always like it when more teams, have a chance to be in the mix. And, right now with the four, it's, you got to be the cream of the crop, no questions asked. And I think expanding it and giving some teams that may be gaining momentum down the home stretch that maybe dropped one or two early and have really come on, I think it's going to be exciting for college football fans. And certainly it's great that the Cotton Bowl, which is played, of course, right there at AT&T Stadium, that they're in the mix. I mean, Rick Baker and, that group of men over there that man that board, they do a great job. I've never heard anything but what a great host and what a great bowl game the Cotton Bowl is, and certainly glad to have it right there at AT&T Stadium, and glad they'll be one of the top bowls right off the bat when they expand to 12.
And, of course, they're putting that World Cup at AT&T coming up in 2026. Are you enjoying this tournament? Are you going to be watching tomorrow morning?
I am. I'm through and through. I mean, how do you not get fired up about watching your country go be competitive, whether it's Olympics, whether it's World Cup? It's exciting to do it. And even if you're not a soccer fan, I bet everybody's tuning in. And it seems like a great group of young men who are very competitive, doing a great job for the USA over in Qatar. So it's going to be fun to turn on the TV and watch these guys compete.
I can't wait till 2026 to come out to y'all's spot and watch them play. And how exciting would it be if you guys could get the semifinal or the final, huh?
Well, it'd be outstanding. I mean, certainly that's why we decided to invest the type of money we invested, 12-plus years ago when no one had ever built $1 billion stadium in our country. And, it's what you want to build it for is for events like this, and to get to have an opportunity maybe to have, some of the bigger games, whether it's a semifinal, a final, an opening game, whatever that may be. I think we've put ourselves in a great position maybe to get one of those top games. So it'd certainly be an honor, and certainly look forward, as you do, to attending and seeing the World Cup a big World Cup match in AT&T Stadium.
Well, that sounds great. Thanks so much again for your time, sir, and give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Salute. There you go. Stephen Jones with
Love
you
you.
here every Friday at 3 o'clock on your home of the Cowboys.
He
Love
just,
you,
he
huh?
just said that he loves Stephen Jones. I don't know how much he actually means that.
I love him.
You're trying to butter him up, aren't you?
Damn right.
Trying to get some World Cup passes? What are you trying to do?
That's a smart man right there, Brian Brothers.
I was wondering if Steven was as concerned about Pulisic's gonads as we were
Yes,
over the last
that would have
few
been a good
days.
follow-up.
I should have asked him that.
It's been an interesting day of
He was struggling with the earbuds. I think maybe he had other problems.
Earbods, bro.
They were bods. They were bods.
Whatever.
No, that's what he called
They
them.
were earbods.
He goes, sorry, my earbods are bleeped up. I'm like, well, it's because you got bods in your ears,
I thought he
bro.
was flying. I thought he was kind of
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
Yeah, Brian was doing his flying motion.
I was doing my New York,
Arms. He was
Spruce
like,
Goose.
"Oh,
Yeah, Spruce Goose.
I'm a jet.
We got to run, nation. Having a blast here, Rally House in Arlington on a Friday. Massive college football weekend. Wolchuk has the college football super segment for you next year on The Fan. But I got to chat about my favorite place to go and watch these World Cup games. is a big college football weekend coming up. Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully, has a college football super segment for you here as we're broadcasting live from Rally House in Arlington. And you can come on by. Nobody yet has been able to step up to the plate and hit it out of the park. We're looking for somebody who can name 10 members of the G-Bag Nation all time. Board ops, producers, sidekicks, phone screeners, hosts, co-hosts. I think there's 13 throughout the history, including a founding father who's been at the Rally House already today, if you want a hint.
Ooh.
Okay, a founding father has been here. But yeah, if you can get 10 of the 13, we'll give you a free G-Bag Nation flag while supplies last. There are 5 under this table. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, just call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And here he is, Wolchuk.
Thank you so much. We do have an outstanding slate of college football action. It starts tonight.
Yes.
As we have the Pac-12 championship, but more importantly, it's the Conference USA championship game. Am I right?
Amen, baby.
Am
Amen.
I right?
UNT.
Yeah, baby. Go Mean Green. We got the North Texas Mean Green taking on UTSA, the Roadrunners, a rematch of earlier this year.
What was the final on that one?
You don't want to know. We're going to skip over what happened in that game.
I'd really
right?
like to know.
You really do want to know?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to have to go back and.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew it off the top of your head.
Not off the top of my head. It was a North Texas loss, 31-27. It was a close game.
Okay,
It
there
was
you
a close
go.
game. We spoiled it late. I don't think we went for it on 4th down and we did not get it. But this game's going to kick off on CBS Sports Network at 6:30 while we're on the air. Now, North Texas doesn't.
Sure, it's on Nickelodeon or something like that tonight.
It might be better because I love good slime time. You know,
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the slime VP?
Austin Ani probably.
When you guys were at UNT, would you go to games and cheer and stuff?
So our
Wolchuk was a cheerleader.
I was a male cheerleader.
Yeah.
I was throwing people
Okay.
up in the air.
Yeah.
I tried out to be the mascot. They were like, "No, you're so attractive. We need to put you on the side." No,
How
are you kidding me?
How-
They
wait,
would
wait.
let me be a cheerleader?
Hey.
Hell no. They put my ass up in the booth. They're like, "We got to hide you."
Wait.
Might have had to take
gr-
what they could get.
How great of a bet payoff. Okay, if somehow Wolchuk loses, he has to put on the Eagle outfit and maybe do half of a basketball game.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, that would be a great one. We
that
might.
would be
Hank
legendary.
Dickinson, our guy Hank, might be able to pull that off for us.
Like you only have to do a half. You don't have to do a whole game.
Okay. And our basketball team's pretty good.
Or any sporting event, you have to put on the Eagle outfit. And
I'm down
like,
for this.
Fly around.
That would be great.
I'm game.
I wouldn't even mind going back to that cheerleader bit, making him be have his pom poms and everything.
Yeah,
on the fan
well,
cam.
I knew as soon as I said that I should have just
like that one better.
buried that way down.
You could get in your uniform now, couldn't you?
I could sneak into a uniform.
Oh yeah, you could squeeze into one of those bad boys.
Yeah.
I might have to just
The skirt might be a little.
make
tight,
sure I
yeah.
keep pulling those doubles, those morning and night walks.
Yeah,
but-
gotta keep doubling up on the walks.
If we could
Wolchuk.
avoid the holidays, we'd be great, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, the holidays are killer. Right?
Thanksgiving really just set me back. I basically had to lose everything that I gained last week this week, and now I'm back to where I was. You know,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. So like
Panic weight loss,
I made
huh?
zero progress really in the big,
Yeah.
the
No,
last
but
few
it's
weeks.
a wash.
It's a net
But
neutral,
you,
yeah.
You treated yourself. That's what matters.
Treat yourself. So, yeah, go North Texas. Now, tonight we also have Utah and USC. Caleb Williams trying to make his Heisman come true. This is his last chance to go out there at Allegiant Stadium in front of Utah and get revenge on the team that knocked off the Trojans earlier this year. Now, I am taking USC. USC is favored by 3. I do think the Trojans get a win. Now, Utah's a physical football team.
Is this a BetQL type bet going on here?
The BetQL. Now, we're not. I don't think that this is one of my best bets by
okay.
any means. In
All
fact, if I had a best bet, it might be for Michigan to cover over Purdue. Brian brought us just to stick it to you, sir.
I'm just right now. I'm just planning on giving Dutch $100.
No, I'm going to take TCU minus
Send me
1.5.
your Venmo number.
Against
right now.
K-State. I think TCU does win tomorrow, and I like them to cover the 1.5. I mean, hell, they should win that game by a field goal, don't you think? I think K-State's going to give them a run for their money. But Utah and USC
The
is going to
dream
be
ends tragically tomorrow, unfortunately.
That would be a big blow. That would be a
taking the
big
Wildcats?
I am.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm sorry. I know it's an unpopular pick, but, I got to call like I see it.
What?
We're going to have security.
TCU's on a magic ride.
Have you seen all the TCU gear they have?
I know, and I love it, too. I bought some, actually. I'm
come
cheering
here.
for him.
I'm more worried about the
pulling for
fans
him.
showing up in the TCU gear and beating all of us up.
You can shop one of the
Not
largest
the gear. I get
selections
out of here with the gear.
of TCU Horned Frog gear at this rally house to
Yeah.
get ready for the Big 12 championship game this Saturday. If you just come and hang out with us.
Yeah.
But Kansas State TCU is going to be incredible tomorrow. What do you think about your LSU Tigers against Georgia?
Yeah, I tell you what, I expected LSU to beat Texas A&M last week and at least have 10 wins, and then you talk about getting a quality bowl game from there, maybe showing up, getting the Sugar Bowl, something like that. But the A&M game took a lot out of me last week, and the thing about Georgia, and we've been watching them on tape. We watched them last night, starting to get ready for the college draft that we got coming up here in April. They're just defensively, they're just such a good team. They're well coached. The quarterback plays well. They're skilled players. They cause a lot of problems. They can cover you. I mean, they could, their best corner could take your best receiver out of the game. I mean, that's just the way that Georgia matches up. I'm not expecting much out of there. I'm really not. I'm kind of hoping it's kind of like a World Cup game where I'm not expecting Saudi Arabia to beat Argentina. That's my hope. But
Yeah.
I'm being a realist about this.
Well, the quarterback's going to suit up and play Daniels. That was a question mark. Brian Kelly said he'd be good to go. I don't know how in the world they're going to block Jalen Carter.
Oh,
after we watched him play last night.
They got two freshman offensive tackles here. I mean, they've done a great job all year, a lot better than I ever thought they would be, after the Florida State opening day loss. But Georgia is in a different category right now, very deserving to the ranking that they have.
Is this disrespectful? Ohio State has told the Rose Bowl, do not select us. We're not interested. We don't want to go play at the Rose Bowl game. So Penn State most likely is going to be the Big Ten selection.
What's Ohio State want to do?
They're hoping that maybe USC loses or TCU loses so they still get the outside shot to make the playoff. But I think they're worried about, hey, we've played in the Rose Bowl a lot. And there's an outside shot that it could be a rematch of last year's game where it was Utah and Ohio State, that maybe their fans aren't as excited to go to the Rose Bowl and they won't be able to draw as big.
Yeah, they're
of a
always
fan
there.
attendance.
I get it.
They weren't worried about selling all their tickets, then, is what they're worried about.
Right. So it's like, hey, we don't really want to go. We've appeared in the last two Rose Bowls.
They could have lost money going out there, too.
You want to talk about diminishing the other bowl games, though. If I'm the sponsors, if I'm the NCAA, I'm livid at Ohio State for this getting out.
Yes.
You could call me, right? Don't you dare email or text me and have this a digital record, but you could call me and talk about this. We can't have this out.
Well, you had a situation, too, last year where a lot of Ohio State's players sat out. Remember yesterday?
You did.
Yeah.
Remember yesterday you were saying, listen, if I'm not playing in one of the Final Fours, I'm not interested in playing in your bowl game. I'm sorry. It was at the Rose Bowl. And that's what happened with Ohio State. They went into that game like really shorthanded.
Yeah, both their top receivers, Olave and Garrett Wilson. It
Offensive
allowed
tackle,
Jackson Smith and Jigba to have that awesome
exactly.
game.
I mean,
so many NFL players on that team. Maybe it just doesn't make sense if we can't be in the playoffs. It's just
and you go out there and you
nothing.
play and you get embarrassed. I mean, you don't have all your guys. I know it's Ohio State, but still, I mean, they're still stinging from that Michigan loss. I mean, there's still a lot of things coming from that.
224 says he's about to call the radio station so he can scream at the general for making that comment about TCU losing. I'm sorry, 224.
Hey, we got what you drinking, what you thinking
yes,
later.
you have a good chance coming up. You're less than 2 hours away from that opportunity.
Don't just call in and berate the general. Now get drunk first and then call in and do
I
it.
like that.
Really,
that's how you do it right.
Give it some thought. Of how much liquor you can
Great
serve.
point.
And don't half-ass this thing.
Don't
That's all I'm
half-ass
saying.
it. We don't half-ass anything around here. This is the G-Bag Damnation.
Full ass on a football Friday.
Tom Herman. You guys remember that guy?
Yeah.
Yes. Where is he headed? Is he going to?
He's in the broadcast booth right now.
Did Trent Dilfer already get fired at UAB and they're bringing on? They're bringing on old boy.
He's going to Lane Kiffin's former school. The last time Conference USA when UNT was playing in that championship game.
Oh, FAU.
We lost to FAU. Tom Herman's now going to FAU. And oh my gosh, Boomer Jacks, they have brought us some delicious food that I don't think I can eat any of. But you guys can feast on this.
I am very excited about
There might be a garnish.
There might be a garnish. I can have some vegetables.
There's got to be.
Last week you just quit. Go ahead.
Shut your dirty mouth. I'm weighing in tomorrow.
He's been walking twice a day, broadest.
General's like, I'm giving up sweets because I'm the general. And then he doesn't. He just like all of a sudden he has sweets every day.
I have a professional read.
It was over the holidays.
Shut your damn mouth for a second. Boomer Jacks is opening tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the World Cup. You can come watch the USA game over at the location right next to us at the Arlington Highlands. They got Saturday drink specials, $3 bottles. They got Mexican candy shots, $4 Modelo pints, $4 fireball shots, baby, and $5 screwball shots. You can bring one unwrapped toy and receive a free order of fried pickles. You know I love fried pickles. I might have to just taste one fried pickle.
And a screwball.
Maybe I'll have 6 screwballs.
You are a screwball.
Purchase one $25 gift card, receive a $5 bounce back card, and we are eating right here. We're going to be dipping into the Fat Jack sampler, okay? They got mozzarella blocks, brisket quesadillas.
Whoa.
The fried pickles, boneless wings, and skillet queso with chips
Everything
and salsa.
you can eat.
Oh, my goodness.
Boomer Jackson Rally House. That is what Texas does.
By the way, for all Rally House customers that come out and see us, bring a copy of that receipt from today or tomorrow and receive an order of fried pickles with a purchase of an entree over at Boomer Jacks. So we are partnering together, Rally House and Boomer Jacks, people helping people. It's a beautiful thing. But yes, Tom Herman is now the new head coach at FAU.
What an exciting time.
What an exciting time. That's what Lane Kiffin said when he was over there. Also, big injury for Michigan. Blake Corum. I don't know if we got to this yesterday. He's going to miss the rest of the season. He is out with that leg injury.
1,600 yards of out.
But man, this old is it Donovan Edwards?
It's Donovan Edwards.
What a monster beast he was last week.
He's good, man.
I don't need to hear that. Not with me with money on the line.
That's true. That's true. He's going to.
It might be good for you to cover, though.
I'm just hoping for a cover.
You're going to give me that $100, though, right? Because you don't need that $100.
No, I told Dutch I'll send it to him right now. I'm not that confident.
Dutch might need it, huh?
Yeah, Dutch needs it.
Dutch
As he's banging on the glass at a Stars game at about a
he's like fist bumping Luka before he jacks a three up.
He's at a $2,000 seat.
I don't think he needs the.
He's going to give it to charity. Former NFL quarterback G.J. Kinney. Has anybody ever heard of this bleep hole?
Okay, let's say that one more time.
G.J. Kinney.
Not familiar.
Sound like he transferred like 5 times before he got out.
I've never heard of him. I don't know that he's a real person, but he is.
What?
Yeah, well, he's now apparently the new head coach at Texas State. He's currently coaching at Incarnate Word.
Oh, okay.
He's 34 years old. He's 10-1 in his debut at FCS Incarnate Word.
We had Bailey Zappi as a quarterback there at Incarnate Word, and then he went to
Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky, yeah.
Yeah, the former Jets quarterback.
Yeah, former Jets quarterback.
Yeah, he was on their roster.
Was he?
2012.
No
I
way.
remember him.
Gosh, Gavin is a football guy.
That's right.
He is the football guy on our show.
Good
now,
pull, Dawson.
Brian, can you tell me?
He's from Mesquite.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's coached in Hawaii.
Well, holy crap. I apologize to the Skeeters out there.
Well, who knows if he's actually
He went to school at Tulsa, which we get a lot of respect from Tulsa on this show from certain members.
Yeah, that means he was a real big-time player. I can't believe you guys forgot him.
I'm still waiting for Lucius to punch you square in the face.
Me too, honestly.
GJ's dad was shot at my school when he coached at Canton High School, says the 903. 256 says his dad got shot.
What?
Well, that's sad. Thoughts and prayers.
I am so sorry, and I should not have said anything negative about it. Gilmer High School. Oh, that's a stud school right there. Gilmer plays some good football.
Good recovery.
Now, thank you. Can you
Not really.
Can you name shut your mouth, Eric. You never support me. I don't know why I call you a friend. You are the worst.
I literally opened the show with just nothing but respect for your truffle shuffle that you did earlier.
That's fair. You redeemed yourself. Golly gee.
God.
Incarnate Word's mascot, Brian Broadus. Can you name it?
Oh no.
It's just like
the Crusaders.
It's a Microsoft W, right?
Yes. It is. Yeah.
Like Crusaders?
No, it's not the Crusaders.
Okay.
You got the first letter right though. It's the Cardinal.
The Cardinal.
Cardinal.
The Cardinal?
Yeah.
The Cardinals.
Okay,
plural.
copying Stanford.
Yeah.
Cardinal.
Yeah, be real original.
And the Arizona
Way to
Cardinals.
go.
Very original.
Hey, are you guys familiar with Texas A&M quarterback Haynes King entering the transfer portal?
That's Longview, Texas own right there. Yeah. Also, Nebraska, former interim coach Mickey Joseph. Yesterday, he was arrested for domestic assault charges.
And there's an early tease for Biggest L, Biggest Dub, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what's coming up next?
That is correct.
As we are live at the
I
Rally
save that.
House
Have a
in
fried pickle.
Arlington. Yeah, come come by the Rally House and get some Cowboys gear or TCU gear, whatever you want to get to support your football or sports team. And Boomer Jackson's right down the way. That's where we are going to be tomorrow for the Tolo holiday party starting at noon. We're going to have roundtables and all kinds of fun. I'll take that brisket quesadilla if you don't mind. At least one wedge of it. We're coming back with the biggest L, biggest dub. But you know what? It is well known that in a rising interest rate environment, auto leasing volume surges because the monthly payment difference.
next tomorrow with The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Rally House in Arlington. And it is time now for Eric Chiafalo's Friday staple, Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Here he is, Chief.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Because right now, live from Rally House in Arlington, it is time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Big shout out to all the Texas high school football playoff games that are going down tonight and I imagine tomorrow as well.
Yep.
So would like to speak a couple of dubs into existence, and a big shout out to the Decatur Eagles 4A quarterfinals tonight in Denton. Their defense last week only allowed 12 total yards. Is that even possible? Versus Canyon Randall High, that's
I think
insane.
who was quarterback was the guy from the Jets?
I think Zach Wilson. Suited up.
Was in suiting up for that one.
Yeah, once again taking the game of inches a little bit too seriously.
Way too seriously.
But it is a great time of year, man. Football in all capacities, whether it's the Cowboys, the NFL, college football, TCU, right here, Rally House, all the TCU Big 12 gear, championship gear that you can fathom, and then of course the Texas high school football is just absolutely gorgeous this time of year as well. So a wonderful, wonderful time. Big dub for the U.S., not only this week getting an actual World Cup victory, but also in lead up to the game against the Netherlands tomorrow. We'll all be at Boomer Jacks for breakfast, enjoying it here in Arlington as well. Looks like the Netherlands getting the flu bug.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, this could be a really nice. I wonder if the line is moving because of it. Could we capitalize on something here, gentlemen?
Possibly.
That would be nice.
The coach said that while they missed practice yesterday, he does expect to have everybody available. But, those flu games, they can go one way or the other on you.
Yeah, that's a good call.
We don't need the Michael Jordan flu game, right?
No.
We don't need that one tomorrow.
We need the Scottie Pippen, migraine game.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Did
you guys see what I believe to be one of the weirdest stories of all time? And it involves Drew Brees and a fake lightning bolt.
I saw that.
Was that like a viral
He was
stunt?
on a set?
What is going on? It was a set of like a promotional thing, commercial for a betting points bet sports book, and it was some type of advertisement that they were doing, and they faked that Drew Brees was struck by lightning in the promo, and it was to promote their new lightning bets feature. And I guess the idea was to stage a fake lightning strike on Drew Brees to get attention, but in an effort to do so, it actually people actually thought Drew Brees got struck by lightning.
Yeah, if you looked at the video, it kind of looked like, oh my goodness, everybody okay?
Yeah, it's not like a TV commercial at the end. It's like, ha, 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 that was a clear and obvious joke. People literally were thinking, I guess all night last night and into this morning, that Drew Brees had actually been struck by lightning. So now he is kind of having to come out and be like, hey, sorry about this. PointsBet is doing the same thing. I can't imagine that marketing meeting where they all just decided, here's the plan.
No, they accomplished exactly what they wanted, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Drew Brees having to come out and say, oh, hey, we're sorry and all that. They accomplished it.
Honestly,
it's like War of the Worlds, that thing in the 30s when Orson
went
Welles,
perfectly
hey,
for them.
sorry, I didn't mean to scare the whole world to death. They're no aliens, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, they accomplished exactly what they wanted.
You know what? You might be right there, Broadus.
They're talking about it right now. Yeah. They're talking about it.
This is
they didn't get hit by lightning.
One of the rare instances where mid-segment an L instantly becomes a dub thanks to the Broadus perspective.
It's a dub.
My gosh, you are 100% correct. Now, I don't know what type of backfiring is going to happen in terms of their actual customer base here, but it is good for if all pub is good pub, then home run for Drew Brees and this fake light. If he had to text people on the front end of it and be like, hey, weird stuff is about to come down about
very
me.
Realistic.
Don't it seemed very realistic.
Very realistic when you've got the Blair Witch Project shaky camera thing.
That's what I was going to say.
When you got the shaky camera thing, you can make people believe a lot of things. Like Bigfoot and things like that. Yeah. You know?
My gosh, man. Pretty wild. 972, huge dub this week going to Metallica at Jerry World. Both shows.
Oh.
Let's go. Very exciting.
That would be a bet payoff for me.
Yeah, you don't like Metallica.
I do, no,
Wow.
No.
Wow,
Are you
Broadus.
even an American?
No, it's I am American. The thing
you be
about it
painted
is
in
though,
Netherlands gear
it's,
tomorrow?
It's no, yeah, I have my face painted orange. The thing about it's that music, how the like heavy metal music. I never was.
You don't do any rock?
Well, it's rock, but not. I do like classic rock. I don't do like the heavy metal. I'm not Metallica or Slipknot or whoever. You know, I mean,
the Screamos.
You can't compare Metallica to Slipknot.
Yeah, that's
I'm just saying it's the same genre, isn't it? Basically,
one's screamo, one's heavy metal. It would still be.
I would.
But I hear you.
I would lose my mind.
Yeah, I hear you. With most rock concerts, I don't want to be there.
Yeah.
But Metallica is just legendary.
Oh, they are
you know?
legendary. I'm just saying though, if it was a bet payoff and I had to go and listen to one of those,
there's some metal
Rob
that
Zombie or I don't know. I just
Zombie's good too, but there's some metal that's actually music. You know, it's not just like playing and screaming. And I think
it's like
I think
a
Metallica
chainsaw
probably
going off
leads
the
that
whole
group.
time.
Wow, man.
I know
Okay.
Judas Priest. I don't know. I mean, that may be pretty good, but I just couldn't. If you had to say, oh, you have to sit here for 3 hours, that I would lose.
And you're an AC/DC guy, you're a Rolling Stones guy, but not Metallica.
No, but to me, the AC/DC thing, I don't know. Was that considered like heavy metal? That's the thing. I like
it's still
rock,
classic rock.
but I don't like
It
heavy
was pretty
metal.
metalish
No.
by the time you got to like 88. Like the Razor's Edge or whatever that album was, that was pretty metal.
Back in Black.
That's definitely classic rock.
But they're classic rock for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Hell's Bells.
I love AC/DC.
I think Broadus is just a big Don Henley guy. You know, he likes to sit back, flip
Boys
on
of Summer,
the
wasn't a bad
Eagles.
song,
and,
you
hey,
know?
that's
Nothing wrong with the
Beach
Eagles.
Boys. Nothing wrong with the Eagles. Are you
All
kidding
right,
me?
now what are you
I
doing
love
to
the
the
Beach Boys. Hey, let's.
I love the Beach Boys and the Eagles.
Let's do a little cruise. Let's Beach Boys
I'm
and
into
and let's do it. Let's do it all. I love it. Okay, big L for Justin Fields, quarterback of the Bears. He had to tweet at Uber Eats. You guys have probably run into this before. He says, I usually don't tweet much, but the fact that I ordered $90 worth of food and don't get it dropped off to the right place and can't get any credit is wild. SMH, y'all got to do better. I was hungry and ready to go crazy on that food. Now I'm just going to starve, says Justin Fields.
That's tough.
He's a big man. He'll be okay.
Well, and he's vegan.
Oh, yeah, so it's probably hard to find the right food.
Right.
You know?
So for him,
They probably didn't want to deliver it to him because it was a joke.
How can
He's
you be
vegan.
that?
I don't know way we're going to give this guy food.
How can you be that big, jacked, strong,
That's why.
impressive,
That's
and
why.
be vegan?
It's honestly incredible, and he's a powerful individual.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
yeah.
mom and dad.
He's like 300 pounds below the waist.
You get a lot of protein from beans.
But I get the
nuts.
fact that he just missed a game, but that dude has taken a beating and has just gotten back out there.
Oh,
gotten
no,
back out
he's
there.
incredible. He really is. Cowboys could have drafted him.
Very, very special.
You saying they should have?
Guess you don't need to eat animals to be fast.
That is correct. Hey, Walchuk, I do need to get. Did you have an L? I know we need to throw in Dawson's peeing his pants L this week.
That's
Obviously,
an
that
L.
took place.
That's horrible.
We all heard that story yesterday.
Yeah. Here was an L.
It reminded me of me.
Had a big dub last night. Great practice, though. Bounced
yeah?
back. Didn't pee my pants the whole time.
Nice,
you, buddy.
dude. I thought that's what all the cool kids were doing these days, was just peeing their pants. I was about to get on board.
It depends.
I peed my pants today. A physics teacher has resigned after students discovered her OnlyFans site.
Oh, man.
no.
Another one of those, huh? Another one bites
Just
the dust.
pay the teachers. Come on.
Well, and this is a sad story because apparently she jumped on OnlyFans because she has a sick child.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Wow.
Let her hustle a little, you know?
Yeah.
So now she can't double
what are the
dip,
kids
huh?
doing on OnlyFans? They should be the ones in trouble. Get the hell off OnlyFans.
Maybe this turns into a blessing for her. She doesn't have to worry about the side gig of teaching our nation's youth, and she can just lean all the way into the big money
might
getter
be.
of
You're
OnlyFans.
right.
You know, this might be a
go
good, like a
support
fork
her.
in the road where she actually may go the more profitable
Less
route
stress, man.
here. Less stress, absolutely. Okay.
Some of these teachers got it going on, you know, I'm not going to lie. And you're not paying them enough. You can't get mad at them for
But
doing that.
definitely, when you say some of these
Halen.
teachers, you're clearly excluding the high school teachers, right, Dawson? Based on the bar you set for them.
Van Halen, Hot for
Right.
Teacher was a song.
Forgot about that one. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
She's probably making a killing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure.
Is that a scouting report?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just watch the first half or the second half.
Both halves.
You went for the full 4 quarters, didn't you? 6-2-0, huge dub today. Got free suite tickets to watch the Horned Frogs whoop up on K-State.
Good for you.
How sweet is that? Why don't you swing through Rally House in Arlington, get you a double dub, and grab some of these championship gear for TCU, and then go represent while they wax those K-Staters tomorrow. 2-1-4 biggest dubs. South Oak Cliff High School 5A state playoff game tonight. Biggest L audited this week and worked 70 hours.
Oops. Oh my goodness!
Dang,
Hopefully, you got overtime.
Oh my gosh! You desperately
Crypto
need
guy?
that SOC 5A state.
Sam Bankman-Fried texting in.
Sam Bank, man, he's a national.
I just lost $100 million in Twitter. How'd that happen?
Of course, biggest dub of the week is being right here at Rally House in Arlington, and then tomorrow the Fantolo holiday party, going to be absolutely electric all day long. We have World Cup, we have championship Saturday in college football, we got Wolchuk live impersonations, we got Boilermakers going down with Broadus. It's going to be a pretty wild time.
It will, and we do have one Tolo who has managed to take home a flag today, as we have 4 more available. Simply name 10 of the 13 all-time members of the G-Bag Nation air staff. Carter Freeman doesn't count, by the way. Looking at the text, Grego was never a G-Bag host. He worked on Rage, and Randy Galloway has never worked at the Fan, unfortunately. Maybe Gavin Spittle can remedy that at some point, but up until now, he's not among the 13. Okay, so join us down here at Rally House in Arlington. We're back with hour number 3. What does Indy need to do to have a chance of upsetting the Cowboys? Colts radio analyst Rick Venturi joins you next year, the G-Bag Nation, on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Absolute Beauty Solutions, though, because these guys are great.
Live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We just had another winner, which means there are 3 flags left. You can take your shot. You know, if you know 10 former members of the G-Bag Nation or current, there are 13 in total. And it includes those present and on the air currently, just not Carter Freeman, as I clarified going into that last break. Okay, so we're live at Rally House in Arlington. That will be your destination, and we're right down the way from Boomer Jacks, where we're going to be tomorrow for our Tolo holiday party. And we'd love to see you tonight and tomorrow, you know, to be honest with you. It's great to fellowship. It is time now to have a conversation with the Colts radio analyst, Rick Venturi. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. Brian brought us here at this broadcast position. Remote engineer Sean is making sure everything is flowing smoothly. Lucius Alexander is back in the Pimp Cup. And Carter Freeman continues to coordinate your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Man, keeping us very busy at the breaks, meeting all these great Tolos with some awesome stories.
It's amazing.
Guy who just moved here from Boston. Guy that is from New York. Was a military guy. His last station was Corpus Christi. Moved up here 10 years ago. Loves the station. Salute to you, sir.
Beautiful.
You know, we have a brother combo here. These two gentlemen who are siblings that brought us some gifts and you know, been keeping us entertained with their wisecracks throughout the afternoon. So we'd love for you to join the gallery and the audience and maybe pick up some, you know, TCU gear, Cowboy gear, Mavs, Rangers. They got the most and the best of it right here at Rally House in Arlington. All right, Lucius, are we good? Do we have Rick? We good to go here with the Colts radio analyst, Rick Venturi? He keeps going to voicemail.
Well, Chuck, how are we feeling right now? How's the confidence meter sitting?
I'm good. He texted me about 15 minutes ago, said he was good to go.
Oh, this guy's ready to rock and roll.
He's former coach.
He's probably crunching the final 30 seconds of film before he starts dialing up the on-radio analysis.
This guy, Coach Rick Venturi's got some really good videos and stuff, podcasts and stuff, like breaking down plays, defense. He was a former defensive coach in the league and stuff like that. Super, super nice guy. I don't know if he'll ever remember me, but I've met him through Mike Lombardi and stuff like that. But, yeah, he'll give you some really good insight on this this Colts team for sure.
Well, that's great. I want to know what the Colts' path to victory, you know,
he'll
looks
probably
like.
Tell you.
And
or then again,
confident.
he'll be real honest and probably say they've got no path to victory.
Yeah, I want to hear it from a guy like Rick. You know, that's why Zach booked him, and he'll be on with us before too long. How much better do you think the Cowboys' offensive line could be by the time we get to the playoffs? One thing about the game on Thanksgiving that we didn't talk about very much is the pressure on Dak Prescott contributed to the 2 picks, but he also took 9 quarterback hits and quite a bit of pressure. And I know we're waiting for Tyron Smith to get back, and we'll take a look at that. But how much better do you think potentially or realistically Tyron is going to be than Tyler? And how much will Tyler be better than McGovern at left guard? How much of an upgrade could we be looking at here protecting Dak and opening up those running lanes when we get to January, Brian?
Yeah, the one thing that they have been able to do is run the football, and that's with the combination with Zeke and then also with Pollard. And then now Dak is starting to do a little bit of that himself. And so I'm not so much worried about the running game stuff, but you're right about the pass protection. I think they got caught in a game last week on a short week with a defensive coordinator that really likes to blitz. And then all of a sudden you're not practicing and but I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying, though, I feel like this team has done a good job as run blockers. It's the stuff with the pass. It's the twist fronts. It's the blitzes. You're not going to get a lot of blitzes from the Colts. I'm sure, Rick Venturi will come on and tell you, hey, they don't blitz a lot, but they like to twist the fronts. They like to overload one side and bring pressure off that one side. So, if Tyler Smith and McGovern and those guys are not up to snuff, maybe you'll continue with some of these pressures that we talked about. One of the Dak's interceptions was because Tyler Smith was driven back. Thibodeau drove him back into Dak's lap, and Dak, trying to throw the ball, follow through, really couldn't get it out there.
It's an interesting conversation. I look forward to asking you more questions about it. But Rick Venturi joins us now here, the Colts radio analyst. Joins you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Rick. How you doing?
Hey, we're doing really good. Getting ready to come on that plane and get down there for the big one Sunday night. It's been a real struggle here. coming out of training camp, we really had high expectations, and basically it just seems like everything that could go wrong has gone wrong.
So that being considered, is there a chance that the Colts could give the Cowboys a game? What is the Colts' path to victory?
Well, yeah, there's always a path to victory, and you know as well as I do that there is not as much difference as the perception would tell you between the top teams in the league in the middle. You can probably throw out a couple teams at the bottom, but this is a league. I think last week's statistics showed that I think the average point differential in the NFL this year is like 8 points. I mean, every game is a one-possession game. I mean, we've lost 4 one-possession games, or else our record is totally different. I mean, when I look at somebody that's really good like the Cowboys, I play a game with myself. Goes back to my coaching days. I ask the question, how could they lose? When we play somebody that's not very good, I ask the question, how could they win? Well, the Cowboys are very, very good, but there are some cracks. They struggle, stopping the run. They're 25th, 4.7 per. In Green Bay, it was 207 yards. It was 36 minutes of ball control. They're highly penalized, so there's a self-destruction mode there. There are protection issues. At sometimes, when they get Tyron back, I think it'll be different. But if they get in disadvantage, and they have liability at left corner. So I mean, it's there's a path to victory. The biggest problem the Colts have had is that offensively we have just been so anemic. I mean, basically 30th at 15.8. And yet we lead the league 32nd in giveaways. And so, it's hard to win that way. Our defense has been solid. And, from the standpoint of can you win a game, you better believe it. I mean, this team has beaten the Chiefs this year. And there are spots in games that when all three phases are going, they look very, very good. But, in the end, they haven't opened very well. And of late, the biggest thing is they played very competitively, but just haven't been able to finish in the fourth quarter.
Coach, as a former defensive coach, when you study your all 22 of the Cowboys, what are you trying to take away first from the Cowboys offensively?
Yeah, that's a really good, really tough right now because, if there's one thing the Cowboys are playing with right now, particularly the last 4 games, is tremendous balance, run pass, and effective. I don't consider balance 50-50. I consider it effectiveness. I think you have to stop the running game, number one. I just think that you cannot let the touchdown twins get going. I mean, they're well over 1,300 yards combined. They got 15 touchdowns. If they're running the ball, if they're rocking with the running game, it makes life easy for Dak. It makes life easy for the offensive line. It basically takes away any liabilities that they might have by playing advantage all day. And then simultaneously, I think it's really important that you have a game plan that takes away Lamb. Lamb has obviously become, a premier guy, with 64 catches. They're going to move him all over the place. And he can play in all those different positions, all 3 wideout positions, but he really commands the inside of the field when Mike gets him in there. And so, complementary players, basically, they got a good game out of their split end last week. They got a really good game out of Gallup. He kind of, and I think Schultz is really kind of an under the radar guy. But to put my Bill Belichick hat on here, who I worked with, and believe it or not, I worked with Mike McCarthy for 3 years at New Orleans. We worked against one another every single day for 3 years. So I know Mike a little bit, but I think the biggest thing is you've got to take away what they do best, and I would say you have to take away the running game and simultaneously take away Lamb and force everybody else to beat you.
It's Rick Venturi here. Since you brought up Mike McCarthy, his first couple of years we were skeptical. We didn't see what the value was, but it seems like this year, especially with how he's tweaked the offense and maybe brought more balance for Kellen Moore into the picture, I don't know. But when you're watching Mike McCarthy work, how good of a coach do you see?
Oh my goodness, I have great respect for Mike. We turned it around in New Orleans when he was there, and the biggest loss we had was when he left us after the 2005 season and went back to San Francisco. I have great respect for Mike. I think Mike is a brilliant offensive football coach. I think with Moore, they have really kind of come together in this time. They've evolved. They got the best of two worlds, and it really, really looks sharp. Mike has also been, going back to his early days, really a quarterback whisperer. He's a guy that is really intense with that, really singularly focused in that. And when I watch him, I mean, it's almost like reminds me some things they do, some of the principles that take me back to my days in New Orleans in training camp. So, but they have really found their rhythm this year. I think Moore and Mike together have really come together. And of course, in Dan Quinn, I think you have, the premier defensive coordinator in the league. And you add X amount of really top players, and that's why you're 8-3.
Colts color analyst and former NFL coach Rick Venturi with us here on 105.3 The Fan and the G-Bag Nation. There was a lot made about Frank Reich getting fired and then the decision to hire Jeff Saturday as the interim head coach in place. What was your thoughts on that decision, and what do you think about the job Jeff's done in his place so far the last 3 weeks?
Well, Frank kind of got a tough deal, and it's really amazing. Less than one calendar year, on December 25th of 2021, Frank Reich hit the high water mark here. We beat Arizona on Christmas night on prime time. Arizona was rolling. That brought us to 9-6. It looked as if, we were rolling at the right time. Everything was clicking. Our running game was on another level, and it looked like we were going to be there. And then from that moment on, we had the meltdown, the last two games, knock ourselves out of the playoffs, the humiliating loss at Jacksonville to end it. And then we came back this off season with a lot of moves. The Ryan thing looked good on paper, and everything looked good. And then we opened the season with a disappointing tie at Houston, and then the loss to Jacksonville again, and then two losses to Tennessee in the division, and then the embarrassment at New England. And so really from that Christmas night of great highs, it just went downhill. He was in quicksand almost from the beginning. So, the question was no longer if, it was really when. And Jim uncharacteristically fired him in the middle of the season. And I think his thinking was, this is a good enough team. They're competitive. The season is not over. What I need is not necessarily a scientist. He's not going to bring in Bill Walsh or Buddy Ryan. What I need to do is bring in somebody that will give an emotional lift to this team. Kind of, I call it the jumper cable effect, And if you look at interim coaches, I did it twice myself. Yeah. Your overall record as an interim coach is never very good for obvious reasons. But usually your initial game, because it's a change, because there's initial juice, it usually is your best game. And they went out, and of course it's also better when you play somebody like the Raiders and you get the win. But we've kind of regressed to the mean, really. And Sunday's game. We played Philadelphia well, couldn't stop Hurts at the end. And then Sunday's game against Pittsburgh here on Monday night was just a real regression to the means. I mean, they outplayed us. They outplayed us from the opening snap, and they finished to win. And, literally our fans really booed them off the field at the end of the first half. And then they came back pretty good. They were resilient. So, it's a tough deal. It's hard to understand exactly what's happened here, but in the end, when you're only scoring 15-8 a game, when you can't run the ball, which is just so amazing after last season with a guy like Jonathan Taylor, and then you can't protect it, and we've got new left tackle. That's become a liability, and everybody knows it. I'm not speaking out of school. And then we've turned it over so bad. I mean, number 32. Listen to this now. We were number 1 in the league in 221 in giveaways, and now we're number 32. I mean, that's hard to believe. That's not even a full calendar year. So, that's the explanation for why we are what we are. But I just know that every Sunday is different. And I kind of kidded about it this week. We've done everything possible to have the Cowboys overlook us here in this one. So, and I just know that there's not that much difference. And I with 41 or whatever years I have now in this National Football League, one thing I know is that on any given Sunday is not a cliche, it's for real.
But, Rick, for as surprising as that Saturday hire was, nothing was more surprising this season for the Colts than the 37-year-old Matt Ryan scampering for 39 yards on the ground at one point, right?
Yeah, exactly. And he almost pulled us out last week. I mean, we end up with a sack. We're down to in the last minute, and it's second and 17, and he scrambles up the middle for 15, and then the two ensuing plays become disastrous. But you're exactly right. And the amazing thing when you bring that up is when I watched him in training camp, I really didn't see any regression physically, and I'm there every day, and I think I know a little about the game. I really did not, just didn't see any regression, but, right off the bat, we couldn't run it. Teams caught up with our running game a year ago. And then our protection has been so bad. Our offensive line, really has uncharacteristically just really underachieved. And, Matt's the kind of guy needs a lot of protection.
Rick, that was terrific. We'd love more time to chat football with you, but you know how it is in this radio biz, so we'll have to see you some other time. But thank you so much. That was awesome.
All right. We'll see you Sunday.
Yes, sir. Rick Venturi, former NFL coach, former college coach, assistant, worked for Bill Belichick, Mike McCarthy, and now the radio analyst for the Indianapolis Colts. Okay, we are live at Rally House in Arlington. Great place to come get geared up, maybe do some holiday shopping. Shout out to John Ramsey, okay, longtime Tolo. His nephews, Will and Hayden, of the Abbott Panthers are going to play in the 1A semifinals tomorrow night, and he texted in, was looking for a Football Friday shout-out, so you got it, John. Anything. Okay, Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420 coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
10 unbreakable records in college football as we head into Conference Championship Saturday. Also, National Bartender Day. Text in, shout out your favorite bartenders next on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway.
electrical needs. 1-800-NEW-HEAT or A1air.com.
Nation, we are live today at Rally House in Arlington off 20. A lot of Tolos in attendance. It's a good place. Just had a 2018 flag making appearance here. A gentleman wanted some autographs on that. And we do have 3 flags remaining in our giveaway program. If you can name 10 former or current members of the G-Bag Nation air staff, you will get one of those 3, okay, while supplies last. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, just call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here he is, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. Now, we also have Tolo Skid in the building as well. A legendary Tolo.
It's K-Twizzle, right?
K-Twizzle.
Yeah.
K-Twizzle's in the building. We got
Yep.
Zach, who's also here, and who is Z-Squared in the building. That is with me. We also have JoJo Earl's uncle here.
Alabama's own?
Wide receiver.
Alito's own?
Yes. Played with Jace McClellan at Alito. Won a couple of state championships there.
Cool.
Pretty cool what we have going on here at the Rally House. And
Did Bo Hogaboom go to Alito, or did I get the school wrong there? I just remember the high school name Bo Hogaboom.
So Bo went to Argyle.
Argyle.
Yeah,
All right.
it
Close enough.
It was Argyle.
Yeah, we were good until we had all the Alabama discussion.
You got the A's switched.
Yeah, that's
but
what it
it's
was.
okay, not a big deal.
Love Hogaboom.
And the LSU thing.
Yeah, we got him this year, though.
But it's okay.
It rarely happens.
Hey, but JoJo made a decision that was best for him.
Yeah.
But always good,
absolutely.
Always good to see K-Twizzle and all the loyal Tolos that are out here, man. And K-Twizzle's got the Stars. He was at the Stars game last night. He said, "Lost your hat."
He didn't lose it. He
throw it.
volunteered it onto the ice.
For the Jason Robertson hat trick. He's now up to 17 straight games with a point.
Dang.
So I've got the 10 most unbreakable records in college sports. And this is just college football in general as we get into a legendary college football conference championship Saturday tomorrow. Now, I do want to give some love as we've talked high school football. We have some big games that are going on tonight. You mentioned South Oak Cliff Melissa. We also have Longview taking on Mansfield Timberview. DeSoto is going to be in action tonight. And then tomorrow, how about Denton Geyer and South Lake Carroll? Ooh, that's going to be a big one. Northwest ISD Stadium, Prosper, and Louisville.
Northwest ISD Stadium, where I tore my ACL not one but twice.
Yep. And
go get him, Odell.
Then Duncanville and Spring Westfield.
Give me that call, Jerry.
Speaking of Alito, they're taking on Burleson Centennial tomorrow as well. Alito always a powerhouse come playoff time. But here are the 10 most unbreakable records in college football history.
Now, this is obviously in honor, Walchuk, of Championship Saturday.
Yes, of course.
TCU's got a big one tomorrow. Rally House, Arlington, all the TCU championship gear you could dream of. So we look forward to seeing you here and repping that purple. But I didn't know, because I know you like to when there's holidays or special occasions, I didn't know how difficult it was for you to pivot from the 54th birthday of Lucy Liu and her wide repertoire of great movies for the top 10 list at 10 today. Was it a struggle for you? Was it a guarantee it's championship college football?
It was pretty much guaranteed I was going to go college football today.
Not even a smidge for Lucy Liu today.
No. I mean, I do love Lucy Liu.
Got a lot of respect for the 54-year-old.
I do, absolutely.
Bringing it stronger than you even imagined, right?
It's like Charlie's Angels or bust, you know?
Right.
Bust, it looks like.
Yeah.
Lot of bust.
It's a
lot of bust. But you know, I can't really go too hard in the paint with the movies. Like, I got to kind of pick and choose.
No, I hear you. But I know how much of a Lucy Liu guy you are. So I'm sure it was
told
tough.
you off.
Yeah. It was tough.
Really, if it was Eric and I would have maybe gone Lucy Liu. But
No,
because of
you're being combative.
And you don't
right
watch
Broadus
any
is
of the damn
Googling
movies.
Lucy Liu right now.
Brian, I couldn't do
I watched
Lucy Liu.
Lucille Ball. Does that make any effort right there?
Shut up.
I Love Lucy.
Yeah. Why don't you go in your crusty
Come on,
corner
man. That was
over
a
there.
good show back in the day.
By the way, if you come out to
Like the
Rally House
Honeymooners.
today or tomorrow and you take that receipt over to the Boomer Jacks right next door, and tomorrow they're going to be opening at 9 a.m. They're opening early for USA and Netherlands, and then that's going to lead into our noon Tolo holiday party. You're going to be able to get some free fried pickles with an
they're
purchase
good.
of an entree. And the fried pickles, they brought them over to us today.
Crush.
Absolutely delicious. So make sure you come over here to Rally House, get yourself some TCU gear, some UNT gear, maybe some Stars, some Mavs, some Rangers, some Cowboys, whatever college of your choice, they've got it all. Seriously, the selection here, simply outstanding. And then take that receipt over to Boomer Jacks and party with us tomorrow. Get yourself a free app.
And I believe you not, that's the coolest Deion Sanders jersey I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Maybe outside of the Falcons.
That's Bob Sanders, actually.
It does look like Bob Sanders, who is one of my
That's a
personal favorite
that's
players.
A Colts jersey up
Good
there.
safety.
Bob
No,
Sanders.
man, if they could have kept Bob healthy, they might have won a couple more Super Bowls.
He single-handedly changed their run defense from the worst in the sport to like the best on a playoff run by just him being there. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
And he had 21 career games after doing all that.
That's my biggest problem with Dan Quinn is he hasn't gotten Bob Sanders on the field yet because that will erase the run defense issues.
All right, let's get into number 10 of the 10 most unbreakable records in college football. Touchdown responsibility, 178 total touchdowns responsible for one individual. 155 passing, 23 rushing, done by
Colt Brennan.
Case Keenum, Houston quarterback from 2007 to 2011. Why is it untouchable? Well, it was the Kevin Sumlin air raid factory. And this one, I don't know that it's going to be touched. I mean, maybe it will, but now you've got kids that are coming out early. Case Keenum was a longtime player, was one of those guys that played all 4 years there, but the offense that he was in, you got the NIL deals. Maybe you do have kids that stay longer and play all 4 years in college, but this one's going to be a tough one to beat. 178
Took a special
total
recipe.
touchdowns. It did.
Yeah, special recipe, but I think the NIL might help this because this isn't one of those things where like a Trevor Lawrence isn't breaking this because he's getting to the NFL as quickly as possible, but a Case Keenum tweener kind of guy that's like, okay, I could go be like maybe a late round pick in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm a good college player. Why don't I just stay an extra year or two in college and make money on NIL because the Case Keenum of the University of Houston is the big man stud on campus who's going to rake it in with NIL now. So maybe
you need somebody from the Mike Leach coaching tree and a quarterback like that's a tweener, like a Mike Brennan or something, or Colt Brennan.
Colt
Brennan.
Brennan.
Yeah.
See,
But the Hawaii guesses weren't bad, like Tommy Chang.
I was like one of these Hawaii guys.
I think we're in one more year or two of getting eligibility for COVID. So you maybe get some 6-year guys.
Oh, there you go.
I like that.
Very
Good
true.
angle.
Put an asterisk by that one though, man. This is a 4 year. This is a 4 year record.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes, you know.
Whatever
Food poisoning,
it takes.
in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Whatever
All right.
it takes.
Rushing yards in a career, 7,125. Who holds it? Ron Dane.
Ron Dane, Wisconsin.
1996 to 1999, football Heisman Trophy winner. He dropped 2,000 yards for the second time in his Big Ten career to finish with that incredible NCAA record.
Wow.
And he just broke record after record.
That one's not falling. That's
I don't
stupid.
see that happening.
Yeah.
Margin of victory in a single game.
Cumberland still?
Georgia Tech.
First Cumberland.
Trampled Cumberland.
Where's
You're right.
Kenny and Quinlan when you need them?
222 points in 1916.
I had the over on that one.
I don't see that one getting beaten. How the hell do you allow somebody to beat you 222 to nothing?
SMU took a beating one time against Houston.
But back then you couldn't be shamed for it. They hadn't figured out you could be shamed for it. Now a coach would be embarrassed to win anymore at about 75-0.
That is just disgusting.
Gavin would shame him on that Monday when they came back.
Shoot, yeah, I
Lighten him
would.
up.
Shoot, yeah, boy.
I'd shame the losers for being
Oh,
pathetic.
for not playing better defense.
Yeah.
Letting them do it. Yeah.
Total offense in a single game, 1,021 yards.
Oh, this has to be Tech and
Tech and
OU.
OU, right?
Mahomes and Mayfield. Don't tell me I'm wrong.
Joe Mixon involved in that game?
You
What?
are wrong. This is Houston, led by Andre Ware in
okay.
1990 when they beat SMU 95-21.
Okay, that's the game I was talking about.
This is the game you were referencing.
That was huge. I remember the mania over his rookie card when he came to the NFL, Andre Ware.
How many of those do you think Baskey collects?
He probably had 5 or 10 of them back in the day.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
You know, he was just like trying to accumulate all those things.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Receiving yards in a career, 5,005. I think you can maybe take a crack at this one, Brian. I've never heard of this guy.
Go ahead.
Trevor Inslee.
Ooh.
96 to 99. He had 4,431 yards and 30 touchdowns over his final 3 seasons after he had just 574 yards as a freshman in 96.
School?
Alabama.
What?
Yeah.
How did you not know about him, Brian? What were you doing?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, I don't think.
Favre
Trevor
needed some
Inslee?
players.
Is that really an Alabama player?
Trevor Inslee. Well, the guys that they're having on here talking about him are like Amari Cooper in Alabama. So I'm assuming Alabama, but it could be wrong. Like he could maybe not be an Alabama player. But if you want to look that up while I go through the rest of this
Nevada.
list. Nevada? Okay, there you go.
Very close.
The only other guy that got close
Across the border
was Amari, they're saying, to surpass like
That's
yards in
Amari.
a single season was Amari. Sacks.
Sorry.
Sacks in a single season. You definitely know this, and this was an Alabama player.
Cornelius Bennett.
Derek Thomas.
27.
27. Geez, 27 sacks in a single
season. Is that just regular season games, or does that include bowl sacks?
That's a great question. I think that this is...
I think the bowl sack thing has just become, as of late, I might be wrong about that.
I think this is just in a single... Yeah, this is just in a regular season.
You got to count the bowl sacks. Can you imagine? He's probably got 30 if you count the bowls.
Yeah, I bet he has a ton.
Let me tell you, watching him play, he was a blur. Like, when he was with the Chiefs wearing that red, he was a blur. Just like, when you watch the tape, it's like...
First step.
Yeah, you couldn't... I mean, seriously, it just... He was so fast of... I think in the game, I think he holds the NFL record for sacks in a game against Dave Craig.
Yeah.
Against Seattle.
KMC was talking about that today.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. He was that type of player. Unfortunately, we lost him way too soon.
This is also wild. Touchdown passes in a single quarter with 6.
Neil Lomax?
David Klinger.
Oh,
Houston. Yeah.
Also of Houston.
That's a John Jenkins offense,
in 1991, the Houston Cougars are setting all these offensive records in college.
They didn't care. They didn't care about running up scores and killing people. They didn't care.
This is just nuts.
Wow.
Passing yards in a single game, 734.
That's probably
Aaron
Houston.
Hernandez should have gone there.
Connor Halliday. This is Washington State. Washington State in 2014.
Who did that?
Connor Halliday.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. He actually was able to beat David Klinger's record of Houston.
Stage 5.
Probably lost that game.
Yeah, Stage 5 Klinger. Interceptions in a single game. What the hell? This is never going to be broken.
Is this a quarterback throwing interceptions or a player like being the one
this
to
is
intercept?
A quarterback throwing.
Okay, probably 5? I guess all time, probably 7.
They had back-to-back pick sixes in the Virginia Pitt game the other day.
Yeah,
Laufenberg?
That was insane. Laufenberg did Laufenberg have double-digit picks in a game?
Babe might have been born, but he wasn't playing yet.
Dan Dockich
This isn't Blanchard or Davis, one of those Army
We're
guys,
going back to 1969.
Oh,
Namath.
wait.
Nice.
No, wait. Okay, wait a minute. Let me think. That's okay. Well, you're saying interceptions, right? Oh, I was thinking touchdowns. Thinking like Plunkett or
no interceptions in a single
Pat
game.
Sullivan, and
Reeves or something.
John Reeves.
John Reeves with
Florida.
9 interceptions in a single game.
I think he had money on the game.
He tossed the same amount of completions as he had interceptions in that game.
Backup must have been hurt.
But number 1,
stay out there, John. You're doing well.
The most untouchable record in college football. Longest winning streak.
Woody Hayes, 38 games.
It's got to be like
Didn't the Miami Hurricanes go on a crazy run?
Oklahoma had a run.
Miami had a run.
Was it Bud Wilkerson's Oklahoma 47 games in a row?
It certainly was.
47
games.
Let's go.
Genius.
Bud Wilkerson.
I saw programs that day.
1953 to 1957, they won 47 consecutive of those bad boys.
Yeah. That Washington State record was with Mike Leach as the head coach, as the 972 LOL. Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah. Oh, that would make sense.
Never heard of the guy.
Absolutely.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank
you. That was
a
fun one. Felt like it was a good guessing game and everything.
Better than movies.
That was a blast.
All right, when we
I'll
return,
have Lucy Lou for you on Monday.
we're live at Rally House in Arlington. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We had people come in and they're shopping for stuff for Christmas. For the holidays.
We had matching outfits going.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading for a Christmas party. Maybe
that's a vibe.
They want to get a great gift, and this is the place to get them at the Rally House. You got a TCU fan in your life, a North Texas fan. This was the finest selection of North Texas gear anywhere but probably North Texas bookstore. It's what you're looking at right here.
Yeah. The only place you're getting better Mean Green gear is at Apogee.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
All
righty. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, let's talk some hoops. We'll go around the rim. Possible trade for a guy that hurt him last night. We had the best of Jerry with KNC coming up at 5 o'clock, and we're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though. Because, if you get hurt and it's not your fault, it's super important that you get a hold.
Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because of #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Man, I'd love to be able to play the trumpet like this, or any instrument like this.
Any.
So killer. Okay, I said it like 2 or 3 games into the season. I don't think the Mavs are focused. Maybe they're distracted. And I think those things still exist. And I wonder about their chemistry. I wonder, like, when they let Porzingis go, it was like, and then you add Dinwiddie, obviously. But I don't know. Is something off with this team's chemistry? They lose again last night in incredible fashion. Maybe it's just a road thing. Like, what narrative do you put on this? They've still only won 1 game outside of the AAC on the year. They're 1-8 on the road. Next game is tomorrow at New York. A little Jalen Brunson rematch. So what's going on? Here's Jason Kidd, cut 3. What's the mood around this team losing to a shorthanded team again?
Yeah, you look at, we fought. Into the overtime, we felt we had momentum. I think Luka only took 1 shot in the overtime. He did everything right. This is no different than Toronto or anybody else we're playing right now. We're playing a lot of 4-on-3, and we got to be able to make open shots and not turn the ball over. And we did that. That's not like us to turn the ball over. We know where everybody's going to be on the 4-on-3. But there's a lot of positives. He would do a great job in the 4-on-3 by, getting to the basket or making plays.
It's so crazy because this is what I'm working on my team with, reading the defense while you're getting ready to accept a pass. In this case, it would be from Luka. They're playing 4-on-3. The double team's gone to Luka. He's about to throw it to one guy. Can you receive that pass while you're knowing where you're going with it and make an accurate pass to the open guy? We've completely broken the defenses back. It keeps happening. Jason Kidd says we only get 1 shot from Luka in overtime. The other guys are playing 4-on-3. They can't stop throwing it to the other team. They can't find the open guy for a shot. And I don't know. Maybe the narrative is the league is getting better at exploiting what the Mavs can't do. Putting it in other guys' hands?
Yeah, what we're learning about this team through 21 games is if Lucas scores a bunch of points and the others don't, they lose.
Yeah.
They lose. I mean, he scores 41 points the other day against Golden State, and it's like a they have to pull it out at the end kind of a thing.
Yeah, in that game, Tim Hardaway Jr. goes off for you.
Yeah,
so
there
you're
you
in
go.
good shape.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's one of those things where that's what we're learning about this team. It's about they thought that they had legitimate defenders and scorers is what they thought.
Yeah.
And what's happened is, you might have the defenders with the effort and trying to get the ball. They don't rebound particularly well. They don't shoot free throws particularly well. But that's what we're learning.
We are.
Yeah.
Do you sense frustration? Here's cut 4 from Jason Kidd.
I think it's more disappointment. I don't think it's anything more or less. We're disappointed at the effort that we made on the defensive end. When you score, 107 points, it puts you in a position to win. Unfortunately, not tonight.
Yeah, I like that. I don't sense frustration when I watch their body language, their facial expressions. It doesn't look like they don't like each other.
No.
So I think for that reason, there's hope. I think that's important. Well, Chuck, what else do you have here in this rim session?
Yeah, it's interesting. Bleacher Report put together, a trade that each team should be targeting, and it's one player for each. First off, I'd be interested, and this isn't the player that Bleacher Report said, but gosh, it would have been nice for the Mavericks to have gotten Bojan Bogdanović after watching him last night with the Pistons. I mean, Detroit's not a good team. I don't know if there's any way to still be able to make some kind of deal happen, but it would have been really nice for the Mavs to have been able to swing something with the Jazz this offseason as they were dumping Bogdanović. Holy hell. I mean, he went off last night against them. But the player that Bleacher Report has that maybe the Mavs should look at is Bogdanović, who the Atlanta Hawks were actually looking to trade last year. Now, Gavin, he is injured guy. So this is why maybe there would be some hesitancy, but he would help the Mavericks in a lot of weakness areas, and he'd check a lot of boxes because he's a floor spacer, he's a shot creator, he's a playmaker, and he's a capable defender. So he would fill a lot of weaknesses right now and be able to help out Luka and especially if Kemba doesn't end up working out. And there's a lot of question marks on, hey, 32 years old, also injury concerns there. But this could be maybe a buy low type of target with an Atlanta Hawks team in Bogdanovich, if that's a possibility there for the Mavericks.
Well-rounded, good player, good shooter. You mentioned the defense. And this is the final year of his deal. I was just looking up his contract.
Okay.
Expiring contract.
Then that would be a welcome sight. And a guy that can actually shoot the three ball. He's shooting on the season slightly over 38%. And with Luka feeding in some good looks, and the Mavs still getting good looks on the for the corner threes and things like that. That would be a guy that you could probably project shooting 40% with Luka feeding him the ball. So 14 points a game. I mean, I would be interested in expiring contract. That would be nice. I don't know where Atlanta's at right now in terms of what they're wanting to sell, but that would be fantastic to get a guy like that.
CBS Sports also gave their quarter mark grades at this point in the NBA season. If you had to grade the Mavericks so far, and they're sitting at 10 and 11 right now, what letter grade are you giving the Mavs, Brian?
A D.
A D.
Yeah, I mean they lose games to understaffed, if you want to say, the ability. Guys hurt. They're playing bad teams without their best players, and they're still losing games. The problem with we keep talking about defenders. They better get some shooters. Look at the percentages. Go through and look at every one of the percentages of the guys that they're expecting to have. That we're supposed to carry this team along, other than Luka. Every one of them is like 31%, 30%, 32%. All the percentages are bad. So to me, I mean, they've done, I think, a disservice to themselves because they felt like, okay, defenders that can shoot. Well, that's not the case. You can play all the defense you damn want, but if you don't shoot the basket, shoot the ball and make the baskets, you're going to put all that pressure on Luka, and that's what it's doing right now. And it's already starting to, I think it's starting to take its toll on him a little bit.
Of course, yeah. I would have to give it an F at this point. I mean, it's been a complete failure. You're under 500. You're terrible on the road. You don't rebound. You don't shoot the ball well. You've got the greatness from Luka. You're wasting MVP Luka. He comes in shape. He's rocking and rolling. He's at the height of his powers, and you've done nothing to really help him. So I don't know how this could be anything other than just a big fat failure to this point.
All righty, there it is, an afternoon rim session live from Rally House in Arlington. Come on by, 2 hours to go. We have 3 G-Bag Nation flags remaining. The challenge is, can you name 10 members of the G-Bag Nation air staff over its 12-year history? Okay, we're into year 13 now here. I forgot about that. It was November of 2010 that this bad boy launched. And we're looking for anybody that can nail 10. We've already had 2 winners, have 3 more possibilities coming up here in the remaining 2 hours of the show. Best of Jerry with KNC. What does he have planned for courting Odell Beckham Jr.? Best of Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. We'll get you some Cowboys audio gold here on a Football Friday, and then move into what you drinking and what you thinking. That's all coming up next here in the 5 o'clock hour on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about D&M leasing, though, before we do anything else. It's well known in this rising interest rate environment, auto leasing volumes.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, hanging out Rally House here in Arlington. A great place to go to get your Cowboys gear, TCU, UT, whatever you want. All the different Cowboys jerseys. White with silver letters, silver with silver letters, blue with white letters, dark blue with white letters. They got it all. And we got all the Cowboys audio of importance here. Jerry and Mike talking Odell Beckham Jr., talking Colts. They were both on The Fan today. We had Stephen Jones on back there at 3 o'clock. And with the Odyssey app, you can go back and listen to any segment you might have missed. You know, you just hit the show, and then it breaks down like they call it episodes, which is really segments, you know. So it's real easy to navigate. And if you want to hear these interviews in their entirety, you can. Okay, you can also call into a sports radio show while intoxicated. Coming up in 20 minutes. We're 20 minutes away from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Everybody good here on a Friday?
Yeah, all
Friday?
good. It does appear we've got some news. Brian and I were just kicking this back and forth. Sua Cravens.
Yeah.
You guys remember him, former USC player, played with Washington for a little while?
Yeah, it was like a weird ending to his career, if I remember.
Yeah, but he's now gotten into the media game, and he's with CBS Sports, but he's reporting his sources are saying that not only is Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, to Colorado a done deal.
What?
But Coach Sanders plans on bringing on a new defensive coordinator from Alabama staff. Expect an announcement from either Colorado or Primetime this weekend or early next week. The Pac-12 is getting interesting. You buying this, Brian?
I'll tell you what, I'm always interested. Sua Cravens, when did he play with? I mean, he's a lot younger than when
he's come into the league in the last 6 or 7 years. Hasn't
Yeah.
he?
Okay, so he's a lot younger than when Sanders. I mean,
he didn't play with Deion.
That's
or
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I was kind of thinking maybe there was some type of connection there, but you know, it's always interesting.
He was drafted in 2016.
Yeah. So okay, that's a way afterwards. But yeah,
maybe
he
knows Shador or something,
yeah,
or one of the sons.
That's what I always kind of always kind of wonder. That, you know, maybe you hear from an agent, maybe you hear from a family member, maybe you hear from somebody in the Colorado, athletic department that he might know there too. So I'm always fascinated by guys and gals that throw these things out there, and I'm interested to see if this thing actually turns out to be true.
Yeah, well, maybe the Jackson State play-by-play man who was joking with Deion and is the G-bag of the day, maybe he was actually letting the cat out of the bag there a little bit. That would be a surprise, although, I don't doubt that Deion could have success wherever he goes at this point. I think, Colorado would be they would be smart to back up the Brinks truck and try to bring Deion in and try to bring them back to glory. It's been 20 years since they were relevant with Gary Barnett.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right about that. The thing about it is, and I just wonder though, are there enough funds to go? The one thing that Sanders is going to look at for his next job is how much money he could get for his staff.
Yeah.
That's important to him. I mean, he's thinking like, yeah, money for me is great, but he's trying to think about, when I take this next job, it's about these guys because they haven't been getting paid here at Jackson State.
Yeah.
You know, I get to think about their families, their future.
Well, if you're an alumni and you're convinced we're never going to do it, but Deion gives us a shot, Dion is going to bring us the players.
Yeah.
I'm willing to throw in extra millions instead of just watch us be average for the next 20 years.
And you're absolutely right about that. The thing about it is you just wonder if Colorado has been in this situation where they're like, maybe they don't have the alumni base. I mean, Colorado's a nice school, beautiful place and all that. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know every Colorado alum. But there comes a certain point in time. There's a reason why teams like Auburn, and I'm not saying just because it's an SEC school, but they could pay $17 to $20 million for coaches to go away and then give whole nother coach, $7 or $8 million. Because
rich alumni.
Yeah, because the alumni come in and say, listen, all right, you guys got to stop making mistakes here. We just gave you $20 million to clean up 3 coaches. They've had 3 coaches in 4 years at Auburn. And I don't know.
They run through them.
Yeah, I don't know if you have the alumni base in Colorado that's willing to say that.
Okay, let's get some of these football cuts in here. Jerry Jones, you're not going to let OBJ leave Monday, are you? Here's cut 6 from Jerry.
Well, I wish it were as easy as me saying yes or no. And you say, why isn't it? And we all understand the reality of what you have to go through. But I'm excited. They'll be coming in. We'll be coming in Monday. And we, in the meantime, we're doing a lot of evaluation, a lot of work, a lot of things regarding physical condition, things like that, information. So all of that's working.
So OBJ has to convince the Cowboys. Now, I believe this firmly that he can help this year. Otherwise, he's not going to be a Cowboy. When Jerry says, "I wish it was as easy as me saying yes or no," he's letting you know I'm not in control of this. It's going to come down to, his medical condition. And if he's unwilling to work out, then I think the Cowboys are going to take that as a sign that he's not ready.
Well, just a nice little hint.
Okay.
The waiver wire came out, and he was listed with the Giants as a visit. And there were other workouts. So if he physically worked out, he would be listed as a workout for the Giants.
Okay.
So that right there is a hint to me that
he's not going to work out.
He's not going to work out for you. So you're going to have to do this the best you can. Jim Maurer, Britt Brown, Dr. Cooper, everybody that's involved on this physical. Working him out, you could definitely tell how far along he is or what they need.
And they've made it clear today on The Fan that if it's only for next year, then it's not really a fit for them,
Not
right?
at all.
Okay, what does Jerry have in mind for courting Odell Beckham Jr.? Here he is.
Well, when you're as visible as we are, and you have the track record we have, it's pretty hard to put a smile on and do something in an hour of visiting or over a dinner, or if you will, just a meeting. It's pretty hard to do something that materially impacts your record before you as how you've been. I'm talking about the Cowboys as an organization, the Cowboys as a place for a player to play, or if that matter, does what I say, is it just said for that moment and not followed up on? One of the things that I almost insist, and I do this everywhere, is if I'm talking to somebody for the first time, I'll find people that know me and ask them to call ahead and that know who I'm talking to. Now, this has nothing to do with just football players. And I'll say, would you share with them some stories so that they know who they're talking to when I'm visiting with them. And so that's something that I appreciate because I have it happen to me. I have people call me and say, you're going to be meeting somebody, and they wanted me to call you, or I wanted to call you and tell you this about them. And all of that helps make it work.
So Jerry's saying we're not going to go overboard trying to court him and woo him because we're the Cowboys. I don't think that's a huge mistake, although who knows? If OBJ expects the courting and you don't do it, maybe it could backfire on you. But he's going to have people calling and speaking on behalf of the Cowboys organization to Odell Beckham Jr. I think that's a good idea. Do you think it's a mistake to not court him strongly,
No,
Brian?
I think you have to court him. I really, really do. I think it's important for him to feel that love and the coddling and all that stuff. Jerry's got a great advantage. Take that helicopter, and when Odell Beckham lands, go pick him up in that helicopter, fly him over the city, fly him over the star, fly him over, hey, you've played at this place, but this is what it looks like from the air.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like. This is going to be your next home. Right down there is going to be your next home. And you could sit there and visit with him and fly over the star and say, this is where you're going to practice. These are the fields. And then you can show him when he goes inside. He goes, yeah, I've seen this place from the air. It looks great. It looks like a real, it looks like a real football facility here. So, yeah, I think that to me it's important, the dinners and the interactions and things like that. But with this guy, he is a different cat. He likes that when you show the extra, give him the little bit extra effort instead of just picking him up and making him have to weave through traffic to get to your facility. Show him the city from the air.
I kind of feel like the Cowboys and Jerry just can't help themselves. They just, even if he's saying, we're not thinking too much about it, it's just they don't cut any corners on anything. You go to AT&T Stadium, the spread's unbelievable for the media. We got the nicest Porta Johns ever at training camp. Like they can't help themselves but to do everything in the classiest, top-notch, most spectacular way. And so I think that's just kind of the way it is.
They're showmen.
And some of it just speaks for itself, like the Star. Like when he goes to Buffalo, I don't know what type of facilities they have. I don't think it's going to resemble the Star. Even New York with the Giants, I don't imagine that it'll resemble the Star when he goes into that's just that alone right there. It's just built in.
That might be more impressive, like the opulence, the luxury, as the Cowboys are just kind of walking around casually like, this is just what we have.
Yeah,
we're not rolling out the red carpet. It's just that our spot's amazing.
Right.
I think Jerry was trying to downplay it, but I think you're going to get a full court.
Yeah, they're going to spend the night. He's going to spend the night at his house, same way Mike McCarthy did. It's going to be kumbaya.
They're going to have the slumber party. They're going to get in the PJs, and they're going to do the whole thing, man.
Do shots of Johnny Walker
Hell
Blues.
yeah.
And they've done the front sell in terms of the media. Like Buffalo, you haven't, other than Von Miller, it's not like at every turn you're hearing the coach and everybody come out and say, we won them. The Cowboys have done that for a month now.
Yeah,
well,
Jerry's
that's
good at that
also
front sell.
the Cowboys. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes with some of the players?
For sure.
Barkley had him at his birthday party. Like, they've definitely talked, right? So who knows what these players have done behind the scenes. But, the Cowboys have not shied away from this.
How about we get cut 14 here? We were just talking about Deion, and right now you have Mike, there's Dan Quinn, there's Sean Payton. But Deion Sanders, would you ever hire him to coach the Cowboys? Here's Jerry Jones.
Well, again, we're speculating, and you know what that would be or what have you. Deion's very capable of being a head coach in the National Football League.
Yeah, he talked about at length, Deion just as a player, the day that he played for the Falcons against the Cowboys and also played for the Cincinnati Reds and everything that he's accomplished, and expects Deion to go on to even more success here in his collegiate career.
The one thing that social media has allowed us is to learn about Deion Sanders, the coach.
Yeah.
Deion Sanders didn't play in an era where there was social media, which he would have been probably great at.
But now you can see it.
But now you can see it. Now every day you could see the struggles that they have at Jackson State.
Yeah.
You could see the successes they have. You see how he interacts with the players.
Gifted and a great leader of men, I think is what Jerry said as well.
Jerry loves his positivity, too. He says he's a 1 + 1 = 3 kind of guy, the same way Jerry is.
There you go. Okay. Coach McCarthy audio 8. Do you have to see OBJ work out to put him on the team? Here's Mike McCarthy.
Well, I think the biggest thing is, and it's already started. So there's videos and things that our medical staff they have a process, and we'll go through the process, and just like anything, you got to get all the information, and hopefully an agreement can be worked out. But this is why you go through it all. So there's definitely a number of things we need to work on when he gets here and so forth. But I think it'll be great to get him in the building.
Pretty much a non-answer to that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I would take that as a yes. We do, as a matter of fact. I don't know. I don't know if after today in New York he didn't do a workout, if you have any hope at all.
He was listed as a visit.
I mean, that news that you just gave us 10 minutes ago on OBJ doing a visit, not a workout with the New York Giants, that has plummeted my odds that were earlier peaking at 62. I'm down at 32 now. Cut him in half, essentially.
Yeah, it's I guess for me, the way Broadus has kind of laid this out for us, I didn't anticipate that. It doesn't seem like if you're a hot commodity free agent with any sort of leverage, you wouldn't be the type of dude to step in and say, and volunteer yourself for a workout. So I was under the assumption, And I assume McCarthy with his non-answer there and Jerry and all these guys probably know that as well. Like, they understand the general rules of how this goes, and a guy like OBJ probably not doing the workout. So they have to already know that when he's coming in, that's probably not something they're going to get. But there's clearly
it would
still
answer a lot of questions for them. If they, in fact, if Britt Brown and Jim Maurer and Dr. Cooper and all those guys got to see him run and move and cut and do lateral stuff and all that and work him out a little bit, they could have an understanding like, man, this guy's ready to go.
Right.
This is where we're at, and if you want to pay him, go ahead and pay him.
So now it's possible that another team is willing to pay him and is investing for 2023 and 2024.
Buffalo.
But if those two teams are like, you know, we'll do a prove it rest of the year in playoffs, then I'll give the Cowboys equal odds or maybe even better than
let's
equal.
go back to Josiah Anderson. Let's go back to her situation. She's the one that told us that he might not play.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get the deal that he wants, he could just sit out this year and then do this all over.
The
spring.
Giants are the team that probably would give him that deal because they're just so weak at receiver, right? Like, they need receiver help for this year and beyond. The Cowboys are not necessarily pressed to where we have to get a receiver in the building. So I think that's the deal breaker. That's why I asked that question to Stephen Jones, and he didn't want to answer it, fairly so. But I think if he can't help them this year, then what's the point for the Cowboys to make the deal?
That is a good point to end this segment on as we broadcast live from Rally House in Arlington. Do you want an Earl Campbell jersey? Would you like to get that for somebody for Christmas? There's one over there. Got all the Cowboys gear, even Houston Astros gear, any team, college or pro, participating here in the great state of Texas.
They got that soccer sweat.
They got a U.S.
There.
You want something for the game tomorrow morning. You got that as well. The Expressway and What You Drinking and What You Thinking is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything else, though.